Transcending into the weakest youth of a prehistoric tribe, Yang found himself embarking on a journey fraught with insurmountable challenges. While the tribal warriors could effortlessly hoist massive stones weighing 800 pounds, he was utterly powerless. Beyond the cave lay a treacherous jungle filled with the thunderous roars of dinosaurs and colossal beasts. He once believed he would not survive beyond 3 days. However, everything changed when he witnessed the tribal warriors risk their lives in the hunt, and observed the shaman laboriously passing down the flickering embers of civilization through crude herbs and tales. His knowledge from the modern world became his solitary weapon. Though he lacked the prowess to engage in physical combat with the Tyrannosaurus rex, he possessed the ingenuity to craft tools, manipulate his environment, and even tame wild beasts. While other tribes were still grappling with ferocious predators, Yang's tribe had begun to adorn the velociraptors with collars, create explosive devices from nuts, and ride on the backs of the ancient sea creatures to explore the ocean. He would guide this humble cave-dwelling tribe from the depths of the food chain to the pinnacle of civilization, mastering the untamed wilderness step by step. Chapter 1. The Cave Tribe. A gust of night wind swept through the open cave entrance. The frail figure wrapped in animal hides within seemed to flinch, but the next moment, he rubbed his head with both hands, awakening from his stupor. Ow, that hurts. Yang lay in the cave, incessantly massaging his throbbing head, waves of pain crashing against his senses as if something were violently battering his brain. The agony, accompanied by the acrid scent of sweat and the distant roars of beasts outside, rendered sleep impossible, leaving him to groan and knead his temples for relief. As he opened his bloodshot eyes and recalled the harrowing experiences of the past 10 days, a profound sense of despair engulfed him. He was uncertain how much longer he could endure and could not fathom why he had awakened in the body of a mere 14 or 15-year-old primitive boy. In this world, the sky was an azure expanse devoid of clouds, and the air was refreshingly pure, unlike anything he had ever encountered. The endless primal jungle stretched before him, making one wonder if it were a sanctuary for the weary. Yet Yang thought to himself, let anyone willing come. They would not last a day. No one would choose to dwell in a cave, feasting on half-raw flesh or egg liquid, nor could he conceive a means to return to his former life. Restless and sleep-deprived, Yang utilized the meager moonlight filtering through the cave entrance to resign himself to examining his surroundings. The cave was roughly 10 square meters, a bit chilly, perhaps due to its elevation, yet well ventilated. The rough rock walls bore unrefined fissures, occasionally shedding grains of sand. At the far end lay his makeshift sleeping area, a bed of animal hides. In the center of the cave was a fire pit, crudely excavated, with remnants of ash still warm, serving as the tribe's kitchen. Beside the fire pit were several stone artifacts, including 5 or 6 bowls of varying sizes and a stone knife, which resembled a crude saw more than a blade. Scattered eggshells lay nearby, emanating a faint, unpleasant odor. To the right of the fire pit rested 3 eggs, each about the size of his head, cushioned on a piece of animal hide. Originally, there had been 4, but one was consumed before nightfall. It lacked flavor, possessing only a hint of fishiness, yet it sufficed to satiate his hunger. Yang surmised these were dinosaur eggs, for the one he had eaten yesterday had revealed an underdeveloped creature within, curled up and indistinct, providing him with a modicum of meat. This tribe, named Jushur, resembled a primitive family more than a proper tribe, comprising merely 20 individuals. The name Jushur stemmed from the mountainous environment in which they dwelled. Through these days of brief acquaintance, he learned that the tribe consisted of 12 adults, 7 men, and 5 women. The men were towering figures, approximately 2 meters tall, with arms nearly as thick as Yang's thighs. Having lived alongside them, he understood that their size was indicative of their strength. The women, though slightly smaller, exhibited agility and vigor, and both genders were significantly more robust than the average modern individual. These primitives possessed astonishing strength, capable of lifting boulders taller than themselves, estimated to weigh over 800 pounds, exhibiting a rawness that seemed almost inhuman. The most formidable among them was the chieftain, Shurgo, who, alongside the shaman, governed the tribe, boasting the strongest physique and power. From interactions with the tribe, Yang gathered that they formed hunting parties, venturing out daily to procure sustenance and hunt beasts, ensuring the tribe was well fed. According to their primal beliefs, consuming the flesh of powerful beasts would enhance one's strength and vigor. Conversely, formidable predators signified peril, their claws capable of effortlessly tearing through human flesh, leaving only the mightiest warriors to confront them, with survival remaining uncertain. Among the remaining 8 individuals, One was an elderly man with graying hair, referred to as the shaman, who was the chieftain's father and the wisest, most experienced, and longest-lived member of the tribe. In his youth, he had been the strongest warrior, but upon aging and becoming unable to hunt, he naturally assumed the mantle of shaman. The shaman typically resided in the cave, crafting stone tools and tending to various herbs, possessing rudimentary medicinal knowledge. While he could not heal severe injuries, minor ailments did not lead to death, and he occasionally engaged in mystical rituals. He particularly enjoyed recounting tales of his youthful exploits and hunting feats to the tribe's children, who were captivated by his stories and gleaned knowledge from them. In Yang Yang's eyes, this might also be a means of preserving primitive civilization, albeit with a considerable amount of embellishment. Aside from the shaman, the remainder of the tribe comprised adolescents, infants, and nursing women, all under the shaman's care, learning survival skills. Fortunately, the melding of memories allowed him to comprehend their exchanges, which were primarily phonetic sounds. Although they lacked a formal language or written script, communication was not impeded. The mountain they inhabited was called Yinshan, situated mid-slope, surrounded by a forest of naturally formed colossal stone pillars, with numerous caves dotting the landscape, some naturally occurring, others hewn by human hands, providing shelter and storage for goods and food. The vast stones shielded the tribe from the incursions of large predators, offering a measure of security. After all, the massive beasts could not navigate the stony labyrinth, while the tribe's warriors could confront smaller threats. Amidst the boulders, towering trees and shrubs flourished, providing additional concealment. In recent days, Yang Yang had witnessed creatures resembling pterosaurs gliding above the mountain, their sharp talons clutching unsuspecting prey, a constant reminder of the dangers from the skies. The mountain's reverse side dropped into a sheer cliff, and from the summit, one could see an expanse of towering trees interspersed with undulating hills, an endless vista. At the foot of the mountain flowed a wide river, winding gracefully. From a high vantage point, the river resembled a silver ribbon, weaving through the verdant landscape. It meandered through the confines of the canyon, traversing the forest, its surface serene and profound, as if whispering ancient legends and secrets hidden beneath its depths. The river, known as Heishui, was not named for the color of its waters, but rather for the black stones lining its banks. The surrounding woods were often shrouded in a thin mist. In contrast to the forest, the tribe displayed little interest in the river. Aside from fetching water, Heishui offered no direct sustenance. Their lack of swimming skills rendered them incapable of fishing or hunting aquatic creatures to satisfy their hunger. The aquatic creatures are remarkably fierce, with some occasionally crawling ashore to hunt animals that are drinking from the river. They are likely akin to crocodiles, representing a significant danger that should not be underestimated. I recall that Wu once mentioned a tribe at the end of the Heishui River, whose warriors excel in submerging themselves to hunt formidable aquatic beasts, though many have often perished in the attempt. Fortunately, the river section near the tribe is not particularly deep, and one can occasionally glimpse the rocky bottom, without encountering traces of giant fish beasts. The forest intermittently reverberates with the sounds of thunderous roars and haunting cries of beasts and birds, hinting at the lurking dangers within. Just 5 days prior, my original parents had entered the depths with a hunting party, never to return, resulting in the loss of 3 warriors and inflicting a substantial blow to the tribe's already sparse population. It took several days of lethargy and recuperation before they ventured out to hunt again. The original self and my parents once cohabited this cave, but due to the merging of memories, the original recollections have gradually become hazy, leaving me with scant information. In the initial days after arriving in this world, I felt disoriented and suffered from piercing headaches. Once I regained my senses, I lived in a state of anxiety alongside them for 3 days, without truly observing their features. Now, after several days, their faces have become indistinct, yet their hearty laughter and the scars from hunting remain vivid in my memory, alongside the worried and tender gazes they cast upon their offspring before departing for the hunt. Sighing softly, I felt a wave of sadness wash over me, as if my soul were weeping. Perhaps it is the sorrow of the original self over the loss of parents, or perhaps it is Yang Yang's trepidation of being in an unfamiliar land where life and death are uncertain. In any case, I must find a way to survive. With this thought, I rose and approached the fire pit in the center of the cave, casually throwing down a piece of beast skin to sit upon. Chapter 2. The Spark and the Egg. The few beast eggs beside the pit are the remnants left by my parents and currently serve as our primary sustenance. Fortunately, the tribe is relatively united, caring for the children who have lost their parental guardians, ensuring that the younglings do not starve, as they will one day become the warriors of the tribe. During this time, Aside from adapting to tribal life, my weakened state has compelled me to forage for berries at the foot of the mountain with other younglings and to carry water from the river on the left using stone basins. This has significantly aided my acclimatization to the current environment. Returning to the present, my headache has alleviated considerably, and my mind feels clearer and more agile, with my body feeling lighter. As I focused, a white flame, the size of a ping-pong ball, illuminated my mind, quietly hovering before me, pulsing in time with my heartbeat. This phenomenon emerged after consuming the unhatched dinosaur meat yesterday, and over the course of the day, its color deepened from a pale gray to a brilliant white flame, subtly tinged with green. I have come to refer to it as the Linghun Huazhong, or soul spark. It seems that my body, having replenished its nutrients, has undergone this transformation following the merging of souls. As the color of the soul spark shifted, I felt revitalized. My thoughts became clearer, and warmth enveloped me, though its precise function remains unclear. It appears to pose no harm to my body. Perhaps this is my assurance of survival in this world. Resigned, I realized there was no way to induce further change in the soul spark, so I stood and approached the fire pit, picking up 2 eggs with brown speckles from the nearby beast's skin for examination. I pondered, what type of dinosaur eggs might these be? They appear to belong to small dinosaurs, though that is not certain. I recall documentaries indicating that even large dinosaur eggs can be quite small. Giving one a vigorous shake, I heard the faint sound of liquid within, indicating it had not yet hatched, so I shook the other one as well. Disappointed, I set it back down but reluctantly picked up the last egg, which bore black spots. Just as I was about to shake it, a sudden jolt surged through my mind, causing the white flame to quiver as if it wished to burst forth. Startled by this unexpected change, I realized that the flame in my mind had reacted to this egg, yet the previously examined brown speckled egg had shown no response. To validate my suspicion, I picked up the brown egg once more, but it remained unresponsive. When I lifted the black dinosaur egg again, the flame indeed trembled in my mind, as if it would enter the egg if I so willed it. After a gentle shake, there was no sound of liquid, suggesting that a small dinosaur was already forming inside. Go! With a mere thought, as if commanded, the energy within the ping-pong ball-sized flame transformed into a thread that flowed from my hands into the egg. For around 2 minutes, the flame's color in my mind gradually dimmed due to the energy's dispersion, returning to its initial grayish-white state. It appeared that the black speckled egg had absorbed the flame's energy until the last vestige of white vanished. As all the energy threads disappeared within the egg, I felt a connection to an unknown entity. My mind resonated with rhythmic heartbeat sounds, and I could distinctly sense the burgeoning vitality within the egg, as if the energy from the flame accelerated the embryo's growth. Is it about to hatch? This implies that the soul spark can be absorbed by the dinosaur within the egg, providing energy for its growth, while establishing some form of connection with me. This realization led me to reflect on the unhatched dragon embryo I had previously consumed, feeling a significant loss. Yet, I hold no regrets. Without sufficient food and nourishment, survival itself would be uncertain. Even the remaining 2 eggs, which could not evoke any change in the soul spark, must be saved, as they represent tomorrow's sustenance. Not wishing to dwell further, I carefully wrapped the egg in beast skin and set it aside, planning to observe what creature would emerge before making any further judgments. Additionally, I needed to monitor any changes after the egg absorbed the soul spark's energy. The following day, Yang, wake up. The hunting party has already set out. Let's go play at the foot of the mountain. We need to gather more berries today. I was jolted awake from a deep slumber by a rugged voice. Blinking groggily, I saw a sturdy boy of similar age standing beside me. Yang is the name of my former self, and the boy is Sher Shan, the leader's son, who stands a head taller than me and is quite robust, sporting a tousled mop of hair. His wide eyes were fixed on me as he shook me with such vigor that I nearly toppled over. Shan, why so early? Outside, dawn was just breaking, significantly earlier than usual. My father said the tribe's food supply is dwindling. We haven't hunted in days, so we need to bring back a substantial amount today, Sher Shan replied. As I followed Sher Shan outside, the other 2 companions awaited us. Including myself, there were 4 of us of similar age, and soon we would be learning hunting techniques alongside the hunting party. The other 2 boys were Sher Tu, who was taller than Sher Shan but less muscular, resembling a slender pole with abundant hair, and Sher Da, who was squatting on the ground, sharpening his stone axe on a rock, sporting a topknot. Upon seeing Sher Yang and Sher Shan emerge, he rushed over, excitement evident on his face, exclaiming, Sher Yang, are you feeling better? I'm starving. We need to hurry. I'm fine now. I feel full of energy. I responded with a smile as we walked along. They have grown up together, sharing a bond of profound camaraderie, and they are destined to be hunting companions in the future. During the days of traversing this new world, they have been by Yang Yang's side, and it is within these days that he fashioned a chicken out of weeds as a toy, astonishing his friends who became utterly enamored with it. It now hangs on the waist of the stone mountain. The impressive braid atop Shirda's head was also styled by Yang Yang, to which Shirda expressed great fondness. Ultimately, through teaching them the game of Tian, Yang Yang emerged as the leader among the children, and they were inclined to heed his words in all their endeavors. Yang, let us venture to the riverbank. There are hardly any wild fruits left in the vicinity, Shirtu eagerly suggested, while the other two brightened with excitement. Is there any danger? Yang Yang hesitated, apprehensive about potential threats. In the past few days, my father and the others have not gone hunting. They have been patrolling nearby. Aside from the solitary dog dragon they hunted the day before yesterday, they have encountered nothing else, Shirshan quickly assured. Yang Yang had indeed seen the dog dragon, a half-meter-tall creature, slender and long, reminiscent of the velociraptors from modern cinema, yet possessing limited combat prowess. After some contemplation, Yang Yang resolved to acclimate himself to this world. Survival hinges upon adapting to one's environment. Very well, let us proceed there. However, you must listen to me and refrain from wandering off. He was not particularly concerned for himself, but feared that his exuberant companions might lose their sense of caution in their revelry. Upon hearing Yang Yang's consent, Shirshan leaped with joy. After exchanging greetings with Wu and receiving the old man's repeated admonitions about safety, the four of them made their way to the riverbank. The river flowed gently, its shallow waters revealing the sandy bottom and scattered fish along the shore. The fish appeared plump, occasionally leaping from the water, and Yang Yang and his friends could only drool at the sight of those weighing at least 7 or 8 gene. Chapter 3. Slingshot. Although the fish were quite plump, they evaded capture, being inherently wary of the water, making it impossible for them to be caught by hand. Shirshan gathered some shells by the riverside and beckoned Shirtu and Shida to forage for fruits among the riverside shrubs. These fruits, roughly the size of a fist, came in shades of red, yellow, and green, all edible, though their tough skins rendered them somewhat astringent. Such wild fruits were abundant near the tribe and constituted a primary target for foraging. Observing Shirshan and the others as they collected fruits, Yang Yang wielded a stone knife to cut some branches from a vine tree. This tree, not particularly tall at 4 to 5 meters, had trunks as thick as a thigh, with numerous slender branches extending 3 to 4 meters downward. The leaves were lanceolate, thick, and juicy, often consumed by herbivorous creatures. Perched upon a boulder about a person's height, Yang Yang sat with the branches in his arms, remaining vigilant while processing them. Both the vine's branches and bark possessed remarkable resilience, and he carefully stripped the bark, laying it aside to dry, preparing to twine some rope, a skill inherent to every primitive person. The stripped branches appeared a pale gray, their sap slightly adhesive. Rather than discarding them, Yang Yang intended to weave a cage to see if he could catch some fish. Employing a crisscross technique, he gradually constructed the body of the cage. Mindful that the fish were sizable, thus the dimensions of the cage could not be overly small. The entrance needed to be constricted, and a lid that allowed entry but hindered escape was to be fashioned and secured. While keeping an eye on their playful foraging, he remained alert to any dangers surrounding them, and after spending over 2 hours laboring, he finally completed the cage. Though rudimentary with considerable gaps, it should suffice for larger fish. Under the blazing sun, with daytime temperatures soaring, the nearby bark had dried, prompting Yang Yang to begin crafting rope. Shirshan and the others returned, having gathered a substantial quantity of fruits, enough to sustain them for 3 to 4 days. Shirtu, unbeknownst to the others, had discovered a nest containing 6 sizable bird eggs, each as large as goose eggs. The 3 of them each took an egg, cracked it against a stone, and consumed its contents before grabbing fruits to nibble on. As Shirtu munched on the fruits, he curiously inquired about the completed cage. What is this? A fruit container? No, it's not for fruits. You will find out shortly. Don't just stand there. Come help me with the rope. With several hands working together, the task progressed swiftly, and soon they had fashioned a length of about 20 meters. Testing its tensile strength revealed it to be exceptionally sturdy. Shida was sent to capture a palm-sized frog, which was then gutted and affixed to the bottom of the cage, along with 2 crushed fruits for bait, securing the rope tightly. Shirshan, throw the cage into the deeper water. With Shirshan's considerable strength, they approached the riverbank, and Yang Yang pointed to a nearby section of deeper water. With a resounding splash, the cage plunged into the depths, startling several large fish that leaped from the water, creating quite a commotion. Let us leave it for now and check back later. Yang Yang secured the rope to a stone to prevent it from being dragged away, then led the group away. The four of them, clutching their foraged fruits, retreated to a large tree, a favored playground away from the Heishui River. After a morning of exertion, the sun had reached its zenith, the air grew thick and humid, and heat waves rose from the ground, distorting distant vistas. The cicada's chorus added a lively cacophony to the otherwise tranquil jungle. Shirshan and the others, full of energy, engaged in wrestling, while Yang Yang, feeling somewhat lethargic, refrained from participating, recognizing that his spirit was not that of a child, and he lacked their exuberance. Shirshan was the strongest, followed by Shida, with Shirtu being the weakest. However, Shirtu's skill in crafting rope was unparalleled among them, showcasing dexterity in his hands. Those birds are quite plump. After tiring from their antics, the trio lay in a row, gazing up at the treetops where a species known as Gulyalu perched. Its plumage a vibrant mix of red and blue, each bird about the size of a rooster, delectable in flesh. Within the tribe, aside from the stone spear for ranged throwing, the only other option was to hurl stones. Suddenly inspired, Yang Yang fashioned a Y-shaped branch into a slingshot. Scanning the surroundings, he reached for the beast's sinew wrapped several times around Shirshan's waist, which was used to bind his animal skin attire. "What are you doing? Are you going to urinate?" Shirshan queried, bemusedly tugging at his trousers, staring at Yang Yang. "You can't possibly outdo me in that regard," Yang Yang replied, rolling his eyes. Using the stone axe, he struck the sinew multiple times. Though it did not sever, its elasticity and resilience were remarkable, and after considerable effort, he managed to cut off a segment. A slingshot was indeed simpler to utilize than a catapult, which required practice for accuracy. Yang Yang had often played with slingshots before crossing over, and despite their lesser power, their simplicity was advantageous. Securing the sinew to the slingshot frame, he tested its tension, finding it perfectly taut. Observing Shirshan and the others with wide eyes, he picked up a pebble, the sinew's width perfectly enveloping it. Raising the slingshot and pulling it back fully, he released it in a random direction, the stone soaring swiftly and landing over 100 meters away. Estimating that within 50 meters, its power would be assured. Searching for another stone, he glanced at the treetop, estimating it to be under 20 meters, and aimed at the oblivious Gulyalu, which continued its incessant cooing. With a swift release, the stone struck the Gulyalu on the head, rendering it unconscious. It fell to the ground, struggling briefly before falling silent. The three companions beside him stared wide-eyed in disbelief, having never witnessed such a bird-catching feat previously. Stones thrown by their forebears had a minuscule chance of striking down a bird. Reacting immediately, Shirtu dashed over to retrieve the fallen Gulyalu. Having noted its substantial size while it was perched in the tree, up close, it weighed over 10 jin. Regaining their composure, Shirshan and the others gazed at Yang Yang with fervent eyes, specifically at the slingshot in his hand, nearly drooling in anticipation, even neglecting the Gulyalu. "Yang, what is this?" Shirshan hopped excitedly beside Yang Yang, eyes gleaming with desire. "This is a slingshot," Yang Yang exclaimed, picking up several more pebbles. He demonstrated its firing several times before handing it to Shirshan, who cherished it as a treasure. Shirshan, eager to emulate, picked up a stone and aimed at a distant tree. Pulling back fully, the sinew felt as if it might snap, yet his accuracy left much to be desired. Shirtu and Shida watched intently, and once Shirshan finished, they clamored for their turn, taking turns with the slingshot until they reluctantly returned it. In unison, the three exclaimed, "I want one too. Go find someone like this. I'll make each of you one." After some time, all three received their slingshots. The price being Shirshan's belt, which was replaced with hemp rope. Shirtu and Shida's slingshots were similar to their own, while Shirshan's, being the strongest, utilized two sinews, ensuring it would not break under tension. The birds in the trees soon faced dire consequences. Each of the four wielded a slingshot, and before long, those that hadn't been struck took to the skies, resulting in 3 additional Gulyalu on the ground, bringing the total to 4, along with 2 wild chickens and a wild rabbit, a testament to the forest's bounty. Shirtu exhibited the best aim, having successfully hit 1 Gulyalu and 1 wild chicken, while all others had been felled by Yang Yang. Realizing time was slipping away, Yang Yang suggested they retrieve the cage by the river and return. He glanced at the sky, preparing to gather their belongings for the journey back to the tribe. Shirshan and Shida, feeling competitive, recognized their need for practice to improve their accuracy. Each of the 3 carefully stowed their slingshots, pocketing a few stones, before gathering their game and heading to the riverbank. Grasping the rope that bound the cage, he pulled it back, and soon the cage was hoisted up, revealing several fish wriggling within. One of them weighed around 7 or 8 jin, while the others were 2 or 3 jin each. The makeshift fish basket was nearly falling apart from the vigorous struggles of the lively fish inside. Yang Yang found a vine branch and threaded it through the mouths of the fish, reinforcing the basket just in time before Sher Shan tossed it back into the river. Sher Shan and the others, taken aback by the sight of the large fish, exchanged glances with Yang Yang that held a hint of surprise. "Stop staring. Let us go. We're having grilled fish for dinner," Yang Yang said hurriedly, feeling a bit flustered. Sher Shan quickly grabbed the vine that bound the fish, while Sher Tu and Sher De carried the other catches and wild fruits, and the four of them dashed towards the tribe. Chapter 4. The return from the hunt. Upon returning to the tribe, Sher Shan and the others eagerly rushed to the shaman, eager to showcase their haul, their youthful exuberance evident. "Grandfather, mother, we caught a lot of prey with Yang," they called out. "Stop shouting, I heard you." The shaman, Sher Shan's grandfather and the only elder in the tribe, emerged with a stooped back, followed by a woman carrying an infant and two children who had just reached Yang Yang's waist. The old man appeared thin and frail, but his eyes sparkled with vitality. The scars on his forehead and body revealed that he had once been a formidable hunter in his youth. "Look at the bounty we brought." Upon seeing the shaman, the four placed their catch on the ground. The elder's eyes widened at the sight of the fish, which, when combined with the goo-goo birds, wild chickens, and rabbits, amounted to quite a significant haul, especially since hunting parties often returned empty-handed. Fish were particularly rare, as the tribe's members generally feared water. Aside from the occasional dead fish washed ashore, they seldom enjoyed such a delicacy. Remembering this, even the elderly shaman swallowed hard, his throat twitching. "You went into the water?" His voice was a bit hoarse, and his expression turned serious. He had witnessed too many dangers associated with water, even though aquatic beasts rarely ventured near the tribe's shores. "No, we didn't go in," Sher Shan quickly clarified. He then animatedly explained to the shaman the fish basket and slingshot Yang Yang had crafted, even showcasing the slingshot at the mention of it. The shaman glanced at Yang Yang with surprise, not expecting this usually reticent and frail boy to create such intricate tools. Trying the slingshot as instructed by Sher Shan, the stone flew swiftly and vanished from sight, prompting exclamations of approval. "The power is a bit weak, but it is sufficient for small prey." After testing, the elder returned it to Sher Shan. "If we had better beast sinew, it could be made sturdier." Yang Yang quickly responded, seizing the opportunity to establish his presence in the tribe. "Emma, go prepare the prey. When Shergu returns, we shall feast on fish." "All right, father." Emma, Shergu's wife and Sher Shan's mother, had stayed behind with the elder to care for the children after giving birth. "Yang, come in with me." The elder called to Yang Yang as he turned back toward the stone cave. Sher Shan and the others, accompanied by the two children, followed Emma to tend to the prey. Yang Yang entered the cave with the shaman, which was significantly larger than his own. This was where the shaman resided alone and where children learned hunting skills. It also served as a gathering place for the tribe. Sitting cross-legged on the thick animal skin mat beside the fire, Yang Yang felt the soft warmth of the hide, which had likely belonged to a sizable creature, reportedly hunted by the elder in his youth. The left stone wall featured numerous hand-carved niches filled with animal skins, shells, and bark. It was common to see the shaman carving in these areas, presumably for record-keeping. Scattered on the ground were weapons crafted from black stone, primarily stone axes, spears, and short knives. Though called short knives, they resembled daggers and were as sturdy and sharp as those used by the hunting party, appearing somewhat like obsidian but more resilient. "Are you feeling all right now?" the elder inquired with concern. "I feel much better. There's nothing serious anymore." Yang Yang felt warmth in his heart. Despite the tribe's small size, they cared for one another. "Good. It's essential to regain your strength. The tribe will rely on you in the future. Your father and the others are the bravest warriors. I hope you can be like them." The shaman spoke with a hint of melancholy. Yang Yang remained silent, lowering his head slightly. "Now, tell me about your fish basket and slingshot." Yang Yang proceeded to explain the steps involved in creating both the fish basket and the slingshot in detail, while the shaman listened intently, even taking a stone to sketch out the designs on the ground. As Yang Yang elaborated, he corrected a few details, and soon the elder nodded, indicating his understanding. He then praised Yang Yang and stood to retrieve a black short knife, presenting it to him. "This is freshly polished. It's a gift for you." "Thank you, grandfather." The knife felt slightly heavy, its black blade gleaming with a cold light, far superior to the stone axe held by Sherda. "Take this as well. You for a growing up, it won't be long before you join Shergu on hunts. You must have strong bodies." The elder handed Yang Yang a piece of jerky. Accepting the jerky with gratitude, Yang Yang stepped outside, allowing the elder to study his new tools at his leisure. After placing his belongings back in his cave, He joined Shan and the others, who were working on the prey. They swiftly finished processing the catch. And Emma urged Shan and the others to bring the prepared meat into the stone cave designated for food storage. The cave was cool and well ventilated, ideal for drying the tribe's meat, as they had yet to develop methods for smoking it. All right, that's enough. You can go play now, Emma said, cradling the child. The four of them returned outside, where the sun was beginning to set. Shan, along with Tu and Da, resumed practicing with the slingshot, hoping to catch more goo-goo birds the following day. Yang did not join them. Having just recovered, he felt weary after a long day. Da, I'm going to rest for a bit. Remember to call me when the hunting party returns. Got it, Da replied without turning around, continuing to play with the slingshot. Back in his cave, Yang checked the egg beside his sleeping furs. It remained still, so he wrapped it in the hide and set it aside. Lying on the fur, he gradually drifted off to sleep. Just as he fell into a deep slumber, the egg beside him trembled slightly, and a few fine cracks appeared on its surface, suggesting it would soon hatch. After a few more shakes, it fell silent again, though the oblivious Yang remained unaware. As the sun completely set, darkness enveloped the land. After a while, shadows appeared at the foot of the mountain, making their way to the tribe. Yang, wake up. The hunting party is back. They caught a camel dragon, Da shouted from the entrance. Awakened by the call, Yang blinked groggily, but upon hearing about the camel dragon, he instantly became alert. He hurried outside, where everyone was bustling about. A camel dragon lay on the ground, its blood drained, while several adults used stone knives to eviscerate it, standing about 3 meters tall. The camel dragon had a long neck and tail that accounted for much of its body length. Its head was relatively small, crowned with a fleshy crest that arched toward its back. Its back was hunched, and its flat teeth indicated it was a herbivore, resembling the hadrosaur from films. As the group efficiently carved up the carcass, large chunks of meat were swiftly separated, and the entire camel dragon was processed in no time, promising a hearty feast for the evening. Chapter 5. The Stonebone Chief. As Yang stood in a daze, a large hand suddenly clapped down on his left shoulder, its hard touch and immense strength nearly knocking him to the ground. Haha, Yang. I heard from the shaman that you brought back quite a catch today. Quite impressive. You're starting to take after your father. Be sure to eat well later. When you grow stronger, you can join us on our hunts. The boisterous voice belonged to the chief, Shergo, who had just emerged from the shaman's dwelling and approached Yang to offer praise. Standing before him was a towering figure, over 2 meters tall, resembling a giant bear, with bulging muscles in his arms. Yang couldn't help but swallow hard, fully aware that a single hand from Shergo could easily crush him. Shergo looked on with interest at the scrawny youth before him, a scar at the corner of his eye giving him a somewhat fearsome appearance. Yang, however, felt no fear. Shergo was known throughout the tribe for his unparalleled combat prowess and hunting skills, earning the respect of all, while also being exceedingly kind to his kin. Uncle Shergo, are you injured? Yang inquired, rubbing his sore shoulder and glancing at the scar on Shergo's arm with concern. It's nothing. Just a minor injury from a skirmish with a herd of camels. It'll be fine by tomorrow morning. As he spoke, he reached for the slingshot hanging at Yang's waist. How do you use this? Yang had to demonstrate the method once more, and soon the surrounding adults, having finished their tasks, gathered around with curiosity. Before long, everyone had grasped the technique, as they were all seasoned hunters. It's indeed impressive, though the power is a bit lacking. Be careful, it might snap. They cautiously pulled on the slingshots, eager to give them a try. Could we make a larger one? This one seems a bit weak. The bow frame and the beast's sinew lacked sturdiness. If they were more robust, it could potentially be more powerful. Yang replied, acknowledging that the slingshot had its limitations, and he had no means to craft a more potent bow or crossbow at the moment. Merely possessing a general understanding of the principles involved, without any practical experience. Shergo pondered for a moment, then produced a tightly coiled beast sinew from his clothing and handed it to Yang. The sinew, a dark red hue and about the thickness of 2 fingers, had been dried and shaped, typically used by hunting teams to bind their prey. This is the sinew from a giant-toothed tiger. Last time in the forest, our team was nearly overwhelmed by this beast. It took considerable effort to bring it down. Your father and the others were affected by it as well. Take this and give it a try. The giant-toothed tiger, the apex predator of the jungle, possessed immense strength capable of snapping tree trunks the size of a human waist with a single blow, stood over 2 meters tall, and was said to be as tall as 2 shigas according to the shaman. Its agility made it adept at ambushing prey, making it difficult to detect, and its formidable combat abilities made the ferocity of their encounter unimaginable. Yang tugged at the giant-toothed tiger's sinew, which was significantly more resilient than the sinew typically used for belts. He endeavored to display a somber demeanor, although without the original memories. It was emotionally challenging to fully immerse himself in this life. Yet, he also felt it inappropriate to show no emotion at all, as the bonds among the tribe were quite profound. All right, the food will be ready soon. Tonight, you must try the large fish you caught. It's been ages since we had it. With that, he turned and walked towards his wife, Ima. At that moment, Ima was roasting meat and fish alongside several other women from the tribe, while Shur drooled, watching the golden fish being cooked. Shurtu and Shida were assisting by transporting the prepared meat to the storage cave for drying into jerky. Observing everyone busy with their tasks, Yang returned to the cave, took the black stone dagger gifted by the shaman, and spent some time cutting 2 lengths of sinew over a meter long, saving the remainder for future attempts at crafting a bow. Reflecting on Shurgo's massive hands, he found a branch as thick as an arm at the cave entrance and, with the black stone dagger, soon carved it into a bow frame. He exerted all his strength to pull on the sinew, managing to stretch it only a third of its capacity, yielding a power similar to the previous one. If he could fully draw it, it should shoot farther and strike harder. Exiting the cave, he found everyone gathered around the bonfire, laughing and chatting, the only source of entertainment in their day. The serene atmosphere of the stone forest eased the tension within Yang's heart. Having arrived in this world, he resolved to persevere, for survival favored the fittest. And he had these wonderful kin to support one another. He was not alone. With a newfound determination, Yang cast aside his lingering negativity and approached the fire with a light step, sitting on the ground like everyone else. He skewered a smaller fish on a stick and began to roast it, turning it occasionally to prevent it from burning. Everyone is here, let us eat, the shaman said as he approached. The tribe members had been eagerly waiting, yet no one dared to eat before the shaman arrived, demonstrating the respect the tribe held for him. Upon hearing the shaman's words, they hastily seized the meat and began to devour it, disregarding the blood on the half-cooked beast meat. Yang remained calm, continuing to roast his fish while extracting a chunk of grayish-white salt, scraping it with the black stone dagger, and sprinkling the resulting powder onto the fish. This salt was a staple seasoning for the tribe, procured through trade with distant tribes using food and beast pelts. Its origins were unknown, but likely a local specialty. Soon, an irresistible aroma wafted through the air, and Shida, with keen eyes, gazed at the golden fish being roasted, now emitting a delightful scent after the salt had been added, far superior to the unevenly cooked offerings of others. Grandpa Shaman, please eat first, Yang offered as he presented the roasted fish, then continued roasting another. Good. Such a good child. After just one bite, the delightful flavors enveloped him. The exterior was crispy while the interior remained tender, the salt's savory taste mingling with the fish's freshness. He barely noticed the heat as he quickly finished a whole fish. Afterward, he glanced at Yang in astonishment but did not dwell on it further. Others had long since taken note of the delectable aroma from Yang's fish, seeing the shaman devouring it. They too began to roast their meat and fish in the same manner. While not quite matching Yang's skill, their results were nonetheless significantly improved. As the meat was consumed, the initial hunger subsided, and the pace of eating slowed. Uncle Shurgo, I heard you encountered the tyrant today. Could you tell us about it? As the conversation flowed around him, Yang, ever curious about the tyrant, could no longer contain himself and asked Shurgo beside him. Chapter 6. The tyrant. As soon as Yang's words fell, the surrounding chatter quieted. Shurgo paused mid-bite, a hint of reverence in his gaze. The tyrant is the ruler of this forest, the mightiest dragon beast, invincible. Considering that Yang and his peers were on the verge of adulthood, and acknowledging the curiosity of the young warriors in the hunting team, Shurgo spoke in a low, grave tone, and those nearby fell silent, listening intently. Through Shurgo's description, it became clear that the area on which the tribe depended for survival rarely saw the activity of colossal beasts, but that was merely a fragment of the vast forest. On the peripheries, apart from the Shurju tribe, several other tribes of similar size thrived in relatively safe zones. However, the heart of the forest was home to numerous large beasts, with trees towering above, where countless herbivorous giants thrived, simultaneously attracting many carnivorous predators, resulting in extreme danger where slaughter occurred incessantly. Undoubtedly, the most formidable among them was the tyrant. According to Shigugu's description, the name of the tyrant is a title bestowed by all tribes in the jungle out of reverence. It possesses a colossal head, incredibly hard, capable of effortlessly shattering rocks and colossal trees. Its interwoven teeth resemble sharp spears, able to crush the bones of any ferocious beast. 2 robust thighs support its massive frame. and its black scales can withstand even the sharpest stone spears and axes. A mane of red hair runs from its crown to the tip of its tail, exuding an aura of majesty. Yang Yang could not help but think of the Tyrannosaurus rex, as it aligns with the appearance of the tyrant. However, the fossil reconstructions of the T. rex in modern literature do not depict such a gargantuan size. According to Shigugu, this tyrant stands at a towering height of 15 meters. Perhaps due to its immense size, the tyrant seldom ventures far to hunt, primarily preying on other large creatures near its lair. Although its hunting range is limited, it remains the unchallenged ruler of this forest, for any giant beast that enters its domain would ignite a contest for supremacy. However, to us, the tyrant poses no threat. After all, we are akin to ants in its eyes, hardly worth the effort to fill its tooth gaps, Shigugu jested. Upon hearing this, everyone laughed, and the oppressive atmosphere brought by the tyrant eased. Indeed, a creature of such magnitude rarely regards a human, who is yet to reach the size of its own claws, as a rival, just as humans do not concern themselves with ants that can be crushed underfoot, even if some are larger, unless they provoke their demise. As long as we do not provoke it, the tyrant does not pose a significant danger. Rather, the greater threats lie with the Jiatu and Shulin, as well as other dragon beasts that are more cunning and treacherous, lurking in the jungle. Once approached, they would certainly hunt in the shadows. And this is what we should be more vigilant against, Wu stated. Grandpa Wu, can these ferocious beasts be tamed to assist us in hunting? Yang Yang curiously inquired. I have yet to see a tribe capable of taming such beasts. However, some tribes do keep docile, non-aggressive pigs as food. I imagine those savage carnivores would not be easily tamed, Wu replied. Regardless of whether they are herbivores or carnivorous beasts, communication is impossible, as they possess an indomitable wildness. Particularly among carnivorous creatures, while many of their hunting methods rely on ambush, this does not imply they lack the capacity for direct confrontation. Once these beasts engage in battle, they become ferocious, devoid of reason, and their thirst for blood is an ingrained instinct. Ordinary domestication, even from a young age, cannot diminish this nature. Inevitably, they will reveal their fangs against humans. Just as lions, tigers, and bears in zoos have been known to attack their keepers, even elephants, which are herbivores, can become uncontrollable when enraged. The notion of taming such animals to obey commands is, at best, fanciful. The only creatures successfully domesticated by humans seem to be dogs and draft animals like cattle and horses. The earliest ancestors of dogs were wolves, though it appears only certain breeds of wolves can be domesticated. This process took eons to achieve, resulting in an animal that assists in hunting and plays a significant role in human civilization. After hearing this, Yang Yang refrained from further questioning, instead contemplating the spark of life within his mind and the egg infused with its energy, pondering what transformations might occur upon its hatching. The night sky was adorned with a resplendent moon, and the stars twinkled, draping the vast forest in a silvery veil. The occasional calls from the wilderness rendered the world extraordinarily mysterious. When can we join you in hunting? He turned his gaze to Shigugu and asked. You are still too weak at this moment. We shall speak again after you manage to withstand a few punches from my fist, Shigugu replied. Observing Shigugu's fist, the size of a sandbag, and comparing it to his own far inferior physique, Yang Yang felt that he would be unable to withstand even a single punch. Having witnessed Shigugu lift boulders with effortless ease, Father, I feel I will soon surpass you in strength. I have grown taller recently, Shirshan declared, rising to strike a pose of perceived might. The surrounding individuals chuckled at Shirshan's antics, while Shigugu looked at his foolish son with a mix of bemusement and disappointment, wondering why he only cared for food, growing tall without growing wise. Yang Yang gazed at the tribe, resembling a large family, and unconsciously smiled, cherishing the atmosphere of unity and camaraderie as they all endeavored together for survival. Bone, you should refrain from hunting tomorrow. Wait until your injuries heal, Wu advised Shigugu with concern. All right, Father, these minor wounds will mend in a couple of days, and we will return with ample prey, Shigugu responded after some consideration. It would not be wise to enter the jungle with injuries, as it would hinder his combat effectiveness. I will gather some medicinal herbs for you. Crush them and apply them to the injured, Wu instructed, to which Shigugu and the other injured tribesmen nodded in agreement. The medicinal herbs collected by Wu could aid recovery, their uses having been passed down through generations. Although they do not possess the efficacy of true medicine, they still provide some benefit, and combined with the robust constitutions of these primitive people, they would recover swiftly. The group continued to eat while discussing various hunting experiences, with the elder Wu sharing tales from his youth, to which Yang Yang listened intently. It is getting late. You should all return and rest, Wu announced, prompting everyone to rise and conclude their evening meal. The campfire on the ground gradually diminished, and as everyone had eaten their fill, they began to tidy up upon hearing Wu's words. In no time, they had finished, a reflection of their resource-scarce lifestyle, with little to pack away. Those without obligations returned to their stone caves. As he departed, Yang Yang handed Shigugu a slingshot made from the sinew of the Giada beast, which he joyfully played with. Expressing his satisfaction before assigning 2 tribesmen to keep watch for the night and then returning home. Every night, 2 tribesmen were assigned to keep watch to prevent danger, as one cannot swiftly respond to unforeseen circumstances while soundly asleep. Although the Shirlin could deter some ferocious beasts, smaller creatures akin to dog dragons occasionally intruded. Observing that everyone had left, Yang Yang took some fat from the camel dragon, preparing to create an oil lamp upon his return. Chapter 7. Velociraptor. Hatching upon returning to the cave, he found a stone bowl and filled it with the fat. Using a black stone dagger to cut a piece of animal hide into a wick, which he stirred into the fat before igniting it with a piece of wood he had brought back, glowing red with heat. The dim light of the oil lamp illuminated the cave as he reclined comfortably on the animal hide, resting his hands behind his head while reflecting on the day's experiences. To survive in this world, one must not only possess strength, but also a wealth of experience, learning to utilize all available tools to acquire resources and fend off threats. He was not an expert in wilderness survival, nor did he possess formidable manufacturing skills. However, his modern knowledge and advanced thinking were powerful assets in this world. Some weapons from the cold weapon era were still conceivable. With this thought, he sat up and began sketching on the cave wall. Stone axes and spears were already well established within the tribe, and metal weapons were not yet a consideration. He then conceived the idea of a bow and arrow, a superior long-range weapon compared to a slingshot. Although modern materials were lacking, using sinew for the string and sharpened branches for arrows should yield considerable effectiveness. After completing his sketches, he rose to search for suitable materials within the cave. He found several sharp stones and began to meticulously grind them with another stone, striving to shape them into his envisioned designs. Despite the arduous process, each strike and polish brought him closer to his goal. He understood that in this primitive world, only through relentless experimentation and innovation could he establish a foothold in this perilous land and gradually grow stronger. Picking up the finely polished stone arrowhead, Yang Yang noted that its material could not compare to the obsidian dagger. He drilled a hole at the tail end to fit an arrow shaft and set it aside, awaiting the opportunity to find suitable wood to craft a simple bow. The animal fat burned, emitting a faint, burnt odor. With a moment of leisure, Yang Yang's thoughts drifted back to the spark of fire within his mind. After a day and night, the soul spark, having absorbed energy, regained its bright white glow, quietly flickering. Turning, he lifted the egg wrapped in animal hide nearby and delicately probed it with his spirit. Feeling as if his thoughts were linked to the life within the egg, he could distinctly sense the rhythmic heartbeat of the being inside. It seemed that his mental intrusion stirred the creature, as a faint trembling sound emanated from its hazy consciousness, and the small life within began to struggle, persistently pushing against the eggshell. Suddenly, a subtle cracking sound resonated from the surface of the eggshell, and a spiderweb-like crack rapidly spread across its calcium-patterned surface. It was about to break free. Yang Yang placed the egg on the ground, watching intently while continuously transmitting encouraging thoughts through his spirit, uncertain of their effectiveness. High-frequency tapping sounds emerged from within the shell, pausing for a few seconds after each strike, as if gathering strength. Under the glow of the oil lamp, the membrane inside the cracked shell rippled with vibrations, revealing the faint outline of a wedge-shaped head pressing against it, the skull and mouth alternating in force. The most vigorous tremors occurred in the middle of the eggshell, and with a crisp crack, the transparent egg liquid began to seep from the fissures, forming tiny silver halos in the flickering light. In an instant, a black claw emerged from the opening, and amidst fierce struggles accompanied by high-pitched chirps, the entire eggshell shattered, spilling the egg liquid onto the ground. A small dinosaur hatchling appeared in view, remnants of the eggshell membrane still clinging to its mouth. Its half-open eyes narrowing into slits in the dim light, golden vertical pupils revealing a primal alertness. Its forelimbs, resembling miniature sickles, grasped the edges of the eggshell, while one foot pushed against the egg liquid, splattering it everywhere. As the last piece of the eggshell fell away, the entire hatchling stumbled and lay on the ground. The black-skinned creature rapidly opened and closed its mouth, producing a series of clicking sounds as its amber eyes locked onto Yang Yang, emitting high-pitched chirps. Its originally vertical pupils now dilated as it crawled toward him. "It surely wouldn't bite me," observing this newly born little creature, still unable to stand. And feeling the affectionate waves emanating from the soul spark, he extended his hand to lift it up. Using dry animal hide to wipe away the sticky liquid covering its body, scrutinizing it closely. As the mucus was cleaned away, it revealed a network of pale blue veins beneath its semi-transparent black skin, small enough to be cradled in both hands. Its head was elongated, with a somewhat narrow mouth filled with fine, transparent fangs. A layer of dark red fur adorned the top of its head and neck, feeling soft to the touch, while its long tail occasionally curled and flicked against Yang Yang's body. Curled up, its legs appeared significantly more robust, and its transparent, claw-like toes resembled a crescent moon when retracted, occasionally revealing a scythe-like third toe when extended. The smaller forelimbs moved with remarkable agility, the three-segmented finger joints exceedingly flexible, while its elongated claws resembled miniature sickles. Gazing at the creature in his arms, Yang Yang recognized it as a velociraptor hatchling, a sight he had only ever beheld on screens before. Its tender demeanor, owing to its recent birth, rendered it less ferocious than depicted in films. He recalled that an adult velociraptor reached approximately 3 meters in length, stood 2 meters tall, with sharp claws and powerful hind limbs, capable of immense speed. It possessed highly developed senses of smell and hearing, a formidable aggressiveness, and was known to be a social creature, typically found in groups ranging from a few to hundreds, excelling in ambush and pack hunting. The little velociraptor, nestled in his embrace, emitted a soothing low-frequency sound, seemingly free of the anxiety it had during hatching. A feeling of fondness washed over him, transmitted through the soul spark. After a brief period of rest, the hatchling appeared to regain its strength, raising its head and gazing at Yang Yang with its clear eyes, while its emaciated belly growled, as if to say, "I am hungry." The spark in his mind repeatedly conveyed thoughts of hunger. What should this velociraptor eat? Meat and fish seem appropriate, yet he had none at hand. Even the tough jerky was beyond its still soft teeth. Scanning the surroundings, an idea struck him. He set the little one down and walked over to the remaining 2 unhatched eggs, gathering one up. The hatchling, still unable to stand, immediately began to chirp loudly upon being set down, fearing that the sound might attract attention from the tribe, knowing well their hostility towards such jungle-dwelling beasts. He quickly scooped it back into his lap, cracked one end of the egg to create a palm-sized opening, and presented it to the eagerly chirping hatchling. The little creature's head dove into the opening, its forelimbs grasping the edges as it voraciously consumed the thick egg liquid, emitting gulps of swallowing sounds. It guided the egg down to the ground, where it lay on its belly, energetically using its hind legs to feast. As time passed, the little velociraptor, trembling, finally managed to stand with effort, pushing deeper into the egg liquid, its belly visibly swelling. Having consumed most of the egg liquid, the hatchling paused, its round belly resembling a ball. It then waddled over to Yang Yang, who was crouching and watching, and unable to leap onto him. It clung to his foot and rested there, seemingly exhausted, beginning to doze off. Yang Yang gazed at it with affection. This was indeed a real dinosaur, and a well-behaved one at that. Surely, any modern individual would find it endearing. What name should I bestow upon you? He pondered, contemplating names like Xiaohei, Xiaobai, and Dahuang, but they felt lacking. Finally, he decided, I shall call you Heya. Yang Yang whispered, as if responding to his voice. Heya emitted a faint chirp in a dreamy state. Chapter 8. Heya. The following day, sunlight streamed through the cave entrance, casting patches of light across the ground. Awakened by Heya's antics, Yang Yang sat cross-legged on the animal hide. The remaining egg liquid from the previous night had been consumed, and he was chewing on some jerky to satiate his hunger. Crunch, crunch. The well-fed Heya playfully hopped around, and after a night of rest, it was now able to move normally. Through their mental connection, Yang Yang sensed its curiosity and delight towards everything. The small velociraptor, Heya, stood nearby, gazing up at its master. It was no larger than a small dog, its once soft black skin now slightly hardened and glistening with a subtle purple sheen in the light. Its large amber eyes sparkled with pure curiosity and excitement. Come here, little one. Yang Yang smiled, shaking a piece of jerky in his hand before tossing it into the air, watching it arc gracefully. Heya immediately crouched down, its tiny forelimbs spread apart, tail held high and swaying slightly, striking a perfect hunting pose. It emitted a sound resembling a kitten's purr, albeit deeper and raspier. A charming noise. With a powerful push from its hind legs, it darted forward, quick as lightning, leaping towards the falling piece of jerky with intense focus. Just as the jerky was about to touch the ground, it opened its mouth wide and successfully caught it, landing deftly while its sharp claws left faint scratches on the ground. Heiyu trotted back to Yang Yang with the jerky in its mouth, its small head rubbing against Yang Yang's soft legs before placing the treat back in his palm, seemingly relishing this game. With a subtle gesture of the hand. This time there was no immediate strike. Instead, it followed the rhythm of the hand's motion, gently swaying its head from side to side. The speed was deliberately slowed, and the piece of jerky was tossed once more, descending slowly before it. Just as the morsel was about to touch the ground, an opportunity arose. Heiyu propelled its hind legs with a sudden force, transforming its entire body into a fleeting shadow that traced a brief arc in the air, precisely catching the jerky in its mouth before it could land. Splendid. Yang Yang applauded. Sit, he murmured softly. Heiyu, with the prize clenched in its jaws, proudly lifted its little head. It did not tear into the treat. Rather, it merely pawed at it a few times before obediently squatting on the ground, gazing up at Yang Yang with amber eyes brimming with anticipation for praise. Good dog, not a good dragon. Yang Yang couldn't help but chuckle, gently patting its back. You truly are a clever little rascal. He extended his hand, gently scratching the soft skin at the junction of its jaw and neck, a place it adored being stroked. Instantly, Heiyu closed its eyes in bliss. The rumbling from its throat grew louder, and its body relaxed, melting against Yang Yang's leg like a piece of black jade. It released the jerky, nudging it towards Yang Yang's hand, as if to say, let's play again. Yang Yang laughed, enveloping its small yet powerful body in his embrace. Its body temperature was slightly lower than that of a human, creating a cool sensation through the thin fabric of his clothing. Heiyu nestled its head in the crook of Yang Yang's arm, rubbing its little face against him and letting out a satisfied sigh. A beam of sunlight spilled over them, and the air was infused with the unique scent reminiscent of rain-soaked grass, mingled with stone and the essence of this little creature. In that moment, it was not a ferocious predator of ancient times, but rather Yang Yang's one-of-a-kind, cherished little black treasure. Glancing towards the cave entrance, Yang Yang pondered. He still needed to contemplate how to explain Haidai's presence to his tribe. To keep Heiyu, he required everyone's approval. After all, creatures like Heiyu were the killers of the jungle, having faced many battles, and their ferocity was well known. A moment's inattention during hunting could lead to being hunted themselves. To secure the tribe's consent, the shaman was undoubtedly the best target for persuasion. If he could nod in agreement, others would likely follow suit. Resolute in his decision, Yang Yang wrapped Heiyu in a piece of animal hide and conveyed a thought of stillness to it through mental communication. Heiyu seemed to understand, responding with a chirp before settling down obediently, and Yang Yang carried it out of the cave. Outside, the weather was splendid, sunlight bathing the earth as temperatures gradually rose. After greeting a few tribesmen who had just emerged, he proceeded to the shaman's stone cave without delay. Within the cave, the shaman's eyes scrutinized the motionless Heiyu at Yang Yang's feet, his golden pupils narrowing into slits, head lowered, warily observing the elderly figure before him. However, under Yang Yang's calming presence, Heiyu refrained from taking an aggressive stance. Yang, is this a newborn? The shaman inquired, not directly suggesting the elimination of the young beast, but first posing a question to Yang Yang. Yes, Grandpa Shaman. It hatched from its egg just last night. It's incredibly obedient, and I wish to see if I can train it to assist in hunting, Yang Yang replied. The predators of the jungle had always been notoriously savage and bloodthirsty, making them difficult to tame. The tribe had previously attempted domestication, but none had succeeded. Once mature, the wild beasts became aggressive, and some tribesmen had even been injured. Look into its eyes. They lack the ferocity of the wild. It is quite intelligent and can follow my commands. Heiyu, sit, Yang Yang commanded, turning to the little creature, which promptly squatted in compliance, emitting a chirp in response. The shaman's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He had never encountered such an obedient creature. It was widely known that any beast of the jungle, even a newborn, exhibited significant aggression, let alone one capable of following human commands. Suddenly reaching out to touch the little one's head, Heiyu instinctively arched its back and lowered its body, making a clicking sound, yet it refrained from attacking. Yang Yang sensed its tension in his mind and continuously transmitted thoughts of relaxation and safety, which allowed Heiyu to fully relax and permit the touch. Indeed, it lacked some ferocity, yet there was no guarantee it would not exhibit hostility as it matured. Its adult claws could effortlessly tear apart prey, and no fewer than 3 or 4 warriors in the tribe could subdue it. The shaman expressed his doubts. Rest assured, I will keep a close watch on Heiyu. If taming fails and it exhibits any intent to attack, I will take action, Yang Yang assured him. Reflecting on Yang Yang's recent conduct, the shaman finally nodded in agreement, considering, then let us raise it and observe. However, the tribe's food supply is scarce. and we have little to spare for its nourishment. You must find a way to provide for it yourself. Yang Yang understood well. Recent hunting yields had been minimal, and with so many mouths to feed in the tribe, the hunting team wouldn't be able to venture out until tomorrow at the earliest. Thus, no one would willingly part with the hard-earned food for an uncertain, potentially dangerous beast. Upon hearing the shaman's consent, Yang Yang felt a weight lift from his heart, and a smile of relief spread across his face. As for food, he was not overly concerned. He would set traps in the nearby forest today, likely catching small animals suitable for Haitu's petite size. Besides, a few missed meals wouldn't be detrimental. The little creature, oblivious to the concept of hunger, playfully scurried around Yang Yang's legs, joyfully frolicking. Be cautious, and ensure it does not harm anyone, the shaman warned. Exiting the cave, Yang Yang strolled around with little Haitu, familiarizing it with the surroundings. The little one instinctively marked its territory, urinating here and there. Initially, it exhibited some wariness and low growls upon seeing others. But after Yang Yang's reassurance, it gradually adapted, no longer reacting to the presence of people, displaying a demeanor that was notably aloof, as if its warmth was reserved solely for its master. Yang, may I pet it? At that moment, Shan and the others, having learned of Haitu's presence, approached but did not come too close. Although they felt little fear towards the tiny newborn, they were aware of the inherent aggressiveness of wild beasts and feared being bitten. Haitu is quite amiable and can be petted, but do not tease it when I'm not around. It will be better once it becomes accustomed, Yang Yang cautioned. Even the most docile of dogs might retaliate if provoked in their owner's absence, let alone a prehistoric beast. Haitu was still too young to comprehend complex thoughts, so Yang Yang decided to gradually teach it how to interact amicably with the tribe as it grew. With Yang Yang's watchful eye, Haitu accepted the gentle touches, and Sure too also came closer to stroke it. Haitu's irregular yet warm skin deeply satisfied their curiosity, while others nearby merely glanced out of interest. As the adults who frequently hunted had encountered many animals and remained skeptical of Yang Yang's ability to successfully tame one. After some time of play, Shan and the others resumed practicing with their slingshots, primarily because Haitu remained quiet and did not engage with them. The childlike spirits of the group quickly waned in interest. Since they had not gone hunting, some tribe members were busy sharpening their stone spears and axes, while others worked on animal hides to prepare them for drying. The entire tribe began to bustle with activity, 2 children running barefoot, chasing a rolling stone ball, their laughter startling a few sparrows into flight. Several women were sewing animal hide armor with bone needles, mending the damages caused by hunting with meticulous care. In the central clearing of the tribe, the shaman was meticulously spreading unknown herbs upon sun-dried deer hides, preparing them for further drying. The bone necklace adorning his wrist clinked softly with each movement, creating a delicate sound. At this moment, the chief, Shurgo, clad in animal skins and wielding a stone spear, approached with the imposing gait of a great bear, soon standing before Yang Yang. Casting a glance at the small black tooth, he dismissed it and addressed Yang Yang. Yang, come with me to the riverside. I wish to see how you caught the fish yesterday. After speaking, he summoned a few warriors from the tribe, totaling 5. Upon seeing their intention to venture out, Shurtu hurried over with Shida, eager to accompany them to the riverbank. Shurgo nodded in agreement, and the group of 9 set off from the tribe towards the shore. Along the way, they did not insist on keeping the small black tooth close, allowing it to roam freely. Only when it strayed too far would Yang Yang, who kept a watchful eye on it, call it back. The others paid no mind, as the young black tooth, newly born, was filled with curiosity about its surroundings, chasing after insects in the grass and fluttering butterflies. Its innate keen senses enabled it to unearth hidden creatures, such as worms and frogs, with remarkable precision, swiftly capturing and swallowing them without fuss, proving to be easy to nourish. As they walked, the group observed their surroundings, while Shurtu and the others busied themselves, shooting slingshots at the birds perched in the trees. However, their efforts yielded little success, except for Shurtu, who seemed more adept, managing to strike down 2 sparrows, which the black tooth quickly retrieved with its impressive speed. In contrast, Chief Shurgo effortlessly felled several cuckoo birds perched high in the branches with his enhanced slingshot, their struggles rendered futile as they fell lifeless to the ground. Much to his satisfaction, he gleefully praised his slingshot to Yang Yang, who received his compliments with a hint of pride. The other 4 warriors expressed their envy, persistently requesting to have their own slingshots. Yang Yang could only acquiesce, advising them to bring sturdy animal sinews for the task, while Shurgo chuckled heartily at their eagerness. Upon reaching the riverside, the sunlight danced upon the water's surface, casting a silvery glow. Yang Yang approached the spot where he had placed the fish trap the previous day. The rope tied to a stone on the bank remained intact, taut as Shirtu pulled it ashore. The rough woven trap had a hole torn in it, bearing bite marks. And inside lay 3 snow-white fish, each weighing 3 to 4 pounds. It seemed that prolonged nibbling during the night had allowed some fish to escape, requiring repairs soon. After extracting the fish, Yang explained the weaving techniques for the traps, which Shirgo and the others quickly grasped. They began cutting some vine branches to start their own weaving. 4 or 5 primitive individuals squatted by the reed-filled shallows, skillfully crafting fish traps from the vines and resilient tree bark. Their fingers, though roughened from frequent tool-making during hunts, moved with remarkable dexterity, weaving an invisible net that surpassed Yang's own efforts. Gradually, 2 large traps took shape with funnel-shaped openings, allowing fish to swim in easily but escape with great difficulty. The mesh of their traps was much finer than Yang's rudimentary version, capable of ensnaring smaller fish and shrimp. "Uncle Shirgo, toss it over here. There are likely more fish," Yang exclaimed, tossing a small piece of meat into the trap and selecting a deeper spot to place it. With a couple of splashes, the traps plunged into the water, startling a few water birds that skimmed the surface, their clear calls adding vibrancy to the tranquil river. Not wishing to linger, they secured the ropes and departed for the nearby dense forest, intending to hunt with their slingshots. The other warriors patrolled the vicinity, vigilant for any dangerous creatures that might threaten the tribe, ensuring any potential threats were swiftly dealt with. The Black Tooth remained preoccupied, fixated on the fish strung together. Yang smiled, detached one, and, using a black dagger, began to gut it, not presenting the whole fish, as he was uncertain of this prehistoric creature's digestive capabilities. He opted for several pieces, carefully removing the bones and entrails before tossing them to the eager Black Tooth. "Eat well, little one, grow quickly. You will need to hunt for me in the future," he said, affectionately stroking the tiny creature that barely reached his knee. The little one chirped in response before eagerly devouring the fish, hardly chewing as it gulped it down, finishing in no time, leaving the others in the woods. Yang led the Black Tooth towards a thicket several dozen meters away. He scrutinized the ground, noting the soft soil marked with numerous animal tracks and some droppings, indicating frequent wildlife activity in the area. Finding a discreet spot, he began to excavate with his stone dagger. The Black Tooth, curious about its master's actions, joined in with its front paws, but its claws proved ineffective. After a while, having only dug to his knee, Yang felt the pace was slow, without a proper shovel. The task was cumbersome. Observing the progress, he realized that digging a 1-meter diameter, 2-meter deep pit would take considerable time, and he was wary of damaging his dagger, necessitating an even more cautious approach. A few individuals approached from afar, curious about what he was doing. Seeing no immediate danger, they soon lost interest and wandered off. After a brief rest and some wild fruits and jerky, he finally completed the deep pit after about 3 hours. He inserted several sharpened sticks into the bottom, ensuring that any small-sized prey would find it difficult to escape. Covering it with branches and leaves, he hung some wild fruits and meat from the bushes above, thus constructing a rudimentary trap. For the moment, this would suffice as he lacked the strength to set up anything further. He turned to accompany the Black Tooth back to join Shirgo. In their absence, the others had fared well, as Shirgo and the others had successfully hunted several cuckoo birds and hares. The slingshot proved far more efficient than throwing spears, despite its slightly lesser power, being entirely adequate for dealing with such small game. "Let us retrieve the traps from the water. It's time to head back," Shirgo called to Yang upon his return, noting that they had been away for a considerable time. Back at the riverbank, they tugged on the ropes, and upon seeing the fish thrashing wildly within the traps, Shirgo's eyes lit up. Together, they pulled the traps ashore, revealing several large fish in each, all struggling energetically. The day's catch would sustain the tribe for 2 to 3 days, without needing to unload the fish. They carried the traps along with their other bounty back to the tribe. Chapter 10. Sherman upon returning to the tribe. The group laid out their various catches and dozens of large fish on the ground. Shirgo called for Ima and the others to assist in processing the game. Yang plucked some feathers from the cuckoo birds, saving them for future bow making, while the women collected the rest. The vibrant red and blue feathers were highly sought after by the women, who favored using them to craft adornments or to weave into their hair. For the tribe, an abundance of food was not necessarily advantageous. Maintaining a stockpile sufficient for 4 to 5 days sufficed. The slightly elevated temperatures made meat prone to spoilage, rendering excess food difficult to preserve. Even naturally dried jerky had only a marginally extended shelf life, compounded by the challenges posed by insects and parasites. Emma and her companions swiftly dealt with their prey, while Yang and Shirshan clumsily observed from the sidelines, learning to skin and eviscerate with little finesse. These were not large game, and the process was relatively uncomplicated. "You few come over and spar with Sherman. Let's see if there's been any progress lately." Shergo called for Sherman, who, having nothing else to do and with the day still young, turned to Yang Yang and his companions, preparing for a training session. Sherman, who had been part of the hunting team for a short time, was likely 5 or 6 years older than the others, standing around 2 meters tall. His arms, though not as exaggerated as Shergo's, were robust and formidable. Upon hearing he could take on Sher Shan and the others, his eyes lit up, for he had always been the weakest in the hunting team. "I'll go first," Sher Shan exclaimed excitedly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The clearing in front of the mountain cave was trampled hard as iron, with tribesmen watching from the periphery. The sunlight cast distorted, gigantic shadows of trees and stone pillars, resembling ancient totems lurking in the darkness. Sher Shan and Sherman faced each other, the air thick with the salty tang of sweat and the earthy scent of mud. Though slightly shorter, Sher Shan's fighting spirit grew increasingly intense. With a roar, he charged forward without much technique, his body rushing at Sherman like a small tank. Arms outstretched, he aimed to lift Sherman off the ground. With a resounding thud, their bodies collided. Shyman's legs slightly bent, he stood firm as if he were a tightly compressed spring, exploding upward and forward with a powerful shout. His muscular arms, like iron chains, swiftly ensnared Sher Shan's attacking limbs, locking tightly around his neck and shoulders. At the same time, Shyman's core strength surged as his legs rooted firmly like ancient trees, using Sher Shan's momentum to twist and throw him downwards. Sher Shan felt an irresistible force surge from his neck and shoulders, losing his balance and being lifted off the ground like a boulder caught in a tempest. Slammed violently into the earth by Shyman's brutal shoulder throw. Dust erupted, and Sher Shan's back struck the hard ground with a sound that made one's teeth ache, momentarily blacking out his vision and nearly expelling the air from his lungs. Yang Yang winced at the sight. Again, Sherman called, remaining still, not pursuing further. Sher Shan, his face reddened, quickly rolled to his feet, gasping for breath but sustaining no injuries, showcasing his physical prowess. The next moment, without resting, Sher Shan charged again. This time, Sherman did not adopt a defensive stance. As Sher Shan approached, he stepped forward, lowered himself, and braced against the impact with his shoulder. He then locked his arms around Sher Shan's waist, lifting him and slamming him down with a thud that sent dirt flying. Sher Shan, struck hard, felt his vision darken. And despite his efforts to rise, he reluctantly conceded defeat, returning dejectedly to the sidelines, knowing no one would comfort him. Tribal warriors do not seek solace, they only grow stronger. Next, Shirtu and Shida took their turns, lacking any significant technique, and faced the same fate, being thrown around by Sherman, much to the amusement of the spectators. Sherman, reveling in his success, seemed to enjoy the dominance he held over them all. Finally, it was Yang Yang's turn. Observing the outcomes of the previous 3, he felt trepidation. His last memory of a fight was in elementary school over a rubber eraser, where he hadn't even managed to retaliate before a teacher intervened. Standing in the arena, Yang Yang scrutinized Sherman, aware that in a society that revered individual strength, showing fear could lead to disdain or even expulsion from the tribe. In this perilous world, being alone could spell disaster, leaving him only to ponder how to mitigate the forthcoming impact. Sensing the atmosphere of battle and Yang Yang's own trepidation, Heya, watching from the sidelines, emitted low growls, as if preparing to charge, but thankfully, he was calmed by Yang Yang's soothing voice. "Come on, I'll go easy on you," Sherman said with a smile. Shyman's strength was undeniably overwhelming, but his agility was lacking. Victory seemed unattainable. One must remember that sheer force often eclipses skill, rendering technique ineffective in the face of overwhelming power. With a plan forming in his mind, Yang Yang mimicked Sher Shan's earlier charge, gathering his strength. Sherman, ready for another grapple, braced himself. As they neared collision, Yang Yang abruptly pivoted, leaping to Shyman's side and delivering a powerful kick to his rear knee. Taken by surprise, Shyman's left leg buckled slightly, though he remained upright, a hint of embarrassment coloring his face. After delivering the kick, Yang Yang prepared to retreat, but Sherman, demonstrating his experience as a seasoned hunter, reacted instantly. With lightning speed, Shyman's left hand shot out, grasping Yang Yang's waist and pulling him back, while his right hand seized Yang Yang's shoulder, hoisting him overhead as if about to execute another throw. However, Yang Yang did not panic. Twisting his waist with all his might, he clutched Sherman's arms to prevent being thrown off, his legs wrapping around Shyman's neck to secure his hold. Employing a strategy of entanglement, Sherman struggled to dislodge Yang Yang, but could not shake him off and ultimately had to pull him down with all his strength. Though Yang Yang successfully evaded being thrown. As soon as he hit the ground, Yang Yang attempted to leap away, but Sherman would not grant him the chance. With a powerful charge, Sherman's shoulder collided with Yang Yang, sending him crashing to the ground with a thunderous impact. This marked Sherman's first offensive move in the match, showcasing his immense power. Lying on the ground, Yang Yang felt excruciating pain coursing through his body, his insides churning, his vision darkening, and thoughts stalling as if he were on the brink of death. "All right, stop," Shergo called, observing Yang Yang struggling to rise, addressing Sherman. Hearing the chief's voice, Sherman ceased his attack, approaching to help Yang Yang up, grinning. "Not bad. You showed some fighting spirit, though your body still lacks resilience," Shergo commended, noting Yang Yang had lasted longer than the others. "You three should learn from this. Don't always charge in blindly. No amount of strength can rival those colossal beasts." He admonished Shershan and the others, while the crowd buzzed with advice on how to improve. As evening approached, everyone dispersed, preparing for the nightly bonfire feast, the sole occasion to fill their bellies and the tribe's only communal activity. Chapter 11. Zhu Jinxiang. The torrential rain poured down like a divine deluge, hammering the depths of the dense forest. Mud surged through the valleys, carrying debris and stones, emitting a deep, resonant roar. In this chaotic mire, a figure, dark brown and as massive as a small mountain, struggled to navigate, resembling a piece of rotting wood washed away by floodwaters. This creature was the leader of the once mighty tusked boar herd that had ruled the thicket, now reduced to the sole survivor in this tempestuous realm. Battered by stones and broken branches propelled by the fierce winds, mud filled its small ears and caked its eyes, each breath laden with the earthy scent of soil, while its once majestic bristles clung to its body, rendering it a pitiful sight. The left hind leg was firmly pinned beneath a fallen, colossal dead tree, with every struggle eliciting excruciating pain from the grinding of bones. 3 deep gashes, seemingly inflicted by some predatory claws, marred its flesh, exposing raw meat that quivered with each drop of rain that struck it. One such wound even hinted at the internal organs, perilously close to being penetrated. Hunger gnawed at its insides like countless tiny insects, more tormenting than the injuries on its leg. It emitted a low, despairing whimper from its throat, the sound completely swallowed by the torrential downpour. A day prior, a monstrous beast had torn through the pig herd amidst the deluge, mercilessly slaughtering its companions. Despite the valiant charges led by the mightiest boars of the group, not a single tremor was felt in the face of the adversary. Both piglets and adults fell victim to the savage carnage. The once proud tusks and brute strength of this clan of giant tusked pigs had become a jest, as even their intertwining, sharp tusks failed to pierce the creature's armored hide. Ultimately, relying on sheer will and unparalleled stamina, it fled, leaving its brothers, sisters, and younglings as mere prey for the monstrous beast, while it found itself trapped in this unfamiliar predicament. The warmth of the grass nest and the grunts of its companions fading from memory, leaving only the primal instinct to survive. As the rain lessened and the mud ceased to flow, a scene of devastation remained. The scent of blood was masked by the mud, and the heavy rain had washed away the odors. The massive head lay in the cold mire, with only the nostrils slightly quivering. Suddenly, it opened its mouth to consume the rotting roots and stems, mingled with the earthy scent carried by the rain, providing a momentary sense of fullness. In the distance, a pack of velociraptors appeared, their individual sizes significantly smaller than its own towering frame of nearly 4 meters. However, as notorious pack hunters, the injured boar was no match for them in its current state. As the wisest of the herd, it yearned to confront them. But the instinct for survival prevailed over all else. It ceased its attempts to extricate its leg and instead, using its large tusks and robust snout like a rusty shovel, began to frantically dig through the muck beneath it. Mud splattered everywhere, coating its face and body, yet its movements grew increasingly swift and powerful. At last, the velociraptors drew near, its vast form concealed within the mire of the swamp. Just as it approached the brink of exhaustion, the hunters, having failed to locate any prey, finally departed, vanishing into the misty night. Dragging its injured leg, it limped onto the grassy terrain. The wounds, soaked in mud, had swollen, and every step felt as though it were treading on razor blades. It needed to tend to its injuries and evade any predators that might appear at any moment. With its heavy body, the cold, viscous mud thickly adhered to its wounds and covered its entire form. The mud served as a natural bandage, a disinfectant, and the best camouflage. Like a figure sculpted from mud, it cautiously surveyed its surroundings, with only its small eyes glinting with alertness beneath the muddy shell. Taking advantage of the sporadic flashes of lightning in the sky, it moved towards an area remembered as being less frequented by predators, gradually vanishing into the jungle's shadows like a massive mountain. The chill penetrated its soaked mud coating as it curled up in a sheltered crevice behind a rock. The pain from its wounds and the pangs of hunger surged anew. It suppressed its discomfort and scraped some moss and lichen from the crevice with its tusks, swallowing them with great difficulty. These meager greens were its sole glimmer of hope at that moment. Along the way, perhaps due to the thunderstorm, it encountered a giant saber-toothed tiger pursuing prey, which it managed to scare off by feigning strength. In the darkest hour before dawn, a chilling low howl echoed through the woods. Several ghostly green lights flickered in the darkness, drawing closer. Wolves. They had been lured by the scent of blood. The heart of the pig king raced wildly, almost bursting from its chest. It wished to flee, but its injured leg hindered its ability to run. It could only brace itself against the cold rock wall, muscles taut, even holding its breath. The mud's disguise worked in the darkness, and combined with the cover of the torrential rain, the pack of wolves prowled outside the crevice, sniffing and growling, yet failing to detect the nearly camouflaged mass of mud that was almost indistinguishable from the rock. Time dragged on in fear. When the first faint light pierced the darkness, the wolves finally lost patience and retreated, disgruntled. The taut body of the iron-bristled pig relaxed, trembling as the mud shell began to shed. 3 days later, the pig king, dragging its injured leg, limped into the jungle at the edge of the Rocky Mountains, where the pain from its wounds had become unbearable. The edges rotting and infested with maggots, the buzzing of flies incessantly irksome. In the distance lay the territory of human tribes. It halted, its eyes beneath the mud shell gazing at the drifting smoke rising from the flames igniting the wood. It had once witnessed a group of feeble humans hunting and then lighting a fire to cook, causing them to flee in terror at the sight of its powerful presence. It then glanced back at the perilous forest behind it, fraught with lethal threats, where it had unearthed roots with its tusks, wrapped its wounds in mud, and survived the dark nights. Comparatively, the dangers here felt far less daunting. Emitting a low grunt, it turned its head and, dragging its almost useless injured leg, resolutely sought a concealed and comfortable spot in the jungle to collapse amidst the underbrush. The towering trees provided excellent cover, and the mud dried and flaked off in the sunlight, revealing rougher skin beneath, marred by scars, yet still housing resilient muscles. No longer the leader of the tusked herd, it had become a solitary survivor in this forest, a beast that had persisted through mud, tusks, and an iron will. Each limping step was a testament to the primal and stubborn declaration of life. Enduring the pain, it used its muscular mouth and enormous tusks to unearth some roots intermingled with the moisture-rich branches and leaves of the underbrush, swallowing them without much chewing. Although it longed for meat, its current state rendered it incapable of pursuing anything beyond the peculiar morsels hanging from a branch in the low shrubs nearby. After barely satiating its hunger, this severely injured and resilient pig king weakly closed its eyes, occasionally emitting faint grunts before succumbing to slumber, while the incessant buzzing of flies and mosquitoes surrounded it. Although it had consumed some restorative plants along the way, the injuries were too severe, if no miracle occurred. The life force of this tenacious tusked giant would soon be extinguished. Chapter 12. The green ember. The night in the tribe felt somewhat tranquil as the shaman gazed into the flickering flames within a stone bowl, lost in thought. The dim light illuminated the cavern's darkness. This was a gift from Yang, the child, who had conceived the ingenious idea of using this method for lighting. It was inconvenient to ignite a bonfire inside the cave, and the ground's hearth had not been lit in quite some time, only occasionally utilizing a few barely smoldering pieces of wood for warmth, as the cold wave had yet to arrive. Though the shaman admired Yang's recent series of innovative creations, in a primitive tribe where individual combat prowess represented survival, it had not stirred significant impact. If one could slay a tyrant with a single kick, there was no need for further words. One would be deemed a deity, and these primitives would undoubtedly bow in reverence. The oil lamp burned steadily, the air filled with the acrid scent of burning fat. The shaman held a stone slab, counting the evenly spaced notches carved upon it when distant rumbles of thunder from the southern sky heralded the approaching storm, akin to the wrath of the divine, signifying that the waters would soon come, and the tribe would once again face a trial. After etching a mark on the stone tablet, a line representing a day was inscribed. These tablets served as a means for the shaman to record time, with each mark denoting a single day. When a tablet is filled with 400 marks, it signifies a year, making it a crucial method of timekeeping for the tribe. A tradition passed down through generations of primitive people. Upon counting the marks and storing the tablet away, a somber expression crossed his face. Each year, the rainy season would bring over 60 days of rising waters, leading to a scarcity of food for the tribe. The only option to procure sustenance was to brave the dangers of being swept away by the floodwaters or hunted by the colossal beasts lurking below. Storing an abundance of prey proved challenging, especially during the humid season, as meat would quickly spoil. Even if consumed forcefully, it could lead to poisoning, incapacitating individuals, and in severe cases, resulting in death. Fortunately, the tribe resided on the mountainside, a higher elevation that had spared them from floods in previous years. The stone cave's waterproof capabilities were also commendable. With no viable alternatives, the shaman extinguished the flame of the oil lamp. The light surrendered to darkness. His calloused hands felt no burn from the extinguished flame. "Sit, dog. Lie down, dog." Returning to the cave, Yang found himself with little to do. He prepared the remaining egg as a dinner for Heya and, in a moment of boredom, decided to train the pup. Although Heya could sense his thoughts through the spark of fire, training would enhance their bond. Drawing from techniques seen in videos, he began to teach Heya basic commands. The clever little creature quickly grasped each command, its bright eyes never leaving its master, clearly relishing the playful interaction. After a while, feeling fatigued, Heya lay down on the bed made of animal hides. Suddenly, a jolt of realization coursed through Yang as the spark of fire flickered in his mind. Another day had passed, and the fire spark had transformed. Once a waning white flame, it had evolved into a soft green hue, thicker and more stable, resembling a candle flame that no longer appeared on the verge of extinguishment. Observing this change, Yang contemplated the functions of the white fire spark he had already understood. It allowed a mental connection with Heya, enabling the pup to receive commands telepathically, seemingly with a reinforcing effect that accelerated its growth and development. Heya's intellect appeared enhanced, and most significantly, it fostered a bond of recognition rather than servitude. During the day, he had secretly attempted to connect with the large fish he had pulled ashore, but to no avail. The fire spark, relying on palm contact with the fish, had been repelled, imparting a strong sense of resistance to Yang. This led him to speculate that the adult creature had already developed a self-defensive consciousness at the moment of capture, instinctively resisting. Just like humans, when faced with the fear of death, even the most delectable morsel may provoke suspicion of poison, revealing a lack of trust. Heya, prior to hatching, possessed no awareness, which is why it had absorbed the energy of its spark, resulting in a series of transformations. This conclusion would require further validation through experimentation. Currently, it was uncertain whether the spark, now glowing with a light green radiance, possessed any additional effects, although its growth was undeniable. Cradling Heya, he placed his palm on its small head. A surge of thought detached from the fire spark and extended fine tendrils into his palm. Heya, sensing the energy, instantly reacted, absorbing the influx. The mental connection with Heya grew ever clearer, allowing him to perceive its joyful emotional fluctuations. Soon, a sensation of fullness arose, prompting Yang to withdraw his hand and sever the transmission. The small creature, having absorbed the fire spark's energy, yawned and promptly fell asleep beside him, likely experiencing some enhancement effect. At the very least, their mental connection had solidified, and the transmission of thoughts became clearer. Meanwhile, the spark in his mind reverted to its previous white state, the flame diminishing and appearing precariously close to extinction, suggesting a loss of energy and a downgrade. Unable to discern anything further, he decided not to dwell on it. Extinguishing the oil lamp, he embraced Heya and inhaled deeply, exclaiming, "Ah, delightful," before closing his eyes to sleep, for tomorrow would require him to seek food for his companion. The following day, Yang breathed in the fresh morning air. Free from the scorching heat of the sun, the coolness penetrating his lungs and instantly dispelling the remnants of slumber. Leaving behind a crisp sweetness akin to the melting snowmelt of the mountain streams on his tongue, dew still clung to the stones of the ground, slowly evaporating. In the distance, birds flitted about the mountaintop, chirping merrily. Shirgu had organized the hunting team, preparing stone spears and axes. "Sure, if the opportunity arises. Let us hunt for more animal hides before the floods arrive. We need to trade for salt and non-perishable foods with other tribes," the shaman instructed Shirgu. After a moment of contemplation, Shirgu replied, "There aren't many game animals near the tribe. If we venture further east, closer to the south, we might find some large-horned deer. However, it's somewhat distant, and we may not return to the tribe today. Prepare to camp overnight in the jungle, and avoid straying too far into the southern thicket. If danger arises, retreat and ensure the safety of the tribe," the shaman expressed his concern. "Rest assured, I will bring everyone back safely, Shirgu replied, before organizing the team to gather some animal hides for sleeping bags, preparing to camp in the jungle overnight. The shaman nodded, trusting Shirgu, whom he had personally trained as an exceptional hunter in his youth, well-versed in dealing with fierce beasts and surviving in the wild. Even when faced with dangerous predators, Shirgu had always managed to return unscathed. Moreover, the tribe's hunters were formidable and well-coordinated. As long as they did not venture deep into the south, they could handle even solitary predators. Yang, when I return, make me a slingshot like Shirgu's. Shi Ming exclaimed upon seeing Yang, his eyes lighting up with desire for Shirgu's slingshot, lamenting the lack of sturdy animal sinew. Of course, I will craft the finest one for you, Yang replied sincerely, feeling deep respect for these individuals. Who could refuse the modest request of a warrior who risks life and limb for the tribe? I will bring you a gift upon my return, Shi Ming grinned, patting Yang's shoulder before rejoining the group. As the sun rose, the hunting team, equipped with dried meat and flint, set off towards the east, spears in hand. Chapter 13. Marks Yang, what shall we do today? With the warriors of the tribe having departed, only the shaman and Emma, carrying a child on her back, remained to sort through animal hides, rendering the atmosphere somewhat desolate. Shi Shan, Shi Tu, and Shi Da, accompanied by two snot-nosed, dirty children, watched Yang intently. One child was Shi Da's younger brother, named Shi Er, rumored to be the subject of Shi Da's father's desire for a third child, while the other, named Shi Hu, was a child of another tribe member. The group of children gazed expectantly at Yang, two little ones staring curiously at Heya, who sat obediently by Yang's feet, torn between wanting to touch the pup and hesitating. Yang found the scene amusing, realizing he had unwittingly become a figure of fascination for these young ones through his modest creations. Take the fish trap to the river and catch some fish. Then shoot a few goo birds. You two can go play with the shaman, but don't wander off. I'll bring you back some wild fruits. Okay, Brother Yang, when you return, can I pet it? It's called Heya. If you behave, you may pet it when I return. All right, we'll help the shaman and be very obedient. After exchanging farewells with the shaman, they carried the fish trap through the stone forest down to the foot of the mountain, heading towards the riverbank. Once they set the fish trap in the river and secured the line, they left the riverbank and returned to the woods from the day before. Yang scanned the area, noting the trees were gnarled and scarred, with many hollowed trunks that appeared unstable. Shi Shan, is there any strong wood around here that one can easily break? After surveying the surroundings and seeing no immediate threats, Heya was busy digging for insects in the soil nearby. In the small grove ahead, 80 and the others were crafting stone spears, and I led you over there. Shi Shan replied, momentarily setting down the slingshot he had been aiming. Following Shi Shan, we walked for a while to the left side of the grove, arriving at a tree with a trunk as thick as a waist. The main trunk stood tall and straight, with few knots and scars, while the branches were also straight and elongated. The bark appeared relatively smooth. Grasping Shida's stone axe, I struck the tree forcefully. Its density was impressive. Climbing up with the axe in hand, I selected 2 branches over 3 meters long and as thick as my arm, laboriously cutting and pulling them down. Shi Shan and the others helped carry them aside, while Yang jumped back to the ground, returning the axe to Shida, who winced at the sight of several nicks on the newly sharpened blade. Are you making stone spears? Shida inquired curiously. Not quite. I have other uses in mind. I replied, offering no further explanation. I was uncertain about my success, having never crafted a bow before, but I felt compelled to make an attempt. It's a bit far from the tribe here. We might encounter wild beasts. What are you afraid of? If a wild beast comes, I'll smash it to pieces. Shi Shan proclaimed with bravado. Exactly. I've been eager to test this stone axe. Shida chimed in, shaking his axe in agreement, although Shi Tu remained silent. The glimmer in his eyes revealed his eagerness. Without further ado, I approached Shi Shan, pressed my hand against his chest, and swept my left foot towards his legs, causing him to lose his balance and fall to the ground. You can't even stand properly, and you think you can fight a wild beast? I remarked without mercy, noting their rebellious spirit. Shi Shan rose, his face flushed with indignation, yet he followed Yang as we departed, his eyes still longing for a rematch. If you want to fight, I'll join you back at the tribe. For now, listen to me. My tone was unusually serious, and the 3 of them sensed the weight of my words, yielding obediently. Soon, they resumed their playful antics with the slingshot. At this age, children often possess a competitive spirit, yet I was unperturbed by these reckless youths. Fighting requires cunning, and I was not lacking in physical prowess, especially since the spark of fire had recently awakened within me, each day bringing a sense of increasing strength. Even if my physique remained largely unchanged, I continued my task, trimming the branches and thinning the finer ends with a black stone dagger, ultimately leaving 2 sturdy trunks, each over 2 meters long and of arm's thickness, on the ground to take with us upon our return. Hey, come back. As I paused, I remembered the trap I had dug yesterday and decided to check on it. Shortly thereafter, Heya emerged from the underbrush, proudly carrying a 5 or 6 pound wild rabbit in its mouth, which it obediently offered to me. Taking the rabbit, I examined the bite marks on its neck. It bore no other wounds, indicating a successful ambush. Well done, Heya. I stroked its head, acknowledging its prowess as a jungle hunter, though still young and small. Its aggressive nature and hunting abilities seemed almost innate. One wondered if wild creatures possessed similar instincts. Seeing Heya had captured prey, Shershan and the others became more focused in their aim, eager to secure their own quarry for the sake of boasting. I chuckled quietly, leading Heya to the trap site from yesterday. The meat and wild fruits that had been there were gone, and the leaves from the trap were scattered. The ground around appeared trampled, as if something had pressed down on the grass and bushes, some branches broken, and ferns bore clear signs of having been gnawed upon. Nothing remained in the trap, nor were there any signs of animal tracks. The spikes at the pit's bottom were unchanged, suggesting no animals had fallen in and escaped. The disarray of the ground made it difficult to discern any animal presence due to the thick undergrowth and decaying branches, leaving no footprints. Could it be a small pack of beasts? Heya lowered its head, sniffing the ground, then lifted it to scent the air, seemingly detecting something, its teeth clicking softly. Did you find something? Heya conveyed that no immediate danger was present, only a lingering scent of unknown animal blood and an odor it found distasteful. After the morning dew washed away traces, only its keen sense of smell remained. Having encountered few wild beasts, Heya accurately relayed details of creatures like wild rabbits, cuckoo birds, and fish, even managing to convey vague outlines after absorbing the energy of fire. It seemed a certain animal had passed through, but it had since moved on. Concerned about potential danger, I halted Heya's urge to pursue further and decided to return to consult with Grandfather Wu. Restoring the trap, I took Heya to find the 3 who were shooting small birds in the grove. They had only caught 4 or 5 palm-sized birds, a meager haul. There may be traces of an unknown large beast in that thicket. Let us clean up and withdraw. After we finish fishing, we'll return to the tribe and inform Grandfather Wu. I urged them not to think me overly cautious. Survival in this world demanded utmost vigilance. Should we search over there first? Shershan's eyes brightened, as youthful adventurers often lacked a sense of caution. I said to go back. I glared at Shershan until he lowered his gaze and nodded, turning toward the riverbank. Yang is quite fierce, Shida whispered to Shurtu, who remained silent. Consider the injuries on Chief Shurgo and the tribesmen lost in the jungle. If they cannot guarantee their safe return, how can we, who have never faced battle, expect to survive against bloodthirsty beasts? I do not wish to see you become prey one day. Sensing the atmosphere was tense, I paused, then softly addressed the 3 of them. Indeed, I may seem timid, but this was the wisest course of action. Our tribe was sparsely populated, and any member venturing out risked never returning. Only a stronger tribe could forge a safer existence. Young, we will follow your lead. Shershan replied earnestly, his face flushed. Shurtu and Shida echoed, we will too. As the tension eased, we shared light-hearted banter as we approached the riverbank. Lifting the fish traps, we discovered only 4 fish. A rather modest catch, though one was sizable enough to feed several in the tribe. Shershan and the others carried the fish traps, a wild rabbit, and several small birds, while I cradled 2 pieces of wood intended for crafting a bow frame, making our way towards the tribe, with Heya closely following. Chapter 14, Thunderstorm Before Long. We returned to the tribe, dropping our catch and seeking out the shaman, who was busy sorting hides. I discovered some signs near the jungle by the Heishui River. It seems there may be a beast pack. I revealed my findings. Signs. Did you find anything on the ground? The shaman's gaze sharpened. There were signs of gnawing on nearby branches, but no footprints on the ground, likely due to the thick layer of decaying leaves and the passage of time. The area showed signs of significant rolling and trampling. Heya only detected some residual blood scent, which should have already departed. There is rarely large beast activity near the tribe. It is likely a herd of herbivores. However, you should avoid that area for now until Shurgo and the others return. The shaman advised thoughtfully, visibly relaxing as he glanced at Heya. Your Heya is quite remarkable. You've trained it well. It has quickly learned to track scents. I wonder if it will retain its wild nature as it matures, making it difficult to control. The shaman expressed curiosity about what Heya would become when fully grown. It is very intelligent. It remembers after just 2 lessons. I was not concerned, given our mental connection. Exiting the shaman's quarters, I found Shirshan and the others processing our catch. Yang, how did it go? Did Grandfather Wu say anything? Shida inquired eagerly upon seeing me return. It appears to be a small herd of herbivores. It would be prudent not to venture out for the time being. Let us wait for the return of the leaders. Understood, then. Upon hearing that they could not go outside, a slight sense of dejection settled among a few individuals, ignoring their minor mood. One picked up a piece of wild rabbit entrails and tossed it up. Heya swiftly leaped up, catching it and swallowing it whole. Afterward, several pieces of fish meat were cut and offered to him. Once satiated, he lay down on the ground, squinting his eyes in a nap. With little else to occupy their time, the individual took hold of a sturdy branch, roughly the size of an arm, and prepared to attempt crafting a bow. The wood was remarkably resilient and elastic. Carving with the Haishi dagger proved somewhat laborious, as he stripped the bark and shaped the stick into a spindle form, thicker in the middle and tapering at both ends. The tools were rather rudimentary, and the process was not swift. It took a considerable amount of time to complete, ultimately yielding a bow approximately 1.5 meters in length. Summarizing the experience, he began work on a second bow. This time, the process was considerably quicker, having already gone through it once, and he even handled the wood with greater skill. The finished product turned out to be slightly longer and thicker than the first. He returned to his cave with the bow frame, hanging it in a well-ventilated spot at the entrance to allow it to dry. Mindful that the high temperatures outside could cause the wood to crack, by afternoon, the southern sky became laden with dark clouds. As time passed, the once clear sky was completely engulfed by layers of roiling cumulonimbus clouds, dark and oppressive, their edges flickering with purple lightning as they bore down heavily upon the earth. The daylight had been forcefully dragged into a peculiar, stagnant dusk. The once distinct outlines of trees and mountains in the distance transformed into vague, oppressive silhouettes. Crouching beneath the immense shadows in the sky, the air thickened with a stifling pressure. The gentle breeze long vanished, replaced by a suffocating silence. As if nature's invisible weight was tightening inch by inch. It felt as though they had reached a critical point when a powerful flash of lightning streaked across the heavy cloud cover, illuminating the dim earth. A tremendous rumble of thunder sounded, akin to the call to battle, and torrential raindrops commenced their furious descent. How swiftly the weather changed. One could only wonder how the leaders fared in the jungle. Sitting within the cave, listening to the sound of the thunderstorm, thoughts began to swirl. Beneath a cliff on the eastern side of the tribe, a group huddled close to the ground, seeking refuge from the torrential rain and raging winds. It was the hunting party led by Shirgu. Fortunately, they had found shelter in time, avoiding being drenched by the downpour. They were gathered around a fire, consuming dried beast meat and engaging in light conversation. A flicker of concern crossed Shirgu's eyes. The torrential rain had disrupted their plans, and there was still a considerable distance to the hunting grounds. It was uncertain when they could continue their journey, as moving in such heavy rain was unwise. They needed to conserve their strength to face any potential dangers that could arise at any moment. Leader, please eat something. We shall set out once the rain ceases. It shouldn't delay us for long. One of the tribesmen offered food. Yes, I understand. I hope the downpour ends swiftly, allowing us to return to the tribe without further delay. Make sure to keep the food and animal skins dry, and take turns on watch. The rest of you should rest. We will depart as soon as the rain stops. Understood, leader, the group responded. In a dense thicket, a massive body lay upon the ground, rainwater pooling beneath, creating a muddy swamp. It was the severely injured king of the Fong boar, who had barely escaped. Having nibbled on some nearby grass roots, it was now too exhausted to move, allowing the rain to wash over it. The previously dried and cracked mud armor, mixed with resin, regained its luster as the rain soaked it. The wounds were numb, and the rotting flesh and parasites were washed away, revealing a glimpse of fresh, red meat. With unwavering eyes fixed on the sky, the flashes of lightning illuminated its pupils, filled with a yearning for life. The rain persisted throughout the night, and in his mind, the spark of vitality had transformed once more into a vibrant green, yet it did not absorb Heya. He wished to see how it would continue to evolve. After completing the daily training games with Heya, he lay down to rest, transmitting several hazy images through their mental connection. The following morning, the sky was no longer a dark prison. The heavy clouds had vanished without a trace, and sunlight poured down like molten gold through the gaps, splashing onto the damp earth. Puddles became scattered mirrors, reflecting the pristine blue sky and the occasional bird flitting by, its wings still glistening with moisture. Every leaf hung heavily with crystalline droplets, which, when brushed by the gentle breeze, tumbled down to splatter against the mossy ground, shattering into smaller points of light. The grass stalks, once battered by the storm, now stood defiantly upright, green as if they could drip with emeralds. The world was enveloped in a strange sense of transparency. The outlines of distant mountains appeared sharper, and the stone pillars were rendered immaculate by the rain. Even the age-old grime embedded in the wood grain was washed clean. Deep within the underbrush, there was a gentle rustling sound, the slow movement of a snail carrying its damp shell, tracing a shiny silver path along the soaked leaf veins. The soil, saturated with water, felt soft and cool beneath foot. The lingering moisture in the air had not entirely dissipated, resembling a delicate, dewy veil that caressed exposed skin. The entire world seemed to have just undergone a grand baptism, shedding dust and heat, leaving only a primal freshness imbued with life. Chapter 15. On the brink of death, 2 days had passed since the thunderstorm. Yet Shirgu and the others had not returned, and the tribe's food supplies were dwindling. Though it was anticipated that the storm would delay hunting, a hint of concern lingered in the eyes of the shaman. The spark of vitality in his mind had undergone a transformation over the past 2 days. The originally pale green had deepened into a light blue as time progressed. Its size had increased significantly compared to the original flame. Yang Yang scratched his head, puzzled by the changes in color and size, uncertain of their implications. He only knew that the energy contained within was likely much greater than when it was white. Never mind, I shall study it later. For now, I must focus on bringing back some food, as Heya was not fully satisfied yesterday. Unable to comprehend it further, he chose to set it aside. In the days that followed, Heya had grown a bit larger, his claws and teeth darkening and hardening, while his skin took on a deeper, glossier hue. 2 faint purple stripes had emerged along either side of his spine, extending to the tip of his tail. A tuft of hair atop his head had also grown slightly, the once dark red color deepening, now tinged with purple, creating a rather unconventional mohawk appearance. Yang Yang felt a bit hesitant to feed Heya the stored food, so he decided to head to the river today to catch some fish and perhaps hunt a few birds to bring back. He had reinforced Heya's alertness during training, especially against unfamiliar beasts and scents. With Heya's advanced sensory capabilities, he could detect sounds and smells from afar, enabling preemptive measures. Should any unknown creature approach, they could swiftly make their escape without issue. After reassuring the shaman that they would prioritize retreat in case of danger, he was finally permitted to descend the mountain, albeit with the requirement to bring along Sher Shan and the others, who could provide some defense if needed, as they were not without strength. Initially intending to go alone, he had to concede to the shaman's request. You 3 must heed Yang's instructions. If you disobey, I shall break your legs upon your return. Upon hearing they could finally go out, the trio of Sher Shan jumped up in delight, assuring, rest assured, we will listen to Yang. They had been cooped up for 2 to 3 days and could hardly contain their excitement. Had it not been for their fear of the shaman's punishment, they would have already sneaked out. The 4 of them, carrying fish baskets, happily made their way down the mountain. The jungle, rejuvenated after the rain, displayed a frenzy of growth spurred by the downpour. Shirta wielded a stone axe in front, clearing the obstructing vines and branches, while Yang Yang instructed little Heya to remain vigilant, ready to warn of any dangers, and urged Sher Shan and Sher Tu to be cautious and alert to their surroundings. Fortunately, they arrived safely at the riverbank. Heya ambushed 2 birds that darted across their path like wild chickens. Yang Yang plucked one, removed its feathers, and discarded the innards for Heya to consume. Upon reaching the riverbank, the water level had risen slightly, and the current had grown stronger. They adeptly prepared their fish baskets, casting them into the water and securing the ropes, a task they had mastered through experience. Leaving the riverbank, they paused in a thicket teeming with birds. Sher Tu spotted a bird's nest atop a tree and swiftly climbed up to retrieve 6 eggs the size of chicken eggs. Disregarding the trio engaging in shooting birds with a slingshot, they instructed Heya to remain vigilant while they conducted a patrol. No threats or suspicious scents were detected. Indeed, few creatures ventured near the tribe's vicinity. Although safety was assured, each hunting expedition required them to venture further afield for substantial rewards. They decided to inspect the traps they had previously dug. With Heya leading the way, they navigated the rain-soaked jungle where the foliage had surged in growth. They followed Heya, severing vines with a dagger to clear a path. Occasionally, venomous snakes and insects lurking in the underbrush were dispatched by Heya, who behaved like a seasoned scout, perceiving every sound. The camouflage over the traps had been washed away by the rain, and murky water had pooled within. Lacking a stone basin or bowl for cleaning, they had to abandon the traps. Heya gazed towards the direction where they had previously detected a scent, expressing a desire to explore. Recognizing the absence of threats, they did not insist on keeping it close. Go ahead, but do not venture too far. Alert me at the first sign of danger. Over the past few days, they had discerned that the range of their mental connection was approximately 500 meters. Beyond that, they could not perceive one another. Given permission, the little creature leapt into the underbrush, swiftly vanishing among the towering grass. Not idle, they found a spot and began digging, determined that with enough effort, they would eventually capture prey. However, the tools at hand were rather inconvenient. They resolved to craft a stone shovel when time allowed. Though it would not be as effective as iron, it was preferable to using a dagger for digging. After laboring for 2 hours, Heya returned multiple times, bringing with it 2 wild rabbits and a mouse the size of a domestic cat, all remarkably plump. Finally, they excavated a trap pit larger than the previous one, wiped the sweat from their brow, and covered it with branches and leaves. They suspended some rabbit entrails above the trap to complete their preparations, gazing at their handiwork with satisfaction, eager to return the following day to see if there were any results. The sun hung high in the sky, radiating heat, causing the trees to dry out. At that moment, a sense of urgency flooded Yang Yang's mind as Heya relayed a tense thought, causing his heart to race. A vague shadow emerged in his consciousness, prompting him to call Heya back quickly. Moments later, Heya leapt from the underbrush, chirping to indicate that there was no danger, but that a massive creature was nearby. Yang Yang speculated, "Are you suggesting that there is no immediate threat, yet a colossal beast is present?" Heya confirmed his suspicion. After a moment's hesitation, Yang Yang instructed, "Lead me there, but tread carefully." Turning, he followed Heya into the thicket, opting for silence rather than rustling the underbrush unnecessarily. As they wound through the foliage, Yang Yang soon lost his sense of direction. Yet he felt no concern about not finding his way back, for Heya would surely lead him home. Just as he pondered the distance they had traveled, they parted the grass to reveal a low depression ahead. His eyes widened, and his heart raced as he involuntarily uttered, "What in the world?" There, in the trampled and gnawed grass, lay a massive creature in a murky puddle. From the side, he could only see its hindquarters and belly, towering over 3 meters, nearly the height of a floor. If it were to rise, it would undoubtedly stand as tall as a building, especially one with high ceilings. The creature was emaciated, its body caked in dried mud that had cracked under the blazing sun. 3 deep claw marks marred its upper abdomen, the wounds darkened and infested with swarming insects, rendering the giant beast utterly motionless. Was it already dead? What kind of ferocious beast could inflict such grievous wounds? Heya darted forward without hesitation. Its speed would allow it to escape any danger, a feat Yang Yang knew he could not match. He allowed Heya to approach first, feeling no shame in his caution as he concealed himself. Heya appeared unperturbed, even jumping onto the giant beast's body to shoo away the insects that were feeding on it, then turning to beckon Yang Yang, seemingly puzzled as to why his master had not yet approached. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Yang Yang emerged from the grass, gripping his dagger tightly as he cautiously approached. Circling the creature, he finally discerned its true form. It was a colossal wild boar, the largest creature he had encountered since arriving in this world. The enormous tusks, stained with blood, emanated a potent aura, and its head, nearly the same height as his own, lay quietly on the ground, eyes shut tight, with its muscular forelimbs and back exuding power. The wounds on the beast had turned black and rotting, teeming with maggots that emitted a foul stench, suggesting that it had been in this state for quite some time. Some of the maggots had even turned yellow and formed cocoons. Exposed flesh revealed glimmers of red blood, and within, he could faintly see the bluish internal organs, which occasionally quivered. Not entirely dead. Observing the twitching entrails, he instantly recoiled in fear, dreading that the colossal creature might suddenly rise and strike. After a moment, seeing that the giant wild boar remained still, he summoned the courage to approach once more. Staring intently, he was astounded by its size, marveling at how such a creature could exist. He pondered whether he should deliver a few strikes to ensure its demise. Faced with the vastness of the beast and the small dagger in his hand, he found himself in a quandary. At that moment, the boar's closed eyes stirred, seemingly awakened by the prancing Heya, which had been hopping about. It struggled to open a narrow slit, its eyes clouded and devoid of life, merely gazing vacantly ahead. The creature had long since exhausted its strength, tormented by its rotting wounds. Yang Yang, observing the boar's lifeless gaze, noted the absence of any further movement. He bravely inched closer, extending his hand to touch the tusks, signaling for Heya to come down, wary of any potential surprises. What should I do with such a massive creature? I cannot transport it back to the tribe as food, he mused, contemplating the best way to handle this enormous prey. Even though it was not his kill, having encountered it meant it was his by right. Anyone who disagreed was welcome to contest him. After much contemplation, He still could not devise a plan for the colossal beast. If only it could make its way back to the tribe on its own. Suddenly, a thought sparked in his mind, the fire seed. Aside from establishing connections, it might also provide energy for Heia's growth, perhaps even possessing healing properties. Given the boar's current state, it seemed unlikely that it would resist. If he could channel the fire seed's energy into it, he might gain a formidable companion. The more he considered this, the brighter his eyes shone with excitement. After all, he needed to test the fire seed's capabilities, and once absorbed, it would regenerate in a few days. With renewed determination, he moved to the back of the boar's head, near its spine, and placed his hands upon it. Concentrating, he summoned the blue flames of the fire seed, which began to separate into strands that flowed through his hands and into the giant creature's head. There was no resistance. Instead, the boar eagerly absorbed the energy, akin to a parched traveler discovering a long-sought oasis, gulping down the life-giving essence. As the speed of absorption accelerated, the ember in Yang Yang's mind swiftly transformed into a pale green hue, which gradually faded to an almost spectral white. Would it be completely drained? Yang Yang's expression shifted, realizing this was far more than what Heia had absorbed. Nevertheless, he did not withdraw his hands, maintaining the connection until the ember reached a grayish white, as if on the brink of extinguishment, at which point he halted. At that moment, a wave of disorientation washed over Yang Yang, his thoughts scattered. Through the cranium of the giant beast, he seemed to glimpse a blue flame within, reminiscent of the ember's color before absorption. Simultaneously, a new connection formed in his mind, one in link to the colossal creature before him, through which he distinctly sensed an overwhelming yearning for life, a warm familiarity and reverence directed towards him. In its eyes, he appeared as a divine being bestowing life. At this juncture, the giant pig, having absorbed the energy of the ember, seemed revitalized, its eyes fully opened, no longer dull, and its body began to undulate. The massive head stirred slightly, the breath from its nostrils parting the nearby grass. It struggled to rise, but its frail body was incapable of such a feat. Stay still, I will tend to your wounds. It may hurt a bit, so bear with it, he conveyed repeatedly, calming the giant pig, which merely gazed at the diminutive figure before it. Wading through the mud, he examined the enormous, decayed wound, and Heia once again leapt onto its back, swatting away the flies and insects attracted to the rotting flesh. Wait a moment. He turned and gathered some dry grass and wood, producing a flint to ignite the pile, flames licking upward, and briefly seared the black stone dagger over the fire. Armed with the sterilized dagger, he climbed onto the giant beast, the perspective from above offering a different sense of its immense scale. Without hesitation, he began to slice through the putrid flesh, meticulously excising the rotten areas along with the wriggling maggots, discarding the foul-smelling remnants onto the ground. Perhaps the wound had lost sensation, for it did not resist despite the pain. As he gradually removed the decaying flesh and maggots, fresh blood began to ooze from the wound. By the time he finished, his vision blurred, the meticulous nature of the task exhausting. He leaped down, discarding the remnants into the fire, then scoured the nearby underbrush for medicinal herbs used by the tribe's shaman for treating wounds, abundant and rapidly growing in the area. Climbing back onto the giant beast, he chewed the herbs and applied the paste to the wound, covering it as much as possible until his mouth grew numb. Rest now, and recover slowly. I will find you something to eat. With a heavy heart, he realized that this was all he could do for now. He decided to let Heia guide him back, and soon they returned to the trap site, collecting the prey on the ground, preparing to reunite with the trio from Shirshan. The giant pig could not accompany him, but leaving it here could pose dangers at night. So he enlisted Shirshan and his companions to gather branches to create a makeshift enclosure for protection. As for their reactions upon seeing the giant pig, that could be addressed later. Time was of the essence. Hurry up and grab the prey to come with me, he urged. Young, look at the cuckoo bird I caught. Stop showing off, just bring the prey and follow me. We're coming. Seeing Yang Yang's urgency, they thought something had gone awry, hastily collecting their things and rushing over. Their haul substantial, 2 cuckoo birds and a collection of small finches. They did not retrieve the fish traps from the river, finding them cumbersome to carry and planning to collect them when returning to the tribe. Heia led the way, vigilant, while the trio followed Yang Yang, albeit puzzled. This isn't the path back to the tribe, Shirshan remarked. Indeed, we are not returning yet. I want to show you something. Do not be afraid. Yang Yang replied with a hint of mystery, recalling his own initial fright upon encountering the giant pig, eager for them to share the experience. Before long, they arrived at the giant pig's resting place, unchanged, lying quietly. Upon hearing their approach, it lifted its head slightly, recognizing Yang Yang, before settling back down to recover. The trio gaped at the magnificent creature, jaws nearly dropping in awe and fear, instinctively wanting to flee, yet their trembling legs betrayed them, leaving them transfixed as Yang Yang approached the beast. Yang Yang, the giant beast. It's dangerous. Come back. Shirshan stammered in trepidation. Do not fear. This creature is nearing death. I am now its friend and wish to see if I can save it. Friend. The trio could hardly believe it. They had grown up together. And now he was befriending a creature of such magnitude? Do not delay. Quickly gather some branches to surround it, or we may encounter dangers at night. Overcoming their fear, they retrieved branches from the surroundings, keeping a cautious distance while watching Yang Yang work, their admiration for his bravery growing immensely. They formed a simple barrier with the branches, creating a defensive circle, even fashioning a makeshift gate, binding it tightly with bark and vines. After a moment's thought, he retrieved a wild rabbit and a large rat, quickly preparing the meat into strips to offer to the giant pig, knowing it was an omnivore, likely similar to its prehistoric kin, and that a meat supplement could hasten its recovery. He did not want it to perish before fully recuperating. That would waste the precious blue ember. Can you eat? Seeing the creature's eager gaze, he quickly understood and began feeding it the strips of meat, which vanished swiftly as it chewed and swallowed. That will have to suffice for now. I will return tomorrow to check on you. Your survival now rests in your own hands, he said, gently patting its massive head. The sun was setting, and if he did not return soon, the shaman would surely worry. Chapter 17. Kanjia tribe. The four followed Haya back along the original route to the Heishui River. Throughout the journey, Shirshan and the others remained silent, glancing at the figure ahead, their thoughts unvoiced. This time, they had been out longer, and the fish traps pulled ashore contained several large fish, enough to sustain those remaining in the tribe for a couple of days. Let us not tell the shaman yet. We'll wait until it has recovered, Yang Yang suggested, not wanting to cause unnecessary worry. All right, we'll follow your lead, they agreed, understanding his intent. Although they had only observed from a distance and felt intimidated, the psychological thrill of the experience left them exhilarated. After all, it was a giant tusked pig, one that even the leader of the Shirgu tribe could not conquer. Hunting such a creature was no small feat and could yield dire consequences. Yet, witnessing its docile demeanor while consuming the food Yang Yang provided was nothing short of astonishing. As if on the verge of achieving something grand, they felt a surge of excitement, soon carrying their spoils back to the tribe. Why are you all so late? The shaman had been waiting anxiously at the foot of the mountain, concerned for their safety. The underbrush had grown quickly, making their cleanup slow. Yes, we will return earlier next time. It gets dangerous out here at night, the shaman noted, observing their exuberant expressions, attributing it to excitement. He reminisced about his youth, recalling the thrill of entering the jungle with friends. After dropping off their catch, they swiftly processed the fish, tossing a fish and some shrimp to Haya for dinner. Soon, a campfire blazed, and they began their evening meal. Grandfather Wu did not eat much tonight, perhaps because he was preoccupied with thoughts of Shigugu and the others who were out hunting. He simply had a light meal before returning to the stone cave. Mother and father should be back soon. It has been many days. Shirshan expressed some concern. Do not worry, everything will be fine. To the east of the forest lies the Windhowl Canyon. We used to frequently pass that way to trade with the Kanjia tribe, and there are usually no signs of monstrous beasts. Generally, your father and the others can handle any fierce creatures. Amma gently reassured him. The Kanjia tribe, as Wu had mentioned, has a slightly larger population than the Yin tribe, numbering around 40 to 50 individuals. Each year, the hunting party ventures there for trade. The salt stones in Yang Yang's possession were acquired from that region, though the Yin tribe lacks unique products to offer. They typically barter with animal hides and some hunted meat along the way. Amma herself hails from that tribe, and the vast jungles surrounding the Rocky Mountains where her tribe resides are home to numerous other tribes, ranging from a few to hundreds of members, often intermarrying. Every year, small tribes undertake journeys to other tribes, not only to trade goods, but also importantly to find wives for the young men or to marry off their grown daughters. Naturally, primitive people also demand bride prices. The more formidable the female warrior, the higher the price. As long as the woman consents, with the addition of animal hides, hunted prey, or other goods, they can be taken home. After all, in this world with a low survival rate, a girl is indeed a prized possession. This intermarriage method is primarily seen among less populous tribes, targeting other tribes of similar size, as the conditions are comparable, fostering mutual respect and minimal material exchange. This is akin to a primitive version of social compatibility. Larger tribes tend to seek brides from smaller tribes since the living conditions in larger tribes are undoubtedly better. Few women would risk their lives to venture into smaller tribes, where dangers lurk. Are there many warriors in the Kanjia tribe? How do they compare to us in strength? Yang Yang inquired with curiosity. They have a greater number of combatants. Over 30. They hunt many ferocious beasts, and the blood and flesh from these beasts empower them, making their hunting parties exceptionally formidable. Of course, we are not lacking either. Amma replied with a smile. The larger the group, the more beasts they can hunt. The term ferocious beasts primarily refers to carnivorous animals. According to Wu's tales, herbivorous creatures possess less vitality, and their blood and flesh do not enhance the body as effectively as that of carnivorous beasts, with most serving as basic survival provisions. The combat prowess of tribal warriors is reflected in their physical strength. To grow stronger, they must enhance themselves. And the flesh of ferocious beasts is the best means of achieving physical fortitude. This wisdom has been passed down through countless generations of primitive people. Furthermore, robust bodies and combat capabilities not only improve survival rates, but can also help resist diseases and recover from severe injuries. From Yang Yang's perspective, this may be due to the nutrient-rich flesh that promotes blood circulation and absorption capacity, thereby fortifying the body, increasing muscle density, and enhancing strength and immunity. Although this may sound mundane, these individuals would be akin to superheroes in the modern world, capable of defeating 100 foes with a single punch. Though it remains uncertain whether they could withstand the truth. The warriors of the Kanjia tribe, by hunting powerful creatures and even colossal beasts, provide their tribe with invaluable resources for growth, leading to stronger and more formidable warriors. The more they hunt, the higher the yield of such resources, and consequently, the number of armed individuals increases. Despite hearing many tales of training and strength enhancement, there was no mention of supernatural powers, which Yang Yang regarded with skepticism. After all, his own fire seed was a genuine supernatural force, allowing him to connect with living beings and bestow benefits upon them. Moreover, he could feel his own strength growing stronger each day without consuming the blood of ferocious beasts to enhance himself. All right, let us all rest early. Perhaps the hunting party will return tomorrow, Ima said gently, her demeanor reflecting the tenderness of a new mother, lacking the fierce aura seen in other women of the tribe. As the campfire slowly faded, Yang Yang returned to his stone cave, removed the hardened wooden bow rack hanging on the wall, and positioned some stones to shape it. After spending some time training with Haya, he finally lay down, sensing that he could not connect with the situation of the tusked giant boar due to the distance. He wondered whether it could endure and if it faced any dangers, fearing the worst upon checking the next day. In a beast den within the eastern forest, a group of individuals sat together, roasting meat. Each bore a weary countenance, their animal hides stained with sweat and blood, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. This was the hunting party led by Shigugu, and the roasted meat was from the cave's original inhabitant, a forest brown bear. The hide now lay draped over stones, the flesh having become their sustenance. Despite showing signs of fatigue, Shigugu's mood remained buoyant. Although it took a few days longer than planned, they successfully hunted a herd of over 10 large-horned deer, resulting in a bountiful haul. Everyone has worked hard these days. We are not far from the tribe now. Let us fill our bellies and rest well tonight, for we shall return at dawn. Sherman, keep watch with me. Yes, Chief, Sherman replied cheerfully, munching on roasted meat. Chapter 18. The wild boar pungent. A stone struck a cooing bird perched atop a tree, causing it to tumble to the ground with a thud. Yang Yang's aim had improved significantly. Within no time, he had taken down several prey. Early in the morning, he called his companions to leave the tribe, heading towards the riverbank. Setting up fish traps had become their first task of the day. The fish in this world were both plump and delectable, much to everyone's delight. At this pace, achieving fish meat freedom would not take long. In the future, they could explore meat preservation methods. Using salt was impractical, as the tribe's supply was already limited, necessitating frugality in their consumption. Thus, smoking meat would be the only feasible option, and it was also simpler. After setting the fish traps, they hastened towards the giant boar's location, with Haya already patrolling the territory along the way, truly an excellent scout. The group navigated through dense underbrush, clearing a convenient path for future travels, eliminating the need for unnecessary detours. Emerging from the grass, they spotted the giant boar once more. The surrounding enclosure remained intact, though some insects crawled about, likely drawn by its pungent scent. After a night of recovery, the previously side-lying body had shifted to a prone position on the ground. The herbal paste that had been applied was now dried and fallen away, and the wound had formed a superficial scab, oozing blood, indicating significant recovery. Hearing the commotion, the large head turned, and upon seeing Yang Yang approach, it emitted hopeful grunts. You seem in good spirits. Understanding this as a greeting, he approached and gently rubbed its nose. Do not move. We must be cautious not to reopen your wound. I have brought you something to eat. He offered the internal organs and flesh from the prey he had caught along the way, ensuring nothing went to waste, even giving the leftover bones to Haya to gnaw on. Observing the wound's location, he realized the need to reapply the herbal paste, as several areas had begun to blacken and rot anew. We should find some herbs to treat its wounds, otherwise they will continue to fester. He called to Sher Shan and the others, who were intently observing the giant boar from a distance, to gather medicinal plants. After starting a fire to heat and disinfect the dagger, he instructed the giant boar to lie on its side. Climbing onto its massive body, he began the surgical procedure to excise the necrotic tissue. By the time he had finished removing the rotting flesh, Sher Shan had returned with the gathered herbs. He applied the crushed herbal paste back onto the wound before jumping down. Rest and recuperate well. Do not risk reopening the wound. Yang, it is remarkably strong. Sher Shan summoned his courage to touch it, and after some time of acclimatization, the group had begun to approach it without fear. Indeed, these colossal beasts grow to such sizes, and even though they were now familiar, the sheer magnitude of these creatures remained astonishing. It is well known that many dinosaurs surpassed the giant pigs in both size and strength. Scientifically speaking, this is the result of the interplay between natural environments, evolutionary pressures, and biological characteristics. The high oxygen atmosphere enables these giants to efficiently fuel their immense bodies, akin to an athlete whose explosive power is doubled after oxygen intake. Does it have a name, like your Heya? Sure Tu inquired. As for a name, let us call it Pung Pung. After a moment's contemplation, remembering the wild boar named Pung Pung from a documentary, I appropriated the name. I repeated the pronunciation of Pung Pung in my mind until it was firmly imprinted. Pung Pung, hearing the sounds of conversation nearby, responded with soft grunts. The group placed some fronds and roots beside Pung Pung, allowing it to eat when hunger struck. They then took Heya to hunt in the vicinity. Upon reaching the trap set the previous day, they discovered a dog badger, roughly the same size as Heya, which was still bouncing around inside. However, the slick walls of the pit provided no foothold for escape. Sher Tu dispatched it with a spear and retrieved it. As the sun dipped low in the west, Sher Shan instructed the others to retrieve the fish traps by the river while he and Heya returned to feed Pung Pung a portion of meat, once again emphasizing the importance of remaining still before departing. As the group approached the tribe, carrying their catch, they heard a raucous noise and knew that Sher Gu and the others had returned. They quickened their pace and upon entering the tribe, witnessed a throng of people busily working on the ground. They joined the crowd, assisting in the dismemberment of the prey, 2 large horned deer and a brown bear, beside which lay a tree lion. The tree lion's fur was yellow and quite short, only about a finger's length, with claws that resembled hooks and fangs nearly 20 centimeters long, appearing quite fearsome. Its body measured over 4 meters in length, typically preferring to rest and ambush from the treetops. Each of the 4 prey items weighed around 700 to 800 g. The ground was strewn with fresh animal hides stripped of their muscle, including dozens of large horned deer skins. The massive antlers were also brought back, which could be fashioned into weapons or used to craft bone needles for sewing animal hides. There were also several brown bear skins and other pelts, indicating a significant haul. Unable to carry all the carcasses back, only the skins were retrieved. Without proper storage methods, even if they brought the meat back, it could not be preserved. Moreover, an excess of game would hinder their mobility, making them vulnerable to assaults by fierce beasts. The offal left on the ground exuded a pungent odor. The tribe was not in dire need of food, and even these primitive people found the stench unbearable. However, Heya was unconcerned, as a hunter of the jungle. It found no difficulty in the taste, with some predators exclusively consuming entrails and carrion. Before long, a satiated Heya lay on its side, belly full and defenseless, displaying a docility that astonished everyone. Many from the hunt bore scars from their encounters, with claw marks and bruises from impacts, including Sher Gu, the strongest among them. Only one tribesman sustained serious injuries, having been ambushed by the tree lion while carrying prey back to the tribe. He had been bitten through the left shoulder and narrowly escaped having his throat torn out. Now he lay resting on the ground, a stoic figure, silently observing as the shaman applied a healing salve, displaying no sign of pain. Despite his injuries, there was no cause for alarm among the others. The wounds were not critical, and such injuries were minor matters for them, as they could recover on their own. Soon, night fell, and a roaring bonfire blazed. The group gathered around, with Heya curled up on Yang Yang's lap. A plethora of meat was roasted, sizzling and crackling as it mingled with salt. tantalizing their taste buds, while the air was filled with the aromatic scent of sizzling fat. They dined and conversed joyously, with Shirgu recounting the reason for their late return from the hunt, primarily due to the previous downpour that had inundated the deer's usual habitat, causing them to search extensively before finally tracking the migrating herd to a cliff base. Ultimately, after a coordinated effort, they managed to capture over a dozen large-horned deer and hurried back with their spoils. Shirgu's description was understated, yet the endeavor was undoubtedly arduous. To rely solely on their legs and rudimentary stone weapons for hunting posed significant challenges, as evidenced by their nearly all-damaged stone spears and axes. If only they had iron tools, combined with bows and arrows, hunting would undoubtedly be much easier. Yang Yang pondered as he satisfied his hunger. Chapter 19. Smoked game meat. The bonfire continued to burn brightly, and with nothing pressing to attend to, Yang Yang recalled the smoking methods of cured meat from his rural hometown. Distancing himself from the crowd, he constructed a small square shelter using branches and ignited a small fire beneath it. He gathered some twigs and dampened them with water, attempting several times until he successfully created smoke without flames, the thick haze enveloping him and rendering his eyes teary. He hung a small piece of meat from the top of the shelter, allowing the rising smoke to cure the game meat. Once it turned as black as charcoal, the smoke infused the meat, deterring insects and bacteria alike. It could be stored for over 6 months without issue. Some smoked meat from rural areas had even lasted several years and fetched a high price. The thick smoke was quite substantial, and those at a distance had already noticed Yang Yang laboring alone. The smoking process required several hours, so he could not remain beside it the entire time, as the smoke was quite irritating to his eyes. "Yang, what are you doing?" As he returned to the bonfire, away from the smoke, the shaman inquired with curiosity. In the shaman's view, this nearly adult youth always had peculiar ideas and could create unusual items that even made Sher Shan and his mischievous companions obedient. "Grandfather shaman, I discovered that meat exposed to smoke does not decay, and insects will not bite it, allowing it to be stored for extended periods. I thought I would try making some to test its effectiveness," Yang Yang explained. In truth, adding a bit of salt would improve the process. But given that salt was scarce, he refrained from mentioning it, deeming this method sufficient for now. "Really? Can it be preserved for long?" The old man's eyes lit up, and Shirgu also turned to look. They understood what it meant if food could be stored for a long time. The game captured by the hunting team was more than enough to satisfy the tribe's food needs. But the issue of preserving the meat often limited their ability to hunt extensively at once. Had it not been for the need to obtain hides for trade, they would not have risked tracking through the wilderness for so many days, sacrificing so much deer flesh and blood. Moreover, frequent hunting inevitably resulted in injuries, with the constant threat of becoming permanently lost in the jungle. During certain seasons, when prey was scarce, food became a significant challenge for the tribe, especially during floods and harsh winters. If the smoked meat Yang Yang spoke of could indeed be successfully made and preserved for even a few dozen days, it would have a profound impact on the tribe's survival. "Take more to try. It's not a problem. Experiment a bit. What can such a small piece accomplish?" Shirgu eagerly grabbed a large chunk of meat and handed it over. Initially intending only to attempt a small batch, Yang Yang had no choice but to accept it, slicing it into strips. He also took a fish to hang on the smoking rack, underestimating the group's fervor for game meat. After more than 3 hours, only the old shaman and Shirgu remained by the smoking rack, while Yang Yang had added damp twigs several times, having extinguished the fire twice during the process. Gazing at the charred beast meat, I sliced off a small piece with my dagger, observing its interior color. The pale red hue glistened with oil, exuding a savory aroma of smoked meat, indicating it had been thoroughly cured. Placing it in my mouth, I savored the smoky flavor, the meat's essence bursting forth, albeit with a scant amount of salt. I cut 2 pieces and handed them to Wu and Shirgo, both of whom eagerly consumed them, their eyes lighting up with delight. The taste was indeed far superior to that of merely air-dried meat. It seemed sufficient when it came time to eat. The outer char could be scraped off or rinsed away, allowing for direct consumption or further roasting. I tossed a piece to the salivating Haya and turned to speak. "Indeed, this is far better than dried beast meat. I wonder how long it can be preserved. As long as it remains dry, it should last quite a while, at least 30 to 40 days without issue. Here, we don't measure time by months, but by days. Tomorrow, you will teach everyone, and we shall cure the remaining beast meat," Shirgo replied with excitement. If we could store enough food, the hunting party would not need to venture out constantly. No one relished the thought of battling the irrational beasts, engaging in reckless sacrifices, not out of fear, but rather the disheartening sight of leaving behind the prey after each life and death struggle. Secretly, I resolved that in our next hunt, no matter how small. I would not let any creature escape. That mindset of claiming what I saw was magnified. What I behold is mine, obediently returning with me to become smoked meat. Yang, you have done a great service. What do you wish for? I shall procure it for you. The chief requires nothing. This was a mere fortuitous discovery that may aid the tribe, I replied, scratching my head in false modesty before inquiring further. Chief, may I ask where the beast eggs of Haya were obtained? Ah, I can share that with you. The beasts in the nearby jungle consist mainly of fur-covered creatures, including the Juyadiger and the Rinyan bear. However, when battling these predators, the hard-shelled beast skins offer the best protection for the body, far superior to fur. Shurgo sat down, explaining to Yang. Yet, the finest hard-shelled skins come from dragon beasts, particularly the massive ones. Even with my full strength, our weapons cannot pierce their scaled hides. Look at your Haya. Even at such a small size, its skin's toughness rivals that of the tree lion we encountered today. In the jungles near Yanshan, dragon beasts are seldom seen. To hunt them, one must venture further afield. The Haya's pack dwells in the southern giantwood forest adjacent to this jungle. The beast eggs were taken from a small dragon beast den. The beast hide armor I wear was acquired from there. Dragon beasts are extremely dangerous, known for their bloodthirsty and irritable temperament. Each hunting expedition incurs casualties, so do not venture there lightly, Wu added solemnly, echoing Shurgo's warnings. Moreover, the southernmost part of the giantwood forest borders the tyrant's hunting grounds. The last time, the camel dragon emerged panicked, frightened by the roars of the nearby roaming tyrant, only to be encountered and hunted by our party. Since you are interested in dragon beast eggs, if we come across any during our hunts, I shall bring them back for you, Shurgo offered with a smile. There is no need for trouble. I merely wish to observe the dragon beasts. After all, I am currently training Haya and wish to learn more about their habits to enhance Haya's hunting capabilities. Yang was not particularly interested in the beast eggs. Rather, he sought to discover where dragon activity was prevalent. Bringing back a dragon egg that could not be hatched would be futile, as he had no knowledge of the specific temperature and humidity required for incubation. Besides, having Haya was sufficient. He had little interest in raising a multitude of offspring. Well, trying is all you need to do. If it fails, it matters not. No other tribes have successfully tamed them. Keeping some piglets and dodo birds is already quite remarkable, and nurturing them is not convenient. Small tribes lack the resources to provide daily sustenance for them. Wu chuckled. The dodo bird, a prehistoric avian species, stands about 1 meter tall, weighs approximately 10 to 30 kilograms, possesses blue-gray plumage, and has evolved wings that can no longer support flight. They are non-aggressive but exist in large numbers, often found in flocks along expansive sandy shores, subsisting on plant seeds and fruits. All right, let us call it a night. Rest early, at my age. Remaining too long makes my legs stiff. Understood, Grandfather Wu. Chief, you both rest well. After bidding farewell to Shurgo and the others, Yang returned to the cave, honing Haya's command execution skills. Utilizing the oil lamp's light, he began sharpening arrowheads. Over the past few days, he had fashioned over a dozen arrowheads and planned to carve some shafts tomorrow, intent on crafting arrows. With a modern mindset, he adhered to the principle that a long reach is an advantage. Striking a target from hundreds of meters away is preferable to close combat. Chapter 20. Rising in the open space before the tribe, 3 large smoking racks formed from thick wooden poles had been erected. After igniting the fire and covering it with moist leaves and branches to control the flames, the adults taught the children how to hang the beast meat and fish, mastering the delicate balance of maintaining a flame that neither burned too fiercely nor extinguished. After considerable time, the adults finally grasped the rhythm. Shirshan, Shurtu, and Shido were quickly dispatched to gather leaves and branches, and soon the air above the tribe was shrouded in smoke. Nearby birds, repelled by the smoke, fled to a distance. The remaining time was spent waiting, with the adults watching over the smoking meat while the exuberant Yang led Shirshan and the others down the mountain. Yang, we haven't told father about Pungpung. Shirshan leaned in, whispering with a mischievous grin. Looking around, I noted no one was present. Who was he trying to impress with such a sneaky expression? Indeed, true brothers. I shall certainly bring back a fine bride for you. In truth, revealing the secret would matter little. I believed I could persuade the chief, but I simply wished to preserve their enthusiasm. Really? Upon hearing the mention of brides, Shirshan and the others flushed crimson. With the tribe's small population, there were no peers of similar age to play with. Primitive children at this age understood the implications, and they gazed at one another in astonishment, pondering how they were already considering brides. Indeed, once we can hunt outside, we will gather more beast skins and seek brides from the Kanjia tribe for you. I continued to tease them. Yang, you are truly kind. We will follow your lead from now on. They were quite satisfied after devouring the large cakes. Playfully, we set the fish trap along the shore before heading to the location of Yang Yang's traps, but they were empty. We quickly reconfigured them and proceeded towards Peng Peng. Haya had long since vanished, foraging elsewhere, yet the mental connection remained intact. It would alert me to any danger. Days passed, and Peng Peng's wounds had scabbed over, demonstrating remarkable regenerative capabilities. The combination of elemental energy and herbal juice to prevent infection, along with the painstakingly gathered plant matter and a bit of meat, facilitated rapid recovery. I offered the 7 to 8 pounds of beast meat, mixed with freshly gathered dew-laden fern branches, to Peng Peng's gaping maw, and it chewed vigorously, the sound of its massive teeth clashing like iron. Are you full now? Can you stand? I queried repeatedly through our mental link. At last, Peng Peng grasped my meaning. Though communication was challenging, being non-human, it could only convey thoughts in a vague manner, necessitating rudimentary visualization for comprehension. This was something I would need to teach thoroughly in the future. Finally understanding, Peng Peng received the signal to move, its eyes widening in realization. It had obediently lain still for so long, afraid to move. Sensing Peng Peng's mental activity, I found it amusing. The pig's execution of commands was remarkably high. Beneath it, the mud silently groaned. The enormous, almost seamlessly integrated black-brown body with the detritus surged with an abrupt and fierce vitality. First, a heavy, thunderous breathing stirred the surrounding air. Then, a massive body, encased in a thick layer of mud, suddenly arched, resembling a long-dormant earthen mound awakening from millennia of slumber, beginning to undulate violently. The mud was torn and flung as if it were a living entity. The mud shell covering its back shed in a flurry, revealing a coarse, deep gray skin beneath. As rugged as stone, the scars crisscrossing its surface and the sinewy muscle lines trembled in waves. Its colossal head, nearly half the height of a person, shot upward, with mud cascading down the side of its body that had touched the ground. The pair of tusks, curved like giant sickles, glimmered ominously in the sunlight, their bone-white and murky hues intertwining in a chilling sheen. The most awe-inspiring moment was its rising process. Those forelegs, stout like massive tree stumps, sank deeply into the astonishingly adhesive earth, leaving a large crater where it had been lying. It emitted a series of low, rumbling roars, its chest heaving violently, causing the mountainous back to rise and fall. With a powerful thrust of its hind legs, the mud was ejected outward in a turbulent spray, creating a murky wave. Following this, its forelegs, infused with immense strength, thrust downwards and backwards, its hooves acting like great iron plows, turning over the soil and decaying leaves. And with this reactive force, it forcibly extracted its mountainous body from the embrace of the swamp. When it finally stood upright, the still wet mud flowed down its robust limbs and the hardened belly covered in bristles. Its height nearly brushed against the low-hanging tree canopy. The gargantuan form cast a heavy shadow, enveloping the surrounding area in oppressive darkness. It violently shook its massive head, flinging mud along with decaying grass and splintered wood, like a torrential black rain, splattering even onto tree trunks several meters away. Finally, thud, 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 the ground seemed to tremble as it took a few steps forward. Firmly standing at the edge of the mire, its eyes covered with dirt, gazing with reverence and affection at the deity before it, the very being that bestowed life upon it and resonated with its emotions. Looking at the towering figure before it, over 4 meters high and more than 6 meters long, it was no longer a dying pig lying on the ground, but a living embodiment of ancient might, birthed from this muddy expanse, teeming with destructive power. Enough of flaunting your bulk. The scabs on your wounds have reopened. Wiping the mud splattered on its face, it tapped its nose, piercing through its bad taste with a look of disapproval, fully aware of its boastful thoughts. Indeed, it was handsome, but it was still a pig. The pouting creature, slightly aggrieved from being tapped on the nose, lay back down. Yang Yang applied some herbal juice to its wounds, for it must refrain from vigorous movements for now. Just move around a bit nearby. Don't wander far, he remarked, observing the imposing yet agile form of Pong Pong. Lying too long could lead to muscle atrophy. Moving helps blood circulation and accelerates recovery. If it were to be left with a disability, there would be no remedy. After issuing the command and ensuring it understood, he left it be. Haya curiously circled around, occasionally jumping up to nip playfully at Pong Pong's swishing tail, intrigued by the colossal creature. The trio of Shirshan had long been frightened away by Pong Pong's movements and were now observing from a distance. After several gestures to beckon them over, they cautiously approached. "It won't eat us, right? We can't fight it," one of them whispered. "Fear not. See, it's just playing." Rest assured, it won't attack us. It listens to me, Yang Yang reassured them. Yet, seeing the apprehensive glances exchanged among Shirshan, he realized his words had little effect. So he decided to ignore them. You can entertain yourselves. Haya will alert us if any danger arises. With that, he found a shady spot, chopped some suitable branches, and began to whittle them with his dagger. Wood shavings fell to the ground, and before long, a straight arrow shaft appeared in his hand. He retrieved a stone arrowhead, checked its size, and carefully shaped one end with his black stone dagger, forcefully inserting it into the reserved slot for the arrowhead. He carved a groove into the tail end of the arrow shaft for the bowstring, affixing a wider feather from Gagunio, completing a 1-meter-long arrow. After summarizing his experience, he found no faults, though he was somewhat dissatisfied with the stone arrowhead, which appeared fragile. Given the circumstances, it was unavoidable. Iron arrowheads were unattainable at present. Following the length of the first arrow, he continued swiftly whittling the wood branches without pause. Chapter 21. Drawing the bow and knocking the arrow as time passed and the sun began to set, he bundled the 10 completed wooden arrows together, satisfied, and slung them over his back, planning to sew an arrow pouch from animal hide upon returning. The trio of Shirshan in the rear woods were shooting slingshots, their minds elsewhere, occasionally gathering to whisper together. They watched Yang Yang diligently working, seemingly crafting a stone spear, but pondering the utility of such a small spear. Although they did not understand, they refrained from interrupting. Each grunt emitted by Pong Pong as it leisurely munched on fresh shrub branches and wild fruits sent jolts of nervousness through the trio, fearing it might charge at them. Believing its enormous maw could easily consume them. We should head back. Exiting the small grove, he checked Pong Pong's wounds, relieved to find they had not reopened, instructing it to remain within this flat area until it healed. Pong Pong grunted twice, indicating understanding, and Yang Yang led the group away, leaving Pong Pong resting alone. Retrieving the fish trap, he glanced inside and found 7 or 8 fish of a predominantly pale blue hue, likely of the same species. Do you think father could take on Pong Pong? The trio, now more animated away from the giant beast, wondered aloud. If Shirgu were to hear his son suggesting he challenge the towering, immensely powerful creature, he would undoubtedly respond, "You are indeed my beloved son. Come here for some fatherly affection." Surely not. Pong Pong is so large that sitting down would probably crush the chief. Shitu replied seriously. We'll wait for Pong Pong to recover, then let your father have a go, Shita joked. Yang Yang found this amusing. When had the chief become the benchmark for measuring giant beasts? If they encountered any giant creature in the wild, should they not let Shirgu take the first encounter to gauge its strength? He certainly did not believe any single person could match Pong Pong in strength, let alone inflict the kind of harm that nearly led to its demise. He had also forgotten to inquire how Pong Pong had been injured. He would be sure to ask tomorrow, along with where it had come from. Even at the foot of the mountain, he could see thick smoke billowing above the tribe, and the scent of burning reached the base of the mountain. There were no birds in the nearby sky, and even the insects seemed significantly fewer. Upon returning to the tribe, the meat had already been smoked to a dark hue, with the villagers tending to the fire in the smoking shed, periodically adding leaves and branches. After cutting a piece of meat and inspecting it, he noticed some whitish areas still present, indicating it needed further smoking. The quantity of meat was considerable, and each piece was substantial, making it difficult to smoke thoroughly. As the sun approached the horizon, they extinguished the fire in the shed, planning to let the meat cool before hanging it in the storage cave. Dinner consisted entirely of smoked meat and freshly caught fish, seasoned with salt, which was far more flavorful than the usual roasted meat. Everyone was delighted to know that this smoked meat could be preserved for a long time, for they all understood the pain of having to discard their hard-won spoils during hunts. Those were the fruits of their laborious endeavors. As everyone indulged in hearty conversations while enjoying their meal, Yang Yang, having satisfied his appetite, fetched a bough frame from the stone cave, which had been shaped by the pressure of the stones. He carefully roasted it over the fire, allowing the surface to carbonize. The carbonized bough limb exhibited properties of water resistance, decay resistance, and insect resistance. Moreover, the heating enabled it to take shape and enhanced its elasticity, significantly prolonging its lifespan. Of course, these were merely theoretical concepts, as Yang Yang had never truly learned the craft of bough making and could only mimic the process. With meticulous care, he roasted the bough limb to achieve a uniform char, repeating the process until he reached a satisfactory result. Now, both bough frames were evenly charred black. After wiping them down with animal hide, the 2 unstrung, ebony limbs came into view. Yang Yang pondered, recalling that weapons often required oiling, and wondered if animal fat would suffice. Hesitating momentarily, he seized a piece of sizzling, oily meat and applied it to both bow limbs before tossing it to Haya, who eagerly devoured it. He then lovingly wrapped the bows in animal hide, preparing to string them that evening. The bowstrings, previously prepared from the sinew gifted by Shirgu, had been softened and kneaded, stored in the cave. Although they lacked the earlier elasticity, they retained a certain toughness. The others, well aware of what he was crafting, refrained from asking questions, having grown accustomed to his endeavors. Once dinner concluded and the smoked meat was properly stored, the tribe finally fell silent. Embracing Haya, Yang Yang excitedly returned to the cave, igniting an oil lamp. Under its flickering glow, he meticulously cut the sinew into 2 pieces, matching the length of the bow limbs. Carefully placing his foot in the center of the bow, he secured the bowstring into the grooves at both ends. Thus, the 2 completed bows lay before him. The left bow was slightly thicker and longer by 10 centimeters, measuring approximately 1.6 meters, standing tall to his chin. Their design was not particularly aesthetic. Rather, it appeared somewhat rugged. Testing both bows, he found the larger one to have a heavier feel. Attempting to draw it, he felt the resistance increase steadily. And despite exerting all his strength, he could only pull it 2/3 of the way back. The bow made no unusual sounds, suggesting it would not suddenly snap. The smaller bow, on the other hand, could be drawn fully, but felt a bit lighter, implying it would possess less power than the larger one. Pleased with his work, yet sensing something was missing, he contemplated for a moment. He cut several pieces from a sleeping hide, wrapping the grip area and both ends of the bow securely in animal hide, binding them tightly with fine hemp rope. This adjustment lent a more complete appearance. Drawing an arrow from his stone quiver, he took up the larger bow, knocked the arrow, and aimed at the wall, adjusting his stance as he practiced repeatedly. After dozens of draws, his hands began to tremble, realizing that further practice was essential. Ceasing his efforts, he wrapped the bow in hide and hung it up, planning to seek out something to shoot at the next day. After spending some time playing with Haya, fatigue set in, and extinguishing the lamp, he lay down with Haya, quickly drifting into slumber. The following day, Yang Yang, armed with his bow and arrows, sought a secluded spot to test his creations. As the bowstring trembled, a blue-feathered arrow transformed into a streak, piercing the air and embedding itself deep into a tree approximately 50 meters away. The arrow shaft penetrated a quarter of the way into the trunk, with the knocked end vibrating vigorously. Upon extracting the arrow, he found the tip had shattered into fine powder, a consequence of the powerful draw of the larger bow without being fully drawn. Grasping another arrow, he switched to the smaller bow, drawing it fully and releasing it. With a thud, the arrow struck a nearby tree, embedding itself to a lesser extent, demonstrating slightly less power than the larger bow. While the force was adequate, accuracy required further refinement. Mastering archery was not an immediate feat. Diligent practice was essential. He resolved to craft a leather quiver and bow bag, as the current setup was rather inconvenient. Upon returning to the tribe, he requested some animal hide from Shirgu and sought a bone needle from Ima, which had been sharpened from a tooth. After simply stitching the cut hide, a rudimentary quiver was completed, with a stiff opening to secure the arrows. 10 stone arrows nestled in the quiver, which he slung at his waist, with the bow strapped to his back and a black stone dagger at his left hip. Fully armed, Yang Yang felt an exhilarating sense of power and confidence. The trio of Shirshan, who had been waiting, looked upon Yang Yang's fully equipped form with a strange, unnameable feeling. Nearby tribespeople also noticed his new appearance and audacious demeanor, feeling somewhat bewildered, sensing that this young man was flaunting himself, sparking an urge to confront him. Unbeknownst to them, Yang Yang mused internally about how he would astonish them once he hunted a beast to demonstrate his prowess. Thus, the fishing team began their descent down the mountain. Throughout the journey, Yang Yang kept Haya alert, continuously practicing the swift draw of his arrows with his right hand while holding the smaller bow in his left. As they approached the Heishui River, Haya seemed to catch a scent, emitting soft, low-frequency clicks as it sniffed the air, indicating something amiss. A sense of urgency arose within Yang Yang as he observed Haya's behavior, prompting Shirshan and the others to cease their tasks. Drawing their stone axes and scanning the surroundings, Haya had detected a strong scent of blood nearby, but could not discern its source. Can you locate it? If it's too dangerous, we must return to the tribe and inform Father to gather a group, Shirshan suggested, feeling anxious. I'm unsure, but we can have Haya track it to investigate, Yang Yang responded. That works. Let us follow its trail, but avoid confrontation and remain hidden, Shirshan instructed. Receiving the command, Haya leapt into the underbrush, pursuing the scent trail. Yang Yang followed from a safe distance, ensuring they could retreat if necessary. After navigating over 500 meters, they sensed Haya halt, and the group crouched silently in the foliage, the atmosphere thickening. Through the mental resonance relayed from Haya, they discerned a vague image, something long, as thick as Yang Yang's waist. Haya had not encountered many creatures and lacked a reference point. "Let us move closer," Yang Yang proposed, interpreting the information as resembling a python. The group stealthily approached Haya's concealed position, gently parting the surrounding grass to glimpse the creature ahead. A short distance away, coiled among the gnarled tree roots, lay a massive python over 10 meters in length, its deep black body adorned with green patterns. Its girth matched that of Yang Yang's waist, and its swollen belly indicated a recent meal. The slightly smaller, oval-shaped head emitted a series of rustling sounds, its glossy scales reflecting the sunlight filtering through the canopy. Sensing something amiss, the python abruptly lifted its head, its crimson tongue flicking in and out as it honed in on Yang Yang's hidden location. Though aware of the intruders, the python did not immediately charge. Contemplating the python's behavior, Yang Yang recalled its tendency for swift strikes at close range, followed by constriction. Its powerful tail could sweep and subdue, making it ill-suited for close combat. "Should we engage? We won't have time to call for backup from the tribe," Shirshan urged, noting that the python, having recently fed, seemed inclined to retreat towards the riverbank, attempting to escape across the Heishui River. Shirshan felt anxious. They could not let such an opportunity slip away. Both Shirtu and Shirda looked to Yang Yang, eager anticipation on their faces. Haya was drawing attention. They needed to stay back. If the python fled, they must pursue it. Yang Yang silently commanded Haya to attack through their mental link, knowing its speed and agility would allow it to evade swiftly. Turning to the other three, he declared that since they had made their decision, hesitation was futile. It was the perfect opportunity to test the bow in his possession. Shirshan moved to the left, while Shitu and Shida positioned themselves on the right, ready to attack with their slingshots to drain the giant python's stamina. Haya would attempt to attract the creature's attention from the front. With pupils narrowed to slits, Haya dashed forward at an astonishing speed, emitting a tearing sound as it opened its jaws. As it closed the distance to the python, it accelerated, covering several meters in mere seconds. When it was just 2 or 3 meters away, it leaped upward, its sharp teeth sinking into the python's abdomen near the tail, while its scythe-like claws frantically slashed, effortlessly piercing the python's softer scales and drawing forth a trickle of flesh and blood. "Didn't Tiwi say to distract it from a distance?" Yang Yang thought, somewhat bewildered. He hadn't anticipated such ferocity from the diminutive creature. The python, now in pain and underestimating Haya's offensive capabilities, lashed out with its tail and coiled into an S shape, muscles rippling as it launched a direct headbutt, its mouth filled with razor-sharp teeth aimed at Haya, who had just evaded the sweeping tail. With remarkable agility, Haya leapt away the moment it landed, its eyes never leaving the python. "Focus your shots on the python's eyes. That's its most vulnerable area and can inflict significant damage," Yang Yang shouted to Shirshan and the others, quickly knocking an arrow and aiming for the python's head as it lunged forward. Although his aim was slightly off, the arrow grazed the python's neck and embedded itself into a nearby tree trunk. The injuries inflicted by Haya and the continuous assault from Shirshan's group incited the python's wrath. Each time it turned to strike at Shirshan and his companions, Haya would retreat to the base of its tail, biting and clawing at the same spot repeatedly. An arrow whizzed through the air and struck the python's neck, marking the third successful shot, as the first 2 had missed due to inexperience with the bow. With injuries mounting, the python's movements became increasingly violent. Its tail swept again, sending Haya crashing to the ground, yet it scrambled back to its feet, ready to seize another opportunity. The python lunged at Shitu with blinding speed, but Shida had anticipated the attack and swiftly evaded, creating distance. "I'll sever its tail." Shirshan, unable to contain his impatience, rushed in as the python's back was turned, raising his stone axe with bulging muscles and bringing it down forcefully upon the tail. A massive gash opened, blood gushing forth as the python writhed in agony. The enraged creature spun around and lunged at Shirshan, its massive jaws clamping onto the stone axe he had used to defend himself, attempting to constrict him. "Let go," Shirshan shouted, realizing the danger and releasing the axe, making a hasty retreat. Startled by Shirshan's sudden movement, Yang Yang loosed another arrow, which struck the python's abdomen, causing it to recoil and curl its massive body. The python, now coiled and raising its head defensively, absorbed the impacts of small stones thrown by the others, but the damage was insufficient to inflict serious harm given its colossal size. Yang Yang recalibrated his aim at the python's head, but the arrow merely grazed its skull, leaving a mark as it flew past without penetrating fully. He set down his small bow and retrieved the larger bow strapped to his back, knocking another arrow in hopes of delivering a decisive blow. The arrows in his quiver were running low, and there was no opportunity to retrieve them now. The python, exhausted from defending itself against the slingshot attacks while also contending with Yang Yang's arrows, was visibly depleting its strength. With blood seeping from numerous wounds and arrows embedded within its body, Haya remained defiantly taunting, poised to strike at any moment. After a prolonged standoff, the python, sensing its increasing injuries, abruptly turned and slithered rapidly towards the nearby Heishui River. Haya pursued without hesitation, while Shirshan and Shida lunged forward, seizing the python's tail and pulling it back with all their might. Realizing it was trapped, the python raised its head and snapped back at them. Now is our chance, Yang Yang thought, releasing his grip on the arrow. The arrow flew with velocity, piercing through the python's open mouth and exiting through the back of its skull, with the shaft remaining lodged within. The lethal shot caused the python to crash to the ground, its massive body writhing before gradually ceasing its struggles under the watchful eyes of the four companions and one dragon. Chapter 23. The Black Arrow with a sigh of relief. Yang Yang shook his trembling right hand that had been repeatedly drawing the bowstring. He approached the fallen python and loosed another arrow at its head, the point-blank shot penetrating through the skull and embedding itself in the earth. The excitement and elation on the faces of Shirshan and the others were palpable, their earlier fears forgotten as adrenaline surged from their first hunt of a giant python. After a brief respite, as their fervor subsided, Shirshan turned to scrutinize the bow in Yang Yang's possession, having witnessed the earlier battle and the bow's ability to pierce the python's scales from a distance. Yang, is this what you've been working on these past few days? It's incredible. Do you have more? Seeing the eager expressions of his companions, Yang Yang quickly replied, fearing they might attempt to seize it. I don't have any left. It's quite complicated to make. I'll craft another one for you when I have the time. Satisfied with his response, the group cheerfully hoisted the enormous python, weighing between 400 to 500 pounds and measuring over 10 meters in length, disregarding the blood and grime splattered on them. As they carried the python back to the tribe, Shirshan held the head aloft, walking with pride. Where did you hunt such a massive python? It's quite impressive. You've all done remarkably well. No injuries, I hope? The onlooking tribespeople inquired as they observed the returning group. Shirgu and the elder shaman approached, surprised that the four had managed to hunt such a creature, even if it was not as large as those found deeper in the jungle. Father, Shirshan exclaimed, excitedly recounting the battle to Shirgu, albeit in a somewhat disordered manner. After piecing together the tale, Shirgu furrowed his brow, glancing at the arrow piercing through the python's head, then at Yang Yang's bow. The surrounding crowd was equally curious, baffled by how such a small object could inflict significant damage on the scaled giant from afar. Is this the weapon you've been crafting? How does it work? Shirgu inquired, taking the large bow handed to him. It needs arrows to be effective, Yang Yang explained, pulling a relatively undamaged stone arrow from the python and knocking it to the bow. He aimed at a nearby tree trunk and released. The sound of the arrow embedding itself in the wood resonated through the air. Shirgu's eyes widened as he observed the arrow deeply lodged in the trunk, a wave of realization washing over him regarding the significance of bows and arrows for hunting. This was far superior to a slingshot. He understood the immense advantage a ranged weapon could provide. If each member of the hunting party had one of these, we could take down a herd of great deer in no time. The onlookers murmured in excitement. How do you make it? Can you produce more? Shirgu asked, attempting to draw the bowstring himself. It requires hardwood and resilient beast tendons. To increase its power, the bow can be crafted larger, and the arrowheads must be sharpened into proper shafts. Gazing at the radiant eyes of Shirgu, Yang Yang provided a brief explanation. Very well. I shall arrange for someone to procure hardwood, and I will have others craft the arrowheads. We must hasten to create more. If everyone is equipped with bows and arrows for the next hunt, it should alleviate our efforts and allow us to capture more prey. Following Yang Yang's example, Shirgu effortlessly drew the bowstring taut, but alas, the arrows had been depleted, necessitating their reconstruction, primarily the arrowheads, as the stone tips were rendered useless upon striking a target. The clansmen dispatched quickly returned with several dozen pieces of hardwood. Being well-versed in crafting spears, they knew precisely where to locate it. Under Yang Yang's guidance, some began to refine the arrowheads. Picking up a piece of hardwood, one extracted a well-worn black stone dagger and commenced carving. Shirgu and the others watched intently, and soon a 2-meter-long bow was completed. Considering that Shirgu and the others possessed strength over 3 times his own, the new bow was crafted larger than the one he used. With daylight still ample, the python's skin was spread out upon the stones to dry. while others focused on shaping arrowheads and crafting bow bodies. With little else to occupy him, Yang Yang took a substantial piece of python meat and set out from the tribe. Accompanied only by Haya, he had yet to deliver some meat to Ping Ping today, and with plenty of python meat at hand, he intended to make a quick trip, feeling that lingering too long alone might prompt the clansmen to seek him out. Upon arrival, he found Ping Ping amusingly wallowing in a freshly dug pit. Hearing his approach, Ping Ping joyfully sprang up and hurried over. Tossing the python meat into Ping Ping's gaping maw, Yang Yang seized the opportunity to examine the wound, which had not reopened. The pit formed from the excised rotten flesh was gradually healing, and fine tufts of hair were beginning to sprout. Ping Ping was naturally adorned with a layer of fuzz and a tough outer coat, although it appeared quite slick due to the mud covering it. Sitting against Ping Ping's massive head, Yang Yang began to communicate through the spark of consciousness. From the south, through their mental connection, he learned that Ping Ping had traversed a great distance from the south. Had it been injured by a colossal beast? From the fearful waves of its spirit, he discerned that Ping Ping's herd had been assailed by a great beast, resulting in the deaths of its companions and leaving Ping Ping itself severely wounded, ultimately fleeing to this region. The immense shadow of that beast had instilled a sense of oppression even in Yang Yang. You are safe now, this place is secure. He soothed Ping Ping's fears, but soon found himself troubled by how to accommodate such a large creature post-recovery. Its size would render it incapable of ascending the Rocky Mountains, as the stone forest was far too dense for its bulk to navigate. Additionally, its dietary needs posed a challenge. While it was an omnivorous beast, it would be unreasonable to provide it with daily grass to sustain it, lest he exhaust himself. The notion of confining it for feeding was untenable. Thus, free-range feeding seemed the only viable option. Fortunately, this area boasted abundant greenery. If a plot at the mountain's base could be cleared and sown with grass seeds. The rapid growth of the flora in this world, coupled with plentiful shrubs and ferns, would soon transform it into a pasture. However, the labor required for such an endeavor was indeed a concern. He pondered a simple plan. Presently, he lacked the authority to rally the clansmen for labor that bore no immediate purpose. Moreover, for Ping Ping, the current environment was sufficient for its solitary survival, and any future considerations regarding other creatures could wait until a spiritual connection was established. Upon returning to the tribe, Yang Yang discovered a dozen bow frames laid out, ready to be moved into an empty cave for drying and shaping. Approximately 100 arrowheads had been polished, albeit somewhat unevenly. Yet this did not significantly detract from their utility. Just as he completed his tasks, the shaman approached him, extending 5 identical black stone arrowheads, crafted from the same material as Yang Yang's dagger. We have little black stone left. It has all been fashioned into weapons. I've made these arrowheads for you. The shaman smiled. Thank you, Shaman Grandpa, Yang Yang replied, accepting the arrowheads with a sense of joy. The material was far more resilient and sharper than ordinary stone, ensuring greater piercing ability. You are quite astute. This is your reward, and well-deserved. The tribe will rely on you young ones to sustain it. In recent times, Yang Yang had continually brought surprises to the tribe, particularly with the innovation of smoked meat, which addressed their food preservation challenges. And now the development of bows and arrows to facilitate hunting. These were monumental advancements for a tribe that had endured hardship. Simultaneously, witnessing the swift growth of Yang Yang and Shirshan instilled great hope, as he believed these young individuals would one day lead the tribe to prosperity. The shamans and leaders of the tribe yearned for its strength, desiring survival in a world rife with ferocious beasts and colossal creatures, perpetuating their legacy for generations. Each child within the tribe represented a precious asset and the foundation of its strength. I understand, Shaman Grandpa, Yang Yang replied, gazing at the slightly hunched elder, unsure of how to continue the conversation. Chapter 24. Instinct. A meteor streaked across the night sky, and the tribe had dined on fresh python meat, their bellies now content as they retreated to their caves for rest. Yang Yang observed Haya playfully engaging with him, lost in contemplation. After the day's skirmishes, he recognized Haya's remarkable combat prowess, as if it were an innate gift woven into its very being. It instinctively understood how to fight and what to utilize, particularly in its instantaneous reactions to threats, far surpassing Yang Yang's own capabilities. This phenomenon was mirrored in Shirshan and the others, who exhibited exceptional reflexes during battle, adeptly evading danger and seizing fleeting opportunities. Was this instinct? Perhaps a combat instinct. Combat instinct is a survival response mechanism that evolves within organisms, automatically triggered in the face of threats. It is deeply rooted in their nervous systems and physiological structures, representing a primal survival wisdom shared by both humans and animals. transcending rational thought in the heat of life and death struggles, directly driving physical action. Such instincts, honed through prolonged combat, subtly enhance one's fighting abilities and awareness, potentially giving rise to the fabled sixth sense. During his confrontation with the giant python, Yang distinctly felt the disparity. The python's strikes were incredibly swift, its lunges surpassing its body length, while Shan and Haya consistently managed to evade and counterattack in the blink of an eye. In contrast, Yang often reacted only after the python's assault, his movements perpetually a beat behind, lacking that inherent combat instinct and the fervor for survival that they possessed. This state of affairs was understandable. Yang, with the soul of a modern individual, had long lived in a harmonious and stable society, devoid of the battlefield's life-or-death struggles and rigorous combat training, compared to the primitive individuals and beasts that had fought for survival for generations. Modern humans undeniably possess a diminished combat awareness, failing to harness the immense potential of their own physical capabilities and lacking the ability to imprint combat instinct deeply within their bones and souls. While long-range archery may allow one to evade danger, in the perilous forests, where ambushes can occur at any moment, even seasoned tribal warriors risk severe injury or death, let alone someone like Yang. He could not overly rely on his bow. His close combat skills required cultivation, lest he one day find himself in dire straits. Even with the aid of a colossal beast capable of forging a mental connection. After a moment of contemplation, Yang came to realize his own limitations. After all, he was still a carbon-based life form, unable to withstand the sharp fangs and claws. Having reached clarity, Yang resolved that while he could devise battle strategies, the actual combat should be left to Haya, allowing it to fully unleash its combat prowess and gain valuable experience. A few days later, the command was given: aim, pull, release. The sound of arrows slicing through the air echoed around. After several days of crafting, a dozen bows and arrows had finally been completed, with the hunting team led by Shergu and the 3 from Shan all equipped with 1 each. During the days of waiting for the wooden bows to take shape, a considerable number of arrows had been produced and stacked on the ground, with many hands working together. Although the quantity was not extravagant, it was sufficient to support everyone's practice. To minimize the loss of arrowheads, Yang even created several targets using grass branches. A row of crooked targets woven from wild grass stood 50 meters away, with many arrows hitting the ground behind them instead of the targets. Numerous factors affect the flight of an arrow, such as angle, potential energy, air resistance, and wind direction, all of which influence the accuracy and effective range of archery. After some practice and reflecting on each shot, Yang had become capable of hitting the mark consistently, while others still required more practice. Having only recently taken up the bow and lacking theoretical guidance, their shooting remained rigid and imprecise. Nevertheless, the physical prowess of these warriors was truly remarkable. After dozens of draws, their arms remained steady, while Yang could barely manage a dozen pulls before needing a break, knowing that his bow was lighter than theirs. The 3 from Shan, using the same bows as the others, could only draw a little over halfway and were unable to shoot consecutively. Their strength comparable to Yang's, with little difference, although accuracy still needed improvement. The bows and arrows in the hands of the group already posed a significant threat to larger prey. In addition to daily archery practice and feeding Peng to strengthen their bond, Yang, along with Shan and others, began consciously engaging in physical training to enhance their strength. The ember in his mind had turned blue 2 days prior, radiating a glow that seemed to permeate his body, continuously elevating his strength, enabling him to contend directly with Shan. Over the past few days, the ferocious giant pig Peng had recovered rapidly, its wounds had healed, and the scabs were beginning to fall away. Sometimes, without any apparent reason, it would erupt into a fit of excitement, bounding around in a frenzy, purely eager to jump. The area where it had previously healed was now transformed into several massive pits, large enough to accommodate its size, exhibiting erratic behavior. On the rocky mountainside, massive stones and trees grew intertwined, with exposed rock layers marked by the ravages of wind and frost. Some boulders gleamed with a cold, metallic sheen under the sunlight, serving as excellent materials for crafting stone tools. Trees, with astonishing resilience, clung to the rocks, their roots burrowing like coiling dragons into the crevices, greedily absorbing the meager nutrients from the stone marrow, while the firmly grasped rocks would not tumble even in torrential rains. The tribe nestled halfway up the mountain imbued this tranquil wilderness with a sense of life. The tribal warriors often patrolled the mountains, clearing away dangers and collecting suitable stones to bring back for crafting. Recently, in preparation for more arrowheads, they had been searching nearby. The stones needed for arrowheads were best when as hard as possible. The black stone gifted to Yang Yang by the old shaman was found atop the mountain, and its quantity was exceedingly scarce. Ultimately, a variety of colored stones were polished into arrows of different hues. Yang Yang conducted repeated tests, ranking the arrowheads by hardness. The black ones were the best, followed by the crimson, then the greenish-blue, and finally the ordinary grayish-white, with some other colors crumbling at the slightest touch. These colored stones were likely metallic minerals, but given the current conditions, extracting and refining metal tools was beyond reach for the time being. He took 5 arrows of each color, along with the 5 black ones from the old shaman, totaling 15 colored arrows plus 10 ordinary ones, which he secured in a quiver made from the giant python skin crafted by AI Ma, perfectly sized and exquisitely cut, with neatly arranged seams far superior to his previous handiwork. The next morning, the assembled tribal warriors, fully geared, gathered under Shirgu's urging, checking their weapons. After several days of rest and 2 days of practice, they had become well acquainted with the use of bows and arrows, and the tribe's food supplies needed replenishing. Having ensured their weapons were ready, bows and arrows in tow, they prepared to venture north to the giant bone plains to hunt beasts and bring back ample game for the tribe. Shirgu was confident that this hunt would yield more meat and pelts. Northward, beyond the jungle, lay the expansive giant bone plains, home to numerous herds and colossal beasts. The tribe had hunted there before, but each time, startled herds would scatter, making pursuit exceedingly difficult due to the terrain of the plains. Should they encounter aggressive beasts, they might charge collectively, intent on trampling any invaders into the ground. A moment of carelessness could attract the attention of predatory beasts, leading to casualties. As those cunning predators often hunted in packs of 10 or more, their keen noses detecting the scent of blood from a distance, making them formidable foes. Given the current limited population of the rock tribe, they could not afford such losses. Even if they managed to hunt a herd, they could only bring back a few, with the rest left to rot, rendering hunting inefficient. However, with the newfound long-range capabilities of bows and arrows, they could initiate attacks from over 100 meters away, simplifying the hunt considerably. The warriors were filled with excitement, their battle spirit reignited after such a long hiatus from hunting. You lads, train hard. Once the rainy season passes, we will hold an adult ceremony for you, and then you will hunt alongside us, Shirgu said, glancing at Yang Yang and the others, who were met with smiles from the surrounding warriors. Rest assured, Father, we will train diligently, Shirshan exclaimed excitedly. Good, this hunt will likely take about 3 days. Stay close and do not wander far, Shirgu advised before leading the hunting team onward. After a day of swift travel akin to arrows in flight, each leap sent powerful shocks through the ground, creating deep impressions in the softer earth. Shirgu expertly guided the hunting team without delay, while the beasts of the jungle kept their distance, sensing that this well-armed group was not to be trifled with. As the sun began to set, the group finally reached the jungle's edge, where the trees became sparse, bringing them closer to the vast expanse of the giant bone plains. They chose not to continue, recognizing that night was not an opportune time for hunting. Instead, they prepared to rest for the night in a cave discovered during previous hunts. Numerous such shelters existed for hunting parties, primarily caves, some carved out by earlier hunters. Each hunting area of the tribe bore such places for enduring perilous nights or serving as strongholds. Before darkness enveloped the land, they found an unoccupied cave, and the team skillfully cleared the entrance of underbrush, lit a fire inside to ward off mosquitoes, and settled in to rest. This cave had once been the lair of a fearsome beast resembling a hyena, which had been slain and claimed by the hunters as a refuge. Chief, you should eat something too. I will keep watch tonight, one of them suggested. The lively Sherman passed over some smoked meat, having brought a substantial amount this time. Relishing the aroma of the delicacy, it could be sliced and consumed directly without the arduous task of kindling a fire. Although many wild beasts fear the flicker of flames, the enticing scent of roasted meat could sometimes attract unnecessary trouble. All right, I'll have someone take over for you in the latter half of the night. Without hesitation, Shirgo accepted the smoked meat and began to eat. As the night deepened, the darkness outside the cave thickened, and various nocturnal creatures became increasingly active, their calls echoing through the jungle, creating a lively atmosphere, though the occasional mournful cries hinted at lurking danger. As dawn broke, the well-prepared hunting party stepped out of the jungle, entering the fringes of the Jugu Bone wasteland, beginning their pursuit of the beast herd. Yang Yang, an early riser, was already outside with Shirshan and the others, repeatedly lifting stones to strengthen their bodies. Ima beside them, carried her child while practicing with her bow and arrow against a grass target. Watching Ima nurse her child, Yang almost forgot that she was also a formidable warrior, her strength surpassing that of several men. The twang of the bowstring resonated as her arrow struck the target's center, a testament to her recent diligent practice. Standing tall, she was half a head taller than Yang, who was already 1.8 meters, with only Shirtu exceeding her height. Silently measuring their heights, Yang felt no sense of inferiority. He was still young, and the future held great promise. After their morning exercise, they prepared to descend the mountain, having neglected fishing by the river for several days. Today they aimed to catch several fish. Uniquely, Ima accompanied them down the mountain. Typically, she seldom left the tribe, often tending to her child and assisting the elder shaman with animal hides and various items. Today, however, the tribe's medicinal herbs had run low, having been considerably depleted after the last hunt, and with the elder's limited mobility, Ima was tasked with leaving her satiated child behind. Yang had intended to help, but Ima insisted she had not been active for some time, so he acquiesced. Stepping beyond the tribe's confines, Yang beheld Ima, armed with her bow and spear, showcasing the valor of a tribal warrior. Grasping her weapons, her visage seemed chiseled by the fierce sun and biting wind. With high cheekbones and a straight nose resembling a spear's spine, her vigilant eyes, sharp as tempered steel, reflected a focused intensity. Devoid of the tenderness she exhibited while caring for her child, replaced instead by the wariness bestowed by the wilderness. Shirshan had grown accustomed to his mother's demeanor, becoming more subdued, for Ima was indeed capable of delivering a thrashing. The cheerful calls of Haya, dashing through the grass, filled the air without a hint of danger. Each time Haya responded to Yang's commands, Ima's gaze would gravitate toward the little creature, and she could not help but inquire, "Yang, how did you train this little fellow to be so obedient?" "Mother, Haya is exceptionally clever. It can hunt and locate prey from afar, and in battle, its claws can easily rend the scales of a giant python." Before Yang could respond, Shirshan eagerly interjected, "Perhaps it recognized me the moment it hatched. And with daily training and care, this little creature has proven to be quite intelligent." Yang elaborated, refraining from discussing the mental connection, as the notion of a first impression among animal offspring was well known. Indeed, it is much more astute than those we have encountered. Primarily, it is obedient and lacks the wild ferocity of its kin. Ima nodded in agreement. "Mother, could you ask father to procure an egg for me as well? I too wish to raise one." Shirshan and Shirtu had long coveted Haya. Such creatures were rare in the vicinity, and obtaining a velociraptor egg would necessitate a journey to the giant wood forest, but that could be discussed later. Ima did not immediately refuse, recognizing that if successful in taming one, it could significantly enhance their hunting capabilities. Shirshan fell silent, his mind racing with thoughts of revealing to Ima that Yang had also tamed a tusked giant boar. Chapter 26. The dual-spined toxic dragon. After setting the fish traps by the river, the group followed Ima into the nearby woods in search of medicinal herbs. The tribe commonly used two types of herbs for treating wounds. One was called Sealy Chow, with palm-sized deep green leaves exuding a hint of mint, covered in numerous prickly spines. This was the same herb used to dress Pungpung's wounds, thriving in moist soil and abundant in thickets. Soon, they had gathered a large bundle, tied with grass rope, and set it aside. The second type was called Digging Chow, a root plant with small leaves, but its white, plump roots resembled wild ginseng, known for its efficacy in treating internal injuries when boiled and consumed, often given to children with stomach aches, as it likely had anti-parasitic properties. Digging Chow was scarcer and required more time to locate, and after searching the thicket, they managed to unearth only 5 or 6 roots. They had to change areas to continue their search. As they unearthed more Digging Chow, their search area gradually expanded, distancing from the riverbank, setting down the roots. Yang was preparing to dig again when he suddenly froze. Haya, roaming freely in the jungle, transmitted a frantic thought. A predator was pursuing it. "Be cautious. Haya is being hunted." Hearing the shout, the 5 quickly regrouped, with Ima positioning herself protectively in front, raising her bow in readiness. With a mental command, Yang directed Haya toward their location to lure the relentless predator. As the brush rustled in the distance, the sound of cracking foliage swiftly approached them. Moments later, Haya leaped into view, swiftly turning to face the oncoming creature, emitting a series of sharp clicks, brimming with a desire for combat. After a few breaths, a 4-meter-long dinosaur, standing on 2 legs, emerged from the parted foliage, its head towering nearly 2 meters high. Upon spotting the group, it instantaneously unfurled a pair of thin, high crests atop its head, extending parallel along its skull, and opened its mouth, hissing a menacing warning. Yang Yang instantly recognized it as a dual-spine dragon. It is a small toxic dragon. Its claws are not sharp, and its aggression is relatively weak, but caution is warranted regarding the venom it can spray, Ima reassured. Feeling somewhat relieved, knowing she could handle it, while also explaining to Yang Yang and the others. The dual-spine dragon typically inhabits areas with abundant water resources, and its corrosive venom, if sprayed into the eyes, could cause blindness. Its considerable size made it fond of preying on smaller beasts or dinosaurs, which explained its pursuit of Haya. With a swift motion, Ima launched the first strike. Her arrows flew forth rapidly, and the other four released their bowstrings. The dual-spine dragon, struck by an arrow, emitted a pained hiss and retaliated by spraying venom at the group from a distance of several meters. Anticipating this, they quickly dodged, the green venom splattering harmlessly on the grass without impeding their aim. After being struck again, the dual-spine dragon let out a roar of agony and unleashed a larger volume of venom, attempting to flee as the group evaded its attack. Yang Yang, having already aimed, shot an arrow at the fleeing dragon's leg, causing it to stumble and nearly fall, yet it regained its balance despite the pain and sought to continue its escape. Ima, reacting with remarkable speed, seized the opportunity as the dragon's movement was hindered. Her powerful legs propelled her forward, and with a swift breath, she closed the distance, bringing down her stone axe forcefully onto its chest. The axe cleaved through the beast's hide, delivering a tremendous impact that sent the dual-spine dragon flying several meters away. Seizing the moment, Haya leaped onto the grounded dragon's thick neck, sinking its teeth into the throat while its scythe-like claws slashed mercilessly. Concerned about hitting Haya, Yang Yang sheathed his bow and brandished a black stone dagger, plunging it into the opening created in the dragon's chest, targeting its heart. Shershan and the others also swung their stone axes at the dragon's head adorned with the crest. After being struck by the immense power of Ima, the double-spined dragon succumbed to a state of dizziness, failing to respond before its life was extinguished. As they gazed upon the now lifeless corpse, several individuals removed the arrows embedded within. The ordinary stone arrowheads barely grazed the surface, while only the turquoise-tipped arrows had penetrated deeply into the flesh, inflicting significant damage. At the same time, Yang Yang marveled at Ima's overwhelming strength, noting how a body weighing 300 to 400 pounds was propelled several meters away. Had it struck a person, the outcome would have been fatal. The swift and efficient battle stirred excitement among Shershan and others, as their arrows had dealt considerable harm to the double-spined dragon, and they now eagerly touched its body. This venomous dragon was relatively abundant upstream of the Heishui River. It must have traversed along the river, and they should remain vigilant during their outings. Ima suggested that once the tribe members returned, they should search the area for any other migrating beast packs. Understood, Amu, we will be cautious, they replied. They assigned Haya to continue serving as a guard. Bolstered by a diet of abundant beast meat, it was growing rapidly and now resembled a medium-sized dog. In the jungle, it was difficult to detect, and its keen sense of smell made it an excellent sentinel. After tidying up, they resumed digging for the root grass, and after several hours of labor, they unearthed a substantial amount. Let us go, this is sufficient. Seeing the nearly adequate quantity, Ima, concerned for the children, decided it was time to return. They retrieved the fish basket from the river, while Shershan and the others carried the double-spined dragon, and Yang Yang dragged the fish cage, following Ima, who held the medicinal herbs back to the tribe. They did not check on the other end where Peng Peng, the tusked giant boar, was contentedly munching on brush and grass. At that moment, Peng Peng lay in a dirt pit, lazily swishing its tail. Had it not been for Yang Yang's restrictions, it would have roamed freely, its wounds already healed. After 2 days without being fed beast meat by Yang Yang, it was growing restless, occasionally glancing towards the direction indicated by their mental connection, knowing he was nearby. Since absorbing the fire seed, Peng Peng had become much more intelligent, its thoughts more agile. Once linked to Yang Yang's spirit, like Haya, it displayed an unusual affection towards him. Whenever in Yang Yang's presence, it could sense the intense, fiery aura emanating from him, making it feel no inclination to resist. Upon returning to the tribe, Ima handed the herbs to the elder shaman and picked up her now-awake child, who was crying out for her, assisting in organizing the herbs. The skin of the double-spined dragon had been peeled and hung out to dry. Ima mentioned that she would craft armor from it for several individuals, which would offer considerably better defense than fur clothing. Each member of the hunting party possessed their own hardened leather armor, acquired through hunting in the perilous jungle. The surface of the beast hide was uneven and textured, with a thin layer of keratin that felt substantial to the touch. The damage inflicted by ordinary stone arrowheads was quite limited, and this was merely the hide of a small dinosaur. It is worth noting that within the dinosaur family, many larger and more robust species than the double-spined dragon existed. Those larger dinosaurs bore thick, keratinous exteriors capable of withstanding the immense claws of predators. Not to mention, creatures like the ankylosaurus, covered in bony armor, could resist even the powerful bite of enormous dinosaurs, necessitating the search for weaknesses during combat to attack effectively. Although the hardened leather armor offered decent protection, its crafting was quite intricate, requiring careful shaping, and in cold environments, additional fur linings were necessary for insulation. Chapter 27. Agreement to Domesticate. Beast Whisperer. A thin mist floated in the morning air at the foot of the mountain, with distant mountains appearing hazy. Dew continuously dripped onto the ground, splashing into tiny droplets, and life flourished all around. Yang Yang, still groggy from sleep, was awakened by a series of beckoning thoughts in his mind, opening his eyes with a sense of confusion. At that moment, a low hum reverberated in his consciousness. Devoid of words or language, it conveyed a clear message: "I have come to find you." Instantly alert, Yang Yang focused his attention, realizing it was Peng Peng approaching. Now only a short distance away, with a vibrant mental connection calling for him. Having endured another night, Peng Peng could no longer resist the urge and had come in search of him at first light, following the direction indicated by their mental bond. As the distance closed, the resonance of their shared spirit intensified, and Peng Peng's excited eyes shone brighter, seemingly eager for Yang Yang to see it. "Stop, don't come any closer. Wait for me here," Yang Yang urgently instructed through their mental connection, and Peng Peng finally halted in the nearby woods at the foot of the mountain. He let out a quiet sigh of relief, not out of fear of being discovered. After all, Shirshan and the others were already aware, but because he had yet to devise an explanation for the elder shaman and Shirgul leader, it was crucial to prepare them beforehand. He himself had not fully grasped the secret of the fire seed, and such supernatural phenomena were difficult to elucidate. He feared that if mishandled, these ignorant tribal cultures might deem him evil and burn him at the stake. In tribal societies, such occurrences were not uncommon. Some newborns with deformities were often regarded as curses from demons, incinerated during tribal rituals. Moreover, any peculiar assertions that threatened the authority of the tribe's shamans or leaders would lead to exile. Equipped with weapons, Yang Yang descended the mountain accompanied by Haya. After some effort, he located Peng Peng, who was rolling about on the ground. "Quick, get up. Look at your filthy state. You certainly do not resemble a fine pig." From their first encounter, Peng Peng had been coated in a mixture of resin, dirt, blood, and debris, exuding a pungent odor that deterred anyone from approaching, including Shirshan and his companions, who, while not repulsed, always kept their distance. Coupled with its menacing tusks, it was evidently not a creature to be trifled with. "From now on, you must be a clean pig, or you shall have no meat to eat," Yang Yang admonished. Peng Peng huffed, seemingly indifferent. "Come on, let us wash you in the river." With that, Yang Yang turned and led Peng Peng to the riverbank. The water, over a meter deep, only reached the joints of Peng Peng's front legs, insufficient to cover its entire body, but allowing it to roll about and dampen the mud clinging to its skin. Before long, the once clear river water became murky as it flowed, and the foul odor sent the nearby ferocious fish fleeing, deterring any thought of attack. Yang Yang found a long, dry branch to fashion into a makeshift broom, vigorously scrubbing Peng Peng's body. The melting mud cascaded down, swept away by the river, while the squinting Peng Peng nearly dozed off in comfort. Looking at the finally clean behemoth, Yang Yang was thoroughly exhausted. Emerging from the water, Peng Peng began shaking its head vigorously on the shore, flinging off excess water, droplets spraying outward with such force that they occasionally struck Yang Yang, causing a slight sting. The now clean Peng Peng boasted a deep brown coat, its tough fur gleaming under the sun, while its dark, lustrous mane cascaded from its head along its back, billowing in the wind and giving it a regal appearance. The formidable yellow tusks added to its intimidating presence, and its massive body was covered with robust muscles, exuding an aura of both size and strength. "Should I have it carry me for a lap?" Yang Yang pondered, feeling a surge of excitement. In the intertwining jungle, gnarled roots and various shrubs and ferns thrived atop the rich, decaying earth, the air thick with the scent of damp soil and rotting wood. Suddenly, a deep rumble echoed through the forest, causing the ground to tremble slightly. A colossal wild boar, draped in dark brown fur, charged through the underbrush like an avalanche. Towering over 4 meters at the shoulder, its tusks slicing through the air, with a figure perched upon its back. Gripping the coarse and resilient bristles on the neck of the wild boar, Yang Yang's body rose and fell in rhythm with the beast's frenzied gallop, akin to waves crashing upon the shore. At that moment, he felt as though he would be thrown off at any instant, forcing him to lower his center of gravity, his legs bracing firmly against the muscular arch of the boar's back. The only sounds that accompanied him were the howling wind and the explosive crack of breaking branches. Glancing at the trees blurring past his peripheral vision, startled birds and moths erupted like colorful confetti. With each powerful thrust, the boar, named Peng Peng, effortlessly snapped thick vines and brittle trees on either side of its massive shoulders, sending splinters flying from decaying trunks, suddenly leaping over a moss-covered gully. The impact upon landing sent tremors through the earth. Finally, the exuberant Peng Peng came to a halt, and Yang Yang, sprawled on the ground, retched, nearly succumbing to nausea from his inaugural experience of riding a pig. In truth, the ride was quite comfortable. The immense force generated by the run was absorbed by the boar's muscles. Yet, the heavy sensation of speed and the disorienting feeling of weightlessness were disconcerting, leading to what could only be described as pig sickness. Those who have ridden pigs know well how difficult it is to grasp their bristles, always fearing the possibility of being thrown off. On the return journey, he did not urge the boar to run again, instead opting for a leisurely stroll through the jungle. Perched atop Peng Peng, Yang Yang began contemplating how to introduce the creature to the shaman, the old man. Are you suggesting that there is a giant boar with tusks at the foot of the mountain that you have tamed? The shaman in the stone chamber gazed at Yang Yang with incredulous eyes, momentarily lost in thought. Upon returning to the tribe, Yang Yang sought out the shaman directly, recounting the entire saga from their initial encounter with Peng Peng to the treatment of its injuries, summoning the three from Shirshan as witnesses. How did you manage that? Despite the corroboration from the trio, the shaman remained skeptical, unable to believe that such a colossal beast could be tamed by a mere human. Initially, feeling pity for the nearly lifeless Peng Peng, he had only provided basic treatment for its injuries, never expecting its resilience to prevail. Gradually, as he interacted with the creature, they became familiar with one another. Over time, inexplicably, he began to sense what it wished to communicate, and it responded adeptly to his commands, never displaying malice towards him or the Shirshan trio. Pretending to be perplexed, Yang Yang scratched his head and said, "Indeed, Shaman Grandpa. Peng Peng is exceptionally clever and listens well to my instructions." The three from Shirshan nodded in agreement. After a long period of contemplation, the shaman finally turned his gaze towards Yang Yang, speaking with profound significance. "Is your Heya similar?" "Yes, Shaman Grandpa," Yang Yang replied. "When Heya was born, it was very affectionate. When it called out, I understood what it was trying to convey. Moreover, as I trained it daily to learn commands, it consistently performed admirably, even assisting us in hunting and keeping watch. Do you know why this is?" After explaining, he posed a question in return. "This ability of yours is something I have never witnessed in the tribe before. I have heard no prior accounts, only some speculations. So, can we continue to tame them?" Yang Yang was particularly concerned about this matter. "Since it can be tamed by you, continue to nurture it, but be vigilant. Do not let it harm the tribesmen. If it does, we will have to find a way to deal with it," the shaman replied after a moment of reflection, his expression serious as he offered his counsel. "That is wonderful. Thank you, Shaman Grandpa." With the affirmative response, Yang Yang felt a wave of relief wash over him, and the Shirshan trio also rejoiced. Observing the departing figures of the group, the shaman pondered as he rose and walked to a corner, sifting through a pile of ancient stone fragments. Ultimately, he scrutinized a stone inscribed with abstract images and symbols. The ancient records speak of beast whisperers and giant tribes, he mused. However, according to the accounts, a beast whisperer raises newborn children alongside wild beasts, allowing them to grow and potentially communicate commands to the herd in battle. Yet, such children seldom survive. And even if they do, they may not possess the ability to command the herd as Heya does. Contemplating Heya, the shaman had observed it closely over time. After searching for a while longer without finding a suitable answer, he concluded that Yang Yang was a different kind of beast whisperer or perhaps endowed with a divine gift. Deciding not to delve further into the matter, he was curious to see how far Yang Yang could command such a giant beast and what transformations it might bring to the tribe. Chapter 28, The Return Journey. Pursued by predators at the foot of the mountain, in the stone forest, Yang Yang led Peng Peng back, the arrival of the colossal creature prompting several tribesmen to gather. For the shaman and Ima, this was a significant event for the tribe. Previously, they had only battled colossal beasts. Never had they experienced such close and peaceful coexistence. Although Peng Peng's size was still dwarfed by the terrifying giants deep within the wilderness, the palpable pressure of its presence was undeniable, especially for the shaman, who had spent a lifetime hunting, Witnessing the tribe's ability to tame such a ferocious beast in his twilight years stirred a profound sense of wonder within him. Ima, cradling a child, was accompanied by two small children who clutched the hem of her beast-hide clothing, peering out fearfully yet curiously. Although they knew that this tusked giant had been astonishingly tamed by Yang Yang, they remained vigilant, fearing that the creature might suddenly go wild and inadvertently crush the Shirshan trio, who were nearby constructing a makeshift shelter. The decision to settle Peng Peng here had been reached in consultation with the shaman, as this distance was ideal for promptly alerting the tribe's warriors should any intruders appear at the foot of the mountain. A vast shelter against the mountainside had been erected, albeit lacking a roof, as it was beyond the reach of the few present to construct one in a short time. They merely encircled the ground and laid down some grass to provide Peng Peng with a sense of den. After offering a few instructions, the shaman returned with Ima, finding it challenging to descend the mountain due to his limited mobility. The two reluctant children were also led away by Ima, for even without any malicious intent, Peng Peng's massive size posed a risk of injury if one were to inadvertently collide with it. Feeling a surge of confidence, Yang Yang's desire to ride Peng Peng once more grew insatiable, and he brought along the eagerly anticipating trio from Shirshan, carrying all four without a hint of burden. Peng Peng ambled through the jungle at Yang Yang's behest, while Heya clung tightly to the thick hide on its back. The sound of its sturdy hooves striking the stones resonated with a metallic clang as they pressed into the earth, enveloped in a sense of security. The group, perched high upon Peng Peng's back, constantly scanned their surroundings, their bows and arrows ready to fire at distant prey. With Peng Peng's intimidating presence, any encountered quarry fled in panic. By the time they returned to the foot of the mountain, Peng Peng bore the weight of numerous wild creatures, including two hefty badgers. Once they settled Peng Peng, the group returned to the tribe, carrying their haul, knowing that processing the catch would require significant effort. In the desolate expanse of the Great Bone Wasteland, a dozen figures lay low upon the parched earth, resembling stones weathered by relentless winds. Draped in coarse hides, their skin had been bronzed by the sun and chilled by the winds, their muscles taut and defined. Ahead, a herd of robust long-horned wild sheep grazed, their gray-brown coats blending seamlessly with the desolation around them, only occasionally punctuated by brief bleats and the sound of hooves crunching the dry grass. Leading the group was the tall man known as Shirgu, who slowly raised his hand, fingers splayed, before clenching them into a fist. This was the signal. From the grass on either side, several warriors rose silently, their crude wooden bows drawn taut, the strings vibrating with a low hum. The sharpened green-tipped arrows glinted ominously in the harsh sunlight. Without hesitation or command, several arrows were released almost simultaneously, slicing through the air like three bolts of black lightning aimed at the periphery of the sheep herd. The piercing cries of the sheep shattered the silence of the wasteland. A robust ram was struck in the hind leg by an arrow, staggering and collapsing, with blood splattering onto the dry grass, resembling a few dark red blossoms that had suddenly bloomed. The group of Shirgo, amidst the chaos, released their bowstrings and began to shoot at the panicked flock. The sheep, startled by the unknown assault, erupted into a frenzy, scattering in all directions, their hooves pounding the earth like a cacophony of drums, racing at an astonishing speed. A few, in their haste, charged towards the position of the Shirgo. After two more rounds of arrows, as they drew closer, they lowered their bows and, with a thunderous roar, sprang forth from their hiding places, hurling their heavy spears with immense force. Their aim was precise, targeting only the slower prey struck by arrows. The hunters surged forward like arrows released from a bow, brandishing their spears and stone axes, bringing down the injured sheep. Shirgo led the charge, and a frightened ewe collided with him. He swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding her, while thrusting his spear with great force. The spear tip plunged deeply into the ew's ribs with a sickening sound. The ewe let out a mournful cry, struggling to move a few steps before collapsing with a heavy thud. The wilderness instantly transformed into a chaotic battlefield. Spears were swung, accompanied by the sound of wind, while stone axes cleaved through flesh, the cracking of bones causing a wince. The hunters continuously shifted positions, evading the charges of the long-horned sheep, with each passing moment witnessing another prey fall to the ground with a wail. The panting breaths of the hunters, the cries of the beasts, and the dull thuds of flesh and bone intermingled, suffused with primal ferocity and bloodshed. Eventually, as the last few long-horned rams fell in despair under the spear's blockade, the wilderness fell silent once more, leaving only heavy breathing and the thick, cloying scent of blood hanging in the thin air. The hunters gathered around their quarry, gazing at the corpses of a dozen animals with fervent battle spirit etched upon their faces. This was a remarkably successful hunt. They began to clear the battlefield, striving to take as much as possible, for the scent of blood could attract carnivorous beasts. Sensing the potent odor, Shergo, their leader, quickly organized a retreat. Moments later, a pack of large, mastiff-like velociraptors emerged in the area, while vultures circled in the sky, screeching loudly, and even colossal pterosaurs cast their cold gaze from above. Various predators were drawn to the scent of blood, vying for the remains of the long-horned wild sheep that had not been completely taken, leading to a chaotic scramble. With a thunderous roar, a carnivorous brachiosaurus, towering over 7 meters, charged from the distance, its massive, upward-curving horns creating a thundering tremor on the ground. Several hapless hyenas were crushed beneath its weight, while surrounding predators recoiled, growling at the brachiosaurus but daring not to attack. This new arrival asserted its dominance, tearing into the corpses on the ground without further ado. A slightly larger velociraptor, adorned in feathers and gleaming with a cunning light in its eyes, lifted its sharp head and began to sniff the air towards the direction the hunting party had departed, seemingly detecting something. The rapid clicking of its toothy beak echoed as it turned to pursue the fleeing figures of the hunters, with other velociraptors responding to the signal and following suit. While several other packs joined the chase, the tribal members, laden with a dozen prey, hastily navigated through the jungle, the scent of blood attracting watchful eyes around them. They did not linger, as Shergo focused solely on returning to the tribe with their bounty. Meanwhile, clusters of velociraptors began to converge, engaging in fierce skirmishes before ultimately merging into a horde of nearly 100, relentlessly pursuing the hunters, closing the distance. Chapter 29. The battle erupts to the south of the giant bone plains, in the far north of the Rocky Mountains. The Shergo, burdened with their catch, pressed on, having traveled nearly 20 miles from the edge of the giant bone plains. Each step felt like a struggle against the decaying leaves and muck that threatened to swallow them whole. The lurking eyes of predators diminished their once steely resolve. The joy of the hunt washed away by sweat, replaced by a profound weariness. As time passed, the velociraptor pack gradually closed in, drawn by the scent of blood. These notorious killers, clad in primitive feathers, surged forth like a tide from the depths of hell. Unlike larger beasts that roared, they emitted sharp, high-pitched screeches to communicate, akin to countless blades scraping against bone in the air. That sound reverberated through the woods, penetrating eardrums and stirring the nerves of every hunter. Their swift forms darted effortlessly through the tangled roots and vines, each leap reflecting the deadly glint of their scythe-like claws in the dim light. Just as the tribal warriors had barely rested, the distant sharp cries once again heightened their alertness. Experienced, they recognized the source of the sound and its rapid approach. Shergo furrowed his brow, listening intently. Having anticipated that a large hunt might attract unwanted attention, they had avoided deep forays into the giant bone plains, instead hunting near the edges, deliberately leaving behind some prey to divert attention. Yet, they had not expected these beasts to fixate on them. Quickly, keep moving. Don't let them catch up. Ming, yeah, discard your prey. But Chief, I, Sherman, am reluctant to part with it. No time for hesitation. Throw it away if you don't want to be caught. Speak another word, and I'll strike you. The anxious Shergo yelled, beads of sweat and tension lining his bronze face. They could no longer afford to linger. This was the hunting ground of the jungle bandits. Others, burdened with prey, urged Ming and Ya to follow closely behind, striving to shake off the relentless pursuers. Just moments after they departed, a swarm of velociraptors appeared in the vicinity, drawn to the remains of the long-horned sheep left behind, creating a frenzy that quickly escalated. A slightly larger velociraptor, its feathers ruffled, issued commands in the direction the tribe had fled, having assumed the role of leader among the bandits. Upon receiving the signal, the pack halted their chaos and resumed their pursuit. The velociraptor leader, sniffing the air as it ran, sensed their quarry was near and issued a series of excited croaks, prompting the hunters to crouch lower and accelerate their speed. At last, in the heat of the chase, Shergo and his companions were spotted, although they moved quickly. In this jungle, humans could not match the speed of these natural predators. One particularly robust velociraptor, having lost patience, launched itself like a brown streak of lightning from the underbrush, its powerful hind legs propelling it closer, targeting the human lagging at the rear of the group. 3 arrows were swiftly loosed by Shergo and his companions, striking the closest velociraptor. 2 arrows pierced its feathers, the immense force sending it crashing to the ground, where it struggled momentarily before falling silent. Its demise momentarily halted the velociraptor pack, revealing the cunning hunting instincts of these predators. The velociraptor leader observed the scene from a distance, its high-pitched call signaling the pursuing pack to shift tactics, spreading out in an attempt to encircle their quarry, wary of the arrows that might be loosed from afar. During their frantic escape, Shergo and his companions continuously pivoted to shoot at the approaching Lingdao dragons, causing several to collapse to the ground. However, a greater number of arrows were evaded, soaring into the depths of the jungle. A heavy sense of dread weighed on Shergo. The enemy's numbers were overwhelming, and the few dragons they had slain had little impact on the tide of battle. As the beasts closed in from both sides, it became apparent that their group was on the verge of being encircled. Without hesitation, they abandoned 2 more prey to buy themselves a fleeting moment, while 2 others joined the fray against the dragon horde. The death of the 10 or so Lingdao dragons rendered the remaining ones more cautious, lowering their bodies and learning to run closely alongside the trees. They were still a considerable distance from the tribe, and their frantic flight was draining their strength, causing their pace to falter. This was the first time they had encountered such a vast predator pack, far removed from their territory. "Stop! Form a circle back to back," Shergo bellowed, and the group slammed their heavy prey onto the ground. They quickly formed a defensive perimeter, protecting the remaining game at the center. With bows raised, they began to fire at the dragon cluster a few dozen meters away. The arrows pierced through the robust bodies of the dragons, causing several to fall, the sharp scent of blood wafting through the air with the gentle breeze. The bowstrings were drawn taut, emitting a resonating hum, and the loss of their companions rendered the beasts hesitant to advance, merely growling in response to the tantalizing scent of blood. As if their rationality had reached a breaking point, the dragon pack surged forward, spurred by the high-pitched cries of their leader. 11 warriors, muscles taut and exuding a fervent bloodlust, felt their battle spirit ignite. Sweat evaporated dramatically from their bodies, creating a thin mist around their skin, revealing the terrifying prowess of these primal tribe warriors. With a swift whoosh, an arrow sliced through the air, striking true and piercing the throat of a leaping Lingdao dragon. It shrieked as it fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust and igniting an immediate clash between the 2 factions. The warriors unleashed a barrage of arrows, the distance littered with numerous carcasses, yet more dragons were advancing. One particularly agile Lingdao dragon dashed forward, skillfully dodging an incoming arrow. At the same time, another leapt high, vaulting over its companion to slash at Shergo with its claws, only to be met with a spear that thrust through and sent it flying. With a resounding roar, the warriors withdrew their bows and raised their spears, glinting coldly in the dim light. They launched a relentless assault, thrusting and sweeping with their spears until they shattered, then resorted to their stone axes in a synchronized defense, momentarily staving off the onslaught. The Lingdao dragons halted their advance, momentarily deterred by the sheer number of deaths, retreating to conceal themselves among the underbrush and tree trunks. The still massive predator pack, with cold, hungry eyes, watched from a distance, probing for weaknesses and waiting for the cloak of night to descend. As the vigilant warriors raised their bows once more, they hastily consumed pre-prepared dried meat to replenish their strength, quenching their thirst with the fresh blood that oozed from the surrounding corpses. The briefly rested group let out a series of roars, their formidable shouts echoing through the jungle, a display of intimidation, though this tactic faltered against colossal beasts. Observing the temporarily subdued predator pack, the experienced Shergo recognized their intent. Glancing at the sky, he noted the sun slowly sinking, and a sense of urgency gripped him. He had contemplated abandoning all the prey to ensure the safety of his companions, yet he found it hard to relinquish the fruits of their arduous hunt. Shergo moved to the forefront of the group, eliminating any persistent threats as they prepared to advance once more. With 3 warriors guarding their rear, they pressed on, unwilling to surrender their hard-won spoils for mere survival as they faced the relentless pursuit of these primal beings. Night finally fell, the vast moon casting dappled light through the trees, while the pungent scent of blood lured nocturnal hunters who dared not approach the formidable pack of Lingdao dragons. The group, having withstood 3 waves of small-scale assaults, found the enemies growing increasingly cunning, with casualties dwindling as the warriors approached the limits of their endurance. During the second wave of confrontation, a Lingdao dragon breached their defenses, its razor-sharp claws swiftly rending the skin and flesh of one warrior's back. He fell to the ground in agony, his prey rolling away. In an instant, 3 or 4 Lingdao dragons surged forward, eager to feast on the fallen game. The surrounding warriors reacted instantly, unleashing a flurry of spears that cut through the agile forms, preventing further casualties. The downed warrior, gritting his teeth against the pain, picked up his weapon once more, cautiously resuming his guard. Under the command of the Lingdao dragon leader, They exploited their speed and numerical advantage, persistently harassing and launching surprise attacks. One after another, Lingdao dragons were impaled by spears or crushed by axes, yet in their final moments, they inflicted deep, bone-exposing wounds on the warriors' thighs, arms, and backs with their sharp claws. The arrows were entirely depleted, and the spears were shattered by the combined efforts of the Lingdao dragons. While the stone axes bore the marks of battle, the stench of blood spread rapidly through the humid air, mingling with the earthy scent of decaying leaves, inducing nausea. The primitive warriors could only roar in defiance, clinging to their indomitable will against these efficient killing machines. New wounds continued to mar their bodies. Yet no one retreated an inch. With each exertion, their strength ebbed, hot blood splattering their faces, and without time to wipe it away, they turned to bring their stone axes down upon the next foe. Chapter 30. Rescue in the Jungle at the Foot of the Tribe's Mountain. Peng Peng carried Yang Yang and the others as they navigated through the underbrush, alternating between sprinting and leisurely strides. Under the protection of the formidable Yaojia giant boar, they felt no sense of danger. The wild beasts fleeing through the jungle quickly retreated under Peng Peng's intimidation, while smaller creatures that failed to evade were trampled into pulp by the massive hooves, sinking into the soil. A short distance away, they occasionally encountered a few Pai Mao Shi, drinking by the river, or irritable one-horned rhinos, which Yang Yang commanded them to circumvent. The startled monkeys, frightened by the commotion, screeched from the treetops. The area near the Rocky Mountains had been thoroughly explored, and this unabashed exploration was indeed captivating. The myriad of environments and creatures granted Yang Yang a foundational understanding of the surrounding area, and as they ventured further, the size of the encountered creatures steadily increased. In the northern jungle of the tribe, where streams were scarce and the trees stood taller, Peng Peng munched on fruit from low-hanging branches while Haya scoured the ground for delectable insects beneath the decaying foliage. Yang Yang and the others, with bows at the ready, aimed to shoot at the birds flitting through the trees. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, carrying with it the various scents of decay from the jungle. Suddenly, a gust swept through, and Haya halted, standing tall as it sniffed the air, occasionally tilting its head to listen intently. Within its perception, it discerned the disordered calls of its kind from the north, the sounds of battle. The air carried the foul stench of numerous predators and the metallic scent of blood, which Haya accurately identified, having often mingled among the tribe. It also caught a whiff of the familiar scent of humans. Both the Lingdao dragons and the velociraptors belonged to the Dromaeosauridae family, closely related, though the latter were larger in adulthood. Both were lethal hunters of the jungle, their low-frequency calls echoing through the foliage, capable of traveling long distances. After a prolonged period of contemplation, the Dark Fangs have come to understand that a host of predators, closely resembling themselves, are encircling and hunting in overwhelming numbers. The vigilant Dark Fangs have issued a warning to Yang Yang. His attention, drawn by the sounds emanating from the Dark Fangs, quickly processed the information transmitted through their mental connection. The scents and sounds of their kin, the act of hunting, and the overwhelming numbers, mingled with the distinct aromas of Shurgo and the pungent smell of blood. Furrowing his brow, Yang Yang deduced that a population similar to the Dark Fangs was engaged in a hunt, targeting Shurgo and his companions. Given that this coincided with the time the tribal warriors were likely returning from their own hunt, it became apparent that the returning hunters, laden with their prey, had attracted the attention of a multitude of predators, the rich scent of blood signifying the ferocity of battle and indicating casualties. Peng Peng, hurry back to the tribe and find Wu and Ima. The leaders are in peril, Yang Yang urged as he leaped onto the broad back of the Dark Fangs. Turning to shout at Peng Peng, the anxiety sensed by Peng Peng from Yang Yang instantly tensed its muscles, and with remarkable explosive power, it left a deep crater in the ground. Thundering towards the tribe, the enormous tusks and sturdy head of Peng Peng smashed through any obstacles in their path, while those seated upon its back clung tightly to avoid being thrown off. Shirshan and the others remained silent, but upon hearing of the danger faced by the hunting party, they grew increasingly agitated. Rushing back to the foot of the mountain, they dismounted and sprinted towards the tribe. Wu, the leaders are in danger. The Dark Fangs have detected the scent of our tribesmen. They are battling a multitude of predators, a pack akin to the Dark Fangs. Yang Yang relayed urgently upon finding Wu and Ima, who were preoccupied with their tasks. How far away are they? Wu inquired anxiously, his eyes wide with concern. Yang Yang responded, I cannot determine the exact distance. The Dark Fangs can sense their kind from afar, though I cannot ascertain their precise location. It should not be too far. I will set off for support immediately, Ima declared, already in a rush to don her gear for rescue. But what can you do alone? Wu questioned, feeling a sense of helplessness in the face of the imminent danger to their kin. "We can also go." Shirshan and the others, who had been filled with anxiety throughout, chimed in. Wu was conflicted. The darkness had fallen, and if the hunting party had already encountered trouble, sending Ima with Yang Yang and the others would be tantamount to a death sentence. Even if they managed to catch up, such a small number of fighters would have minimal impact against a large predator pack, especially considering that 4 of them had just matured and had little combat experience. "I believe I can accompany Ima to support the leaders, riding on Pingpong. We should make it in time." Shirshan and the others would remain at the tribe. Pingpong is strong. Typical predator packs cannot withstand its charge. Wu, recalling the newly joined Pingpong and its formidable size and strength, began to feel a glimmer of hope. "All right, you two will ride on Pingpong now. Take your weapons, bows, and stone spears. Shirshan, Shitu, and Shida will stay at the tribe." Ignoring the protests from Shirshan and the others, Wu decisively organized the support plan, realizing he had no other options. Even if the support failed, Shirshan and the others would have preserved the tribe's foundation, preventing total annihilation. Returning to the mountain's foot, the group looked at Yang Yang and Ima mounted on Pingpong. Following Yang Yang's suggestion, they loaded the remaining arrows and a considerable number of spears onto Pingpong's sides. "Don't worry, we will surely return safely," Yang Yang assured. Signaling Pingpong to set off, cradling the dark fangs in front, while Ima, despite her first ride on a tusked pig, managed to stabilize herself firmly on its back. The battle raging in the jungle continued unabated. In the thick darkness of night, the Lingdalong seemed to have lost their fear, relentlessly attacking the encircled humans with waves of aggression, their angry hisses echoing as over 50 of the beasts surged forth from the shadows of the surrounding jungle. The sanguinary conflict appeared to be approaching its climax. Among the 11 warriors, including Shirgu, only 6 remained. The other 5 lay incapacitated, severely injured and protected within the inner circle. They leaned on their shattered spears, gasping for breath, their bodies adorned with wounds. Shirgu, the leader, felt a pang of regret. They should not have been greedy and clung to their quarry. Without the burden of the prey, perhaps they could have safely fled back to the tribe. As long as the warriors remained, there would always be opportunities for future hunts. Now, it was too late. The ground was littered with the fallen bodies of Lingdalong, forming an unintentional barrier that offered some respite against the onslaught of these marauding beasts. But in this primal jungle, death loomed as their ultimate fate. Despair coiled around each heart like a frigid vine, as repeated onslaughts drained their strength, their arms feeling as heavy as stone. Facing yet another attack from the predators, the warriors resolved to make one last stand, determined to take these beasts down with them if they were to perish. At that moment, the earth began to tremble rhythmically. Initially, there was a low rumble, accompanied by the sound of trees ripping apart and vines snapping, reminiscent of distant thunder. Yet, the noise grew closer, louder, transforming into a thunderous roar that made the very ground beneath them quiver. The encircled Lingdalongs ceased their harassment, uneasily turning their heads and emitting cautious hisses. Chapter 31, Frenzied Slaughter Boom. A streak of black lightning cleaved through the dim edge of the jungle, as a nearly 20-ton mass crashed to the ground with a thunderous explosion. It was a giant tusked boar, its size beyond imagination, resembling a moving mountain. Its obsidian mane stood upright under the moonlight, and its robust limbs resembled stone pillars. Each step it took caused the earth to groan. Most fearsome were the massive tusks at its mouth, curved like giant blades, glinting ominously in the firelight, as though 2 axes were poised to harvest life. Perched upon this behemoth's back was a figure, steady and resolute. It was Yang Yang. His legs clamped tightly around the neck of the giant boar, one hand gripping its coarse mane, the other brandishing a flaming torch. Behind him, Ima held her bow, her gaze as icy as the winter frost. "Pingpong, charge!" Yang Yang commanded with a low growl. The unleashed giant tusked boar let out a deafening roar, a sound imbued with primal fury and strength that halted all creatures that heard it in their tracks. Without pausing for rest, it maintained its momentum, showing no signs of fatigue, akin to a colossal truck crashing into the formation of the Lingdalong. The first Lingdalong did not even have time to emit a cry of despair before the monstrous tusks pierced through its chest, lifting its body effortlessly, like a rag doll, and flinging it aside, striking down 2 companions behind it. In that instant of impact, the carefully constructed encirclement of the Lingdalong was torn wide open. Without slowing, the massive beast created a whirlwind of destruction among the dragon pack. As it passed by Shirgu and the others, Yang Yang and Ima leaped down, using daggers to sever the ropes binding the weapons to Pingpong, which fell to the ground with a thud. The warriors, regaining their senses, shone with renewed hope. picking up arrows and spears to launch a counterattack. Yang Yang found himself shielded by Ima, pushed into the protective circle. A somewhat bewildered Yang Yang had no choice but to take up a bow and, with the dark fangs, began to launch surprise attacks from the gaps. Meanwhile, Ping Pong, unceasing in its assault, suddenly whipped its head, tusks sweeping through the air, severing a lingdalong that dared to leap onto its back, spilling blood and entrails across the ground. Freed from its burdens, it unleashed a ferocious roar, turning and charging towards the dragon horde with a powerful gust of wind. Its iron hooves crushed the skull of a swift thief dragon into fragments, leaving no time for even a wail of despair. What unfolded was no longer a battle, but a one-sided obliteration. Ping Pong was not engaged in a dance with these agile assassins. Rather, it wielded its immense strength and size to crush, hurl, and dispatch them one by one. The speed and agility that the swift thief dragons took pride in appeared utterly ludicrous and futile in the face of this moving mountain. They attempted to launch attacks from the sides and rear, but the giant boar's thick hide and resilient muscles acted as a natural armor, leaving only shallow white marks from their sharp claws. When one cunning thief dragon managed to circle around Ping Pong's flank, trying to climb its hind leg, an arrow in Emma's hand struck like a venomous serpent, piercing the dragon's chest with precision and unleashing a spray of blood. The renewed counterattack from the group seamlessly coordinated with Ping Pong's efforts, which were focused on creating chaos through unmatched force. The warriors took on the task of eliminating those thief dragons that sought to exploit any minuscule openings for ambush. Among the dragon horde, a larger thief dragon with a menacing scar at its eye let out a shrill cry, attempting to regroup its disbanded subordinates. It abandoned the notion of a frontal confrontation and instead relied on its superior agility to dart around Ping Pong, searching for vulnerabilities. Unbeknownst to it, Haya, standing beside Yang Yang, had already detected the presence of this thief dragon leader. Ping Pong, eliminate that creature with red feathers, Yang Yang commanded. Ping Pong seemed incensed by this irksome little being. It forsook the pursuit of the lesser minions, sinking its massive form into the earth, and with an explosive force incongruous with its size, it launched a side charge in the direction predicted to evade the leader. This unexpected move took the leader completely by surprise. It could only emit a terrified scream before being solidly struck by Ping Pong's broad shoulder, resembling a landslide. The force was so terrifying that the thief dragon leader was sent flying through the air like a stone flung from a catapult, crashing into a massive rock at the edge of the camp with a sound of shattering bones. The death of the leader became the proverbial last straw for the remaining thief dragons. They emitted a chorus of terrified screeches, abandoning all semblance of combativeness, and retreated in a tide back into the shadows of the jungle. The battle had concluded. Ping Pong stood amidst the chaotic battlefield, bearing several gashes from scythe-like claws. Yet it remained imposing and regal. Such minor injuries were trivial to it. It lifted its head and let out a triumphant roar that echoed through the valley. The campfire reignited, casting light upon the faces of the tribal warriors who had survived. They gazed in awe and fervor at the distorted silhouette of the giant boar illuminated by the flames. With Ping Pong's imposing presence, a sense of security enveloped the warriors in the dark jungle night. Even the mundane grunts it made while lying down alleviated their anxiety. Having tended to the wounded and staunched the bleeding, the corpses of the thief dragons lay piled together. The gravely injured, not yet dead, were dispatched by Shirgu and Emma, alongside a few lightly wounded warriors, who pierced their hearts with spears. Emma, I never expected to see you again. I thought I would never see you all again, Shirgu remarked, relieved to have survived. It was Yang Yang and his Haya who caught your scent while battling those beasts in the jungle. Thanks to him, we managed to arrive in time. What is this tusked boar? Shirgu and several others turned their gaze towards Ping Pong. It is a creature Yang Yang encountered in the wild some time ago and has since tamed. I will explain in detail upon our return to the tribe. Emma replied with a smile. Very well, let us discuss it later. Once we have rested, we shall make our way back. The stench of blood here is too overwhelming to linger. The moonlight was obscured by thick clouds, rendering the jungle even darker, with terrifying sounds echoing through the night. The group, having recovered their strength, faced no significant issues. 3 of the more severely wounded were carried by their kin. The carcass of a longhorn sheep and a dozen thief dragon bodies were secured on Ping Pong's back with vine ropes. Many more thief dragon corpses lay on the ground, but the group could no longer carry them. Bearing a substantial load, Ping Pong felt no weight as it led the way, its massive head swaying to clear obstacles. Following closely were the warriors, Yang Yang at the center to guard against inexperienced ambushes from beasts, while Shirgu and Emma brought up the rear, and Haya navigated alongside Ping Pong. Leading and keeping watch, the group proceeded at a slow pace towards the tribe's direction. Half an hour later, the scattered corpses left behind quietly emanated the scent of blood. Chapter 32. The terror bird and the harvest. The night enveloped the primal jungle like a heavy slab of obsidian, rendering it impenetrable. The moonlight was shattered by layers of colossal ferns and twisted tree canopies, casting only a few pale spots upon the ground. An eerie silence prevailed, with even the chirping of insects seemingly consumed by the profound darkness. A water dragon beast curled up at the root of a colossal redwood, minimizing even its breathing. Suddenly, an unusual sensation seized it, not a sound, but a vibration. A deep, slow tremor, imbued with an irresistible force, resonated from the depths of the forest, traveling through the damp soil and into its very bones. Thud, thud, the sound was dull and rhythmic, as if an invisible giant was gently hammering the earth with a wooden mallet. It did not belong to any creature it knew, neither the reckless charge of wild boars nor the stealthy ambush of predators. It was a pure rhythm, composed of immense weight and a stable gait. It stiffly raised its head, peering into the deepest and thickest darkness from whence the sound emanated. Just then, the edge of darkness began to shift. A mass darker than the night itself slowly emerged between two towering ancient trees. Lacking discernible features, it appeared as if the night itself had come alive. Advancing toward the clearing, the underbrush of the jungle seemed to bow in reverence, producing a series of rustling sounds. Finally, the scent of blood had attracted a formidable predator. As it stepped into a slightly larger patch illuminated by the moonlight, its enormous form became visible. It was a terror bird, standing nearly 4 meters tall. It was breathtakingly imposing, its head easily surpassing the tallest surrounding bushes, resembling a moving, long-necked living hill. Its legs were as sturdy as ancient trees, each step eliciting a low groan from the ground. The moonlight outlined its massive body covered in rough, fluffy feathers, which resembled dark brown felt, fluttering slightly in the night breeze. Its small head appeared disproportionate atop its long neck, and its enormous, pitch-black eyes surveyed the surroundings with an air of indifference, as if this forest were its birthright. Following the first colossal beast, a second similar shadow emerged, slightly smaller, yet equally imposing. It mirrored its companion's slow and deliberate movements. As it fully stepped into the light, the moon illuminated its downward curving beak, reminiscent of a gigantic pair of pincers. They emitted no sounds, only the heavy thuds of their footsteps and the rustling of feathers. Finally, they arrived beside the scattered corpses on the ground, disregarding the minuscule creature beneath the tree roots. The first terror bird lowered its head, effortlessly severing a thick vine resting upon the corpse with its broad, serrated beak. The shattered body of the velociraptor was being chewed, producing muffled cracking sounds. The second terror bird, with its elongated beak, focused intently on something in the blood-soaked earth, discerning peculiar scents. It seemed to catch a whiff of something strange and lifted its head to gaze into the distance, precisely towards the direction where the tribal warriors had departed with their prey. The air was thick with the scent of their quarry. After a moment of concentrated observation, neither of the terror birds made any unnecessary movements. They did not pursue the blood trail. The food on the ground was ample enough for a hearty meal, eliminating the need for them to hunt for the foreseeable future. The two terror birds, cawing joyfully as they feasted on flesh and blood, had resolved to settle here until they had consumed the remains of the numerous corpses scattered about. Perhaps the band of thieves who had stolen their prey would return. At the foot of the rocky mountain, dawn was gradually breaking. After a night of traversing the jungle, the group finally returned to the base of the tribe's mountain, their heightened tension suddenly dissipating. The rotund figure of Pung Pung was unable to ascend the path and had to leave the prey it carried on the ground. The three members of Shirshan, who had been waiting, descended upon seeing the flickering torchlight. Realizing that the group had only sustained injuries, they hurriedly sent one of their own back to notify the sleepless elder shaman. Subsequently, they assisted the others in transporting the prey back to the tribe, their bounty astonishing them, as they beheld the bloodstains on the claws of the velociraptors and the deep wounds on their companions. They felt the weight of the previous night's turmoil, which could even be described as brutal. The three members of Shirshan, who had waited all night, seemed to have matured considerably in that moment. After several trips, Yang Yang was pulled aside by Ima, who handed him some herbal powder mixed with mud to tend to Ping Ping's wounds. Observing the scratches on its belly and legs, he decided to abandon the task of moving the prey and turn to treat Pung Pung instead. These wounds were not deep, merely lacerations to the outer skin. Having long worked alongside Haya, he was well aware of the sharpness of the velociraptor's talons. Fortunately, Pung Pung's defenses were commendable, and the injuries were merely superficial. As Pung Pung lay in the makeshift shelter Yang Yang had prepared, it soon applied the herbal mud to its wounds, feeling a refreshing coolness that lulled it into a comfortable slumber. After a night of running over 100 kilometers and engaging in fierce combat, it was indeed fatigued. The bonfire blazed brightly, casting flickering shadows across the dimly lit tribal camp at dawn. The prey needed to be processed swiftly, and the weary tribal warriors continued to push through their exhaustion. All busy at work, even the two small children assisting the shaman with firewood. Several massive carcasses of longhorn sheep were dragged to the fire, their spiraled horns gleaming like ivory in the flickering light, prizes of the tribal warriors. Experienced hunters, wielding sharp black stone knives, knelt before the prey without hesitation. The blade sliced precisely along the sheep's breastbone, creating a deep gash that revealed bone. The cold, metallic scent of congealed blood and the rich aroma of entrails mingled with the smoke from the fire, forming a primal yet reassuring atmosphere. At that moment, regardless of gender, all were skillfully skinning and butchering. Large cuts of sheep meat were tossed into clay pots, while fat was meticulously scraped off to render oil. The entire process was efficient and silent, filled with respect for the prey and a yearning for sustenance. Not far off, another scene of fervor unfolded. A dozen velociraptor corpses lay piled together, resembling a tangle of twisted green feathers and claws. No one harbored pity for these forest marauders. The tribespeople were more concerned with the strength of their powerful hind legs and their lethal talons. A few warriors wielded stone axes to laboriously break their leg bones, carving off the robust leg meat. The claws that had once torn through the skin of their kin were carefully pried off, destined to be fashioned into sharp daggers or spear tips. Feathers were stripped and discarded, while resilient hides were gathered and placed upon stones to dry in the sun. Several unassembled smokehouses were ignited, plumes of thick smoke rising in the morning light as strips of meat were hung within. The process continued until every rooftop was laden with meat, at which point a tranquil hush fell over the area. The shaman was tending to several severely injured tribesmen, feeding them bowls of medicinal broth mixed with meat scraps, providing a warm sensation throughout their bodies. The massive wounds on their chests and backs were gradually coated with herbal mud and tightly bound with fine hemp rope to prevent bleeding. In truth, the best method would have been suturing, but suitable tools and threads were lacking, and the elder shaman might not have approved of Yang Yang employing such an unfamiliar technique. To the primitive mind, stitching flesh was an incomprehensible act. Furthermore, given their formidable healing capabilities, these injuries posed no mortal danger. As the processing of the prey concluded, the sun had risen, and the temperature began to climb. Yang Yang took a small portion of the entrails for Peng Peng and Haya, burying the rest deep in the earth. Ima and the three from Shirshan continued to oversee the smoking meat, while the others sought rest to recover their depleted strength. Finally, the tribe, having ceased their labors, gazed upon the unprecedented bounty before them, swelling with a sense of pride. Under the sun, blood, flesh, fat, flames, and the sweat of the people intertwined, creating a raw and rugged ode to life. This was a celebration of the hunt, a preparation for the dawn of the next day. Chapter 33. The purple ember twilight enveloped the mountain like a vast net woven from deep green and dark purple, slowly shrouding its entirety. The final rays of sunlight no longer blazed, filtering through the overlapping stone pillars and tree canopies, casting mottled, ever-changing patches of light upon the ground, thick with moss and decaying leaves. The sharp cries of unidentified birds that occasionally echoed during the day grew sparse, replaced by a cacophony orchestrated by a multitude of insects and frogs, growing increasingly raucous. From the depths of the jungle came low, resonant growls of beasts. As the last golden ray was completely withdrawn from the horizon, the bonfire ignited in the clearing before the tribe. Yang Yang, alone in the cave, was contemplating the ember within his mind. This ember, which had quietly burned and grown over the past few days, had finally transformed from a pale blue to a deep purple. It was a profound violet flame, reminiscent of a crystalline gem radiating a mysterious luster, with edges exuding a faint halo. It bore no heat, or rather, it emitted a cool warmth that penetrated to the marrow, capable of soothing the deep-seated fatigue and wounds of the soul. The expanding halo traversed space in a peculiar manner, seemingly being absorbed by his body. This transformative process was now more perceptible than before, and gradually, the weariness within him began to dissipate, replaced by a burgeoning sense of strength. Nearby, Haya lay watching his master, sensing through their mental connection the imposing aura emanating from Yang Yang's soul, which filled him with awe and a deeper affection. Suddenly, Yang Yang turned to see a small green light flickering where Haya was, an entity not visible to the naked eye yet undeniably present. Was this the manifestation of Haya's soul? Had the color changed to green after absorbing the ember's energy? Yang Yang pondered, realizing that by assimilating his ember, Haya had been infused with wondrous energy, enhancing his spirit. The energy of the fire seed should nurture the body's growth just as it has nourished itself. Over this period, it has expanded considerably, now reaching the height of my thigh. Crossing through space, Yang Yang sensed the location of Peng Peng at the foot of the mountain, that cluster of azure luminescence. Compared to its previous indistinctness, it now appeared significantly clearer and seemed to respond to his will. With a mere thought, it was as if an invisible hand gently stirred the blue orb of light, causing it to quiver as if touched. The sensation that resonated in his mind made Yang Yang feel as though he could easily crush it with force. As he intensified his focus, Peng Peng at the mountain's base suddenly experienced a moment of disorientation, a growing dizziness instilling fear within it, as if something was about to be taken away. Aware of Peng Peng's trepidation, Yang Yang ceased his actions, realizing that this was a form of spiritual suppression. It seemed that while Peng Peng and Heya were absorbing the energy of the fire seed to enhance themselves, they had also become spiritual vassals, directly influenced by him, even susceptible to being severed from their essence. After calming the agitated Peng Peng, he rose and stepped outside the cave, delivering a powerful punch to the nearby tree trunk. The resounding impact shook the entire trunk, causing several dry leaves to fall to the ground, and his strength had notably increased. Through deliberate observation during this period, Yang Yang had begun to summarize the effects of the fire seed. With the change in color, the body under its radiation experienced an accelerated growth and strength. The connection with Heya and Peng Peng deepened, and simultaneously, they, having absorbed the fire seed's energy, also accelerated in their growth due to its influence. He exhaled softly, contemplating whether there might be other uses for it in the future. The tribe members, having rested for an entire day, gradually emerged to engage in activities. Shirgu, Ai Ma, and the old shaman were seated cross-legged by the campfire, conversing earnestly. The nearby tribesmen listened attentively, and upon Yang Yang's arrival, everyone turned to look at him, with Shirgu's eyes sparkling with excitement. He had already learned of Yang Yang's taming of the tusked giant boar, as Wu and Ai Ma had shared everything they knew with him earlier that afternoon. As the tribal leader who had long navigated the jungles with the hunting team, battling fierce beasts, he understood the monumental change that having such colossal creatures on their side could bring to the tribe. Yang, can that tusked giant boar truly heed your commands? Shirgu, still incredulous, sought to hear it directly from Yang Yang's lips. Indeed, after a period of familiarity and training, it comprehends simple instructions, Yang Yang replied, now seated. How did you tame it? Can other ferocious beasts be tamed as well? Shirgu was eager to know if they could acquire more beasts for the tribe. That, I fear, would be quite challenging. These wild creatures are often hostile. I was merely fortunate with Peng Peng, as it was nearly on the brink of death when I encountered it. Yang Yang had already attempted to tame other resistant beasts, which refused to absorb the fire seed. It would be exceedingly difficult to prevent hostility in the wild, even among some gentle herbivores. What about eggs like Heya's? Shirgu inquired, unwilling to give up, recalling that Heya had hatched from an egg. If they are newly hatched and without awareness, they should be trainable after becoming familiar. However, only eggs that are about to hatch have a chance. We cannot hatch those that are not yet fully developed. Yes, that does pose a complication, but we can certainly try more. We will eventually find suitable ones. Once we recover, let's attempt to steal some giant beast eggs. Shirgu proposed, his mind racing with new ideas. However, it seems Heya can only understand your commands, which is rather peculiar. Shirgu tossed a piece of beast meat near Heya's feet, only to feel a twinge of disappointment when Heya did not react. They likely have simply grown close to Yang, which is why they can be tamed. Perhaps this is a gift bestowed by the divine, said the old shaman, who believed he had seen through it all. In the past, when trading at the Tsangya tribe, I heard of a tribe in the south whose members can remain submerged in water for extended periods, like fish, without drowning. I was skeptical at the time, but it seems they may also possess a divine gift. Shirgu reflected, now convinced of the shaman's words and recalling past events. Yang Yang, intrigued, began to ponder his own circumstances, speculating whether such abilities in others could also be a supernatural phenomenon. Do not take risks to steal those giant beast eggs. They are not to be trifled with, the shaman cautioned, observing Shirgu's eagerness. Understood, we will not take unnecessary risks. Shirgu acknowledged the difficulty of the endeavor without insisting further. The tribe's population was limited. Those giant beasts were either solitary or exceedingly aggressive, and being discovered would lead to grave trouble. Most importantly, even if they successfully stole an egg, it remained uncertain whether it could be hatched. However, Smaller jungle predators had limited combat capabilities, relying on numbers to prevail, and mass domestication was impractical. Contemplating these realities, Shergu decided to let the idea rest, vowing to seize any future opportunity. Chapter 34. Preparation. As night descended, the sky darkened like ink, twinkling with stars. In the open space of the tribe, a bonfire crackled, resembling a pulsating, warm orange heart, striving to carve out a small piece of dense darkness. A dozen warriors, bare-chested and bearing scars, gathered around the fire. The dancing flames cast flickering shadows on their bronze skin, accentuating their muscular forms, marred by battles, as unyielding as rock. Half of their faces basked in light, while the other half remained shrouded in darkness, with only their eyes glowing in the fire's reflection, reveling in the satisfaction brought by the beast meat. Above the fire, a thick branch skewered a large piece of meat, now roasted to a crisp golden brown. Grease sizzled as it dripped into the flames, sending sparks flying and releasing a rich aroma. Yang, wielding a sharp black stone dagger, sliced off chunks of meat from the beast's leg to share with Heya. Some hungry warriors emitted heavy breaths and the sounds of tearing flesh. They grasped the scorching meat with rough fingers, disregarding the heat, devouring it voraciously. Juices mixed with sizzling fat dribbled from their mouths, leaving shiny trails on their chests. This was not merely food. It was a reward for their grueling hunts, a source of energy and hope for survival. Children tossed clean bones into the fire, which popped softly as they ignited and were soon consumed by the flames. The old shaman leaned against a tree trunk, chewing slowly on the meat while his murky gaze fixated on the flames, as if he could glimpse the souls of ancestors within the flickering shadows. The wind rustled through the gaps in the trees, carrying the distant howls of unknown beasts. Yet within the warm and secure circle of the bonfire, the small realm felt safe. After 3 consecutive days of rest, most injuries had healed, with only a few severely wounded still unable to engage in vigorous activities, remaining within the tribe instead of hunting. The substantial amount of beast meat they had brought back had been smoked and stored in caves, ensuring they need not worry about food for the time being. Leading the tribespeople to praise Yang several times for his ingenuity in smoking the meat. The animal hides were not yet fully cured, requiring the removal of residual flesh and fat, as only high-quality hides could be exchanged for substantial resources. Chief Shergu and several recovered tribesmen patrolled the vicinity daily, accompanied by Yang and Shan riding on Pung Pung. They placed fish traps by the river, augmenting their meals with the fish caught. Every day, they checked on Pung Pung at the mountain's base, and the variety of foods provided, beast meat, entrails, and fish, had significantly enhanced Pung Pung's coat. The lively creature has excavated a cave over 3 meters high against the mountainside, just large enough to accommodate its massive body, with its head resting outside, enjoying the cool breeze. Occasionally, Heya would come to keep it company, creating a somewhat comical sight with their disparate sizes. The entrance has been reinforced with a colossal tree trunk carried back by several strong individuals, constructing a spacious shelter that shields from the sun, which greatly pleases Pung Pung and makes it much friendlier towards the tribe's members. It now greets passers-by with a grunt, yet without Yang's command. It remains unwilling to allow anyone to ride upon it. In recent days, Yang has experienced a further increase in strength. By his own estimation, he has surpassed Shan and his 2 companions by a considerable margin, though his physique has not changed significantly. The taut muscles throughout his body convey a palpable explosive power. During this time, Shergu has continuously instructed Yang and the others in combat techniques, teaching them how to track prey in the jungle and utilize weapons. This has also led to frequent sparring sessions among Shermeng and the others, enhancing their combat experience considerably. Although they still lag behind in strength, Yang's agile movements sometimes leave Shermeng scratching his head, feeling as though he is contending with a slippery monkey, as each missed heavy punch leaves him feeling quite frustrated. As noon approached, the sky darkened, with ominous clouds obscuring the sunlight and casting shadows upon the ground. The wind howled increasingly louder, and the great trees swayed violently. A violent storm was imminent. After inspecting Pung Pung's pigpen, Yang added some leaves and earth to reinforce the shelter, ensuring it would withstand the impending wind and rain. Upon returning to the tribe, he was greeted by the humid atmosphere, which felt stifling, and the distant rumble of thunder resonated through the clouded sky. Yang, Grandpa Wu wants you to come find him. The chief is there as well, Shurda exclaimed, his eyes lighting up upon seeing Yang return, as he had been contemplating going to find someone. I'll head there right away. Do you know what it's about? Yang inquired. I don't know. He just said to send you over, Shurda replied, uncertain of the matter at hand. All right, Please help me take my belongings back. I'll go over now. Handing his bow and arrows to Shurda, Yang Yang turned to visit the shaman. Upon entering the cave, he saw the old shaman and Shurgu under the oil lamp, counting marks on the stone slab. Half of the slab was filled with engravings, and when it was completely inscribed, it would signify that a year had passed. Welcome, sit down, the shaman said as he set aside the slab, awaiting Yang Yang to take his seat. Considering the recent weather, the water tide should not be far off. We need to plan ahead for a trip to Tsanya tribe to trade for supplies. This time, in addition to furs, we plan to prepare some easily preserved smoked meat to take along. What do you need me to do? Yang Yang asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. This time, when we go to Tsanya tribe, besides the accompanying tribesman, you should also bring Peng Peng along. This decision has been long considered by the shaman and me, Shurgu explained. We aim to exchange for a greater quantity of supplies, so we need to bring more game to trade. Relying solely on our people to carry everything would be insufficient. If you can command Peng Peng, its size will certainly help, and we should have no trouble transporting the goods back. Hearing that he could accompany the chief, Yang Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had longed to join the hunting party in the jungle, exclaiming, I want to go. I want to go. Peng Peng is incredibly strong and has great stamina. It will certainly be a tremendous help. Haha, you've been eager to go out for a while now, Shurgu chuckled, then quickly resumed a serious demeanor, continuing. The jungles and mountains along the way are perilous. You must heed my instructions and avoid recklessness in the face of danger. Prioritize your safety above all else. We will handle the rest. Rest assured, I will be very cautious, and Peng Peng is formidable in battle. It will protect me, Yang Yang replied earnestly. Indeed, considering its performance in battle that day, ordinary beasts wouldn't dare confront it head-on. The shaman nodded, acknowledging the prowess of the tusked giant pig, whose strength could shatter even boulders when charging with its tusks. Very well, it is settled then. We must ensure to trade for a substantial amount of saltstone this time. Avoid conflicts with other tribes and wild men along the journey. Once the storm passes, let us prepare more beast meat before we set out. There's nothing else. You may return now. I will inform you when we are ready to depart, and we can discuss the specific route. Upon hearing the shaman's words, Yang Yang stood to leave, intending to return and prepare his bow and weapons. He needed to ensure he had enough arrows, as danger was bound to arise along the way. Even with the chief and Peng Peng by his side, he must possess combat capability. His strength was not to be underestimated, and it would only continue to grow. Survival in the wild required not only weapons, but also herbs and other emergency supplies. Additionally, he needed to prepare items like flint and a water skin. Hey, you should accompany them as well, for its alertness far surpassed that of any human, boasting keen senses of smell and hearing, and it could move freely even in the darkest of nights. Considering Heiya's vulnerability was its neck, Yang Yang resolved to craft a protective collar from tough hide before departing, enhancing its defense to prevent injury in chaotic situations. Chapter 35. The crocodile backpack. The sky outside had turned completely dark, with clouds swirling like thick ink on a canvas. As the first raindrop fell, a torrential downpour began, accompanied by thunderous roars. The entire world seemed enveloped in a veil of white mist as the relentless rain bent the lush treetops. Lightning and thunder established the rhythm of this celestial spectacle, with the interplay of light and sound slicing the forest into terrifying moments. Peng Peng lay comfortably in its nest, the sturdy shelter enduring the rain's onslaught without a quiver. Glancing towards the outside with its massive head, it observed the intermittent flashes of lightning, contentedly rolling over, satisfied with its comfortable environment. If only its herd were still present to share this life, it would be even better. With a grunt, it yawned, stifling a sneeze, and with eyes half closed, drifted back to sleep. Inside the stone cave, Yang Yang watched Heiya, who was not accustomed to the collar he had just fashioned from tough hide, sitting snugly around its throat, where the skin was softer and more vulnerable. Heiya typically enjoyed lounging on Yang Yang's lap, tilting its head back to relish the scratches from its master. Not minding Heiya's slight discomfort, Yang Yang allowed it to adapt to the collar, as it could not remain unadorned forever. He decided to create a backpack that could be worn on his back for carrying items, making it more convenient for longer journeys. After a moment of contemplation, he spotted a complete crocodile hide nearby, his eyes lighting up. This crocodile had been inadvertently crushed 2 days prior while he was bathing in the river, as the water level of Heishui River had risen significantly and its current had accelerated. This unfortunate creature had likely ventured downstream, and while dozing in the water, it was severely injured by Peng Peng charging from the shore, ultimately resulting in its demise. The 2.5-meter-long crocodile, less than a meter wide, became one of Yang Yang's prized hides. Admiring the intact, hollowed-out, sun-dried hide. He noted how the back was as hard as iron, showing no signs of damage despite being stepped on by Pung Pung. Though the riverbed mud may have absorbed some impact, its resilience was evident. The belly skin was softer and smoother, making it comfortable to wear without causing heat rash. By removing the tail and binding the legs on either side with animal skin, the hollow interior transformed into a natural crocodile-themed backpack. Unable to contain his excitement, he began to work, slicing off the tail while leaving a small section of tough hide to secure it. He then carved a hole in the top for hanging items. Using strips of animal hide, the openings for the limbs were meticulously stitched together with a bone needle, while the skin on the head remained untouched, save for a slit at the neck to form an opening. A few teeth were affixed to the leather cord, serving as a clasp for the neck opening. The skin of the lower jaw was removed, and the edges were smoothed down. After several hours of dedicated labor, a dark greenish-black crocodile backpack was completed, measuring 1 meter in length and approximately 60 centimeters in width, fitting comfortably on the back. The hardened carapace provided formidable protection for the wearer's back. The skin from the head and back retained its rigidity, maintaining its shape and preventing collapse, giving the entire backpack the appearance of a tailless crocodile resting upon the back. The neck position of the opening allowed the head to rest at an angle on the shoulder. Yang Yang drilled holes on either side of the head skin, threading a leather cord through, which draped across the chest. By pulling the cord tight, the large crocodile head covered his own head, serving as a makeshift rain hat, resembling a crocodile's head atop his own. Pleased with his creation, he found it comfortable. Tightening the cord concealed his head, making him appear as though he were enveloped by a crocodile. He stowed some personal items in the backpack, even managing to fit a stone bowl for meals. The backpack swelled but retained its shape, a testament to the quality of pure leather. Satisfied, he placed the backpack aside and approached the cave entrance, where darkness had already descended, and everyone was enjoying their meals inside their respective caves. Taking advantage of the rainwater, he and Hei-Yu refreshed themselves, feeling significantly revitalized. With his hair tied up, he lay down to ponder the purple ember in his mind. After failing to make progress, he connected mentally with the sleeping Pung Pung at the foot of the mountain. Unbeknownst to him, he drifted off to sleep, while Hei-Yu, observing his master's slumber, joined him, though its twitching nostrils and ears revealed its vigilance even in repose. On the following day, the rain had ceased, yet the clouds remained heavy overhead, casting a somber pall. Occasional rumbles of thunder indicated that the storm had not entirely abated. The ground outside was muddy, and the rocks had been thoroughly washed clean. With nothing to do, the tribe gathered in the cave of the old shaman, engaged in conversation, while 2 children played nearby. The spacious cave echoed with laughter, creating a warm atmosphere that contrasted sharply with the lurking dangers of the distant jungle. The torrential rain persisted for 3 days, saturating the air with humidity. During this time, a fire was lit in the food storage cave to dispel the dampness and prevent the meat from spoiling. On the 4th day, the skies cleared, and the sun blazed fiercely in the aftermath of the rain, drying the ground within half a day. The tribe worked together to hang the stored animal hides out to dry. Yang Yang, along with the impatient Shirgu and a few others, ventured down the mountain, where the rain-soaked vegetation thrived, and the water level of the Heishui River had risen significantly, its current becoming more forceful and tumultuous. "Chief, how long is the Heishui River?" Yang Yang inquired. "I've heard from the shaman that other villages exist at the river's end. Are there many of them?" "Well, the exact length of the Heishui River is unknown, but numerous tribes indeed inhabit its banks. The specific number remains unclear, yet like us, they are not overly populous, and many tribes rely on the fish from the Heishui River for sustenance. It is said that these tribes are excellent swimmers, possessing formidable combat skills in the water. Perhaps we will encounter them during our trade in Sangya," Shirgu replied thoughtfully. Upon returning to the tribe, the group brought back a double-spined dragon, discovered near the riverbank, its skull smashed by Shirgu's axe in a display of brutal power. As the departure date approached, with tomorrow being the day of departure, the tribe busily prepared. During this time, Shirgu led the hunting team southward twice, returning with several armored rhinoceroses. These beasts, weighing nearly 2 tons, were encased in thick armor, rendering ordinary arrows ineffective. When injured, they became even more aggressive, necessitating the use of stone axes or spears to subdue them up close, thus providing a substantial increase in the tribe's meat reserves. Chapter 36. Departure. In the early morning, mist enveloped the jungle, while the ground, after days of scorching sun, had dried and hardened significantly. The dew on the ground was gradually evaporating with the rising temperature. At the foot of the mountain, furs and smoked meats were piled up, ready to be loaded onto Pung Peng's back. Yang Yang laid a layer of animal hide on its back to serve as a saddle pad, securing it tightly with animal sinew threaded through the belly and chest. The woven baskets made from dried vines, filled with furs and meats, stood over 2 meters tall, prepared to be hung on either side of Peng Peng, fitting perfectly. Shirgu and the others were organizing the cargo, lining the insides of the baskets with waterproof animal hide, placing the furs at the bottom, followed by layers of smoked meat, and sealing the tops with more animal hide. Each basket bore a similar weight. Once everything was packed, the tribe worked together to secure them on either side of Peng Peng, using thick leather ropes, making the creature appear considerably bulkier. Space was left for riding at the front of the back legs, while arrows and spears were stacked horizontally at the rear. As the journey was long, necessitating extra weapons for safety, the added cargo did not seem to burden Peng Peng, though it did hinder movement, making swift running through the jungle impractical and affecting speed somewhat. This journey was not for hunting. Shirgu took along Shirmeng and 5 other tribesmen, totaling 8, while the others remained behind to protect the tribe in Shirgu's absence. Yang Yang, laden with his bulging crocodile backpack, filled with herbs, animal hides, ropes, and other supplies, was bidding farewell to Shirshan and his companions. Although the appearance of the crocodile backpack was somewhat peculiar, it still resonated with the aesthetic of the primitive people. "Father, we want to go with you." The trio of Shirshan could no longer contain their desire to accompany Yang Yang. "No, you must stay in the tribe. This trip is not for hunting, and the journey is long. Most importantly, we need to ensure the safety of the cargo, and we cannot look after you," Shirgu firmly stated. "But we can protect ourselves." "Enough, there is no more to discuss. Stay and train with the others in the tribe. When I return, I will check on your progress. If I catch you slacking, there will be consequences," Shirgu replied decisively, realizing they could not change Shirgu's mind. Shirshan and the others hung their heads in disappointment. "Yang, the journey is long. You must heed the chief's instructions and refrain from acting recklessly. If there is danger, let them handle it and prioritize your safety." "Understood, Grandpa Wu. I will ensure my own safety. Rest assured." The sun dissipated the mist as the fully armed group gradually vanished from sight, allowing those remaining in the tribe to return. By midday, sunlight filtered through the vast tree canopy, casting broken shards of golden light upon the damp forest floor. The air was rich with the scents of decaying earth, sweet wildflowers, and the warm musk emanating from some large animal. A small team was quietly navigating through this verdant labyrinth, moving at a measured pace while cautiously avoiding obstacles. At the heart of the group was a massive beast, resembling a mobile hill, with curved tusks thicker than those of a rhinoceros, sturdy limbs, and a broad back cloaked in dark brown fur. Its heavy, steady footsteps caused the ferns beneath to tremble slightly. Continuously, it used its tusks to forcefully clear away dead wood and vines obstructing its path. This living mound was Peng Peng, and a figure lay sprawled across its broad back. As the heavy baskets on either side swayed rhythmically without hindering their progress, Peng Peng's warm, ancient amber eyes were half closed, dew clinging to its long lashes, indifferent to the rustling sounds around it, as if it were an intrinsic part of the jungle itself. Surrounding them were 5 formidable tribal warriors. Their bronze skin was adorned with scars, clad in garments of animal hide, bearing bows and arrows, while firmly grasping black stone spears with sharpened tips. Leading the procession was the imposing Shirgu, who wielded a spear and, alongside Shirmeng, continuously parted the massive leaves obstructing their path. His gaze was as sharp as that of an eagle, vigilantly scanning every shadow that might conceal danger. Trailing behind was Haya, who deftly navigated the low shrubs on either side, nearly blending into the interplay of light and shadow within the forest. At times, it leapt onto gnarled tree roots, only to vanish behind dense foliage, like a silent specter, constantly sensing danger through sound and scent. Bringing up the rear was an experienced tribal warrior, carrying a large bow upon his back. The moment danger was detected, his arrows would swiftly be loosed to eliminate any intruder. Communication among them was minimal, relying solely on Shirgu's gestures and a few low whistles mimicking birds and beasts to convey complex messages. The entire group functioned like a finely tuned machine, imbued with a silent understanding. Occasionally, Peng Peng emitted a low rumble, reminiscent of a sound from the depths of the earth, prompting Yang Yang to extend a hand and gently pat its mane, as if engaged in a silent exchange. Reclining on Peng Peng's back, Yang Yang produced a piece of animal hide and began sketching with a piece of charcoal, marking certain locations to create a rudimentary map. Their current position was situated to the west of the tribe, with an environment not dissimilar to that near the Rocky Mountains. As they ventured deeper, the trees grew taller. According to Shirgu, they should reach Fengho Gorge before sunset the following day, although their pace was considerably slower than that of a fully loaded hunting party. Along the way, they encountered no large beasts, only small creatures and venomous snakes, which Haya hunted for their evening meal. The birds in the treetops ceased their chirping as the group entered the forest, rendering the area eerily silent. Haya emitted a cautious sound, and receiving the signal, Yang understood that something unusual had been spotted, an unfamiliar beast, pungent with the scent of blood. He emitted a sharp whistle towards Shirgu, reminiscent of a night owl's call, a skill he had learned along the journey. The surrounding warriors readied their spears, while Shirgu swiftly approached. Yang, has Haya detected something? He inquired. Haya had previously identified the scent of beasts multiple times, and Yang held firm belief in its perceptive abilities. Haya picked up the scent of blood and the presence of a fierce predator, though it remained uncertain of its identity. Shirgu exchanged knowing glances with two adjacent warriors, who instinctively lowered themselves to search the vicinity. Soon, they returned with news of the giant tiger's feces and claw prints, indicating that they were within its hunting grounds. The seasoned warriors were well acquainted with the signs in the jungle. Shirgu frowned. The giant tiger was a formidable beast. With significant size variation, most individuals stood over 2 meters tall, with tails extending their length to over 10 meters, yet some could reach nearly 4 meters. Such large predators rarely hunted directly, preferring to ambush from concealed positions. Heighten your vigilance and continue onward. I will scout ahead. Yang, keep Haya alert to the surroundings and notify me immediately upon any discovery, Shirgu instructed, opting against tracking the beast directly, hoping to avoid conflict and traverse the area swiftly. Chapter 37. Ambush. As night fell, the group traversed a stony area scattered with boulders of various sizes, selecting a spot to establish a temporary camp. Shirgu planned to rest here for the night, as the massive stones would provide some protection against potential threats. The basket atop Ping Pong had been removed and placed in the center of the camp, allowing it to stretch its limbs and graze on the surrounding brush. While some of the prey hunted by Haya was also offered to it, a stone bowl over the campfire simmered with hot water. There was no roasted meat. Only strips of smoked meat consumed with the hot water, as the aroma of grilled meat could attract unnecessary troubles. They were not out for hunting. Haya appeared somewhat restless, having caught a whiff of intermittent scents. Yang, unable to discern any immediate danger from its demeanor, instructed it to remain vigilant, alerting him at the first sign of trouble. In the depths of the jungle they had just traversed, the light had turned sparse and dim. Towering ferns hung low like canopies, slicing the last rays of sunset into fragmented tassels. The air was thick with the sweet, musty scent of decay intermingled with the buzzing of insects, enveloping the surroundings in a sticky silence, beneath which the shadow of death seemed to draw near. A faint sound of ground collapsing echoed, as a dark golden behemoth blended almost seamlessly with the shadows of the forest. As it emerged from behind a moss-covered ancient tree, the entire soft ground seemed to subtly sag beneath its weight. It was the sovereign of this jungle, a giant tiger standing over 3 meters high. Its form was not bloated, but rather exuded explosive power. Muscles rippled across its broad shoulders like the gnarled roots of an ancient tree, rising and falling with each breath. Its dark golden fur was adorned with irregular, deep black stripes, not mere camouflage, but a weapon to intimidate foes, a testament to its dominion over the jungle. Most fearsome of all were its massive fangs, extending grotesquely from its upper jaw. Each fang resembled a curved sword half a meter long, the ivory tips glinting with a cold sheen in the dim light, stained with the congealed dark red remnants of its last kill. It lowered its body, moving like a flowing stream of gold amidst the shadows, silently gliding through the underbrush. Its thick, leathery pads made no sound as they tread upon the dry twigs and fallen leaves. Its nose quivered, amber vertical pupils cold and focused, devoid of emotion, akin to two precise gemstones, locking onto the scent of a wild boar and traces of sweat wafting through the air. The prey lay ahead, and the giant tiger approached cautiously, leveraging its vast hunting experience to remain downwind. Before it was a large beast, formidable with sharp fangs. Yet in the world of the giant tiger, the wild boar was simply a target on its hunting roster, nothing more than a moving mass of flesh and bone. The giant tiger halted, concealed behind a slope partially shrouded by vines, the wind carrying away its scent. It refrained from immediate action, embodying the patience of a master hunter, observing and calculating. Its tail, thick as a steel whip, swayed slowly and powerfully behind it, each movement coiling with the potential for explosive force. In that moment, time seemed to stretch. The sounds of the jungle vanished. Insects ceased their chirping. Even the wind held its breath. Every muscle in the giant tiger was taut as a bowstring, from its shoulder blades to its hind legs. Every fiber brimming with impending ferocity. It slightly parted its massive jaws, a drop of viscous saliva falling silently onto the earth between its lethal fangs. It awaited the complete embrace of night, poised to strike with lethal precision at the moment the wild boar let down its guard. At that instant, Haya had sensed the lurking danger within the distant jungle. Although the beast was already warily concealed, its faint scent had still reached Haya's keen senses, a scent recently encountered in the jungle, following the trail of the group. The alerted warriors had also readied their bows, their arrows poised under the flickering light of the campfire, as the darkness ahead loomed like an abyss. Yang steeled himself, bow drawn, intently discerning the shadows, while allowing Peng to feign grazing on the outskirts. The beast in the dark exhibited remarkable patience, much to the group's dismay, who silently cursed the cunning creature. However, they had no choice but to continue waiting. None could rest peacefully under the watchful gaze of a fierce beast. A single misstep could lead to death. The pitch-black environment was ill-suited for a proactive assault, especially since they had yet to ascertain the exact position of their foe. Through a mental connection, Yang had managed to distance Peng a bit more, but it bore little fruit, as the enemy remained unfold. Time passed slowly, and after several hours of vigilant watch, the group began to believe that their adversary had retreated. The moon was shrouded by clouds, plunging the earth into deeper darkness. Just as Peng turned to return upon receiving orders, a shadow surged forth with a gust of wind, closing the distance in an instant. The beast had crept dangerously close. With prior preparation, Peng swiftly turned on the spot, its formidable fangs slamming into the massive shadow. The clash echoed as two colossal creatures collided. Though Peng staggered back a few steps from the impact, its fortitude prevented injury. In the dim firelight, the form of the adversary became discernible, a massive figure adorned with golden fur and black stripes, its gaping maw revealing enormous fangs, emanating low growls and fierce glares that suffocated the onlookers. Shurgo furrowed his brow. This monstrous creature was far too large to confront easily. With a whoosh, arrows flew through the air, and Yang loosed an arrow at its head, which the beast narrowly evaded, resulting in a glancing blow to its left shoulder. The damage appeared minimal. The giant tiger, crouching low, avoided several arrows and lunged once more, but Peng obediently held its ground in defense. After several futile attacks, it had sustained multiple arrow wounds. Although its defensive strength minimized the damage, its speed was compromised. Gashes marred Peng's head and neck, inflicted by claw-like talons. Without the support of arrows, flesh would have been torn away. The giant tiger, having been struck by Peng's fangs, suffered an injury. Yet it was not grievous enough to impair its combat effectiveness. Continue firing. I shall assist, Shurgo declared confidently, relying on Peng as a shield, ensuring his safety from direct confrontation. At that moment, the injured beast grew agitated and leaped toward Shurgo, who was positioned behind Peng. With a powerful leap, Shurgo ascended onto Peng's back and, raising his black stone axe high, brought it crashing down. The resounding impact echoed as the axe struck the beast's forehead, leaving a deep gash that revealed bone, blood gushing forth and dripping down its chin. The giant tiger, struck down and writhing in pain, cast a glance at Shurgo. While it had not sustained a life-threatening injury, it felt the urge to retreat. It turned and leaped into the darkness, retreating into the distant jungle, the rustling sounds fading until they vanished completely. Chapter 38. The roaring canyon. Feeling the giant tiger had finally retreated, everyone exhaled with relief. Following Shurgo's strike, his hands throbbed with pain, and his stone axe had suffered damage, with several chips taken from the blade. Heyo, who had kept his distance from the conflict, now sensed the absence of the monstrous clash, realizing that such a confrontation was beyond his capability. Now, seeing the giant tiger's withdrawal, he stepped forward to assess the situation. Raising his nose to the air and straining his ears, he confirmed the absence of the beast's presence and called out to Yang. Ka, how are things? Has it gone far? Yang replied, relieved. Indeed, Heyo cannot sense it any longer. It has retreated. The oppressive presence of the fierce beast had been overwhelming. Its aura of intimidation and combat awareness not easily surmountable, compounded by its cunning intelligence and patience for ambush. Returning to camp, the group, now more relaxed, maintained their vigilance. Shurgo, having arranged for the night watch, began to rest. Though the battle had been brief, the prolonged standoff had drained their energy, albeit with Heyo's assistance easing their burdens significantly. Yang allowed Peng to rest close to the camp, tending to its wounds, which were shallow, mere scratches. He retrieved medicinal herbs from the crocodile's backpack mixing them into a paste for application. With a grunt of discomfort, Peng Peng expressed its displeasure to Yang Yang. "Good job, Peng Peng. You shall be rewarded with a large piece of beast meat." After offering a few words of comfort and presenting the meat, Yang Yang returned to the campfire. Lying down as the night grew late. Deep within the jungle, a massive shadow moved stealthily. The ambush had ended in humiliating failure. Once a creature that tore through the air like golden lightning, it now bore wounds while hastily returning to its lair. No longer a mere embodiment of shadow. It was now a bloodied figure struggling through the underbrush, leaving a trail of crimson. Its heavy breaths echoed like a worn-out bellows. Each inhalation accompanied by searing pain that erupted from its half-open maw, transforming into puffs of white mist. A grotesque wound marred its hardened forehead, inflicted by Shurgo's full-force strike with the stone axe. Minor injuries from Peng Peng's collision dotted its legs, and several arrows were lodged shallowly in its body, dislodged by the trees during its flight. Its dark golden fur, matted with blood and mud, clung together in clumps, while muscles that once symbolized strength now twitched in discomfort from the agony. No longer an elegant predator, it had become a beast driven by pain, thrashing through the underbrush, snapping dry branches behind it with sharp cracks. Finally, it reached its destination, diving into a shallow cave encircled by massive boulders and twisted roots. The space was dark and damp, reeking of earth, littered with broken bones and a pungent stench of blood, yet it was sufficient to conceal its vast form temporarily. It collapsed heavily onto the ground, the impact causing the earth to tremble. The pain from its injuries surged like a tide, eliciting a low growl that was a mix of rage and whimpering. Lying on its side, the female giant tiger's amber eyes brimmed with torment and fury, yet above all, a primal anger at its failure as a top predator. After a moment, weary from the chase, it turned its head and extended its barbed, rough tongue, beginning to consume the remnants of an unfinished beast carcass in the cave. Once satiated, it began to lick its wounds. Each stroke felt like sandpaper scraping against flesh. Its spiky tongue scraped through the torn skin, gradually removing embedded dirt and grass. The tiger's muscles tightened with each lick, its powerful limbs weakly clawing at the ground while a deep, painful rumble resonated from its throat. Thick saliva mixed with bright red blood flowed down its throat, only to be reabsorbed. This ancient instinct for healing was its only recourse at that moment. Its recovery ability was formidable. The gash on its forehead had ceased bleeding, and the pain had lessened, though the fury in its eyes deepened. It had memorized their scent, and thoughts of revenge swirled in its mind. The night passed uneventfully. In the morning, the team prepared to depart, reattaching their cargo to Peng Peng. The minor injuries had scabbed over, allowing for unimpeded movement, and it was now busily munching on lush fern leaves, awaiting the signal to set off. With a hand resting on the edge of the wicker basket upon Peng Peng's back, Yang Yang exerted a slight force to leap onto its back, and the team set off once more. The massive beast, akin to a small mountain, walked briskly through the jungle with the group, approaching a marshy area. The team did not venture in, but instead navigated around its edges. The marsh was fraught with danger, harboring lurking serpents and swamp-dwelling creatures resembling pigs, ready to strike at unsuspecting prey. The constant cacophony of frogs and the buzzing of venomous insects discouraged any thought of entering the treacherous terrain. Yang Yang picked several plump, crimson wild fruits from the thicket by the swamp and placed them into the crocodile backpack. Shiming informed him that these were the berries of the black thorn bush and warned against overindulgence, as they could cause diarrhea. The spines on the roots were toxic, and any laceration would result in excruciating pain. The ground was also covered with large patches of gray mushrooms, highly poisonous and exuding a stench reminiscent of decaying flesh, which made Peng Peng sneeze uncontrollably. Occasionally, massive swamp mosquitoes, the size of a human head, flew by, some attracted to the scent emanating from Peng Peng. These insects favored biting the backs of colossal beasts to draw blood, only to be shot down by arrows and promptly stomped into the mud. After a day's journey, the group finally arrived at the Windhowl Canyon as night descended. They managed to find refuge in a small depression at the canyon's base, but the enormous Peng Peng could not fit inside and had to rest outside. Windhowl Canyon resembled a scar on the earth, with its depths penetrating the surface and forming a wide, downward path strewn with rubble. From a distance, it appeared as a narrow crack cleaved by a sharp axe, with steep cliff walls rising high above. The rocks exhibited a dark red hue, eroded by time and fierce winds, as if they had captured the essence of countless sunsets. The cliffside bore no ordinary vegetation, only resilient moss clinging tightly to the crevices of the rocks, surviving in eternal sway. In this place, the wind possessed a life of its own, Typically, the canyon was utterly silent, devoid of even the songs of birds. Only the occasional gust of wind would sweep through, producing eerie howls as it passed. Initially, the wind outside merely brushed by, creating a soft rustling sound against obstacles. However, as it surged into the heart of the canyon, ensnared by the bizarre rock formations, a true symphony began. The wind was compressed, torn, and twisted. It flowed through countless holes carved by erosion, akin to playing a wind instrument crafted from the mountains themselves, emitting sounds that varied from high-pitched to deep and resonant. When the wind poured into the vast, smooth-walled rock chambers, the sound would instantly transform into a muffled yet powerful roar, reminiscent of a colossal beast's low growl echoing from the abyss, reverberating with a tremor that seemed to penetrate one's very bones, causing hearts to constrict. This was the origin of the wind howl. It was not a singular sound, but rather a chaotic and grand symphony orchestrated by the entire canyon. The high notes sliced through the listener's nerves like blades. The midtones were reminiscent of ancient lamentations, imbued with profound melancholy. The low notes resonated like distant thunder, reverberating deep within the chest and earth. Standing in this canyon, Yang Yang felt as insignificant as a speck of dust, a testament to nature's artistry. The sound of the wind transcended mere natural phenomenon. It became a language, an outpouring of emotion. On his first visit to this place, Yang Yang found himself unable to sleep due to the intermittently howling winds. "What's wrong? Can't sleep?" Shirgu looked at Yang Yang, who was tossing and turning, and chuckled. "I remember when I first came here. I was so terrified by the noises that I dared not enter. The winds back then were nothing compared to now. It's been many years. Yet I still recall that cataclysmic sound." A hint of nostalgia flickered in Shirgu's eyes. "Are there wild beasts around here?" Yang Yang inquired curiously. "Ordinary beasts tend to avoid this place. They dislike the noise. Only during cold waves do mammoths pass through here." Shirgu explained. "The cold wave should be in winter. The seasons in this world are quite distinct. The mighty mammoths, when they traveled in herds, caused the earth to tremble. Their calls rivaled the sound of the wind howl." Noticing Yang Yang's curiosity about the mammoth, Shirgu continued, "They are indifferent to cold and heat, migrating only in search of food. If there is sufficient food, can they not remain in one place for an extended period?" Yang Yang asked with genuine interest. Indeed, no one wishes to undertake a long migration, as the perils along the way are uncertain. Although they can be easily provoked, they rarely initiate attacks on other clans. Their formidable might also makes them seldom targeted by predators, except for titans like the tyrant in the south, which they would avoid. Listening to Shirgu, Yang Yang felt intrigued about the mammoths, having heard of their renown, with fossils displayed in museums. Given the trajectory of the colossal beast's growth in this era, they likely appeared even larger than depicted. Chapter 39. The shadow of the wind god Midnight fell silently. The wind had ceased, and tranquility enveloped the canyon. Lying back to gaze at the sky, Yang Yang dozed off, lulled by the gentle moonlight that illuminated a towering stone at the cliff's edge, casting a human-like silhouette that occasionally swayed. Swaying? Suddenly jolted awake, he focused his gaze on the cliff's edge, questioning what might be there. It was a living silhouette, standing at the cliff's brink, its backlit form too dark to discern, resembling a statue, as if the entire cliff had become its pedestal. Its head occasionally swayed side to side, as if scrutinizing something below with its sharp gaze. The shadow's edges glimmered with white specks of light under the moonlight, and its elongated neck twisted slightly, revealing a massive, elongated beak that exceeded half its body length. Yang Yang stared, transfixed for what felt like an eternity. Seemingly fatigued, it straightened its body, spreading its enormous wings, gently shaking as if to stretch, yet making no sound. From his vantage point, several hundred meters below the cliff summit, Yang Yang estimated those wings could easily span over 20 meters, casting a shadow that obscured the radiant moonlight and evoked an instinctive fear within him. "What is that?" Yang Yang's voice came out dry. Who would not feel fear when a mysterious beast peered down at them from the distance? "It must be a sky pterosaur, likely drawn here by Peng Peng's massive figure, the most formidable aerial predator," Shirgu replied. "They often engage in battles with large beasts, preying upon them for sustenance." Shirgu, now drawn to the sight as well, observed, "Generally, sky pterosaurs seldom land unless they are nesting. They build their nests high on mountain peaks or cliff faces. However, it seems to be merely observing. The canyon's floor is not conducive for its movements. Its nest should not be far from here. We should leave early tomorrow to avoid inciting its ire." Sensing the disturbance below, the creature spread its massive wings and silently leaped across the chasm, vanishing into the night. "Yang, you should sleep now. I will keep watch. We have more ground to cover tomorrow, the tribe member relieving Shirgu's watch murmured softly to Yang Yang. Still shaken by the creature's colossal presence, Yang Yang squinted his eyes, but found sleep elusive. The image of that beast, akin to a medium-sized aircraft, was indelibly etched in his mind. The spark of thought ignited within him, contemplating whether there was a way to communicate with such a creature, to establish a mental connection. He had no doubt that this pterosaur could effortlessly carry him skyward, fulfilling humanity's age-old yearning to soar through the heavens. Under the cloak of night, the immense shadow swept over the chilly canyon, casting an imposing presence beneath the moonlight. Its flight was swift, and in the blink of an eye, it had vanished into the distant horizon. In the treacherous swamp below, a gigantic crocodile, measuring about 10 meters in length, was tearing into its meal, completely oblivious to the rapidly descending shadow above. By the time it sensed the sudden gust of wind overhead, it was too late. In an instant, its body was ensnared by lethal claws, and a single strike from the massive beak pierced through its skull, easily shattering the hard bone. With a powerful flap of its wings, the shadow unleashed a tempest that scattered nearby branches, swiftly carrying away the lifeless crocodile. At the pinnacle of a towering cliff in the heart of the canyon, a massive nest woven from branches and vines stands on the precipice, casting a vast shadow nearby where the carcass of a pig crocodile has been gently laid down. The tough hide of the crocodile is torn open, and a colossal beak slowly lifts, consuming the flesh bit by bit. After satiating its hunger, the shadow strides towards the great nest, where 3 enormous eggs radiate a luminous white glow under the moonlight. Yang, wake up, it is time to embark. Yang Yang, who had spent a restless night, is roused by the call. The clan members are already preparing to set off, and after casually eating some wild fruits, Yang Yang assists in loading supplies onto Pong Pong. The wind begins to stir in the canyon again, accompanied by eerie sounds, as the group resumes their journey, ready to traverse the gorge. Yang Yang keeps a watchful eye on the sky, but, for now, detects no danger. The tranquil canyon appears safe. After a night of contemplation, he has yet to devise a method to subdue the aerial overlord, and turns to Shirgu for advice, hoping his years of hunting experience might yield some insight. Chief, is there a way to capture the sky pterosaur from last night? Shirgu, aware of Yang Yang's intentions, chuckles and replies, that is beyond our capabilities. We lack the numbers to fill its belly. Additionally, it typically soars through the skies, unless we can locate its nest, which is no simple task, as these flying behemoths tend to nest in hard-to-reach places. Disappointed, Yang Yang relinquishes his thoughts of capturing it. By the time the sun has risen high in the sky, the group has reached the midsection of the canyon, where the cliffs are steeper, and it is the highest point of the gorge. Light struggles to penetrate the canyon floor, rendering it dim and damp, infested with venomous insects and snakes. A gigantic centipede emerges from a crevice, only to be impaled by a nearby warrior's spear. The creature, as long as a grown man, writhes in a frenzy before falling silent, its hollow fangs oozing yellow venom. An idea strikes Yang Yang. He retrieves a water pouch from the crocodile's backpack, drinks its contents, and rushes to the centipede's side, using a dagger to slice open its head and examine it closely. Eureka! Excited, he lifts the venom sac near the centipede's neck and fills the water pouch with the venom, managing to collect nearly half a pouch's worth. The others watch curiously but do not rush him. Yang Yang knows this venom could be effective against some giant beasts, though the quantity is rather insufficient. The centipede's venom, in moderate amounts, is not lethal but can induce severe fever, pain, headaches, and dizziness. Shirgu, likely guessing Yang Yang's intentions, realizes that this venom could be applied to weapons, inflicting harm while also poisoning the prey. Importantly, a fully cooked, poisoned beast is still edible. He recalls a tribe that excelled at utilizing such methods in hunting. After traversing several hundred meters through the rubble, a shadow suddenly streaks across the sky above the cliff's summit, too swift for the group to fully perceive, accompanied by a resounding call that echoes throughout the canyon. It is the sky pterosaur. This area must be near its nest, and it is attempting to drive us away. Hasten your pace. We must leave this place. Shirgu urges. The anxious group quickens their steps, even Pong Pong appearing tense. This aerial overlord is the natural enemy of ordinary large beasts. Yang Yang has witnessed it descend from the heavens, seizing his companions, embodying a primal force of dominance. Eventually, they navigate through the canyon, the cries from the sky fading behind them, as the bright sky dispels the gloom that had lingered in their hearts. Once they have moved further away, Yang Yang glances back at the canyon. A figure circles in the distant sky, seemingly clutching a prey in its talons, before finally descending and vanishing beyond the cliffs. Chapter 40. The rogue of the wilderness, the air in the wilderness is thick with the scent of decaying earth, surrounded by low, dense thickets with no towering trees in sight. The pace of the group is somewhat sluggish, as a river several meters wide sprawls across the terrain. Shergu leads the party along the riverbank, searching for a suitable crossing point. The water is too deep and would soak their furs and meat, so they must find a shallower area to wade through. Heya remains vigilant, scouring the surrounding underbrush, having already caught several wild rabbits and even a large badger. This region teems with herbivorous creatures. Herds of stag, deer graze together, startled into a rapid retreat by the sudden appearance of the group. They even spot a colossal moose, leisurely munching on foliage. This moose, larger than Pung Pung, boasts antlers that resemble branches. Despite its size, it is timid and lacks aggression, relying solely on its stature for survival. In the wild, its impressive antlers do indeed command respect among predators. As long as it avoids encounters with massive beasts, it remains relatively safe. In a narrower section of the river, a massive fallen tree trunk lies across the water, likely washed downstream. Shergu, the chief, announces, "Once we cross the river, we will head upstream. There lies a grove of redwoods." Pung Pung cautiously treads upon the enormous trunk, its weight causing it to creak ominously. However, it ultimately supports the group without breaking. Suddenly, a disturbance arises in the distant underbrush. Heya emits a sharp cry while simultaneously conveying a message to Yang Yang through their mental link. A pack of several velociraptors, akin to Heya, is pursuing him. Although Heya is still a juvenile and not very large, it keeps pace remarkably well, soon returning to the defensive formation of the main group. With the sounds of rustling vegetation, the pack of velociraptors, standing about 5 to 6 meters tall, leaps into view, forming a fan shape as they hiss at the group. The warriors of Shergu's tribe regard the velociraptors with indifference. Their numbers are too few to pose a threat, especially with Pung Pung present. The raptors do not launch an attack. Sensing the formidable presence of the group, they merely hiss in warning, as if claiming their territory. Their sickle-like claws rhythmically striking the ground, each adorned with tufts of colorful feathers, giving them a rogue-like appearance. As they squawk and holler, their eyes fixate on Heya, engaging in what appears to be a verbal sparring match, while a small yellow-feathered raptor inches closer to Heya, attempting to make contact, nearly getting bitten in return. Yang Yang observes in bemusement. The raptors do not seem intent on attacking. Could it be that they are interested in Heya, seeking to recruit it as a companion? It seems Heya is a female velociraptor. After a brief exchange of raucous sounds, just as the group grows impatient and contemplates a counterattack, the velociraptors retreat. Yang Yang, bemused by Heya's conveyed thoughts of having scared them away, realizes that while they may not have intended to attack, Heya alone would not stand a chance against them. Perhaps they sensed a kindred spirit in Heya, and despite their hostility, she felt a sense of joy. Being a social hunter without anyone to converse with in velociraptor tongue. Believing the raptor pack has departed, the group resumes their journey, ensuring Heya does not stray too far to avoid potential danger. While walking, the grass beside them begins to stir again, and the earlier yellow-feathered raptor leaps out, clutching a wild rabbit in its beak. Upon sighting Heya, it drops the rabbit to the ground, making a series of gurgling sounds. What on earth? Is it attempting to lure a companion with a gift? Without hesitation, Yang Yang draws his bow and fires an arrow in front of the young raptor, startling it into a shrill cry before it turns and flees. Gently patting the head of Heya, I spoke to it with a serious expression. Do not pay attention to those little rascals. They are all no good. With a lifted head, Chio Heya responded, rubbing its head against my palm, and seeing its obedient demeanor, Yang Yang finally revealed a smile of satisfaction. Before nightfall, we paused at a sheltered spot on a dirt slope by the river, preparing to spend the night there. The campsite was quickly established, and as darkness enveloped the sky, a bonfire was lit, with plans to eat heartily and rest. Observing the Stonebone leader and the others gripping their spears, their hands tightly clenching and releasing, I couldn't help but feel a mix of helplessness and amusement. Throughout the journey, a group of velociraptors had persistently followed us, chattering incessantly and causing considerable irritation, often leaping out to greet Heya, one of them carrying a piece of prey in its beak. However, upon seeing the enticing smoked meat I offered to Heya, they ceased bringing any more prey, merely continuing to call out from the surroundings. Each sudden appearance left us on edge, and over time, it began to wear us down. Stonebone, gritting his teeth, wished he could charge at them with his spear. Despite the annoyance, everyone refrained from shooting arrows at them, considering their kinship with Heya and the absence of hostility, enduring the racket instead. Even Heya buried its head in Yang Yang's embrace, grumbling in irritation. Fortunately, As time passed and the night deepened, they finally settled down. Rubbing my brow, I felt a wave of comfort wash over me in the now tranquil night. The wind howled through the canyon, its sound remaining constant yet eerily silent. Even the chirping of insects had vanished. In the highest nest nestled in the midsection of the canyon, a massive figure curled up in a nest made of branches, beneath which lay 3 enormous eggs, slowly developing under the warmth of its thick fur. At the canyon's entrance, a silhouette adorned with dark golden hues and black patterns emerged under the moonlight. It was the ousted giant-toothed tiger, unwilling to relent, following the scent once more. It had caught the whiff of that group, and as it listened to the howling winds within the canyon, hesitation flickered within. Most beasts are generally wary of such formidable sounds. Yet, the burning desire for prey and the seething anger for vengeance compelled it to continue forward. After considerable mental preparation, the giant-toothed tiger finally stepped into the canyon. Before long, its figure appeared at the very site where we had camped, excitement gleaming in its amber eyes as it caught the scent of both pig and human. It crushed a poisonous insect that had attempted to bite at it, for these mindless creatures did not possess the instinct to avoid danger. Silently, it followed the scent at the base of the cliff, its padded feet making no sound. Meanwhile, a pterosaur perched atop the cliff watched below like a stone, annoyance evident in its gaze. The arrival of a group of humans, followed by a giant-toothed tiger, made it increasingly cautious. As creatures in their hatching period are often more irritable, it let out an impatient call towards the ground, seeking to drive away the intruding beasts. The sound echoed against the canyon walls, amplifying with every rebound. Startled by the thunderous noise, the giant-toothed tiger halted its stealthy advance along the cliff wall, then hastened its leap, eager to escape the canyon. Chapter 41. The face-bearing bear. The mangrove forests of the primordial world thrived in wild abundance, with tall, straight trunks layered together, obstructing distant views. Scattered among the grass were the disordered remains of small bones, while the red leaves on the ground were pierced by nascent plants. The gnarled canopy wove an impenetrable cover, isolating the sky. Sunlight was torn into fragmented golden threads, barely illuminating the dim, secretive realm below. A troop of long-tailed monkeys tumbled through the trees, swinging behind a group of people, occasionally emitting their chattering calls. The warriors, vigilant and alert, sensed the presence of beasts nearby. This area appeared to be a hunting ground for ferocious creatures, as Stonebone observed the enormous paw prints on the ground, belonging to a bear-like beast, its diameter suggesting a substantial size. Navigating through here and the mountains shrouded in mist ahead would lead us to our destination. Originally, we could have skirted around the edges of the mangrove forest to avoid this place, but that would consume a considerable amount of time. After several days of travel, everyone was beginning to feel fatigued. Traversing the wilderness was far more challenging than anticipated, with the complex terrain and constant threats keeping our emotions highly tense. The small group of velociraptors that had been following us had vanished, possibly sensing danger and abandoning their pursuit. Passing through a somewhat spacious forest path, a stream flowed gently, its tinkling sounds creating a serene atmosphere, albeit one marred by the presence of torn animal carcasses on the ground. Nearby, a tall trunk bore the marks of a creature's claws, its dried bark sagging, while remnants of feces lingered, and the surrounding area was heavy with a foul stench, causing Heya to sneeze repeatedly from the overwhelming scent. Chief, ahead lies the den of the face-bearing bear. This area is likely its territory, and it is currently lying within its cave. A scouting warrior returned cautiously. Stonebone frowned, sensing trouble. An adult face-bearing bear stood about as tall as a fluffy creature, immensely powerful, capable of shattering even thick tree trunks with its massive claws. This was its domain, and we could only attempt to pass quietly. The fluffy creature made quite a bit of noise while walking. Let us strive to remain silent and continue onward. Stay alert behind us. The surroundings fell silent, as typical creatures kept their distance. Just when everyone thought they had safely passed, a commotion and shrill cries erupted from behind. It was the raucous noise from the wild rascals trailing us once again. Stonebone was furious. Did these unfortunate souls not fear for their lives? Were they unaware of the large predators that roamed this area? Before long, the figures of the velociraptors appeared, seemingly increased in number, totaling over 20 of various sizes. Had the earlier group returned to find their companions? Yang mused, casting a glance at Heya. Nothing seemed particularly special about it. Why would they show such keen interest? Heya also tilted its head in confusion. A roar erupted, the voice of the face-bearing bear, awakened from its slumber by the clamor, now filled with rage as it bounded on all fours. The sounds of trees crashing and its massive paws thudding against the ground merging into a cacophony. The velociraptors, who had sensed danger and followed the group inside, showed no signs of panic. Instead, they organized a defensive circle facing the approaching giant beast. With a tremendous crash, a small tree in front was directly smashed to the ground, and a towering red-haired giant bear stood upright, measuring nearly 5 meters in height. Its face was flat, with a short and stout snout, and it bared its enormous maw, roaring angrily, remnants of meat still clinging to its yellowed fangs. The velociraptors, led by the small yellow creature, glanced towards Heya, then turned back to face the furious giant bear, not revealing even a hint of fear as they screeched in unison. The giant bear, further enraged, charged heedlessly, swiping its paw. The two black-feathered velociraptors in front nimbly leaped back to evade. One particularly robust individual leapt from the side, attempting to bite, only to be swatted away by the bear's other paw. With a resounding thud, it crashed against a tree trunk before landing on the ground, seemingly uninjured. The incensed giant bear continued its assault, roaring repeatedly, while the velociraptors engaged in a back-and-forth skirmish, managing to strike blows without inflicting substantial harm on one another. The bear's fur bristled, showing no signs of fatigue as it relentlessly struck. Several of the largest velociraptors were eventually overwhelmed, struggling to rise as blood trickled from their mouths, indicating they had suffered significant injuries. Seizing the opportunity, the colossal bear lunged forward, pinning a smaller velociraptor to the ground. Its massive jaws clamped down viciously on the creature's shoulder, teeth piercing through the tough hide in an instant, before lifting its head and shaking the hapless creature violently. The yellow-feathered velociraptor emitted desperate shrieks, attempting to rescue its companion, only to be swatted away with a single powerful strike, spitting out blood. By the time the bear released its grip, the torn velociraptor lay lifeless. Yang sensed the sorrowful emotions emanating from Heya as it observed the aftermath of the battle, emitting a low, mournful sound. "Leader, let us assist them," Yang declared, resolute in his decision as he addressed Shirgu. Casting a glance at Heya, Shirgu nodded in agreement, swiftly deciding, "Let us first unleash our arrows upon the bear." Hearing the command, the warriors, unable to contain their eagerness, loosed their arrows. Yang, bow in hand, was already prepared. As the bear cleared a space around it, his arrows shot forth, striking its formidable form. However, despite the bear's titanic size, it sustained only superficial wounds, merely tearing its thick fur and causing blood to spurt forth. Infuriated by its injuries, it became even more ferocious, relentlessly assaulting the surrounding velociraptors. The bear, continuously struck by arrows, abandoned the agile pack of dinosaurs and charged towards Yang and his companions, aware that these humans posed a significant threat. Shirgu bellowed, his muscles tensing as he surged forward, relishing the opportunity for a head-on clash. Armed with an axe, he met the bear's charge, delivering a powerful blow that sent the creature crashing to the ground. Shirgu was also struck by a massive paw, sent sprawling, but the hardened armor on his chest absorbed the blow, leaving only a scratch on the surface. Warriors on either side, well prepared, thrust their spears into the bear, leaving 2 gaping wounds from which blood gushed forth. Stimulated by the sight of their injured adversary, the velociraptors lunged forward in a frenzy, clawing and biting at the bear, though they too were often flung aside. In the distance, another group continued to shoot arrows, inflicting further damage, though the bear's tenacity kept it standing. It was clear that it could no longer flee and was reduced to a defensive posture. As time passed, with excessive blood loss, it seemed inevitable that death awaited it. While the beast struggled, concealed in a thick patch of bushes downwind, a pair of amber-gold eyes coldly observed the distant fray. Pupils narrowed to a pinprick and exuding an aura of danger. It was the formidable Ji who, known for its vengeful nature, once it had locked onto its prey, it would not relent until it achieved a successful hunt. At that moment, it lay in wait, seeking the opportune moment to strike. Its scent masked by the presence of the bear, thus eluding the notice of Heya and the others. Chapter 42. Born assassins. The bear's counterattacks grew feeble, blood pooling around it as it succumbed to the relentless assault. Its eyes, now punctured by the velociraptor's claws, reflected a tragic fate. No sympathy was felt for this wretched beast. It was merely the harsh reality of nature's ruthless selection. Ultimately, the bloodied giant fell, its life extinguished by Shirgu's stone axe. In a vindictive display, the velociraptors slashed at its carcass with their claws, leaving deep gashes. 2 velociraptors lay lifeless on the ground, while the survivors bore injuries, some of the stronger ones bleeding profusely, suggesting severe internal damage. Yang observed as they gathered around the fallen velociraptor, emitting low, barely audible frequencies of communication, appearing sorrowful. as if bidding farewell to their fallen comrade. Heya approached, having shared many exchanges along the way, no longer harboring initial resistance. Lowering its head, it sniffed, a hint of sorrow resonating in its mental waves. These velociraptors seem to share a deep bond, remarked Sherming, watching them closely. They hunt in packs, and their synchronized combat reflects a strong familiarity, fostering deeper emotional connections. Shergu, touched by the scene, nodded in agreement. As the day waned, with the bear now slain and the surrounding area presumably safe, Yang proposed. Shall we rest here for the night? Agreed. Let us head to the bear's den, Shergu concurred, though he noted that the current location was unsuitable for setting up camp. You all handle the bear's remains. I will bury these two velociraptors, Yang stated, glancing at the corpses on the ground. After all, they had fought alongside each other. It felt inappropriate to skin them for food. It would be more respectful to bury them. There were no objections, and soon, several individuals quickly began to process the bear's hide and meat for sustenance later that evening. Yang approached the velociraptor pack, digging a pit to prepare for the burial. As he reached for the first body, the leading yellow-feathered one emitted a threatening growl. Sensing the human's intentions, Heya, upon witnessing this, instantly bristled and retaliated with a fierce hiss, igniting a cacophony among the velociraptors. Tell them I intend to bury the bodies to prevent other beasts from desecrating them. He communicated mentally to Heya, uncertain how they would convey this message. With a series of chirps and hisses, Heya conveyed the message to the velociraptors, who, in turn, responded with sounds that gradually quieted the commotion. Seeing them calm, Yang cautiously attempted to lift the body. In the distance, Shergu observed with trepidation, wary of an attack from these fearless predators. However, it seemed the velociraptors had been pacified. As he watched them communicate, a flicker of contemplation crossed his mind. Yang's rapport with the beasts appeared to be more potent than he had imagined. After completing the burial, Yang stood, gathering the bear's innards from the dismembered body, signaling to the velociraptors that they could feast. They wasted no time, encircling the offering and devouring it eagerly. Having done this, he paid them no further mind and called for Peng to follow him and the others to the bear's den, where they planned to spend the night. You can play with them for a while, he suggested, gently patting Heya's head. The young dragon had always been solitary, with only Yang for companionship, never having interacted with its kind. However, Heya shook its head, expressing a preference for Yang's company, filling him with warmth and satisfaction. Climbing onto Peng Peng's back, he urged Heya to join him, and they followed the rest of the tribe. The velociraptors remained behind, content to rest and consume the remaining meat and innards. The terrain where the group traversed was lower, with dense thickets rising on their left. A flash of dark golden fur lay still amidst the brush, muscles coiled, having waited patiently for the right moment to pounce. As the distance closed, Heya, perched upon Peng Peng's back and distanced from the chaos of battle, caught a whiff of a familiar scent of blood. With a sudden alertness, it raised its head and let out a resounding cry of alarm. A sense of imminent danger flashing through Yang's mind, causing his expression to shift dramatically. At the same moment, from the shadows of the distant bushes, a massive Jihu, adorned with dark stripes on its golden fur, lunged towards Peng Peng, its approach silent, covering the distance in the blink of an eye. Claws glistening ominously, Yang was caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events. A surge of murderous intent accompanied by the overwhelming force of a colossal creature left his legs trembling. Fortunately, his subconscious instinctively grasped Black Tooth, and his body leaned violently to the right, rolling downwards. The slower reacting Peng Peng, burdened by the rot tin basket, was unable to turn in time and was knocked down by the tremendous force from the side. As Yang rolled out just in time, he avoided being pinned beneath the fallen Peng Peng. The minions of the giant toothed tiger were thwarted by the rot tin basket laden with animal skins and meat, sustaining no harm, merely being struck by the massive creature's side. The basket was ripped open, exposing the animal skins inside. Having regained composure, Peng Peng twisted its head vigorously to launch an attack with its tusks, but the giant toothed tiger evaded the strike. The beast continued to tear at the basket, and soon the ropes giving way allowed it to roll aside, revealing Peng Peng's unprotected flank. The Stone Bone tribe members, reacting swiftly in the brief moment the giant toothed tiger was preoccupied, grabbed their spears and charged at the beast. The giant toothed tiger, reacting with astonishing speed, dodged the 3 incoming spears, shifting its entire body to Peng Peng's rear, its hooked claws digging deeply into the flesh, dragging the creature backward and preventing it from standing. The anxious Stone Bone, akin to an enraged lion, radiated an aura of fury. He wielded his spear with caution, mindful of not injuring Peng Peng. and surged forward alone, thrusting his spear at the giant-toothed tiger. Provoked by the relentless assaults, the fierce beast released its grip and lunged towards Stonebone. Recalling that the scar on its head was inflicted by this very human, the beast's claws struck Stonebone's chest with tremendous force, tearing the straps of his hardened leather armor and ripping it away. The broken spear's stone tip embedded itself in the tiger's leg, inflicting only a minor wound that barely affected it. At that moment, the spears of the nearby tribesmen also struck, forcing the tiger to retreat slightly. Stonebone, who had fallen but was unharmed, quickly rolled over, drawing his stone axe, ready for another assault. The group worked together defensively, momentarily holding off the attacks, while the giant-toothed tiger, wary of injury, paused briefly to seek an opportunity, its low growls resonating like the roar of an engine. Meanwhile, the now upright Pung Pung, its eyes bloodshot and filled with fury, was no stranger to such battles, having once been the leader of its tribe. With an earth-shattering roar, the massive creature charged forward, tusks raised, disregarding its own injuries. Unlike the speed-oriented giant-toothed tiger, this brute force creature bore its wounds with indifference. Their last encounter had been a defensive one, dictated by Yang Yang's orders. The momentum generated by the colossal beast surged forth explosively. Colliding with the giant-toothed tiger during the brief moment, it was momentarily repelled by the spears. The impact echoed with a resounding crash, causing the tiger's hind legs to lift high as Pung Pung's tusks pierced deeply into its flesh, the immense force even dragging it back a few meters. However, Pung Pung also paid a price. The tiger's sharp claws tore into its chest, and the upper body of the tiger pressed down upon Pung Pung, sinking its fangs into the bulging muscles of its back, with both beasts spilling blood profusely onto the ground. Yang Yang, who had finally regained his footing, was alarmingly close to the brink of death. After the initial panic, a profound rage surged within him, igniting a primal instinct reminiscent of ancient man. Drawing an arrow tipped with black stone, he knocked it to his bow, aiming at the giant-toothed tiger that was currently attacking. In this moment, his focus was sharper than ever, his mind ablaze with purple flames, channeling all of his strength into his anger. Suddenly jolted back to clarity. The world around him became vividly clear. Even the texture of the distant leaves appeared magnified, and the movements of insects on tree trunks were captured in detail. His senses heightened. He perceived the splattering of dirt and the traces left by the wind with remarkable clarity. In this heightened state, Yang Yang, almost instinctively, relaxed his fingers. The fully drawn bowstring vibrated with a resonant hum as a flash of black lightning shot forth. The arrow sank deeply into the left eye socket of the giant-toothed tiger, the intense pain causing it to relinquish its grip on Pung Pung, hurling it away in an instant. The tribal warriors seized the opportunity, launching their long spears with all their might. Most of the attacks were evaded by the frenzied giant-toothed tiger, though 3 spears found their mark in its back. At that moment, the creature resembled a cornered beast, more feral than before, disregarding the arrow's wounds. Its single eye fixated on tearing apart its adversaries with unbridled rage. Pung Pung, with eyes ablaze, found itself overwhelmed by the tiger's relentless assault, accumulating more injuries. Suddenly, the distant pack of velociraptors, drawn by the sounds of battle, rushed towards the frenzied giant-toothed tiger. The lead raptor, a small yellow one, emitted a piercing cry akin to metal clashing, sounding the charge. The raptor pack lowered their heads, roaring as they launched their assault, undeterred by their own bleeding wounds, their still fresh bloodstains hinting at their fierce courage. The raptors leaped onto the giant-toothed tiger's body, leaving trails of wounds before being swatted away by its massive claws, crashing to the ground, some unable to rise again, their bodies soaked in blood. A few even fell victim to the tiger's fangs, lying lifeless on the ground. In this chaotic melee, the warriors could only attack from the sidelines, as the tumultuous clash between the beasts and the raptors made it difficult for them to intervene without risking friendly fire. Witnessing the fallen raptors, Yang Yang attempted to signal Blacktooth to issue a retreat command, having repeatedly thwarted Blacktooth's attempts to charge in and attack. Although predators in the jungle seldom considered casualties in their battles, these fierce velociraptors, even if victorious, would likely suffer heavy losses. As they journeyed onward, Yang Yang felt a pang of compassion. Blacktooth emitted a series of short, sharp calls towards the fray. Initially, the raptors paid no heed, but after several of Blacktooth's urgent cries, they finally withdrew, encircling the vicinity in an aggressive stance, poised to charge once more. Yang Yang was struck by their seemingly fearless spirit. With the raptors retreating, the warriors finally had the freedom to unleash their might, their spears striking like venomous snakes. In the moment of impact, they were hurled back by the tiger's brute force, Yet their resilient bodies, akin to steel, surged forward again, with companions swiftly filling in to prevent being pursued. In this heightened state of concentration, Yang Yang nocked another arrow, and once again, the black shaft found its way into the tiger's neck. The third arrow flew forth without pause, striking the other eye of the beast. Good shot, Stonebone roared, charging forward with his stone axe. The now blind giant beast began to retreat in fear, its claws swiping wildly. Pung Pung gasped for breath, exhaling mist from its heated body. Seizing the opportunity, it charged once more, its tusks piercing through the fur on the side of the tiger's body, driving into its heart, firmly pinning it to the ground. Indifferent to its struggles, even twisting its tusks to widen the wound. Stonebone, drawing his stone knife, leaped up and plunged it into the tiger's neck, blood gushing forth and splattering his face. Yet, he paid no mind, even swallowing some of the blood in a primal display of ferocity. At this moment, the fearsome beast on the battlefield bore little of its original hide, having succumbed to its injuries. Its lifeless body occasionally twitched, a testament to the horrific price it had paid. Numerous wounds marred the body of Pung Pung, with deep lacerations on its chest and hindquarters exposing bone. 6 lifeless velociraptors lay scattered on the ground, their bodies torn apart or bitten through, marking their demise. The members of the tribe remained unscathed. Pung Pung had bravely faced the beast head-on, reinforced by its tough hide armor, sustaining only minor injuries from the sheer force of the impact. Now, it stood nearby, panting heavily. Yang Yang felt a mild weakness in his limbs, the relaxation of his spirit leaving him somewhat drained. After moving about a bit to regain his composure, he instructed Haya to remain vigilant in the surroundings and approached the corpse of the giant tiger for inspection. Blood stained its entire body, and from the gaping chest wound inflicted by Pung Pung, blood continued to flow. The golden fangs, robust and adult-sized, radiated a primal aura. Its massive form was not much shorter than Pung Pung, possessing greater speed and explosive power. Without assistance, Pung Pung would likely have faced death. Yang Yang's understanding of the giant tiger clarified. It was brutal, bloodthirsty, endowed with immense patience, and an exceptional talent for lurking and tracking, making it a natural assassin. Unfortunately, it had met with misfortune and became a casualty, with failure equating to death. Chapter 43. The young beast. The battlefield, ravaged by the fierce clashes of giant beasts, was strewn with torn baskets and scattered goods, which the warriors painstakingly stitched back together with hemp ropes. Pung Pung's wounds remained unhealed, rendering it unable to continue the journey without treatment. Despite the relatively concealed terrain, the bloody battlefield would attract other predators. So the tribe needed to collaboratively transport their belongings to the cave of the giant bear for rest and recuperation. The original occupant of the cave, the human-faced bear, was no more. The 4-meter-high space was spacious, and a gap left by a massive rock near the entrance allowed glimpses of sunlight, facilitating firemaking. A few steps inward revealed an even more expansive chamber, littered with hay and animal feathers, devoid of the foul stench of the bear's excrement from outside. Even wild beasts know not to relieve themselves where they sleep. After aiding several tribesmen in clearing the ground, Yang Yang began to bring the baskets inside and arrange them properly. He allowed Pung Pung to rest near the entrance while he retrieved some herbal powder from his crocodile backpack. The quantity was scant, so he sought additional herbs from his companions, mixing it into a paste to apply to Pung Pung's wounds. The lacerations on its chest and hindquarters remained unaddressed for the moment, as Yang Yang planned to stitch them with a bone needle later for a swifter recovery. Haya stood guard nearby, while the velociraptor pack rested in the nearby woods. Licking their wounds, Yang Yang buried the 4 deceased velociraptors in a pit he had dug. He had a fondness for these brave creatures. Yet he recognized the reckless nature of wild beasts in battle. They fought fiercely, disregarding death. Though their instinctual combat prowess was formidable, they lacked strategy, differing significantly from human methods of warfare. Conversely, their disregard for their own lives rendered them even more formidable adversaries. Yang Yang contemplated using the energy of fire seeds to awaken their latent potential, hastening their recovery and potentially establishing a connection to command them in future battles. However, upon reflection, he dismissed the idea. His fire seed energy was insufficient for the remaining 15 velociraptors to absorb. Yes, they still had 15 left. Having lost 6 in a single day of combat, he decided to reassess later, perhaps allowing Haya to attempt to lure them back during the return journey, as familiarity and shared life-or-death experiences might have reduced their hostility towards the tribe. With a dagger, he trimmed a portion of his waist-length hair, combining it with the bone needle and placing them in a stone bowl filled with water over the rising campfire to sterilize. The warriors continued to dissect the giant tiger's bloodied bones. with the impressive fangs earmarked as trophies to be fashioned into bone knives and other weapons. Such large teeth were a rarity, their hardness surpassing that of black stone. As twilight descended, the sun was obscured by the trees, and night was fast approaching. Yang Yang observed as his tribesmen returned with the disassembled beast bones and meat, most of which was discarded for the velociraptors, as they lacked the means to cure the meat here. Only a small portion was retained for sustenance over the following days. Yang, would you like to see something amusing? The voice of Shirgu broke through Yang Yang's reverie. Covered in blood and grinning, he approached with his hands behind his back. Chief, what is it? Yang Yang inquired, curiosity piqued as he gazed at what Shirgu concealed. Haha, take a guess. I believe you will find it delightful. To Yang Yang's surprise, Shirgu, robust as a wild bull, possessed such a mischievous sense of humor. Come on, Chief, stop teasing me. Show me already. With a chuckle, Shirgu revealed his hands. And nestled within his broad palms were 3 tiny, wet, and hairless young beasts, still coated in amniotic fluid. Their pink skin glistened, eyes tightly shut, and mouths gaped open as they gasped for breath, seemingly on the verge of suffocation. Where did these younglings come from? Hurry, give them to me. They are about to choke. Yang Yang exclaimed anxiously, swiftly taking them into his arms, holding them upside down and shaking them gently as he inquired further. As he performed this action, viscous liquid was expelled from the young beast's nostrils and mouths, leaving him somewhat baffled. The giant tiger was a female beast. These were extracted from her womb, nearly destined to be food for the velociraptors. Knowing your interest in them, I brought them back. The dense fur of the giant tiger had concealed its gender until now. Is it truly possible for a beast of such size to have such small offspring? Is this typical for giant beasts? Indeed, it is common. Few are born with significant size. What should we feed them? They must require milk, right? Are they considered premature? And without their mother, how can they survive? I am uncertain. If they cannot be nurtured, it is unfortunate. We currently lack beast milk, but perhaps we could try feeding them beast blood? Shirgu had never raised younglings, so he had no idea how to procure milk in the wild. He left behind several water pouches filled with beast blood and departed, as he still had many beast bones to process. I shall give it a try. The blood of the human-faced bear and the giant tiger had been collected in abundance, as the primitive tribe held a deep appreciation for beast blood, believing it endowed them with animalistic strength. It seemed to have some effect after drinking the beast blood brought back by the tribesmen. Yang Yang always felt a warm surge of energy, an overwhelming urge to engage in combat. He could not explain why this happened, attributing it to the peculiarities of this world. Cradling the 3 wrinkled younglings, he brought them to the campfire, and the warmth of the flames stilled their trembling bodies. He retrieved a piece of fur from his backpack, and the now calm creatures lay quietly upon it. The soft fur seemed to provide them with a sense of security, and they occasionally emitted gentle, adorable whimpers. By conventional wisdom, these 3 premature younglings would surely not survive. Their organs were likely undeveloped, leaving them vulnerable to external bacteria. However, the people and beasts of this world were rugged, and their constitutions differed from modern expectations. Thus one could not directly apply contemporary logic to judge their fate. Gently touching the slightly swollen bellies of the young beasts, Yang Yang resolved to care for them for now, but he still needed to stitch up Peng Peng's wounds. He wrapped the 3 little beings in beast skin and placed them into the crocodile backpack, positioning it near the campfire, confident that his skills would keep them warm without fear of them roasting themselves. The water in the stone bowl had boiled and then cooled. As the recently returned He observed the backpack, he washed his hands, picked up a bone needle adorned with several strands of hair, and approached Peng Peng. Bear with the pain and remain still, he whispered in his mind before commencing his work. He first rinsed the wound with cooled boiled water. The sight of the bright red flesh causing Yang Yang to inhale sharply, realizing the extent of the pain. Wasting no time, he proceeded to stitch the wound. However, the thickness and resilience of Peng Peng's hide posed a challenge. Even the finely sharpened needle required considerable effort to penetrate. Each thrust caused the obediently lying Peng Peng's muscles to quiver, accompanied by soft grunts akin to a pig's squeal. The entire stitching process lasted nearly 2 hours, yet fortunately, the handful of hairs remained relatively sturdy. Once the gaping wound was sutured and drawn back together, a medicinal paste was applied. The tribe members returned, feeding it generous chunks of meat to replenish its strength, repeatedly instructing it to lie still lest the wound reopen. By this time, darkness had enveloped the surroundings, and the campfire blazed brightly, casting shadows that revealed the distant outline of a velociraptor lying still. Shirgu and the others had returned as well, roasting meat while curiously observing Yang Yang's stitching of the wound. This method was unprecedented for them. And though Yang Yang provided a brief explanation about its efficacy in hastening healing, disbelief flickered in their eyes. Chapter 44. Fireflies. The night in the Hongshu forest was somewhat tranquil. Under the moonlight, faint mountains loomed in the far distance, ancient and steadfast. The occasional chirping of insects echoed through the air, likely driven away by the presence of daytime predators, leaving the forest with a diminished vibrancy. In this profound silence, the wind whispered through the needle-like leaves, reminiscent of ancient sighs. Suddenly, a luminous point appeared in the distance, floating through the air and gradually drawing nearer. It resembled a tiny star, quietly rising from beneath thick fronds, tracing a brief and gentle arc before extinguishing, as if signaling a second, third, and then a multitude, hundreds, even thousands of glowing points flickered to life from every moist patch of earth, every fallen pine needle, and every crevice in the bark. Initially, they twinkled sporadically, like scattered diamonds that had fallen from the night sky. However, these scattered glimmers soon converged into a grand, silent symphony. Countless fireflies, awakened from slumber, began their pilgrimage and dance. They did not flit chaotically, but followed an ancient and mysterious rhythm. Some moved in clusters, resembling a flowing stream of golden lava, winding around the massive roots of the redwood, casting flowing shadows upon the rough, sculptural bark. Others ascended solo, like determined explorers striving to touch the fragmented starry sky divided by the treetops. Their light appeared cool and ethereal, imbued with a pure emerald green and warm yellow, standing out vividly against the pitch-black backdrop, yet exuding no aggression. They danced in the air, spiraling, converging, diverging. Each flicker represented a silent dialogue, a fleeting exchange of life. They formed rivers of light that flowed across the forest clearing, occasionally dispersing into a mist of luminescent particles, enveloping the lower realms of the forest in a dreamlike, pulsating glow. Looking up, the sight was breathtaking. The towering redwoods, reaching heights of over 100 meters, became the ladders for the fireflies. Countless glowing points climbed the massive trunks, as if the ancient trees themselves were emanating light, revealing their life veins against the nocturnal canvas. Higher still, the fireflies that flew the highest resonated with the true stars in the night sky, blurring the line between celestial bodies and forest dwellers. The entire redwood grove transformed into an inverted, living galaxy. Yang Yang stood in awe, captivated by the celestial display, feeling as though this performance of light had been ongoing for millions of years in this land untouched by human clamor. Each flicker, each gentle movement, was a romance of exquisite beauty. All present stared, the remnants of their earlier battle dissipating in this moment, revealing that the primal jungle held not only violence, but also miraculous wonders. In the distance, the velociraptors curiously gazed at the glowing points, occasionally leaping in pursuit, only to retreat in startled flight when brushed by a firefly. The campfire crackled energetically, and it took a while for the mesmerized group to regain their composure. They had recently washed off the blood from their bodies in a nearby stream, and now they were drying off in the warmth of the fire. With the camp securely established, they felt little concern for danger. Heya stood vigilant, while the nearby woods echoed with the lively calls of the velociraptors. A truly spirited bunch. Yang, how is Peng Peng's injury? Shirgu approached, holding a dried animal skin and gazing at the distant spectacle. I have stitched it up and applied the medicinal paste. However, given the situation, we cannot travel for the time being. In that case, let us rest and set out later. Make sure to feed it plenty of meat. It will heal faster. Indeed, I have already fed it, and it is resting now. We shall reassess the injury tomorrow. Yang Yang felt an unusual tranquility wash over him, the ember in his mind dancing joyfully, as he focused intently on the distant illumination. The heightened state of perception from the earlier battle reemerged, allowing him to clearly track the flight paths of the firefly lights within his field of vision. Was this a new change brought by the ember? Pondering this, he found himself lost in thought, appearing somewhat dazed. A soft whimper from the crocodile backpack broke his reverie. A gentle and helpless sound tinged with a quiver. Opening the backpack revealed 3 palm-sized, hairless cubs, their mouths opening and closing in soft whines. Carefully, he lifted them out, noticing their slightly sunken bellies, their translucent skin revealing dark internal organs. They must be hungry, desperately vocalizing, their tiny mouths seemingly begging for food. The water pouch, warmed by the fire, was gently squeezed to control the flow, and a few drops were dribbled into the cubs' mouths. The little ones showed no resistance, as if tasting nourishment for the first time, their limbs flailing in joyous movement as they eagerly gulped down the drops. He fed them one by one until they could eat no more, their bellies round and full. Watching the three cubs lie peacefully on the animal skin, fast asleep, Yang Yang cradled one in his hands. With a thought, invisible strands of energy from the purple ember coursed through his palm, entering the small body. A faint consciousness emerged. Sensing the gradual absorption of ember energy, it was minimal, likely due to their premature state of development. Yet, even this slight intake significantly enhanced their awareness, making them feel more robust in Yang Yang's perception, while the purple ember in his mind remained unchanged. After delivering a touch of ember energy to each of the three cubs, he wrapped them in animal skin once more and placed them back into the crocodile backpack. As the night deepened, the fireflies vanished, the dancing starlight extinguished. Exhausted from the long hours of activity, Yang Yang could no longer resist sleep, his eyelids growing heavy. He entered the cave, laid down on an animal skin mat, and soon drifted into slumber. Outside the cave, Peng Peng lay on the ground, occasionally emitting soft sounds, as if dreaming. Nearby, Heya rested with eyes half closed, facing the cave entrance, his nostrils and eardrums quivering occasionally, demonstrating that even in rest, he remained vigilant. The tranquil night slowly passed, and as dawn's light bathed the earth, the forest began to stir with life, with flocks of birds chirping in the treetops. Awakened by the sounds from outside the cave, Yang Yang rose and glanced at the three cubs nestled within his backpack, still lost in sweet slumber. Approaching Peng Peng, he observed its injuries, aware that many were concerned about its condition, for a substantial amount of cargo could not be transported without it. Thanks to its remarkable healing abilities, most of the wounds had already scabbed over. However, 2 severe lacerations, though stitched, had not fully knitted together and could reopen under strain. Carrying a load was certainly out of the question. He renewed the medicinal mud on the wounds and sought out the Stonebone Chief to report on Peng Peng's recovery status. There was no choice but to rest in place for another day. Chapter 45. The Sovereign of the Moon Lake in the Hongmu Forest. The group took a respite for 3 consecutive days. By the following day, Peng Peng's injuries had completely healed, although the newly formed skin was still tender. It could now endure vigorous activity. Nonetheless, concerned about the impact of carrying weight on their journey, the Stonebone Chief decided to rest for an additional day. Meanwhile, the pack of velociraptors in the forest had completely unleashed themselves, establishing dominance in the area. The small yellow creature made several trips to the cave each day, constantly bringing back insect prey, all in an effort to entice Heya to play. Naturally calm and unbothered, Heya showed no interest in joining, remaining aloof beside Yang Yang. Yang Yang found the eagerness of these creatures amusing. After all, Heya was only half their size, making it unlikely that they sought courtship. Perhaps they were attracted to the dark red fur atop Heya's head? It seemed indeed that their own fur was either pale yellow or bluish-green, with a few possessing black coats. During these 3 days, the 3 giant tiger cubs had also grown considerably, as these colossal beasts exhibited rapid growth. They were already able to claw at the animal skin, and it would not be long before they opened their eyes. After 3 days of absorption, a connection had been established in Yang Yang's mind, yet the 3 tiny ones were still too small, exhibiting no mental activity beyond their cries of hunger. After organizing the crocodile backpack, he placed the 3 cubs atop, secured the flap, and hoisted it onto his back, which felt rather heavy. Having rested for several days, the group, along with the burdened Peng Peng, set off once more. They did not summon Heya to alert the velociraptors, who assumed the departure was for hunting, as the environment here was quite suitable for their survival and predation. The absence of the raucous dinosaur pack rendered the quiet procession somewhat eerie, leaving Yang Yang and the others feeling slightly out of sorts. Upon exiting the Hongmu forest, the sun was already high in the sky. As before, the warriors maintained their vigilance around Peng Peng. Yang Yang sat upon the beast's back, using a sharpened end of a charred stick to mark the terrain on the spread animal hide. Delicate lines curved to represent the topography. He recorded the location of the Hongmu forest and sketched a small representation of Heya's head, while also depicting a winged creature at the site of the Wind Howl Gorge, albeit in a rather abstract manner. The gentle breeze carried the sense of dampness and decay. As Yang Yang and his companions ventured deeper into the jungle, the space seemed to solidify into a block of dark green amber. Towering ferns spread like canopies, and the trunks of trees, large enough to embrace, were entwined with vines that hung like colossal serpents. The air was rich with the sweet, earthy aroma of soil and the peculiar fragrance of unknown wildflowers. As they hacked through the obstructive foliage, the scent of grass sap clung to them. Emerging from this oppressive green wall, a vast expanse of water appeared unexpectedly, a pristine lake. This pristine body of water stretched endlessly, resembling a colossal piece of jade. quietly nestled within the embrace of the jungle. The lake's depths were an inky green, nearly black, as sunlight struggled to penetrate the dense canopy above, casting fleeting shards of golden light upon the surface. There were no beaches along the shore, only thick, waterlogged black silt and decaying leaves, bearing the enormous paw prints of unknown giants. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Even the loudest insects seemed to hold their breath, as if in fear of something. Beneath the lake's surface lay another tumultuous and secretive world. Schools of small silver-scaled fish darted like a flowing metallic storm, weaving through the shadows of the aquatic plants. Their scales shimmered with a cold gleam in the dim light. Every collective shift was synchronized, as if driven by a singular will. Deeper still, massive fish, flat and rock-colored, glided slowly, their whiskers swaying as they devoured anything that ventured too close with a barely perceptible speed. This realm was their kingdom, a place governed by the most ancient and ruthless laws of predation. However, the true sovereign had yet to make its entrance. Suddenly, the movements of all the fish froze for a moment, a wave of primal fear washing over them, rooted in the depths of their instincts. The silver storm scattered, fleeing in all directions. The giant catfish vanished like phantoms into the deeper silt, obliterated from sight. The entire underwater world fell into an eerie vacuum. In the heart of the lake, from the deepest shadows, two immense silhouettes began to ascend slowly. They were not fish, yet they hunted effortlessly in the profound waters, unaffected by the pressure. As the outlines of these shadows began to move, they stirred the water into ripples. The surface began to undulate subtly, not from the wind, but due to the immense beings displacing the water. Two mountain-like backs broke the surface, and water cascaded down, revealing irregular, jagged shapes that pierced through the water, rising with a curved, spine-like arc towering above the water. What could be deemed fins resembled flags, banners proclaiming primal terror. Like the sails of a ship, they lacked scales, instead covered with a hard, rock-like texture, adorned with aquatic plants and parasitic mollusks. As this flag ascended, the water was pushed aside, forming swelling waves. The heads of the colossal beasts emerged, elongated and fearsome, akin to living battering rams that surged through the water's surface. Their heads bore a striking resemblance to crocodiles, albeit longer and marked with deep scars. Water droplets rolled down from their amber-hued, emotionless eyes, gliding over their rough scales. As they opened their great jaws, rows of dagger-like teeth glinted in the air, each reflecting the cold glimmer of a top predator. Having replenished their air supply for underwater activity, the two titans collided gently before descending once more, leaving behind their flag-like fins skimming the surface. Slowly and silently, they glided from one end of the lake to the other without revealing their heads or thrashing their tails, merely shifting laterally as if they were two moving islands beneath the water. Their massive dorsal fins and bulk were a mockery of the laws of nature. As they passed, the lake was pushed apart, creating waves that resonated with a deep, thunderous sound akin to roaring tides. There was no predation, nor did they pay any heed to the panicked fish fleeing in terror. Their presence felt more like a patrol, a silent declaration of their dominion over the territory. Soon, the mountain-like backs submerged slowly, the colossal shadows dissolving back into the lake's darkness, as if they had never existed. The surface of the lake returned to tranquility, yet the weight of the silence felt even more oppressive than before. The small fish resumed their playful swimming, and the giant catfish re-emerged. But within their movements lingered an unspoken caution and reverence. This boundless lake was not merely a collection of water and life. It was a playground ruled by two invincible, tyrannical monarchs. The unknown colossal beasts were the very embodiment of terror, reigning supreme over the waters of the lake. Stonebone, accompanied by Yang Yang and the tribe, stood in a stupor, gazing at the giants sinking into the unfathomable depths, having forgotten to breathe. The vast expanse of the lake rendered a few individuals exceedingly insignificant, appearing to the colossal creatures within its depths as mere ants, entirely unworthy of their notice. These were the sovereigns of Yuhu, the dominators of this domain. Though they seldom ventured ashore to feed, the underwater realm was their true habitat. Stonebone, regaining his composure, spoke with a slight rasp. It must be a Spinosaurus, he mused, but how could it be so immense? Yang Yang found himself questioning existence, as even from several kilometers away, he could still discern their massive dorsal fins, resembling the sails of great ships. Let us not approach the lakeside, for many wild beasts gather there to drink, attracting numerous predators. We shall circumvent this way. The Tsanya tribe is not far off. With that, Stonebone oriented himself and turned away from the lake's edge. Following behind, Yang Yang continued to ponder the enormity of the Spinosaurus. If only he could capture one, he would be free to roam the waters at will. Yet, he merely indulged in fanciful thoughts, not truly contemplating how to realize such a feat. The idea of taming them was one thing, but even getting close to them underwater posed a challenge. Even if they came ashore to hunt, they were not easily vanquished by a biped like himself. Unless, of course, one could devise large siege engines or massive crossbows, which might inflict severe damage upon them while on land. Chapter 46. The Terror Wolves in the Afternoon. Sunlight struggled to penetrate the layers of intertwined canopies, casting dappled shadows upon the lake's surface. At this edge of light and shadow, a group of majestic longhorned deer cautiously extended their necks. Their lithe forms and glossy coats shimmered in the dim light of the forest, and a few fresh leaves still clung to their not fully ossified antlers. Each step they took was fraught with vigilance. Their amber eyes scanned the surroundings nervously, while their ears acted like radar, detecting the faintest sounds, the distant hum of insects, the occasional pass of birds overhead, and the rustling of leaves stirred by the wind. Finally, after confirming a momentary sense of safety, they lowered their elongated necks and gently touched the lake's surface with their soft lips. The clear water rippled outward with each breath, and they began to drink deeply, their throats rhythmically moving. The water was sweet, imbued with a hint of earthiness, the very essence sustaining their lives. Suddenly, a few predators emerged, shattering the tranquil atmosphere. From the trees lining the shore and the grass, a multitude of vividly colored birds and beasts scattered in fright. These predators, after surveying the area, fixated on the smaller fawns within the longhorned deer herd. They were a pack of forest terror wolves, shorter-haired and more grotesque compared to their long-haired cousins. Their forelimbs were elongated while their hind legs were robust. Each bound radiated strength, and their slightly shorter jaws displayed formidable fangs with astonishing bite force. As the terror wolves approached the deer, they initiated a chase. The startled deer, overwhelmed, did not retaliate but instead panicked and fled. A few bewildered fawns stood frozen, bleeding in distress. Only when the terror wolves drew nearer did they realize the danger and attempt to flee towards the herd, but their sluggish speed rendered escape impossible. Having already scattered the deer, the terror wolves lunged at a fawn, while nearby companions rushed to assist. They swiftly tore open the prey's throat, and its cries gradually diminished until silence enveloped the scene. The terror wolves did not carry away their catch. Rather, they feasted ravenously in place. And soon a fawn became mere sustenance, disappearing within this source of water. Such slaughter occurred continuously along the shores. The terror wolves were not apex predators, but merely a small link in the biological chain of the lake's ecosystem. A group of individuals maintained a careful distance within the forest bordering the lake, their spears stained with blood from a previous assault by mindless beasts. These minor attacks posed little threat to the experienced hunters like Stonebone. Although they exercised great caution, the jungle was rife with predators possessing keen tracking abilities. A howl pierced the air. The group, having just distanced themselves from Yoo-hoo, heard the rustling behind them and instinctively readied themselves. Heiyu assumed an aggressive stance, emitting a series of low growls. It was a pack of terror wolves, and their numbers were substantial. These beasts had remarkably sensitive noses and had tracked them even from a distance. Stonebone felt a flicker of irritation. With their leader's command, the warriors exhibited no fear. They had hunted these wolves before, and these shorter terror wolves posed significantly less danger than the likes of the raptor-like Ling Daolong. A minor injury would suffice to send these creatures fleeing in fright. After a few breaths, the underbrush parted as forms emerged, revealing a pack of over 20 wolves, each standing about a meter tall. Before they could launch an attack, the warriors released their arrows, and the foremost wolves fell instantly, emitting cries of agony. With each battle along this path, the group's proficiency with bows and arrows improved. Their inherent strength combined with heightened accuracy resulted in increased lethality. Perhaps due to material limitations, their arrows were less effective against colossal beasts, but the poorly defended fur-covered creatures could not withstand their onslaught. Stonebone's arrows found their mark with newfound precision, claiming the lives of several terror wolves. The largest among them, targeted by Yang Yang in a moment of concentration, was struck in the eye by a sharp stone arrow, emerging from the back of its head. This terror wolf was likely the pack's leader. It collapsed, convulsed briefly, and then succumbed. Stonebone was somewhat astonished. While striking a beast was not particularly difficult, hitting the eye of a creature in constant motion was a different challenge altogether. The group had attempted practice, but at several meters, they had yet to achieve such pinpoint accuracy against a moving target. However, upon reflection, Stonebone found it unsurprising. After all, Yang Yang, capable of crafting arrows, would naturally possess greater aptitude in their use. Witnessing the demise of the terror wolf leader, the remaining pack of fewer than 10 howled in despair before retreating into the thicket. The warriors unsheathed their daggers and approached the still-breathing terror wolves, skillfully ending their suffering. They adeptly skinned the animals. The integrity of the pelts was remarkably high, with only a tiny puncture. A stark contrast to the gaping wounds inflicted by spears and stone axes, which were nearly negligible. Such pelts could fetch a fair price. Without wasting time, they swiftly processed the skins and secured them at their waists, disregarding the remaining flesh. They had no shortage of food and lacked the means to carry it. Thus, this encounter with the wolf pack was effortlessly resolved, providing the warriors, now back on their journey, with a collection of pelts. Ahead, Stonebone and his companions cleared branches obstructing their path through the dense forest, facilitating passage for the trailing group. Pung Pung carefully navigated the gnarled roots protruding from the earth, accustomed to the weight it bore after days of arduous travel. Consciously avoiding contact with branches that could scrape its burden and its master, its steps became more assured. At least Yang Yang no longer felt the nauseating jolts of their initial journey, though discomfort lingered. The scenery of the jungle shifted, the sense of distinct landscapes became scarce. As they advanced, the vegetation gradually grew shorter, the trees noticeably thinning. The ground began to reveal patches of yellow earth, and the surroundings opened up, shedding the oppressive atmosphere of the forest in favor of a more expansive vista, allowing the group to exhale in relief. Scattered across the terrain were small stones, interspersed with clusters of low shrubs resembling spherical formations, while the grasses on the ground were less dense, offering no cover for lurking beasts. On the surface of the wild grass, there are bite marks left by herbivores, indicating the presence of numerous grazing beasts. Small rodents, wild rabbits, and shrubs dart in and out, and even the slightest rustle of the wind causes them to swiftly burrow into their holes. In this vast expanse, the pace of travel quickens, shedding the earlier caution. A glance reveals no immediate dangers. Xiao Hei joyfully races across the ground, occasionally peering curiously at the wild mice that scurry into their burrows, pawing at the holes in an attempt to catch one. Under the relentless sun, the air grows increasingly scorching. After sipping some water from his pouch, his parched lips feel much improved. As he gazes around, Yang Yang's eyes brighten at the sight of a large herd of beasts in the distance. Chapter 47. The Herd of Horses. It's a herd of horses, the leader. Let us go check it out, Yang Yang exclaims with excitement. Along this journey, this is the first time he has encountered a herd of horses. It is well known that most wild horses, except for zebras, can be tamed. Indeed, it is taming, not domestication. Domestication is a process that spans hundreds to thousands of years of biological evolution. Through selective breeding, humans can cultivate individuals that are more docile, less fearful, and more willing to cooperate. Over generations, these traits blend with various genes beneficial to human survival. The domestic horse is the result of tens of thousands of years of domestication, inherently more receptive to human guidance than its wild ancestors. Taming, however, is distinct. It is a process of altering individual behavior through coercion. Taming allows for effective training and interaction, enabling a wild horse to overcome its fear of humans and learn to accept human contact and commands. Taming does not change its inherent character or traits. If a successfully tamed wild horse is released back into the wild, its offspring will still be entirely wild and require retaming. In this world abundant with prehistoric jungles, preserving the wildness of creatures proves more advantageous. Yang Yang has been contemplating which species could be tamed. After all, domestication seems far too unrealistic, and by the time it is achieved, he might already be dust. The only creature he could think of is the horse, well known in the modern world. Even if the horses in this world are significantly larger, it does not alter their fundamental biological structure. As for the colossal beasts, that is a consideration for another day, as their ability to be subdued remains uncertain. Not to mention the primitive humans here, all of whom resemble little superhumans. Taming adult individuals might be a quicker endeavor. Although he possesses the fire seed to communicate with beasts or perform simple taming, it is limited. Attempting to subdue a large number of beasts is evidently unrealistic unless through violent taming or by nurturing a leader as a bond. Yet, this method remains to be validated. The previous pack of velociraptors would have been more suitable for experimentation, though Xiao Hei is still too young to exert dominance. We lack food and can only carry a limited amount of hides, and while those herds may not initiate an attack, hunting them is no simple task, Shirgu pondered. We do not intend to hunt them. This herd of horses appears remarkably robust, boasting great endurance and height, and they can run swiftly. If we could tame them, we could save considerable time traveling on their backs. Yang Yang, uncertain of how to explain, could only respond simply, though he himself was unsure of the practical effects. After Yang Yang's description, Shirgu and the tribe members seemed to brighten with realization. They had often envied the robust Pon, though it seldom allowed others to ride on its back. Hearing Yang Yang speak of taming a mount for them stirred their interest. Very well, it is getting late, so we need not hurry, he mused. Remembering Yang Yang's affinity for beasts and the performances of Xiao Heya and Pon, he felt a surge of desire. As they approached slowly, standing several hundred meters away, they could clearly see the powerful physiques of the wild horses, standing over 2 meters tall, with bulging muscles clearly visible on their robust legs. Dozens of wild horses formed a living torrent of muscle, bone, and mane, surging forward, gradually revealing their physical prowess. These are not ordinary wild horses, but ancient bloodlines from the prehistoric world. Each horse resembles a moving mountain, their shoulders towering above Shirgu and his companions. Their coats, jet black, ash gray, or deep chestnut, shimmer with a metallic luster in the setting sun, every bulging muscle harboring explosive strength. Their sturdy limbs stand like stone pillars, each step resonating with a powerful thud against the ground. The largest black stallion leads the herd, its mane billowing like a torn black battle flag in the wind. Its eyes, like 2 obsidian stones, burn with an untamed flame, surveying the territory that belongs to it. Behind it, the herd flows like a tide. The mare is alert yet graceful, while the younger horses intermingle, bursting with restless energy. Their hooves do not create a crisp sound, but rather a deep, thunderous rhythm, pounding against the earth's chest, causing the air to resonate in response. Behind them, a yellow cloud of dust and hay rises into the sky, mingling with the scent of wildness, warm sweat, and fresh grass, a pure manifestation of vitality. They exude an undeniable aura of freedom, a primal and magnificent life force intertwined with the land. They are the children of the wind, the heartbeat of the earth, the indomitable spirit of this wilderness. The warriors, already harboring ill intentions, gaze in awe, their eyes glimmering with greed. The calm demeanor of the herd as they approach indicates that they are likely a breed of cold-blooded horses, characterized by their massive size, sturdy bones, and developed muscles, along with a composed temperament that is not easily startled. Leaving 2 tribe members with Pon 100 meters back, Yang Yang and the others drew nearer, closing the distance to around 30 or 40 meters. The tallest black stallion approached the group, emitting a snort while flaring its nostrils, seemingly warning them not to come any closer. The herd began to stir, but they did not panic. Instead, they surrounded the foals protectively. Realizing that continuing to approach could incite the herd's chaos, they halted. Yang Yang contemplated the situation. To tame the herd, trust must first be established. However, with the vigilant horses, approaching was already a challenge, let alone building trust. They could not settle here and play with them daily to gain familiarity. Observing the tall black stallion, Yang Yang estimated the distance and turned to Shirgu. Leader, can you reach that stallion in just a few breaths? That should not be a problem, but that beast possesses considerable strength and could easily break free. We can prepare a lasso. Once you dash forward, quickly loop it around its neck. After restraining its movements, we can all come together to subdue the stallion. What is a lasso? Shirgu inquired, puzzled. With no other choice, Yang Yang led the group back to a distance, retrieving spare ropes meant for carrying cargo to fashion a lasso. This rope, primarily woven from tree bark mixed with beast tendons, possesses immense tensile strength, thick as 3 fingers, making it impossible for Shirgu to break with brute force. With a slip knot on one end that tightens under pressure, after a brief training session, Shirgu grasped its use and attempted to practice, achieving a semblance of proficiency. Upon returning to the vicinity of the herd, the horses, previously grazing on shrubs and grasses, became alert once more as the stallion glared at the approaching group, snorting angrily and threateningly stamping its hooves against the ground. The restless herd of horses, aware that Yang Yang could no longer approach without alarming them, galloped away, leaving the human unable to pursue them. This is it, Chief. It's your turn now, Stonebone remarked with a hint of excitement, cautiously advancing while concealing the lasso behind his back, gathering strength in his legs. The stallion, visibly agitated, watched the approaching humans, its massive hooves pounding the ground and kicking up clods of earth. The creature reared up, issuing a warning whinny, attempting to intimidate the diminutive beings before it. A glimmer of opportunity lit up Yang Yang's eyes, and the experienced hunter Stonebone seized the moment. With explosive speed, he surged forward, leaving deep impressions in the ground as he propelled himself towards the stallion. The lasso in his hand was swiftly cast towards the proud beast's head, aiming to ensnare it. The stallion, caught off guard, merely tilted its head to evade the lasso before attempting to retreat and escape. At this moment, the herd had already scattered for several dozen meters. Stonebone, feeling a surge of urgency after his missed attempt, accelerated further, closing the distance to the stallion. With one hand, he grasped the mane at its side, while with the other, he deftly looped the lasso around the stallion's head. Although the stallion was bewildered by Stonebone's actions, it reacted instinctively, snapping its jaws at him, nearly catching his arm, but Stonebone nimbly evaded the strike. In a fit of desperation, the stallion reared again, its iron hooves aimed at Stonebone's chest. With a thud, Stonebone was struck and sent flying. But he managed to rise after a moment, unscathed. Gripping one end of the rope tightly, he stood up and pulled with all his might, dragging the stallion forward as his feet carved deep furrows into the earth. Realizing it could not break free, the stallion charged, attempting to kick the human who held onto it. "Now's our chance. Everyone, hold it down," shouted Yang Yang, as nearby tribesmen rushed in at his command. Observing the commotion, the other horses attempted to intervene, but were quickly deterred by two warriors wielding spears. They fled, leaving only anxious whinnies echoing from a distance. Yang Yang chose to remain at a distance, contemplating how to reduce the stallion's hostility, hoping to establish a connection and absorb its fire seed. Stonebone maintained control over the stallion's head, while several warriors avoided its powerful kicks, struggling to restrain its legs. After a fierce struggle, the stallion finally fell to the ground with a resounding thud, subdued by the collective effort of the group. With Stonebone firmly grasping its head, the stallion eventually ceased its struggles, panting heavily. Yang Yang approached cautiously, unsure of how to proceed. With the creature momentarily still, he placed his hands upon its head, attempting to channel the fire seed, but sensed its fear. It was clear that only in a calm state could the energy be absorbed. He mused, frowning in contemplation. He procured a piece of animal hide to cover the stallion's eyes, obscuring its vision. The creature's legs were bound tightly to prevent escape and further injury. Noticing the sky darkening, Stonebone agreed to set up camp, intrigued by the prospect of taming this magnificent beast. Wild horses are remarkably sensitive to touch, and it was essential to get it accustomed to contact, ideally calming it down. As Stonebone and the others prepared the campsite, encircling low shrubs to provide a sense of safety, the stallion lay on the ground, immobilized, writhing occasionally until fatigue took over, only to resume its struggles. Yang Yang remained beside it, gently stroking its powerful muscles, which trembled under his touch. The stallion's continuous fear echoed in Yang Yang's mind, suggesting a long night ahead. The herd, several hundred meters away, remained nearby, responding to the stallion's calls with anxious whinnies. As night fell, this area was starkly less fertile than the dense jungle, where hunters preferred to hide. After a few small creatures were dispatched, the remaining ones fled in fear. Yet, the herd did not abandon their leader. They stayed close, resting in place, seemingly unwilling to leave the stallion's side. The stallion exhibited remarkable strength and energy, continuing to struggle into the night, though its fear began to wane. As Yang Yang stroked its sweat-soaked muscles, the initial violent tremor subsided. Sensing its body heat, Yang Yang resolved to endure the night, continuously using his hands and branches to soothe the beast. He occasionally offered water to ease its parched throat from incessant whinnying, being careful not to overfeed it to prevent further agitation. After ensuring the group rested and remained vigilant, Yang Yang fed 3 young tiger cubs blood and sat beside the stallion, preparing for a long night without rest. Chapter 48. Taming the horse. The moon hung high, and after midnight, the residual warmth from the sun's earlier rays dissipated, leaving a chill in the air. Yang Yang had Blacktooth take his place, using its tail to nudge the lying stallion, ensuring it remained alert while it grew accustomed to the presence of others. Stretching his sore arms, Yang Yang fed the tiger cubs again, noting their rapid hunger and the necessity of multiple feedings throughout the day. Without the aid of the fire seed to connect with the beast's spirits, enduring the night would likely prove ineffective in softening the stallion's resolve. Given ample time, a gentler approach might yield better results. But the urgency of returning to the tribe before the tidal wave of water required immediate action. As Yang Yang contemplated these matters, a small black colt, approximately a meter high, emerged from the darkness, having strayed from the herd. It cautiously approached the stallion, which lay beside the flickering campfire. Yang Yang remained still and instructed Blacktooth to do the same, curious about the young one's intentions. The colt tentatively drew nearer, and upon sensing no threat from Yang Yang, it settled in front of the stallion, gently leaning against it. Perhaps it was the stallion's offspring. Despite being blindfolded, the stallion's breathing steadied upon detecting the colt's presence. Yang Yang noted the diminishing resistance from the stallion, leading him to ponder whether its struggles were rooted in concern for its young. As a solitary male, the stallion's progeny could have ventured out alone, suggesting that its mother might no longer be present. Yang Yang refrained from disturbing the colt, recognizing that this could provoke the stallion's ire. Instead, he continued to channel the fire seed's energy, hoping for a connection. As dawn approached, the horizon began to illuminate with the first light of the rising sun. Yang Yang's eyelids grew heavy with fatigue as the sun ascended, casting warmth upon the earth and dispelling the night's chill. In that moment, perhaps warmed by the sunlight or overwhelmed by exhaustion, the stallion relaxed its defenses, and the energy of the fire seed began to flow rapidly between them, slowly being absorbed by the stallion. Stimulated by this transformation, Yang Yang dedicated himself to maintaining the connection, continually sharpening his mental focus. At last, after nearly half an hour, within the realm of invisible spiritual perception, Yang Yang beheld the majestic body of the Ma Wang illuminated by a flickering blue flame akin to a spark. Simultaneously, the ember within his mind seemed to transform into the same azure hue after absorbing this newfound energy. A wave of mental communication surged through the connection, enveloping his consciousness with emotions of fatigue, thirst, warmth, and reverence. Yang Yang's heart surged with elation, erupting into laughter. This was not merely an act of taming the Ma Wang, but an endeavor to establish a connection with a captured creature. With the right approach, one could forge a bond with even the most violently seized beasts, thereby taming them. However, he was acutely aware that these ferocious animals were not as temperate or serene as the wild horses. They would not easily relinquish their murderous instincts and vigilance. Instead of immediately releasing the Ma Wang from its bindings, he engaged in continuous mental dialogue until their spiritual wavelengths harmonized. Only then did he rise to untie the cloth obscuring its eyes and free its legs from the ropes. Once liberated, the Ma Wang kicked its hind legs vigorously and leapt into the air. A resounding, piercing whinny echoed throughout the space as it stretched its limbs, which had been bound for an entire night, seemingly infused with vitality. The Ma Wang cast a glance at Yang Yang, sensing its desire to gallop freely. Yang Yang reciprocated with a mental signal. Go. Granted permission, the Ma Wang sprang forth, dashing out of the encampment and reveling in the vast openness of the land. The onlookers from Shirgu, previously drawn in by Yang Yang's laughter, stood in stunned silence, mistakenly believing the Ma Wang had fled. It's all right. The Ma Wang has accepted us, Yang Yang assured them with a casual remark. The warriors, their eyes ablaze with fervor, eagerly watched the distant figure of the Ma Wang. Yang Yang then turned his attention to the young foal, surrounded by the crowd, trembling as it stood alone without its father. To avoid startling it, no one dared to approach. In the distance, the Ma Wang rejoined its herd. Upon sighting their leader, the rest of the horses whinnied excitedly and began to follow suit. The thunderous sound of hooves striking the earth resonated from afar, akin to a battle hymn of life. After releasing its pent-up energy, the Ma Wang turned and led the herd back toward Yang Yang's encampment. The faces of Shirgu and the others turned pale at the sight of the charging herd. A direct collision would surely reduce them to mere pulp. Fortunately, under the guidance of the Ma Wang, the herd halted several dozen meters away, leaving behind a few grazing horses as it approached Yang Yang, lowering its head to nuzzle him with its muzzle. Feeling the Ma Wang's affectionate demeanor, Yang Yang reached out and gently stroked its nose, declaring, "From this day forth, you shall be named Shandian, the Black Lightning." Imprinting the name within its spirit, Yang Yang could not resist the urge to mount it, despite having never ridden a horse before. Sensing his intent, Shandian slightly bent down, allowing Yang Yang to leap onto its broad back. Unaccustomed to being ridden, Shandian shuddered, but its instinct to protect the rider from harm prevailed. As if to shake off the discomfort, the Ma Wang burst forth with unprecedented speed, galloping wildly across the land. Yang Yang clung tightly to its neck, feeling the exhilarating rush of weightlessness as the wind whipped against his face, rendering him unable to open his eyes. The undulating motion of Shandian's back during the run was unexpectedly smooth, surpassing that of a tractor and offering Yang Yang the sensation of transitioning from a clumsy vehicle to a Ferrari. To encapsulate the experience in a single word, it was exhilarating. After a brief circuit, Shandian adapted to the sensation of carrying a rider, while Yang Yang, upon dismounting, found his legs somewhat weak. Shirgu's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm, though he appeared slightly shy. Yang Yang inquired about Shandian's ability to control the herd and, upon learning of its prowess, instructed the creature to return and bring back 7 of the strongest wild horses. These wild horses, unaccustomed to being ridden, would require taming, as they needed to acclimate to having humans on their backs. The only way to achieve this was through prolonged interaction. Yang Yang carefully articulated his thoughts to the tribe, explaining how to control direction without reins, relying instead on their arm strength. To halt, they needed to pull backward with sufficient force, a task that, paradoxically, posed little challenge for them. Haha, let me give it a try. Gu exclaimed, excitedly rubbing his hands together, eager for his first riding experience. Choosing a robust brown stallion, he effortlessly leaped onto its back. Startled by the sudden weight, the wild horse reared uncontrollably, leaping erratically before bolting away like lightning across the earth. Gu's voice gradually faded as he adapted to the initial chaos, learning to hold on tightly to the wild horse's body. After some time and much commotion, he managed to steer it back to the camp, albeit with considerable difficulty. Upon dismounting, Gu suddenly bent over and retched. I'll give it a go next. The remaining tribesmen each selected their steeds, mounting them to gallop across the land in an effort to tame the wild horses. One tribe member, overly casual, lost his grip and fell off, but fortunately, these sturdy men sustained no injuries. Without exception, they all ended up retching after dismounting. The day gradually passed, as everyone engaged in the process of taming the horses, during which they followed Yang Yang's advice, personally feeding the horses fresh grass and shrub leaves, fostering familiarity. Yet, to achieve true harmony, they would require further time to bond. As dusk enveloped the landscape, the herd gathered around the group, curiously sniffing and exploring. It was evident that once they became accustomed to the humans, the horses exhibited stable and amiable temperaments, displaying a remarkable capacity for accepting unfamiliar objects. Chapter 49. The leader of the Zonglong, let us rest well tonight. Tomorrow we shall set forth with all our might. Once we traverse this region, we will enter the hunting grounds of the Kanjia tribe, Gu remarked to Yang Yang, who appeared somewhat fatigued after personally feeding the horses and marking them. Uncle Gu, are there many tribes trading with the Kanjia? Yang Yang inquired, feeling a budding curiosity as they neared the Kanjia tribe. Before each water surge, we come here. Other tribes do the same. Primarily, they seek salt stones. Aside from this place, I have not heard of any other tribes that engage in trade. In Yang Yang's eyes, these salt stones resembled high-purity crystalline deposits, albeit containing some impurities. While these impurities did not significantly affect the robust physiques of the primitive people, one could not guarantee there would be no future repercussions. However, if they wished to avoid extracting salt from peculiar plants or stones, trading for salt stones would be the more suitable option. Moreover, the Kanjia tribe outnumbered them and possessed a greater number of warriors, capable of hunting more formidable beasts. The weapons forged from the hard fangs and bones of these creatures were highly sought after by other tribes. What is the Kanjia's perspective on other tribes? Yang Yang expressed concern that they might resort to violence, given that powerful groups often tread the path of plunder during the course of civilization's development. Rest assured. I am well acquainted with their leader, who happens to be Emma's elder brother. They are the most valiant warriors, and each time they visit, we are graciously invited to partake in their grand hunts, an esteemed tradition of intertribal hospitality. Gu recognized his concern. The invitation to hunt together is known as the hunting festival among the tribes, a privilege reserved for closely allied tribes, indicating a genuinely amicable relationship between the two, especially with Gu's brother-in-law in the mix. Uncle Gu, if we bring the herd along, might it cause trouble? I feel uneasy leaving them in the wild. Should we encounter predatory beasts, even without losses, they could be scattered, and locating them afterward would be quite the challenge. Yang Yang had initially considered leaving them behind, allowing Lightning to lead the herd, but the uncertainties of the wilderness were too numerous. If something were to go awry, finding a suitable group of wild horses again would be a daunting task. However, bringing the herd along could attract too much attention. If the opposing tribe discovered horses that could be tamed and harbored ill intentions, their small group would stand no chance against the onslaught of an entire tribe. Even with Peng Peng joining the fray, the combat prowess of primitive tribes was something he had witnessed firsthand. Fear not, from my understanding of them, they would not resort to such coercive actions. After a moment of contemplation, Gu chose to place his trust in the Tsanya tribe. Very well. We shall allow the herd to follow at a distance and bring them back to the tribe upon our return, Yang Yang replied, feeling somewhat relieved. With a smile, Gu departed to check on his wild horse, anxious it would not go hungry or thirsty. The other tribesmen shared his sentiment, with Shiming nearly wishing to nap atop his horse. It was only when the increasingly agitated wild horses began to raise their hooves threateningly that they settled down. After feeding Peng Peng and Heya some beast meat and ensuring the little tiger cub from his backpack was well fed, Yang Yang finally lay down on the animal skin and fell into a deep slumber, feeling particularly restful with the vigilance of his tribesmen and Heya. As dawn broke, the herd grazed freely on the leaves and roots, and the camp was tidied up, ready for departure. This time, they would not rely on their legs alone. They rode upon their steeds. Yang Yang, atop the mighty Lightning, followed closely as the herd obediently trailed behind, guided by Lightning's commands, with Lightning's offspring trotting alongside. Yang Yang maintained a slower pace, not for the pleasure of riding, but due to the difficulty Shirgu and the others faced in controlling their horses, which caused them to fret. "Yang, why does your horse obey so well, turning without any shouting?" Shirgu exclaimed in exasperation. "You must manage your leg and hand strength well, direct them where you wish to go, and the direction their heads face will be their path. They need to understand the meaning of each motion, and with practice, they will learn quickly." Yang Yang felt somewhat helpless. He had already repeated this many times. Yet it seemed they could not remember. After some additional effort, they gradually fell into a rhythm, increasing their pace without allowing the horses to run freely. After a prolonged journey across a rather desolate stretch of land, patches of green jungle began to emerge in the distance. They had likely entered the hunting grounds of the Tsangya tribe, the essence of survival for each tribe, providing the basic resources necessary for existence. This area also represented a relatively secure zone for the tribe, regularly cleared of predatory threats. If another tribe were to intrude upon this hunting ground, it would be deemed highly disrespectful, leading to expulsion or even conflict, resulting in a life-or-death scenario. As the vegetation thickened, the herd feasted heartily. While they occasionally spotted markings on nearby tree trunks, likely left by the Tsangya tribe's hunting team, these markings served not only as indicators, but also as territorial claims. Similar to how beasts use urine to warn intruders, the rocky forest at the foot of the mountain bore the markings of Shirgu's tribe as well. At the height of the afternoon sun, the riders had begun to effectively control their robust steeds. This was also why Yang Yang had instructed Lightning to continuously signal the wild horses not to resist. Throughout the journey, he had been attempting to use Lightning as a central hub to manage the herd and had gained some understanding in the process. Shirgu and the others, riding their tall horses, appeared quite spirited, the elevated vantage point enhancing their alertness. Peng Peng, however, seemed blissfully unconcerned, following along without a care, simply doing as its master commanded. Just as the group had delved deeply into the jungle, a series of whistles echoed around them. "Halt, everyone, do not move. It is the Tsangya tribe." Shirgu beckoned, calling for everyone to remain still and avoid any threatening actions. As the rustling of bushes grew louder, the group was soon encircled by a cadre of around 20 individuals, both men and women, all brandishing long spears directed at them. Clad in garments made of animal hides and hardened leather, adorned with necklaces of beast fangs, their expressions wary. "Songlang, I am Shirgu of the Yin tribe. Is this how you treat your friends?" Shirgu boldly addressed the opposing group, a smile playing on his lips. "Haha, so it is you, old bone. How have you not been devoured by the ferocious beasts?" A robust man, matching Shirgu's height, emerged from the crowd, wielding a spear and adorned with a decorative band of beast fangs around his forehead. He was Songlang, the leader of the Tsangya tribe, slightly bulkier than Shirgu. Once he had settled, Songlang waved his hand to the surrounding crowd, signaling them to lower their weapons. Having dismounted, Shirgu approached, and the two embraced, thumping each other on the back, the sound resonating loudly enough to make Yang Yang wince. As Yang Yang and the other tribesmen dismounted alongside Shirgu, they all jumped down together. "Your strength has grown. Yours as well." The two leaders engaged in a silent contest, neither gaining the upper hand. "Come with me back to the tribe. After you rest, we shall train some more." Song Lang expressed with evident joy, his gaze sweeping over the horses in front and the herd behind, particularly fixating on Peng Peng, burdened with cargo, which piqued his curiosity. "What are you doing with these beasts? Are they a gift for me? And that tusked boar, when did you manage to tame such a fierce creature? It seems quite obedient in carrying your load." Unfamiliar with the purpose of the herd, Song Lang assumed they were brought for exchange, while Peng Peng's ability to carry goods astonished him. "That won't do. This herd has great utility for us. We intend to bring them back to our tribe." Shirgu provided a vague explanation regarding the tusked boar, which they had inadvertently tamed during a hunt. "Enough chatter. We shall discuss this further upon returning to the tribe. The shaman has been eagerly anticipating your arrival." With that, he took Shirgu by the shoulder and led him toward the tribe. With the others from the Tsangya tribe following curiously, their initial wariness replaced by intrigue as they frequently glanced back at the herd, particularly scrutinizing Peng Peng, with a few even squatting down to discern its gender. Chapter 50. A rival Tsang Lang led the way, and at his side, a figure captivated Yang Yang's attention. It was a female warrior, seemingly a few years his elder. She was not the typical robust figure found in the tribe. Rather, she possessed a tall and lithe physique, with every inch of her form exuding a sense of vigorous strength. Standing half a head taller than Yang Yang, her strides were steady, and the bone fragments of her animal hide armor clinked softly with each movement, producing a crisp sound. Her exposed neck and limbs bore the sheen of sun-kissed, wheat-colored skin, brimming with vitality. One hand gripped a long spear, while the other casually rested on the bone knife at her waist, her knuckles appearing rough and strong from years of wielding weapons. A vividly colored grass cord was tied across her forehead, with several bright red feathers standing upright like flames. Her straight, jet-black hair flowed smoothly down her back, its ends bound with a string of animal bones, lending her an air of competence and elegance. Her slightly elongated eyebrows and eyes resembled two profound black pearls, and her gaze, sharp and cold from countless battles, swept across her surroundings. The corners of her tightly pressed lips curved ever so slightly, and a few rebellious strands of hair were tousled by the wind, brushing against her smooth forehead and high nose, adding a touch of dynamic softness to her distinctly defined features. It was, in fact, quite captivating. Yang Yang found himself momentarily entranced. In this world, beauty was often intertwined with strength and survival, yet her allure transcended mere physical appearance, embodying a sharp and refined essence. It was no wonder he was taken aback, within the confines of the Jushur tribe, where life and death hung in the balance daily. He had come to expect all women to appear unkempt. Yet, it was surprising to observe that the warriors here paid considerable attention to their appearance, their spirits markedly different. Only when the playful pom-pom gently nudged him with its head did he snap back to reality and hurried to catch up with the group. He had placed Haya in the midst of the horse herd, and once assured of safety, it scampered over on its short legs. Its small stature blended into the massive herd without drawing much attention. The atmosphere among the group was lighthearted, filled with laughter, yet Yang Yang noticed that the warriors of Kanjia, though appearing relaxed, maintained a formation that allowed them to cover each other, their vigilant gazes scanning the surrounding jungle, revealing the discipline of seasoned fighters. The Kanjia tribe was nestled deep within the jungle, situated between two mountain ranges, surrounded by a territory of rubble, with several large stones serving as the primary defense. In the center stood towering trees, their trunks buried deeply in the earth, forming a wooden wall. Many members of the tribe were bustling about. Thick ropes bound the massive wooden doors, and upon spotting their returning group, the tribespeople inside slowly opened the gates to welcome them. The entire tribe resembled a mountain village. Expansive in size, with numerous stone-built shelters scattered about, roofs constructed from tree trunks and thatched to shield against the elements, taking on the form of rudimentary stone houses. "You all rest for a while. I will come to find you later," the leader of the Tsanglang said after leading them to a clearing. Several tents made of animal hides had already been set up in the clearing, designated for accommodating outsiders, as the tribe frequently engaged in trade, receiving various visiting tribes. The horse herd and pom-pom were left on the grassy outskirts, as their size made it impractical to house them inside, while only Haya was brought along. The horse king, Lightning, was instructed to keep the herd from straying too far, nibbling on grass and ferns around them. Pom-pom was indifferent, able to remain anywhere due to their mental connection, sensing danger as long as it was not too far away, and the area surrounding the tribe was not particularly perilous. Knowing that Yang Yang had brought Haya and 3 small tiger cubs, Shurgo had arranged for Yang Yang to stay in a smaller tent, and soon everyone was settled. The Kanjia tribe comprised around 50 individuals, with nearly 20 warriors in the hunting team, as nearly all adult primitives participated in hunting, a tradition of their tribe. The remainder consisted of the young, some of whom were of similar age to Yang Yang and Shirshan, while others were adults who had been injured and were unable to hunt, relegated to performing menial tasks within the tribe. When Yang Yang and his companions entered, the tribe members displayed little curiosity, accustomed as they were to the presence of outsiders. However, they did express interest in Haya, particularly the hunting team that had noticed the jungle predator following Yang Yang obediently without being restrained. Before long, the leader of Tsanglang summoned Shurgo, claiming the shaman wished to inquire about Yinshan. With nothing pressing to attend to, Yang Yang fed the small tiger cubs, contemplating whether to carry them on his back, and stepped outside the tent to explore. The atmosphere here was distinctly different from that of the Yinshan tribe, providing him with a refreshing sense of novelty. Haya trailed closely at his side, having grown to Yang Yang's waist, its rapid growth evident as it seemed to increase in size daily, accompanied by a hearty appetite. Nearby, curious children drawn by the presence of outsiders watched from a distance, fascinated by Haya. As these children had rarely ventured beyond the tribe and were seeing a living velociraptor for the first time. Not far away, several older, somewhat disheveled members of the Kangia tribe sat on stones, meticulously crafting bone blades and stone tools. These primitives were not poorly treated. Rather, their personal hygiene depended largely on their own efforts, and those who valued cleanliness tended to tidy themselves. Much like the striking female warrior he had previously seen, who likely bore the name Lan, other female warriors also adorned themselves to some degree. Shirgo's wife, Ima, was known to be the cleanest woman in the tribe, possibly due to her prolonged absence from hunting while tending to children. The rough men, however, varied widely in their appearances. Some even allowed lice to flourish in their hair without any attempts at cleanliness. Yang could hardly bear such sights, as he was accustomed to frequent washing, which rendered him notably cleaner. It must be said that he possessed a decent appearance, with pronounced brows and eyes, and a well-defined facial structure. His lips, though thin, were pressed lightly together, and viewed through a modern lens, he still held a certain appeal. Although he had consumed a considerable amount of meat during this time, he did not exhibit the robust physique typical of most primitives. By the way, the name of the captivating female warrior he had observed earlier was likely Lan, as the Kangia people referred to her thus upon their return to the tribe, and she responded with a smile to greetings from fellow tribesmen. While observing the tools they were crafting, he noted the presence of a particular black stone that they claimed was sourced from the nearby mountains, with a plentiful yield that surpassed that from Yinshan. Nearby, a few Kangia individuals, noticing the presence of outsiders, displayed some personal collections laid out on animal hides, offering to exchange them with Yang and his companions for meat and hides. At this point in the primitive tribe's development, private ownership of personal property had begun to emerge. Although most essential goods were still distributed collectively, Yang perused the items they intended to trade, which included polished bone knives and stone tools, as well as some unique stones and a variety of fruit, yellow in color and appearing quite juicy, rumored to be a type of sea buckthorn fruit native to their region. Having not wandered too far, he returned to the vicinity of the tent, concerned that Shirgo might have difficulty locating him. The goods had already been moved by the tribespeople, who were now organizing them nearby. Yang offered to assist, but the tribespeople politely declined, as their simple-mindedness dictated that even though he had demonstrated combat prowess beyond that of his peers, he had yet to undergo the coming-of-age ceremony and should therefore be cared for by them. Moreover, despite his peculiar inventions, which had proven quite remarkable and useful, the bows and arrows he wielded were met with exclamations of delight from the tribespeople. With no tasks at hand and unable to lend a hand, Yang could only amuse Haya. He retrieved a piece of beast meat and tossed it towards Haya. With a powerful leap, Haya caught it mid-air and swallowed it whole, eliciting a collective gasp of awe from the nearby children. Their synchronized exclamations of wow instantly gratified Yang's mischievous sense of delight, primarily because this group of primitive children was immensely entertaining. With a sly grin, Yang patted Haya's head and beckoned the captivated children, who were exclaiming in astonishment, to come closer. Initially hesitant, the children dashed over upon noticing Yang's invitation, with the chubby boy leading the pack. Clad in animal skin garments, his round belly protruded prominently, and around his neck hung a necklace strung with small beast teeth. Despite his tousled hair, it was relatively clean, suggesting his parents had taken care to clean him up. "What is your name?" Yang inquired, ruffling the boy's hair, which was now nearly at his chest height. "I'm Yu. Can I pet it too?" Yu asked, his eyes fixed eagerly on Haya. "Be gentle. If you hurt it, it might bite," Yang replied, half-jokingly, while signaling for Haya to remain still. His playful warning caused the children to hesitate momentarily. "Can I feed it meat?" the chubby boy asked again, pulling out a large piece of dried meat from his clothes. "Sure, feel free to feed it," Yang replied, surprised that he had such a hefty piece of meat on him, which explained why chubby children often had their reasons. They certainly never denied themselves when it came to food. The children chattered excitedly as they petted Haya, alternating between stroking its head and its paws. After a few casual inquiries, Yang learned that he was the son of the chief of the Tsanya tribe, and the other children's parents were also seasoned hunters from the hunting team. The Tsanya tribe members, who were working nearby, initially worried about the children being harmed by Haya. However, seeing Yang and the warriors from the Yin tribe nearby, they hesitated to intervene and merely observed from a distance. Once they realized that Haya posed no danger, they allowed the children to play without further concern. At that moment, a clear and melodious voice pierced through the noise of the children. "You, come back. Your mother is looking for you." A tall figure soon came into view, it was Lan. She moved with grace and steadiness, her bare hands swinging at her sides, and the bone ornaments hanging at her waist emitted a crisp, rhythmic clinking sound as she walked. "Sister, come and see. Heiyu is so well-behaved," you called out, prompting Yang Yang to realize that she was also the daughter of the chief of the Tsonglang tribe, which made sense. As Lan approached, she first politely nodded and smiled at the warriors from the Yin tribe before her gaze fell upon Yang Yang. Her eyes were cold and devoid of warmth, as if appraising a potentially dangerous object. She was curious about both Heiyu and the boy who commanded the fierce beast, but she also perceived the underlying risks. These children had yet to witness the bloodthirsty nature of ferocious beasts. Yang Yang's actions could lead them to dangerously misjudge the lethal threats lurking in the jungle, which contradicted her own instinctive wariness cultivated through frequent encounters with dangerous creatures in the wild. Without engaging in conversation with Yang Yang, she walked directly to Yu and unhesitatingly grasped his wrist. The other children obediently followed suit, while the chubby boy glanced back repeatedly, his face displaying reluctance. Yet he dared not voice a single protest. It was only after the figure had receded into the distance that Yang Yang felt a slight chill run down his spine. This stern female warrior exuded an unexpectedly intimidating presence. What was the meaning behind her gaze? Yang Yang pondered, murmuring to the nearby Shiming. What could it mean? "Perhaps she has taken a liking to you," Shiming teased, winking mischievously. "She's likely worried you might corrupt her brother. Ha ha. Seeing you in such a predicament is quite satisfying. Mingu, shouldn't you be looking for a wife?" Yang Yang remarked flatly at Shiming, who turned crimson at the mention of finding a wife, stammering without a coherent response. The other tribesmen burst into laughter, remarking that Shiming's demeanor was hardly that of a man. The jovial atmosphere intensified as they all chimed in to offer Shiming advice. "Yang, along with Shiming and Ashu, the chief requests your presence," an individual from the tribe called out after a while of merriment, summoning them to join Shirgu. Ashu was a warrior approximately the same age as Shiming, slightly taller, and typically reserved in conversation. The three followed to the central area of the tribe, where they found Shirgu engaged in conversation with several others. Among them was an elder adorned with a headdress of colorful feathers and draped with numerous beast teeth, a customary practice among the tribe members. He was meticulously examining a bow and arrow, likely demonstrating their use as Shirgu had introduced him to the Tsongya shaman. Nearby, aside from a few warriors of the Tsongya tribe, Lan and the chubby boy Yu were also watching intently. Upon Yang Yang's arrival, he dared not meet Yu's gaze for fear of receiving a stern look. Upon noticing Yang Yang, Shirgu called out, "Yang, come here and demonstrate the use of the bow and arrow for everyone. Shoot at that piece of animal skin over there." He gestured towards the target, winking subtly. Yang Yang understood that this was an opportunity to showcase his archery skills. Shirgu had spent additional time conversing with the Tsongya shaman, and the Tsonglang warriors were curious about the bow on Shirgu's back. He had not concealed any information, as the relationship between the two tribes was amicable, and they certainly relied on bows and arrows for hunting. Although Shirgu had intended to demonstrate his prowess, his overzealous boasting had led to this moment of reality, and now he was truly called to action. Yang Yang recalled that he was the best archer in the entire tribe, and even if he missed, it wouldn't reflect poorly on Shirgu. After all, Yang Yang had not yet joined the hunting team. As the onlookers gathered around, Yang Yang felt no qualms and confidently drew his bow, lifting it with ease. The distance of 100 paces, which was over 100 meters in primitive terms, posed a challenge. However, during this time, his strength had surged significantly, nearly matching that of Shiming. He could easily pull back his trusted large bow. Focusing intently, he entered a state of heightened concentration, his senses sharpening as his vision became piercingly acute. The glint in his eyes was so intense that he felt as though he could almost unleash a powerful force. In the eyes of the crowd, Yang Yang appeared as a stalwart pine, seamlessly integrated with his bow and arrow. An unspoken aura emanated from him, causing the skin of those around him to prickle with goosebumps, a primal instinct of danger inherent in primitive beings. As if Yang Yang's arrow were aimed directly at them. With a swift release of the bowstring, the arrow shot forth like a bolt of lightning, cutting through the air and piercing the animal skin before embedding itself deep into the tree trunk behind it. "Good," Shirgu exclaimed, his voice filled with excitement as he lifted his head, seemingly reveling in the accomplishment as if it were his own. Seizing the opportunity to impress and enhance Shirgu's reputation, Yang Yang did not pause and released 3 more arrows in quick succession, each finding its mark with remarkable precision. All 3 arrows landing closely together. Only after witnessing their accuracy did Yang Yang exhale in relief, realizing he had not acted rashly. This display of skill had certainly elevated Gu's standing, who repeatedly praised him, while the onlooking Tsangya warriors murmured in astonishment. The chief of the Tsanglang tribe and the Tsangya shaman exchanged glances filled with admiration, clearly impressed. Lan, holding onto the chubby boy, widened her eyes in wonder at the power of the arrows, visibly astonished. Given the speed of the arrows, it would be exceedingly difficult to evade them in a surprise attack. If the force was sufficient, they could pierce through armor, and even with their strength, they would sustain serious injuries. Indeed, it was a formidable hunting tool. If its power were to increase, it could undoubtedly inflict severe damage upon those colossal beasts. The Tsanglang chief regarded the bow returned by Gu with a hint of envy, offering a candid appraisal. Due to the materials used in the bow and the arrowheads, the power and destructive force can only be deemed marginally adequate, yet there remains substantial potential for enhancement. Chapter 52. Violent communication. The intimidation factor of the bow and arrow gradually settled, and the murmurs subsided. Although the weapon was impressive, it ultimately belonged to another, and the onlookers soon dispersed. Gu, brimming with vigor, discreetly gave Yang a thumbs up, then cleared his throat to redirect the crowd's attention to the individuals behind him. These two are the newly appointed warriors of our tribe. Their strength matches my own, having faced life and death in hunts, and they are of an age to start families. He waved to Sherming and Ashu. Come forward. Let Walao take a look at you. Sherming and Ashu stepped forward, saluting Kanjio with a formal warrior's greeting, then stood tall like pines, accepting scrutiny. A mixture of pride and shyness illuminating their youthful faces. Ah, you rascal, every time you come, you think of our tribe's women, Kanjio feigned anger, though mirth danced in his eyes. He appraised the two and nodded in satisfaction. They are two fine warriors. Let them wander about. If they find favor in each other's eyes, I shall not intervene. Yang observed, a slight smile gracing his lips, as he discerned the intricately orchestrated display. The female warriors huddled in small groups, their gazes drifting this way, evidently aware that this was a parade meant for them. Mischievously, he made a face at Sherming, nearly causing him to break composure, prompting him to swiftly turn away, feigning intense concentration. Nearby, Lan, who was tugging along a plump companion, caught sight of Yang's antics, casting a cold glance his way, accompanied by a soft huff. When Yang turned to look, she quickly averted her gaze, leaving him with a reproachful profile. Why is she so inclined to meddle? Yang pondered, somewhat perplexed, realizing that her tendency to manage her younger brother had extended to him. He even whimsically thought that perhaps he should have Sherming abduct this little caretaker, though he doubted the chief of Tsanglang would take kindly to it. As he contemplated, several tribal leaders had already entered the stone house, and the trade discussions commenced in earnest. The external clamor was of no concern to Yang. He had become a forgotten minor. At that moment, a faint whimpering sound emerged from the crocodile skin backpack behind him, shattering the delicate atmosphere amidst the noise. The little tiger cub was hungry. Lan furrowed her brows, the familiar sound igniting her vigilance once more. She instinctively assumed Yang was up to some new trick. Letting out a soft huff, turning to look, she saw Yang already whistling and running back with Haya. Within the Kanjia tribe, she resembled the youthful leader of her generation, consistently leading by example in training and combat, earning her respect despite her few words. Her peers regarded her with reverence, often instinctively obeying her. Now, observing his laid-back demeanor, she felt an urge to intervene, yet found herself at a loss for words. Looking down at you, who was already frolicking with the others, she slapped his chubby head. Behave yourself. I'll tell AMU that you hit me. The bewildered little fellow grumbled resentfully. After catching a glare from Lan, he shrank back, fleeing with his companions, evidently accustomed to receiving a thrashing. Yang whistled as he returned to the tent. The Kanjia tribe was bustling and lively, devoid of danger, and the atmosphere was far more liberating compared to the oppressive feeling of Yinshan, lifting his spirits considerably. He retrieved a water pouch containing beast blood, having added a pinch of salt to preserve it. Yet he realized that after these few days of feeding, it was nearly empty, leaving him to devise a new plan after this meal. He pulled out the three little creatures, now covered in a layer of fur, gray with faint black stripes. Still indistinct. Once they matured and shed their coats, their true colors would be revealed. One cub, slightly larger, had opened its eyes a crack, likely the eldest. Upon catching the scent of the beast blood offered to its mouth, the small creature cried out louder, flailing its limbs, its already sharp claws causing a bit of discomfort when grasped. After playing with them for a while in the tent, they were still unable to run, crawling around on the ground, while the one with partially opened eyelids seemed particularly fond of following Yang, persistently attempting to climb onto him. Before long, The little cub grew tired, lying down on the beast's skin and drifting off to sleep, with nothing else to occupy him. Yang Yang instructed Haya to remain in the tent to watch over the tiger cubs. As he stepped out, his thoughts split into two paths, one to seek nourishment for the mewling cub in his backpack, and the other to observe the outcome of Sherming's courtship endeavor. The courtship rituals of primitive tribes held an allure of novelty for him. Grab his legs. Don't let him stand firm. Yes, now. Tackle him. Sherming's voice pierced through the crowd, infused with a fervent urgency devoid of hostility, instead filled with exuberance. Following the sound, Yang Yang found himself amidst a throng of young men and women, the air alive with cheers and laughter. Sherming, outside the circle, stamped his feet in frustration, akin to a wild beast confined in a cage. Among the crowd, Yang Yang quickly spotted Lan, who, along with a few companions, was absorbed in the spectacle. A hint of a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. His heart raced. His elder sister, who was always so protective of him, was present, rather than hiding. He felt an increased enthusiasm and pushed his way through the crowd to cheer for Ashu. In the center of the ring, Ashu and his opponent were engaged in a primal contest of strength. Muscles taut, their fists collided against flesh, producing dull thuds. Yang Yang furrowed his brow. Ashu, tall and long-legged, had a high center of gravity, placing him at a natural disadvantage in this close-quarters grapple. The outcome was inevitable. A warrior from Kanjia seized upon a flaw, executing a swift takedown that sent Ashu crashing to the ground. A flicker of disappointment crossed Ashu's face, but no anger followed. His opponent laughed heartily, pulling him up. Well done. You nearly toppled me. This felt more like a performance than a duel. Yang Yang noticed that the gazes of the young women had not diminished due to Ashu's defeat. Rather, they gathered closer, whispering and pointing at his robust physique. He suddenly understood. In this realm, strength served as the ultimate passport, while victory or defeat became secondary. He glanced at his own arms. Their lines smooth, yet lacking the brawn of Sherming's. The notion of appearance struck him for the first time with an inkling of worry. In a world that revered sheer strength, would his physique one day be found lacking by the women? An indescribable envy quietly took root within him. It's my turn. Sherming could no longer contain himself, striding boldly into the arena, his gaze sharp, scanning for an opponent worthy of his might. From within the crowd of Kanjia tribespeople, a warrior of equally impressive stature stepped forward to accept the challenge. However, a clear, calm, and somewhat commanding voice interjected, halting him. Chapter 53. The duel. As the voice resonated, a female warrior emerged from the throng, standing at least 1.90 meters, nearly matching Sherming in height. As she approached, she constantly flexed her arms, the joints cracking audibly, her musculature surpassing even Yang Yang's by a considerable margin, while her legs were as lean as steel. Sherming's complexion shifted dramatically. The raucous cheers from the onlookers threatened to reach the heavens. Her name was Ling, a name rooted in legend, endowed with innate strength and extraordinary combat prowess. One of the most illustrious female warriors of the Kanjia tribe. Standing in the center, Sherming furrowed his brows. A mix of heroic ambition and internal conflict etched across his face. To win would seem unworthy. To lose would mean a loss of face. And this courtship journey might end with him returning alone. Yang Yang leaned closer to his ear, whispering a few words. And Sherming's initial reluctance transformed into a resolute determination. In the arena, Ling's gaze was as sharp as that of a hawk, devoid of superfluous words. She moved with a heavy yet swift stride, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly beneath her. Approaching, she executed a thunderous kick aimed directly at Sherming's chest. Sherming crossed his arms, bracing himself against the impact. The tremendous force compelled him to take 2 steps back before he regained his balance. Ling followed closely, seizing his arm and, with a powerful twist of her waist, initiated a classic shoulder throw. In the blink of an eye, Sherming demonstrated an instinct akin to that of a wild beast. He leveraged the force of her throw to leap into the air, twisting his body mid-flight, landing on his feet, and reaching back to grasp Ling's shoulder. However, he was met with a more agile female leopard. Ling's wrist sank, effortlessly evading his grasp. Her body sticking to his back, her arms locking around his neck like iron bands, channeling her strength backward. With a resounding crash, Sherming's massive frame was forcibly brought down, stirring up a cloud of dust. Yang Yang understood. This was a best-of-3 match, and Sherming had lost the first round. The humiliation ignited a fierce anger within him, and he sprang back to his feet, abandoning all technique, transforming into a raging bear. His fists hammering down upon Ling like a torrential downpour. Ling matched his ferocity, and the two engaged in a primal exchange of blows and kicks. The dull thuds of flesh colliding echoed, each impact sending waves of pain through Yang Yang's ribs. This pure contest of strength was a substantial test of endurance. After several breaths, Ling's movements displayed a hint of weariness, and Ming seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful kick to her chest. She stumbled back several paces before ultimately falling to the ground. In the decisive round, the air seemed to freeze. Ming took the initiative, while Ling altered her strategy, moving like a poised serpent, constantly searching for an opportunity to strike. Ming's heavy fists blocked her path, just as he unleashed a punch, exhausted from his previous efforts. Ling made her move. She crouched and glided forward like a lightning bolt, swiftly wrapping her arms around Ming's legs, her back arching with a fierce shout. And the 200-plus-pound Ming was entirely overturned, crashing to the ground. The heavy thud elicited gasps of shock from the onlookers. 2-1. Ming struggled. Disbelief etched across his face. He recalled Yang Yang's words, and a reckless thought took shape in his mind. Rising once more, he faced the advancing Ling, relinquishing all defenses. Bracing himself to take a blow on his chest, he then opened his arms wide, using every ounce of strength to wrap Ling tightly in an embrace. And like a fallen giant tree, he crashed sideways. A tie. Yet the battle was far from over. Ming pinned Ling beneath him, his legs coiling around her waist like constricting serpents, rendering her immobile. Let go. Ling's voice trembled, a mixture of anger and humiliation. Not a chance. Ming's voice resonated in her ear, muffled yet imbued with undeniable stubbornness. This unprecedented, shameless tactic plunged the arena into silence, followed by a burst of incredulous murmurs. Ultimately, a draw was declared. As they separated, Ling's face flushed crimson, her bright eyes ablaze with a blend of fury and an unusual glimmer. Yang Yang observed from a distance. Shaking his head, it seemed that Ming's prospects with his wife were dimming. The ensuing battles remained fierce, yet Yang Yang's enthusiasm had waned. He discerned the underlying nature of the contest, a mere clash of brute strength, devoid of tactical depth or artistic finesse. For him, after witnessing so much, it had become rather tedious. Not far away, Ming and Ashu had become the focal point of the crowd. The female warriors of the Tsanya tribe did not shun them as outsiders. Rather, they engaged warmly with laughter. Only Ling, though still glaring fiercely at Ming, seemed to harbor an undercurrent of resignation amidst her anger. Watching Ming's eager demeanor as he began teaching archery with great enthusiasm, Yang Yang rolled his eyes inwardly. This guy was hopeless. He felt like a solitary island, isolated from the vibrant ocean of adult warriors. He glanced down at the pudgy child beside him and a few others, a sense of exclusion washing over him. Was he destined to remain with the children? Although these kids were of similar age, adulthood created an invisible barrier. Without undergoing the coming-of-age rites or proving himself in hunting, he would forever be the protected one, unable to integrate into that circle forged by blood and courage. The pudgy boy timidly gazed at Yang Yang, seemingly summoning great courage to speak. He was both curious and fearful of this brother who commanded the respect of Heya. Brother, why isn't Heya here? Yang Yang shot him a sidelong glance, instantly perceiving the child's ulterior motive. It's sleeping in the tent. He lowered his voice seriously. Remember, do not disturb it. Awoken Heya is known to be quite dangerous. The mere mention of dangerous sent the boy's face pale, shaking his head vigorously. In the distance, Lan's gaze lingered on Yang Yang. Seeing her brother frightened, she felt a mix of exasperation and helplessness. In this tribe, perhaps he was the only one who interacted with children in such an awkward manner. Eventually, Ming disengaged from the revelry and spotted Yang Yang, alone. Yang, come join us. Let's have a match. In his heart, Ming believed Yang Yang's strength was on par with his own, and the calmness and wisdom he displayed during their journey left even him in admiration. He was a born warrior, an enigmatic figure. I won tea. I don't fight women. The words escaped Yang Yang's lips instinctively, laced with a hint of mockery towards Ming. However, the moment the words left his mouth, Yang Yang felt a sudden weight in his heart. He had forgotten that this was not a world governed by chivalry. Here, every female warrior was deserving of respect. True paragons of strength. Chapter 54. The duel. As the words were spoken, the atmosphere seemed to freeze. Ming's expression fell instantly. His eyes filled with a look that screamed disaster. He frantically gestured at Yang Yang, his exaggerated movements resembling a desperate attempt at signaling. But it was clear that Yang Yang was oblivious to the implications. The surrounding commotion ceased abruptly, replaced by a chilling silence. The gazes of the female warriors converged on Yang Yang, their stares as piercing as arrows aimed to pierce his very being. Are you strong, then? One of the leading female warriors asked coldly, her fists clenched. Would you care to test your skills against us? It's all a misunderstanding. Yang Yang quickly raised his hands, donning the most innocent smile he could muster. Ladies, I am merely an awkward half-grown child. And you are all capable of slaying fierce beasts barehanded. How could I possibly be your match? If I were to be harmed, our tribe's chief would hold you accountable. His comically cowardly demeanor successfully eased the tense atmosphere somewhat. However, just when he thought the crisis had passed, a clear voice like a crystal spring echoed through the air. I wish to spar with you. It was Lon. The crowd erupted in murmurs, their faces etched with concern. Lon, the sharpest spear of its Sangya tribe, was undeniably formidable in combat, but even more fearsome was her concealed belligerence. This boy named Yang, who had not participated in the hunting team, was surely in for trouble. Lon, he probably didn't team mean it. I will be mindful of my strength. Lan's gaze remained fixed on Yang Yang, calmly interjecting. I merely wish to ascertain whether he has grown complacent in the Yin tribe. Her eyes bore into Yang Yang's, for she understood that this youth was far more complex than he appeared. The fleeting sharpness of the air during archery, along with the astonishing undefeated tactics of Shermin and her cautious demeanor in his presence, stirred a sense of vigilance within her. Just moments ago, after he had finished explaining his seemingly submissive demeanor, a fleeting smirk of triumph crossed his lips, piercing her combative spirit like a needle. She yearned to ascertain the true extent of this man, who had not yet reached adulthood. Yang Yang was utterly bewildered. He racked his brain, unable to recall when he had offended this formidable woman. From their first encounter, her attitude had been one of incessant admonishment, and now she was challenging him. A ludicrous thought crossed his mind. Could it be that she perceived him as her younger brother to be disciplined? He felt a chuckle rising within him. Sherman attempted to step forward to assist, but Lon merely brushed him off with a casual remark. Do you wish to face Ling in battle once more? Instantly, Sherman fell silent, akin to a chicken whose neck had been grasped. Come on, Lon reiterated her invitation, her gaze imbued with an unmistakable resolve that brooked no refusal. Yang Yang inhaled deeply and rose to his feet. Since evasion was futile, he decided to confront the challenge head-on. To him, it was merely a game, and at worst, he would suffer some minor physical discomfort. In that moment, Yang Yang met Lon's icy, penetrating gaze for the first time. A look brimming with undeniable fighting spirit that sent a jolt through his heart, causing his previously concocted surrender strategy to waver. Be cautious. I am coming, Lon warned, adhering to the etiquette of combat as he remained motionless. The next instant, she lunged. Her long legs sliced through the air like a battle axe, accompanied by a forceful gust that aimed directly at Yang Yang's center. Yang Yang chuckled, recognizing the familiar maneuver. Techniques from an alternate realm, imitated by countless others, now manifested as his instinctive response. With a left hand like a vice gripping her ankle, he deftly retreated to dissipate her immense strength, while his right leg, akin to a serpent, ensnared her supporting knee. With a gentle push of his right hand against her chest, he executed his move. Bang! A sense of dread washed over Yang Yang. He had merely intended to fend her off, yet this maneuver unleashed a formidable impact against a primal force. It was only when Lan's body arced through the air and crashed heavily to the ground that he was jolted back to reality, awakening from that fleeting muscle memory. An eerie silence enveloped the arena. Yang Yang's movements were devoid of excess, exhibiting a calmness that belied his status as a warrior, yet he was as precise as a hunter. This tranquility bore a greater impact than any fervent shout. Lon, sprawled on the ground, felt as though the entire world was spinning. A dull roar filled her ears. A searing humiliation surged from her toes to the crown of her head, igniting a flush across her cheeks, rendering her breathless. She sprang up, her fury transmuted into palpable murderous intent, charging forth once more. This time, she refused to yield. Yang Yang did not evade. He resolved to conclude this farce through pain. Crossing his arms, he braced himself against her furious kick. An unparalleled force struck his arms, causing him to feel as though his bones might shatter, propelling him backward, rolling across the ground for several meters. Yang! Shimon's roar echoed. I am unharmed. Yang Yang exhaled a breath of relief, pushing himself off the ground, shaking his nearly numbed arms. He met Lan's renewed assault with a steely gaze. Come again. This time, Yang Yang, like a leopard, took the initiative. As Lan swung her fist, he swiftly ducked, entwining her arms with his hands like creeping vines, while his right leg hooked her knee, using his shoulder as leverage to thrust his entire weight into her embrace. Boom! Dust erupted around them. Yang Yang, now beneath her, became a cushion, but this textbook throw left Lan feeling as if her insides had been displaced, her vision dimming. The pride that had once defined her was utterly shattered, transforming her into a feral beast, raining down punches and kicks like a torrential storm. Yang Yang struggled to block amidst the onslaught, the numbness in his arms intensifying, realizing that she was exerting her full strength. Finally, amidst a powerful sidekick, Yang Yang used the momentum to fall backward. Just as he was about to hit the ground, he distinctly saw a cruel smile curling at the corners of Lan's mouth. A glimmer of cunning flashed in his eyes. He did not fall. Instead, with a hand planted firmly on the ground, he ensnared Lan's waist with his legs like a pair of scissors. With his core engaged, he forcefully twisted his entire body. The trapped Lan gasped in surprise as he skillfully flipped her over, leaving her face down on the ground. Yang Yang sprang up, refraining from pursuing, simply settling onto her back, extending a finger to lightly tap the back of her head before nonchalantly leaping away and turning to depart. This gesture, though light, struck her pride like a resounding slap. Lying on the ground, Lan trembled slightly. She had lost, without a shadow of a doubt. Tears of humiliation welled in her eyes. Unable to withstand the mixed gazes of shock, sympathy, and mockery from those around her, she nearly fled back to her stone dwelling. The wolf father observed his daughter's reddened eyes and disheveled figure, then glanced at the innocent-looking Shurgo nearby. His voice, though not loud, resonated like an icicle in winter. Shurgo, it seems your people from the Yin tribe enjoy bullying our little girl. Come, let me see how much you've improved. Shurgo, feeling overwhelmed, could only brace himself for the challenge. He knew all too well that the tribal leader was driven to the brink of madness with concern for his daughter. Soon, the atmosphere in the arena escalated to a new climax. The duel between the two leaders was more intense and genuine than any previous sparring session, igniting the warriors in attendance with fervor and relentless cheers. Chapter 55. Horse milk. The setting sun was infinitely beautiful, yet it signaled the approach of twilight. The dusk of Kangia began with the first golden rays cresting the mountaintop. Unlike the Rocky Mountains, its light initially shone sharply, resembling a golden comb, meticulously grooming the verdant trees on the eastern slopes. Gradually, it softened and mellowed, like melted honey, flowing gently and thickly, enveloping the valley between the two mountains where the tribe resided. As the sun descended behind the western peak, the sky commenced its most magnificent farewell. No longer merely golden, it was splashed with the most vivid hues. Vast swaths of crimson, orange, and rose-purple intertwined, as if a palette had been overturned. The clouds burned with molten edges, each wispy strand radiating a sense of combustion. The towering silhouettes of the mountains formed a natural frame for this breathtaking tableau, their shadows deep and solemn, like ancient beasts guarding the land, quietly observing the demise of daylight. Shadows began to unfurl like ink, quietly creeping from the mountain base and tree roots, gradually consuming the clear outlines of the day. Yang Yang sat atop a massive stone within the tribe, watching as dusk transitioned from brilliance to quietude, feeling a tranquility that melded with the passage of time. Here, there were no clocks, only the arc of the sun and the rise and fall of the stars. Each day's end felt like a grand, yet silent offering, returning daylight to the deities, before waiting for a brand new dawn beneath the glow of firelight and starlit skies. After savoring the sunset of Kangia, Yang Yang felt a profound calmness settle within him, the trivialities of the day cast aside, as if his body and soul had undergone a cleansing. Not lingering too long, he leaped back to the ground, eager to check on the herd of horses and Pung Pung, as well as to address the sustenance needs of the 3 tiger cubs. With no domesticated animals around, let alone goat milk, the only nourishment he could conceive of came from the mares within the herd. Though he had contemplated seeking beast blood, it was scarce unless one ventured out to hunt, and there was no surplus to be had. Furthermore, it was impractical to preserve. After exchanging greetings with the 2 warriors of Kangia at the entrance, he exited the tribe to reach the location of the horse herd, where they and Pung Pung were currently resting upon the grassy expanse. After carefully searching through the herd of horses, Yang Yang found only one mare that had recently given birth. He asked the horse king, Shandian, to soothe her, and then crouched down to begin milking. Nearby, a little foal whinnied desperately, fearing it would lose its mother. After quite some time, he finally filled a water pouch with horse milk, though the ground was splattered with it due to the narrow opening of the pouch. This was his first attempt at such a task, and he struggled to control the direction. Once he capped the pouch and set it aside, he filled another one, believing that these 2 pouches of milk would suffice for tonight and tomorrow morning. Having achieved his goal, Yang Yang did not rush back, but instead played with the herd and the little foal for a while. Worried that Pung Pung might be lonely, he chatted with her for a bit. Observing the bright flames of the tribe's fire, he realized it was mealtime and turned to head back. In the distance, on a massive rock that the tribe used as a stone wall, Lan sat alone in the shadows. She had been there for quite some time, and the disappointment she felt after losing to Yang Yang during the day had eased considerably. She watched him leave the tribe for the herd, and, during the milking, found his actions peculiar, as the people of the primitive tribe had no habit of consuming animal milk. When she saw Yang Yang's figure returning to the tribe, her curiosity got the better of her, and she descended from the rock to follow him. Upon returning to the tribe, Yang Yang did not join the crowd immediately. He needed to feed the cubs first, or they would cry incessantly. Inside the tent, the flickering flame of the oil lamp cast long shadows of his figure. He cradled the most robust tiger cub in his arms, the warmth of the milk eliciting a satisfied purr from it. The rich scent of milk mingled with the cub's soft whimpers, filling the small space. Outside the tent, Lon halted in her footsteps. The soft, urgent sound she heard was unlike anything she had experienced before, stirring a blend of curiosity and caution within her. After a moment's hesitation, she finally lifted the tent flap. A warning from Haya flashed through Yang Yang's mind, but he did not expect Lon to be the one entering. Surprised by her silhouette backlit by the light, he stumbled over his words. "Sister, at least announce your presence before you come in. What are you doing? Is this a beast's cub?" Lan's attention was entirely captivated by the small creature on the ground, her voice tinged with subtle astonishment. "What else could it be?" Yang Yang replied, immediately sensing a hint of sarcasm in his tone, but fortunately, Lon was too engrossed in the tiger cub to take offense. She slowly crouched down, cautiously picking up the weakest cub. The little creature squirmed uncomfortably in her embrace, and Yang Yang seized the opportunity to pass her the filled water pouch. His demeanor as natural as if they had never engaged in any confrontation during the day. "I can't manage alone. Help me feed it." "All right." Lan's voice was somewhat awkward, perhaps due to the earlier confrontation, or perhaps the atmosphere at that moment. She took the pouch and clumsily yet earnestly mimicked Yang Yang's actions. In the dim light, Lon knelt on the animal's skin. As the warm milk flowed into the tiger cub's mouth, it ceased its struggles and emitted a satisfied purr in her arms. At that moment, the cold armor of ice that enveloped her seemed to melt away, and a faint smile, so subtle that even she herself did not notice, graced her lips, radiating a captivating maternal glow. Yang Yang's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly averted his gaze. "What kind of beast is this cub?" Lon gently stroked the cub's fur and asked in a much softer tone than before. "It's a giant-toothed tiger. It chased us the entire way. We had no choice but to kill it. I wanted to take its child back," Yang Yang succinctly explained. A flicker of reminiscence crossed Lan's eyes as she recalled the formidable creature. "That's indeed a tricky situation. This knife of mine was made from its teeth." She casually drew the short knife from her waist. The blade gleamed ominously in the firelight, causing Yang Yang to instinctively lean back, nearly colliding with the tent pole. All right, sister, put that away. It's quite frightening." Seeing his feigned calmness, Lon finally couldn't hold back and let out a clear, melodious laugh, shattering the previously stagnant air in the tent. "It's full now. Just place it on the animal's skin. They eat until they're full and then sleep." Yang Yang tidied up, his voice lower than usual. The flame of the oil lamp crackled, and a silence settled between them once more, but this time, it was not the previous awkwardness. Rather, it was a subtle, indescribable tranquility. "The bonfire has started. You should come over and have something to eat." Lon spoke first, standing up as if to find an excuse to leave. "If we're late, the roasted meat will be gone." The tent flap fell, isolating them from the outside clamor. Yang Yang let out a long breath, leaning against the tent, feeling his heart still racing. This woman was truly a paradoxical enigma. Chapter 56. The Hunting Festival. A massive bonfire blazed in the central clearing of the tribe, its orange flames soaring into the sky, casting flickering shadows on everyone's faces. The air was thick with the aroma of roasted meat and the smoke of burning pine. The surroundings buzzed with chatter. Children, like agile monkeys, darted through the crowd, their laughter ringing like silver bells. As Yang Yang approached, Shimo and the others had already mingled with the crowd, jovially linking arms with the warriors of Kangia, their laughter booming with rugged exuberance. The women had set aside their daytime weapons, donning intricately woven feather ornaments. They danced around the bonfire with the men, performing ancient and powerful dances. Their movements sometimes imitated the pouncing of fierce beasts, at other times showcasing the cooperation of a hunt. The bone ornaments and feathers swayed and clashed with each step, creating a primal, rhythmic symphony. Each footfall resonated like a heartbeat with the earth, shaking the very souls of everyone present. In a corner, several elder tribesmen closed their eyes, their hoarse voices humming distant and ancient melodies. The song had no specific lyrics, yet it seemed to narrate the epic tale of the tribe from its inception to the present, soaring like an eagle or flowing like a river in its cadence. Yang Yang stood quietly at the edge of the crowd, like a transparent spirit intruding upon a celebration that did not belong to him. The joy was theirs. The epic was theirs. He was merely a silent observer. An invisible barrier separated him from this vibrant world, placing him in two incompatible realms. He understood that this was a lack of belonging, a fundamental conflict between the modern soul and the primitive world. He shook his head vigorously, trying to dispel the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. Having searched in vain for Shurgo and Songlong, he cut a large piece of meat from the sizzling deer leg and settled down in a vacant spot. Just then, he caught sight of the chubby Yu and a group of children not far away, inexplicably drawn toward them. Looks like I can only sit with the kids, he thought to himself with a hint of self-deprecation. Yu, what are you playing? Upon seeing him, Yu immediately turned her little face away, giving him the cold shoulder. Yang Yang was taken aback. She had called him brother during the day, and now she was acting as if she didn't know him. Hey, why aren't you speaking? I don't want to talk to you. Yu's voice carried a childish tone. You defeated my sister. Yang Yang's heart sank. This little one was quite protective of her sister. Hey, get your facts straight. I was the one who got beaten. He rolled up his sleeve to reveal the lingering bruises on his arm. See, this is evidence. Yu's gaze fell on the bruise, and her tense little face softened somewhat, but her lips still pouted, her eyes clearly conveying the message. A useless fellow who couldn't even defeat a woman. Yang Yang was both amused and irritated by her little adult-like, disdainful look, tempted to pin the chubby child to the ground for a good scolding. However, he quickly reconsidered. Realizing he was indeed in the wrong for defeating her sister first, he ceased his futile self-pity, shrugged lightly, and retreated to his corner, silently gnawing on roasted meat. Preparing to finish his meal and return to sleep, isolating himself from the cacophonous world behind him, Aishu swiftly located Yang Yang, bearing news of Shurgu, the shaman, who wished to see him. When Yang Yang arrived at the stone dwelling, he found the interior dimly lit, with a small pile of firewood at the center serving as the sole source of illumination, casting flickering shadows across the faces of those present. The fat from the roasted meat dripped into the fire, producing a sizzling sound, and the rich aroma mingled with the scent of smoked meat, filling the entire space. The atmosphere within the dwelling was solemn. Sanya Wu sat at the far end, his gaze as profound as an ancient well. Shurgu and Songlang occupied the sides, their bruised faces barely visible in the firelight. Beside Songlang sat a gentle woman, presumably his wife, while Lan, with her head lowered, nervously twisted the hem of her garment, quietly leaning against her mother. Yang Yang respectfully bowed, and at Sanya Wu's nod, sat cross-legged in an empty spot. Sanya Wu's voice resonated slowly, bearing the gravelly weight of time. Shurgu mentioned that the beasts outside heed your commands? Indeed, esteemed shaman, Yang Yang replied, feeling the scrutiny of the gaze upon him, instinctively straightening his posture. They comprehend my directives. You understand the language of beasts? I do not, but when I approach them, their thoughts seem to manifest in my mind. With further training, I can instruct them to follow simple commands. Our tribe shaman believes this may be a gift bestowed by the celestial deities. Yang Yang explained humbly, deftly attributing this achievement to the tribe's beliefs. Sanya Wu nodded slowly, as though digesting this information, unlike the beast speakers recorded in our lore. This must indeed be a divine bestowal. He shifted his tone, his gaze sharpening. I have also heard that you bested Lan today. You misunderstand. I merely seized an opportunity within the rules. It was fortunate happenstance. Sister Lan's strength far surpasses mine. She allowed me to win, Yang Yang modestly replied. Humph. A barely audible scoff emerged from the corner. It was Lan. She lifted her head, her expression complex as she regarded Yang Yang, clearly skeptical of his humble claims. Ha! Sanya Wu erupted in laughter, dispelling the tension in the room. A victory is a victory. To exploit the rules is wisdom in itself. In the struggle against beasts, any means that ensure survival is a valid strategy. Yang Yang bowed in agreement. Tomorrow, we shall hold a hunting festival to welcome your arrival. If you wish to participate, accompany Gu, he directed, turning his gaze toward Shurgu. This child has yet to undergo the coming-of-age ceremony? Yes, shaman. We plan to complete it with the tribe's youth after this flood season, Shurgu respectfully responded. Sanya Wu's tone shifted to one of profound significance. Do you have an acquaintance among the maidens? This inquiry rendered the atmosphere within the room subtly charged. Not yet, shaman. This is his first departure from the tribe. Primarily responsible for. I understand. Sanya Wu interrupted, contemplating for a moment. After exchanging a glance with Songlang, he reached a decision. Before the next flood season, bring him back. Let the maidens of the tribe see him and determine if any wish to accompany him to Yinshan. A chill coursed through Yang Yang's heart. Was he being arranged a partner? Yes, shaman. I shall certainly bring him. Shirgu exclaimed eagerly, thumping his chest. By then, he will undoubtedly be an exceptional hunter. Songlang, who had remained silent until now, cast a cold glance at Shirgu, his eyes reminiscent of a lion whose pride had been pricked, radiating a warning. All right. We have concluded the serious matters. Sanya Wu clapped his hands, redirecting everyone's attention. Relax a bit. Savor the smoked meat brought by the Yin tribe. We appreciate Shirgu's intentions. With these words, the solemn atmosphere of the room finally eased. The ambience within the stone dwelling relaxed completely due to Sanya Wu's actions. He was the first to tear off a piece of roasted meat, and the others quickly followed suit. For a moment, the dwelling was filled only with the sounds of tearing meat and satisfied chewing. Yang Yang, feeling like an outsider, quietly savored the salty aroma of the smoked meat while listening to the tribe's tales, feeling somewhat detached. As he pondered with his head bowed, he felt the animal hide beside him dip slightly. He looked up to see Lon extending a crudely carved wooden jar toward him. The faint scent of herbs mingled with earth wafting forth. This is medicinal clay, she spoke softly, as if afraid to disturb something. It can heal the bruises on your arm and won't hinder tomorrow's hunt. After saying this, she placed the jar into Yang Yang's hands and swiftly returned to her seat, lowering her head once more, nibbling at her food as if nothing had transpired. The warmth of her fingertips lingered on the jar. To Yang Yang, this minor injury would heal with a night's sleep, yet he did not refuse, silently tucking it away. Songlang's brow furrowed deeply. He had never received such care from his daughter, even in moments of severe injury. A possessive instinct, born of fatherhood, and a sense of vigilance colored his gaze toward Yang Yang, chilling it to the core. The others exchanged knowing glances, smiles playing at the corners of their mouths as if anticipating a spectacle. As dawn broke, the morning of the Tsanya tribe was imbued with the dampness of dew and the fragrance of earth. The sun had just crested the ridge, casting golden rays upon the central clearing of the tribe, where the crisp sounds of stone spears clashing with bone armor echoed in succession. When Shirgu arrived with the Yin tribe members, Yang Yang followed closely behind, his eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation for the unexplored jungle. Songlang stood at the forefront of the group, his voice booming as he issued commands. The warriors swiftly divided into two teams, their movements precise and efficient. The first team, led by Songlang himself, comprised 25 of the tribe's most elite veteran warriors, with Shirgu among them. Their objective was the dense forest to the south, to confront creatures that made the very earth tremble. The second team was led by Lon, consisting of 12 youthful members, including Shimeng, Aishu, and Yang Yang. Their task was to venture to the eastern mountains for a conventional hunt, serving as both a test and a means of integration. With a low growl from Songlang, the two teams surged forth like arrows released from their bows, one heading south and the other east, swiftly disappearing into the mist-laden expanse of the vast jungle. Chapter 57. The toothless pterosaur within the dense jungle, the underbrush parted to form a narrow, thorn-covered path. Lon led the group as the warriors cleared the way, remaining vigilant of their surroundings. The outlines of the mountains grew increasingly distinct, and the sounds of beastly roars began to echo from deeper within the thicket. The commotion caused by the struggle and biting of wild animals stirred the warriors, and at Lan's signal, they crouched low as they crept toward the source of the noise. Yang Yang trailed at the rear of the group, bow in hand and dagger at his waist, while Heya followed closely, scanning the surroundings. A circle of people gradually encircled a small black bear that was feasting on a badger-like creature, contentedly savoring its meal. Without uttering a word, Lon raised her spear and charged forth, her speed remarkable, reaching the black bear in mere moments. In a powerful leap, she gripped the spear with both hands and thrust it down violently, the sheer force propelling the spear through the body of the black bear, which had only just realized it needed to escape. The attack was swift and brutal, splattering blood across her face, evoking a primal essence. The successful hunt of the first prey elevated the morale of the warriors. Throughout their journey, no beast capable of aggression had escaped their grasp, effectively clearing the surrounding dangers for the tribe. By the time they reached the foot of the mountain, nearly 2 hours had elapsed. This mountain differed from the rocky peaks, as it was adorned with towering trees, alongside some oddly shaped pines precariously growing on the cliffs. From below, flocks of birds could be seen soaring above the treetops, though the distance and thin mist obscured their details. In the woods halfway up the mountain, layers of ancient giants stood tall, while the ground was unevenly grazed by herbaceous plants, and swarms of mosquitoes danced around the droppings left by wild beasts. A fierce Yaoju, led by Lon and her hunting party, was cornered. With a shoulder height of nearly 3 meters and a robust physique, It rarely encountered adversaries in these woods. Unlike the fluffier species, its tusks were sharp like a wolf's canines. Rather than immediately retaliating, it emitted a low, tense growl, seemingly attempting to intimidate the humans surrounding it. This creature delighted in tormenting the weak, preferring to watch its prey struggle before succumbing to death, yet when faced with a formidable predator, it exhibited a remarkable instinct to flee. Initially fierce, the Yaoju grew more subdued after Lan and the warriors pierced its hide with several spears. Heya darted alongside it, agile and swift, causing the beast to spin anxiously, often interrupted by Heya leaping onto its back to bite fiercely. Yang refrained from curbing Heia's daring assaults, recognizing that as a fierce creature of the jungle, Heya required opportunities to hone its combat skills. The group, however, did not rush to slay the beast. Under Lan's guidance, they merely impeded its escape. The commanding presence of this female warrior during the hunt was undeniably striking. The Yaoju's vitality was resilient, sustaining numerous wounds without succumbing to fatality. Yang's arrows struck home, eliciting pained roars, but he intentionally avoided targeting vital areas, aware that this was a training opportunity for the newly joined members of the hunting team. After several breaths, the beleaguered Yaoju lowered its head to charge again in a desperate attempt to break free. However, it was met with a powerful blow from Shi Ming and a Shu, which sent it reeling back, howling in distress. At last, the warriors, having lost their patience, heeded Lan's call and ended its life with their spears. After enduring such prolonged torment, the beast's hide was rendered useless, and they left its carcass behind, intending to retrieve it on their descent. The group continued their ascent toward the mountain's summit. The sky above revealed flying creatures, not birds, but small pterosaurs. Yang observed the pterosaurs flapping their leathery wings amidst the boulders beneath the waterfall, their sizes varying greatly, with sharp beaks devoid of teeth. The smallest measured about half a meter, while the largest could stretch its wings to a remarkable 7 to 8 meters, showcasing impressive aerial capabilities. As they approached, these creatures displayed no fear, lazily shifting a few steps while maintaining a cautious distance. Yang's modern fascination with collecting began to stir. He yearned to possess such a unique pet, yet he knew Lan was the captain and required her approval. He ambled over to her side, formulating his request, only to be met with a pair of eyes that seemed to tease him. "Yang, what is on your mind?" Lan's peripheral vision had already detected his hesitant approach and conflicted expression. "Lan Jia," Yang decided to be forthright. "I would like to capture a couple of those smaller pterosaurs." "Very well," Lan replied succinctly, her tone decisive. She appeared to perceive that Yang's intentions were benign, merely a desire for companionship rather than malice. She exchanged a knowing glance with Ling, and in an instant, their figures intertwined like arrows loosed from a bow, plunging into the midst of the pterosaur flock. Startled, the pterosaurs took to the skies in a chaotic flurry, but two slower younglings were deftly caught by them. They swiftly produced ropes from their packs, expertly binding the two little pterosaurs, and presented them to Yang. "Thank you, Lan Jia. Thank you, Ling Jia." He grinned as he accepted the tiny creatures, each no larger than his fist, and carefully stowed them in his crocodile skin backpack, which had just been vacated after carrying 3 small tiger cubs. The team paused briefly amid the thunderous roar of the waterfall. The mist hung in the air, infused with the fragrance of the forest, as the warriors gathered to share roasted meat, replenishing their strength. After the brief respite, the true challenge awaited. With several hundred meters still to the cave at the waterfall's apex, the terrain became exceedingly steep, devoid of any path. They could only ascend amidst the jagged rocks and intertwined roots of colossal trees, leaping and climbing, sweat soaking their hides, their arm muscles trembling from exertion. The golden beetle's nest atop the mountain is said to yield exquisite meat, a young warrior exclaimed with excitement. "Indeed, the flesh surpasses even the finest beast meat. Melting in your mouth." Yang trailed behind, listening to their conversation, his stomach churning. He could hardly fathom the dire circumstances that must have compelled the first ancestors to muster the courage to consume those wriggling, shelled creatures. This courage, he privately questioned, he certainly lacked. Chapter 58. The Golden Beetle. The summit was not a sharp peak, but an expansive forest, seemingly endless in its breadth, stretching horizontally along the continuous cliffs. Only from the air could one truly appreciate the vastness of this woodland. Arriving at the cliff's edge through the gaps in the trees, looking back towards their origin, they appeared to be encircled by mountains, with the almost imperceptible Kangia tribes situated at the basin's center. Rather than a mere basin, it resembled a colossal rift formed after the earth split apart. In stark contrast to this side, there were no steep mountains, but rather flat lands covered in lush forests. the nearby greenery gradually deepening into darkness, sprawling towards the horizon. Streams flowed from the woods, converging and cascading down the cliff's massive rocks, creating the magnificent waterfall visible below. Its thundering waters crashing upon the stones, then branching into smaller tributaries that irrigated the mountain's base. According to Lan's account, the river below directly fed into the Moon Lake, prompting Yang Yang to recall the colossal sails of the beast at the lake's center. Calculating the terrain in his mind, he sensed that the location of the Kanjia tribe was precarious, and the warriors conversing nearby revealed that they often had to flee to the mountains during floods. The torrents rushing down would submerge the rift below, connecting the entire waterway to the Moon Lake until the floods receded. Without lingering further, Lan led the group into the forest, and the warriors fell silent. Their senses sharpened as they remained vigilant of their surroundings. Heyu was also alerted to the environment, ready to sound the alarm at the first sign of danger. The oppressive atmosphere of the forest belied the apparent tranquility. After a time of navigating through thickets and brambles, the hunting party finally approached a cave concealed among the trees. The entrance, slightly flattened and 2 men high, extended sideways, and the light seeping in revealed a terrain that seemed to descend towards the earth's core. This cave was occasionally visited by the Kanjia tribe, who entered to capture the beetles they referred to as food, which were reputedly delectable. Here we are. Once inside, there's no need to be anxious. The beetles will not attack unless provoked and will flee instead. As long as you don't thrust your hands into their mouths, you will remain unharmed. Lan said softly to Yang Yang and the other two, as they were the only ones visiting this place for the first time. After speaking, Lan took the lead and entered the cave, with the others following behind. The terrain inside the cave indeed sloped downward. The torches were lit, dispersing the darkness within. The ground was uneven and pitted, as if scratched by something sharp. As they gradually ventured deeper, the passage widened, and the stifling feeling faded, suggesting there must be other ventilation openings. There was no foul odor typical of an animal den here, only a faint grassy scent carried by the flowing air. The passage was not straight, but wound left and right, spiraling downward. In the torchlight, the shadows of the group were stretched into bizarre shapes by the curved walls of the cave. As he walked, Yang Yang counted his steps under his breath. Sherming beside him glanced at him curiously, unsure what he was muttering. By the time he counted to over 800 steps, an open space appeared before them, about half the size of a football field. The ceiling of this massive stone cavern was dotted with many stalactites. Water seeping from cracks in the rock and soil above gathered at the tips of the stalactites, dripping onto the orange-hued rocks below. Over countless years, the rock's surfaces had become covered with smooth, water-filled depressions, forming stone bowls. The light illuminated the cave, revealing golden, oval-shaped objects with a metallic sheen clinging to various rocks. Moving closer, Yang Yang realized they were giant golden beetles, resembling ladybugs, but with a body length of nearly 1.5 meters and a width comparable to a person's, something no one had ever seen before. Their bodies were rounded and elongated, without unnecessary protrusions. The edges of the carapace on their round heads overlapped with their long, flat, smooth elytra, their curved forms appearing quite graceful. On their heads were 2 golden-pointed horns. Their entire bodies were supported by 4 pairs of similarly colored, segmented legs, each as thick as a wrist, with sharp, keratinous claws at the tips. Under the torchlight, the entire space seemed to glow golden, nearly blinding them before their eyes adjusted. Seemingly disturbed by the torchlight and the intruders, several of the large golden beetles near the group lifted their 8 long legs and slowly crawled inward. Their movements were gentle, with each set of 4 legs landing in a straight line, as if carefully walking on a tightrope. These beetles have very hard shells on their backs. You can flip them over before killing them, Ling explained to Sherming beside him. The relationship between the two seemed to have eased a lot, as they were often seen talking alone after hunting. The group then stepped forward, ready to catch a couple of the large beetles to take back and enjoy their delicious meat. Yang Yang, however, wasn't he interested. He had been afraid of insects since childhood and had never eaten insect meat. He walked over to a black rock where 2 golden beetles were nestled together. Noticing someone approaching, they shifted slightly backward. On the rock's surface were many fist-sized insect eggs, roughly 50 in total upon a quick count. Looking at the 2 large golden lumps before him, Yang Yang grew even fonder. These were treasures, clearly valuable. Observing further, he noticed their undersides were relatively flat, making up only about 30% of their body size, and were also entirely golden without any other colors. He wondered if these beetles could absorb energy from his spark. If he could establish a mental connection, he could keep a couple in his own cave. Just seeing them every day would be pleasing. Thinking this, Yang Yang took a few steps forward. Seeing the two large creatures remain still, he reached out and touched the carapace of the closer one. In his mind, his spark, which had turned purple again these past few days, released strands of energy that flowed into the beetle's body and were directly absorbed. In Yang Yang's perception, this golden beetle had very little content in its mental fluctuations, meaning it lacked emotions like fear, anger, or hostility, only displaying states of pleasure or calm. It didn't take long for a mental connection to be established after it absorbed the spark energy. Its emotions now also included affection and fondness. No wonder Lon said you're non-aggressive. You simply don't understand anything, no brains at all. Yang Yang thought to himself. But this was fine. It made them more obedient. Like blank paper for him to write on and convey commands. He turned and reached out to touch the other beetle of similar size. This one's abdomen was slightly larger, likely a female. In the end, mental connections were established with both beetles. Two green light clusters appeared in Yang Yang's perception, while the spark in his mind remained purple, not regressing to blue. Seeing that the two beetles could now act according to his commands, he let them stand beside him, one on each side, constantly nudging against him as if they enjoyed physical closeness. He took off his backpack, pulled out the two still-moving baby pterosaurs, emptied the miscellaneous items inside, and carefully placed the insect eggs from the rock into the bottom layer of the backpack. He then padded them with several layers of animal hides to prevent crushing, though the eggs were quite hard. And a gentle squeeze while collecting them suggested they wouldn't break easily. After repacking his backpack and shouldering it again, the others had already killed two beetles, directly dissecting them to retrieve the crystal-clear, white meat inside. The remaining beetles remained motionless, showing no intention of resisting or aiding their kind. Afterward, they discarded the dissected beetle shells. Though hard, these shells would weather over time, eventually turning to dust with a pinch, rendering them worthless. Lon had observed Yang Yang's actions earlier and was somewhat puzzled. Aside from eating, what use did these large beetles have? Though curious, she restrained herself from asking directly. Little did she know, Yang Yang simply had a fondness for gold. Chapter 59. Taking flight. The hunting team, now ready to return, walked through the winding passages. This time, Lon walked at the back, wanting to see what purpose the two beetles Yang Yang brought along served. The two golden beetles followed slowly beside Yang Yang. Their pace truly lived up to the name turtle speed. Seeing Lon standing nearby without speaking, Yang Yang thought she was there to hurry him along. He could only pick up one beetle and hold it in his arms. The picked-up golden beetle conveyed emotions of pleasure and fondness, spreading its 4 pairs of legs to tightly embrace Yang Yang. Man and beetle clung to each other closely, drawing curious stares from everyone. Even with his thick skin, Yang Yang was now blushing with embarrassment. There was no way he could carry the second one. So he signaled Shermeng with his eyes. Understanding, Shermeng ran over grinning and picked up the other golden beetle from the ground, though he held it from the back, leaving its legs flailing in the air. Seeing his comical pose, Lon couldn't help but burst into laughter. Helpless, Yang Yang braced himself and continued following behind. The large golden beetle in his arms, having just established a mental connection, still had poor comprehension of his commands. Fortunately, these beetles were very light, adding no sense of burden. Their 8 legs clung tightly to him, so he didn't need to hold them in place. The return journey felt much lighter. The corpse of the fanged boar was still hanging where they left it and was retrieved by the warriors to bring back. Once they descended the mountain, the group relaxed and became more lively, chatting continuously. Heya still walked beside Yang Yang, with nothing pressing during the journey. It chased rodents or insects in the grass, while occasionally glancing at the large beetles on Yang Yang. Yang, what are you planning to do with this bug you brought back? Are you going to take it home to eat? Lon, unable to contain her curiosity any longer, finally asked during a moment when no battle preparations were needed. No, I'm just keeping it for fun. Don't you think its golden hue is rather beautiful? Yang replied. It's nothing special. The feathers of those flying birds and the various colors of flowers are far more appealing, she thought to herself, while continuing, Sister Lon. Do you like feathers and flowers? Well, they are okay. I just find the colors of the feathers to be quite vibrant. Although flowers smell nice, they can interfere with hunting, as the fierce beasts can smell from quite a distance. Her expression was serious, yet a hint of a smile graced her cold features. Once we return to the tribe, can I still see the giant-toothed tiger cubs? Yang asked eagerly. Sure, I'll go to the horse herd to get some milk. The supply from yesterday has already been consumed. Okay. After that, Lon fell silent, her gaze unfocused, seemingly lost in thought. Upon their return to the tribe, the leaders had yet to return, and the warriors of Kanjia were busy processing the hunt for a communal meal later. Yang first returned to the tent, instructing the 2 golden beetles to stay inside, assigning Heya to watch over them. Fortunately, they emitted no odor, Otherwise, the tent would be uninhabitable. The three little tiger cubs had begun to cry out. Yang quickly took the water pouch and ventured out of the tribe to find the mare from yesterday. Upon seeing Yang, the little foal began to whinny anxiously, recognizing the thief who came for milk again. The mare, however, was indifferent, as the foal could not consume all of it anyway. After milking, Yang noticed that the grass had been completely eaten. So he mounted the stallion named Lightning and sought a lush area on the other side of the tribe for them to frolic. Pum Pum followed leisurely. Lying down upon reaching the spot, it had gained quite a bit of weight recently, and its previous wounds had healed, replaced by patches of new fur. After playing with the cubs for a while, Yang glanced at the sky, sensing that the leaders should be returning soon, and thus headed back with the water pouch. Indeed, after some time, the hunting party led by Chief Kanjia returned, carrying two enormous beasts. The carcasses had been dismembered into chunks, carried back by more than 20 warriors. The heads resembled those of a triceratops and a giant crocodile. They were covered in mud, likely from the southern marshes where they had discussed hunting earlier that morning. It seemed that the sun had not yet set, so Yang chose not to approach and returned to the tent. As he lifted the tent flap, he found Lan inside, cradling a little tiger cub. No wonder he hadn't seen her outside earlier. Upon noticing Yang's return, Lan grabbed a water pouch and began feeding the cub in her arms without hesitation. With the addition of the two golden beetles, the modest tent felt quite cramped. Yang retrieved two pterosaurs from his backpack, ensuring their eggs remained intact, and hung one on each side of the tent, preparing to simmer them in the wild. Lan watched Yang bustle in and out with her beautifully expressive eyes, remaining silent as she gently stroked the cub in her hands. Once Yang settled down, he let out a sigh of relief. Raising these little creatures could indeed be quite troublesome. He picked up the larger tiger cub and began to feed it, and the two remained in quietude. Nearby, one of the golden beetles, noticing Yang had paused, stood up and crawled closer, clinging to his back with its 8 legs wrapped tightly around him. It conveyed a warm sense of affection, being quite clingy. But it was certainly preferable to being held from the front, allowing Yang to continue his tasks unimpeded. Before long, the 3 cubs were satiated. Suddenly, Yang leaned in towards Lan's chest to inspect the eyes of the cub in her embrace, noticing it seemed on the verge of opening. Startled by Yang's movement, Lan leaned back, raising her hand in surprise, speaking after creating a slight distance. "What are you doing? That one in your arms is likely about to open its eyes. It has a small gap already. You should moisten them a bit with water." Realizing his intent, Yang quickly straightened up to explain, fearing she might slap him. Upon hearing his explanation, Lan realized her misunderstanding and felt a bit embarrassed, lowering her head as she used animal fur dampened with water to wipe the little one's eyes. "Sister Lan, how about you take it home to play with tonight? I see you quite like it." Feeling the atmosphere was slightly awkward, he found a topic to discuss, conveniently allowing him to care for one less, as managing multiple was becoming quite overwhelming. "Really?" Lan's eyes sparkled. She adored the soft little cub and felt comfortable holding it. "Absolutely. I have several. I can't manage them all. Please, do me a favor and help look after it." "All right, I'll return it to you tomorrow. There's no rush. A few more days of playtime is fine. I'm not in a hurry." Upon hearing Yang's words, Lan finally smiled, tightening her embrace around the cub, clearly pleased. Once the well-fed tiger cubs were settled, Yang, feeling restless in the tent, stepped outside with Lan. The golden beetle on his back clung even more comfortably, tightening its grip as it stood up, making it difficult to detach. He could only repeatedly instruct it through his mind, having taught it several times before it finally released its grip, albeit reluctantly. Curiosity sparked within him. He remembered that beetles could fly. Yet this golden one had never taken to the air. Was its elytra merely decorative? While pondering this, he inquired through his thoughts. The beetle, having loosened its grip to descend, perked up at Yang's question. "Fly?" Its spirit suddenly ignited, interpreting Yang's words as a command to take flight. And it transmitted a wave of joy. Its legs instinctively tightened around Yang, and before he could comprehend, it unfurled its golden elytra. Beneath the elytra, 2 delicate, transparent membranes unfolded, with a wingspan exceeding 10 meters, beginning to vibrate at an extraordinary speed. With a resounding buzz, accompanied by Yang's terrified exclamation, the beetle clung to him, resembling a golden bolt of lightning as it shot straight into the sky, leaving Lan standing in shock amidst the buzzing and chaotic winds. Chapter 60. Move aside. The golden stream in the sky, illuminated by the setting sun, reflected an even more dazzling brilliance as it ascended vertically, quickly dwindling into a small, flickering golden dot. Heya, witnessing Yang vanish into the heavens, began to leap frantically, running in circles, unsure of which direction to chase after him. all the while vocalizing his distress. Lan, awakened by Ya's cries, gazed at the rapidly disappearing light in the sky, her heart sinking. She feared that Yang, taken by the beetle to such heights, would not survive. In her panic, she shouted out like Ya, and upon regaining her senses, she erupted into an unprecedented speed, dashing towards the two leaders gathered in the center of the tribe. Father, Grandpa Wu, Chief Shirgo, Yang has been taken by the beetle. You must save him. In mere moments, Lan reached Chief Kanjia, her voice trembling as she cried out to them. Slow down, don't panic. What exactly happened? Chief Shirgo, unable to hear the full story, caught only the mention of Yang's name, and seeing her distressed expression, felt a jolt of unease. If anything happened to him, how would he explain it to Wu? Just moments ago, I emerged from the tent with Yang, only to witness him being seized by a colossal beetle and whisked into the sky. Please, you must devise a means to rescue him, Lan implored once more, pointing towards the minuscule golden bit that was rapidly fading from sight. What were you doing with him in the tent? No. You mean to say he was captured by the beetle and carried away? Song Long had intended to inquire about their activities within the tent, but upon hearing that Yang had been abducted by the beetle, he was momentarily stunned. The others were equally perplexed, merely following Lan's gesture and straining their necks to gaze at the heavens. Song Yao Wu, who overheard the conversation, caught sight of the golden light illuminated by the setting sun and could not help but ask, Lan, are you suggesting that the light in the sky is Yang? The individuals present, all bewildered, tilted their heads upwards, shielding their eyes with their hands to see more clearly. The other members of Song Ya's tribe, noticing the group's collective gaze towards the sky, also turned their eyes in that direction. How do we rescue him? Song Long questioned, gazing at the nearly invisible height. Feeling lost, it was known that in the past, members of the tribe had been taken away by flying beasts and ferocious birds, and none had ever been returned. They either perished from the fall or were consumed by powerful predators. Shirgu and the warriors of his tribe were equally at a loss, left only with silent prayers to the celestial deities for protection, yet they understood the grim reality of the situation. Alas, it seems he cannot be saved. What a pity for this child, Song Yawu lamented. Perhaps we can only hope for a miracle. Lan remained silent, staring blankly at the sky, feeling a dryness in her eyes. At that moment, Yang was paralyzed with fear, nearly on the brink of losing control of his bladder. The rapid ascent brought on feelings of weightlessness and acrophobia, almost causing him to faint, his mind buzzing incessantly. It wasn't until the golden beetle hovered, its wings vibrating with a low hum, that it finally came to a stop in midair. Once he no longer felt the upward force, Yang compelled himself to regain composure and glanced downward, the terrifying height inducing a fresh wave of vertigo. If he were to fall from such a height, he would surely be shattered to pieces. He desperately conveyed to the golden beetle to not release its grip, to hold on tightly, preferably even tighter. After numerous repetitions of this thought, the creature seemed to grasp his intent, its claws tightening slightly, which afforded Yang a modicum of reassurance. Realizing he would not plummet, he dared not move, gently turning his head to observe his surroundings amid the low, resonant hum of the beetle's wings. High above, he could see the objects on the ground had diminished to the size of ants, their details obscured. Below him, wisps of thin clouds and vapor swirled through the canyon, the gentle breeze causing the mist to twist and shift. The immense, molten gold sun was descending from the distant horizon with a majestic slowness. It was no longer blinding but transformed into a warm, orange-red orb, its edges crisp and defined, resembling a delicate crimson seal poised to imprint itself upon the canvas of night. The sky had morphed from a singular blue into a tapestry of colors. From indigo overhead to the scarlet and deep purple at the horizon, hues flowing and blending, each second presenting a fresh, resplendent spectacle. A few wispy clouds were stretched into threads by the high-altitude winds, spanning the skyline, their edges alight with the setting sun's afterglow, akin to a brocade woven for this celestial expanse. The contours of the earth became indistinct in twilight, save for the silhouettes of mountains resembling ink-stained folds. In this moment, time appeared to stand still. Absent was the clamor of the crowd, replaced by a grand symphony of light and shadow, an expansive and gentle silence enveloping the soul. Yang, awestruck by this aerial masterpiece, eventually remembered the precariousness of his situation and continued to communicate with the golden beetle to descend gradually. After many attempts, it finally comprehended his intent and plunged downward abruptly. The sudden loss of weight caused Yang to cry out, initially fearing he would fall, but soon realizing it was merely due to the beetle's rapid speed. He could only mentally instruct it on the concept of a slow descent. longing to feel his feet firmly planted on the earth, uninterested in any further flying techniques. Ultimately, through repeated efforts, the golden beetle gradually learned to lower its altitude gently, though the process left Yang Yang feeling nauseous. As the height diminished, he began to calm, recognizing the beetle's astonishing power. In mere moments, it had ascended to such heights. The sound of its propeller-like wings vibrating so vigorously that even its shadow was indistinct, revealing the latent force it possessed. The ground slowly expanded beneath him, the outlines of objects in the tribe becoming clearer, even spotting individuals gazing skyward. Shirgu and the others observed the golden figure in the sky drawing nearer, their initial concerns dissipating. Lan's anxious demeanor softened considerably. Her fingers, which had gripped tightly, finally relaxed, though she was still not entirely at ease, given the considerable height. Those on the ground watched the slowly descending golden miracle in silence, for they had never witnessed such a sight. Yang Yang's figure became distinctly visible from below. The golden glow reflecting off the beetle's carapace illuminated him in a radiant sheen, making him appear almost ethereal. Sherman gazed upward in disbelief, unable to restrain himself from asking Shirgu, "Leader, is he a celestial deity?" Song Yaowu, witnessing the scattering golden light, trembled with excitement, muttering continuously, "A miracle. This is a miracle, a sign bestowed by the celestial deities." With his feet finally grounded, Yang Yang felt a sense of relief and promptly instructed the golden beetle to release him, fearing yet another dramatic ascent. The beetle, slightly discontent, relinquished its grip, curling up in a somewhat forlorn manner on the ground. Hurriedly, Yang Yang stumbled a few steps before his weakened legs gave way, collapsing to the earth as he began to retch. Song Yaowu, despite his advanced age, surged forward with surprising speed, murmuring something inaudible. Yang Yang, thinking he was coming to assist him, was about to wave him off when he felt an odd sensation. Song Yaowu dashed past, collapsing before the golden beetle, weakly kneeling as he raised his hands, prostrating himself on the ground in reverence, mumbling, "A miracle. Surely, you are a miracle sent by the celestial deities." He then proceeded to utter a stream of incomprehensible incantations. The other members of Tsangya, witnessing their shaman kneeling, followed suit, bowing low in homage toward the resplendent beetle. Lan approached Yang Yang, supporting him as he struggled to stand. Noticing the others bowing, she too knelt beside him, and as the collective act of reverence unfolded, Yang Yang, having just risen, was once again brought to the ground, leaning against Lan for support. In Chapter 61, the discussion within the stone dwelling. The flickering light of the torches danced upon the walls, casting each face into stark contrast of light and shadow. The air was thick with the peculiar scent of mingled herbs and oils, creating an oppressive atmosphere that rendered breathing difficult. Song Yaowu, alongside several tribal elders, was engaged in a heated debate with Shirgu. Their voices reverberated through the stone chamber, each word imbued with undeniable conviction. Opposite them sat Song Long and his family in silence, resembling a pack of poised predators. While Song Long's own silence exuded a more potent pressure than any words could convey, Yang Yang observed from the sidelines, sighing inwardly. He understood that the crux of this debate was not the ownership of the beetle, but rather the right to interpret the miracle. The celestial deity revealed a miracle to us at Kanjia. The voice of the shaman was ancient and slow, yet it carried an undeniable authority, commanding the golden beetle to appear here as a gift. Shirgo, let it remain. Respected shaman. After all, this creature has been tamed by our Yin tribe, Shirgo argued, maintaining a tone of respect for the elder, though his tightly clenched fists betrayed his discontent. Nonsense. A hot-tempered elder slammed his hand on the stone bench, his voice booming like a thunderclap. It appeared on our land, drank our water, and grazed our grass. It belongs to us. But in this forest, there is not just one golden beetle, Shirgo countered. Yet this is the only one capable of carrying a person to soar through the skies. Another elder stroked his beard, squinting his eyes. This is the choice of the celestial deity. It has chosen to remain here. We must comply with divine will. This beetle was brought back by our Yang. It was his first time riding it into the sky. If we speak of miracles, it is a miracle granted to our Yin tribe. Humph, young man, how can you fathom the will of the celestial deity? As long as we are sufficiently devout, miracles will surely descend upon us once more. Yang Yang listened to this absurd yet reasonable debate, feeling a surge of helplessness. He could not explain that the core of this beetle was a spiritual connection, a phenomenon that modern science could not elucidate. In their eyes, it had become a sacred object tied to the honor and disgrace of their tribe. Meanwhile, Songlong's attention was not on the argument at all. His gaze was fixated on Yang Yang, the words from Lon echoing repeatedly in his mind as they emerged from the tent. The dim firelight inside the tent and the details of the tightly shut curtain pricked at his heart like needles. He looked at Yang Yang's excessively delicate face, which became increasingly glaring, as a primal protective instinct and anger belonging to a father surged within him. Just as both sides were at an impasse, the atmosphere thickening, the shaman of Kangia slowly spoke, his voice like a cold splash of water dousing the boiling debate. Shurgo, let us rephrase our proposal. He fixed his sharp gaze on Shurgo. You may keep the golden beetle. In exchange, the Kangia tribe is willing to offer an additional 50 blocks of fine saltstone, along with 10 finely crafted spears made of black stone. As for the goods you brought for trade, we will only require half, to symbolize the goodwill between our tribes. What do you think? This proposal landed like a boulder in a tranquil lake. Shurgo's expression instantly grew complex. The Yin tribe indeed lacked for resources, but the shaman had lowered his stance to the utmost. This was not merely a transaction, but also a form of respect. More importantly, those 50 blocks of saltstone were essential for the tribe's survival in winter, a hard currency for trading with other tribes, and a cornerstone for strengthening the tribe. They were in dire need, and he had initially hoped to exchange for around 20 blocks. The quantity of 50 left him in a quandary. Just as Shurgo found himself unable to proceed, and the atmosphere in the room became stagnant, Yang Yang's calm voice broke through. Shaman, perhaps we can resolve the issue of the miracle's ownership in another way. His voice was not loud, yet it was remarkably steady, like a stone cast into a still lake, instantly capturing everyone's attention. What way? The young man inquired, his interest piqued. The Kangia shaman narrowed his eyes, intrigued by this previously silent youth. Before I depart, I can train a golden beetle that belongs to your tribe. Yang Yang met the gazes of those present and continued. However, I must solemnly remind you not to attempt carrying a person too soon. This requires a profound trust between man and beetle, and it can only be achieved through prolonged bonding. The dangers involved, I have experienced today in the skies more deeply than anyone else. His words displayed sincerity while subtly emphasizing his irreplaceable value. Upon hearing this, the shaman's frail fingers lightly tapped his knee as he fell into contemplation. Moreover, Yang Yang put forth his second proposition. We can also gift Kangia 5 rideable horses, those magnificent beasts we rode here. They are not only excellent in stamina, but also unparalleled companions during hunts. They could be exchanged for that 50 blocks of saltstone. Yang Yang knew Shurgo desired those saltstones, so he naturally introduced this premeditated offer. Upon hearing the word horse, Songlong, who had remained silent, suddenly lifted his head. The tension on his face, taut due to his daughter, revealed an unmasked desire for the first time. Compared to the distant sky, these land beasts that could immediately double the tribe's combat strength were evidently far more enticing to him. A flicker of genuine surprise passed through the shaman's eyes as he glanced at Shurgo, his gaze probing. Very well, I, on behalf of the Yin tribe, concur with Yang's proposal. Shurgo's face momentarily displayed a hint of appropriate hesitation, as if making a difficult decision, before finally nodding solemnly. This performance was seamless, with Shurgo's agreement. The shaman exchanged glances with several elders and saw satisfaction reflected in their eyes. A beetle that needed training, combined with 5 immediately usable warhorses, made this exchange far more advantageous than an uncontrollable sacred object. Excellent. The shaman slowly stood up, his voice tinged with relief. We will proceed, as Yang suggested. Not only will we provide additional saltstone, but we will also express our gratitude for your generosity. Thus, the contest surrounding the miracle concluded in a manner satisfactory to all. With the agreement reached, the warriors of Kangia would ascend the mountain at dawn to procure a new golden beetle for Yang Yang. Afterward, aside from feasting and conversing, there was little else to occupy their time. While enjoying the meat, Yang Yang felt a pair of eyes fixated on him. Looking up, he noticed Songlong casting him unsettling glances, seemingly brimming with hostility. He couldn't help but feel puzzled, as he could not recall ever offending him. As dinner was nearing its end, Lon approached, wishing to retrieve the little tiger cub. Yang Yang immediately bid farewell to the leaders and followed Lon outside to fetch the cub. After the two departed, Songlong watched them walk toward the tent area, his eyes nearly sparking with fury at Yang Yang's back. Along the way, Yang Yang expressed his gratitude to Lon for her concern today, knowing that although she appeared aloof, she had a warm heart. After listening to Yang Yang's details about feeding frequency, Lon took the little tiger cub and departed, also taking a water pouch of horse milk with her. Left alone, Yang Yang returned to the tent, glancing at the 2 golden beetles sweetly sleeping in a corner, and suddenly remembered the 2 little pterosaurs still hanging outside. He hurriedly went out to bring them in. The 2 little pterosaurs, tightly bound and unable to move, had been hanging upside down for quite some time and were now somewhat dazed, their bodies limp on the ground. He prepared some beast meat, sliced it with a dagger, and fed it to them, which improved their condition significantly. These little pterosaurs were not very large. Their bodies still bore fine gray fur, unlike the brown horse hairs on their heads. While the two pterosaurs were eating, Yang began to pet them, and at the same time, the energy from the spark of fire flowed into their bodies through contact, allowing them to absorb it directly while focused on their meal. Before long, he successfully established a spiritual connection. This led Yang to realize that regardless of the type of beast or dinosaur during the juvenile phase, they were relatively easy to engage with. With a little taming, a connection could be formed. However, raising juveniles to maturity indeed required considerable time and effort, and there would be no immediate benefits. Nevertheless, there was an advantage. The bond formed from a young age would be deeper and more familiar, making future training and combat coordination considerably easier. This matter of nurturing and choice was crucial. Chapter 62, Revelry. Lying in the tent, Yang's mind was filled with the scenes he had witnessed in the sky. Despite the initial fright, he found himself immersed in a rather extraordinary experience, one that was undeniably novel. When he was restrained around the abdomen, it felt akin to being equipped with a flying apparatus, with his limbs unconfined. Could this be what is referred to as biological armor? The flight mechanism of the golden scarab beetle is indeed unique. Unlike birds or pterosaurs, it possesses the ability to hover and change direction at will, much like a drone, exhibiting even greater agility than flying birds. However, insects typically lack the capacity for long-distance travel, only capable of short flights or quick bursts of speed, rendering them incapable of enduring long journeys. Nevertheless, as Yang pondered, numerous potential applications sprang to mind. If properly harnessed, it could serve as a formidable tool for individual combat, or even as a biological energy device. He resolved to explore this further when time permitted, but before that, he needed to train the golden scarab beetle rigorously, ensuring it underwent stringent training for both stabilization and flight control. The resources required to cultivate a competent pilot were substantial. Outside the tent, silence had descended, broken only by the croaking of frogs and the chirping of insects. The two small pterosaurs, having satisfied their hunger, nestled together in slumber, their diminutive hind limbs curled up, while their long necks were tucked beneath their fleshy wings, rendering their slender bodies a pitiful sight. Heya lay at the entrance of the tent, ever vigilant. Even in slumber, it remained alert to any disturbances in the vicinity. The following dawn, Yang awoke feeling slightly suffocated, caught in a dreamlike state reminiscent of sleep paralysis. Unable to move as his mind urged him to awaken, yet his eyes remained stubbornly shut. After some time wrestling with his dreams, he finally opened his eyes to find a golden scarab beetle clinging tightly to him, having crawled onto him during his slumber. No wonder he had felt restricted in his dreams. He gently ushered the creature away, tidied up a bit, and, unsure of what the beetles consumed, ventured out to fetch 2 pieces of beast meat to feed them. They were not picky eaters, devouring the morsels with fervor, revealing tiny, fragmentary teeth within their open mandibles. Their appetite was surprisingly hearty. They seemed still unsated, and with Heya and the 2 small pterosaurs to consider, Yang found himself troubled over the matter of sustenance. Thus, he set out with Heya and the small pterosaurs, allowing them to forage for food amidst the nearby grasses, while also checking on the herd of horses and the fluffy creatures. The 2 small pterosaurs demonstrated commendable flying abilities, flitting around Yang and rummaging through the underbrush in search of insects. Shirgu and the other tribesmen were already beside the horse herd, feeding their designated mounts with fodder. A group of Tsangya warriors, accompanied by Tsang Lang, listened attentively to Shirgu's experiences in horse training, nodding occasionally. However, given their sidelong glances, it was evident that their focus was wavering. Shirgu and the others had been summoned by Tsang Lang before dawn to select horses, a task Shirgu was ill-equipped to handle, leaving him to await Yang's arrival. As Yang approached, the group watched him with eager anticipation, and Tsang Lang urged him forward. Having contemplated certain matters throughout the night, he was now emboldened in his resolve. Yang regarded Tsang Lang with curiosity, sensing an unusual demeanor about him. From the herd, he selected 5 of the most vigorous young horses, 3 males and 2 females, and handed them over to Tsang Lang. Tsang Lang had already conferred with the strongest men from the 4 tribes, each choosing a horse, their faces brimming with confidence at the prospect of conquering their new steeds. Yang, however, chose to remain uninvolved. Mounted on his steed, Flash, he strode leisurely through the pasture like a monarch, savoring the tranquility of the morning. Yet, As the main group began to move, the 5 horses that had been left behind grew restless. They pawed anxiously at the ground, attempting to break free from their restraints to follow the herd, only to be firmly held back by the Tsangya tribesmen. Thus ensued a chaotic scene, with dust swirling, humans shouting, and horses neighing, as Tsang Lang and his warriors, unable to channel their strength, were sent tumbling in disarray, eliciting raucous laughter from onlookers. Shirgu shook his head in dismay, feeling exhausted by the spectacle. He vividly recalled that their first experience riding horses had not been so chaotic when Yang Yang was present. Lan, cradling a small tiger cub, stood among the crowd, observing the predicament of her father and the tribesmen with a hint of mirth in her eyes. The cub in her arms became the center of attention, even drawing the gaze of her chubby younger brother, compelling her to hold the little creature tighter to prevent it from being snatched away. It was not until Yang Yang could no longer bear to watch, fearing for the safety of the precious horses, that he elegantly trotted over on Flash, his composure contrasting sharply with the chaos surrounding him, causing the men rolling on the ground to envy his poise. Remarkably, as the majestic steed approached, the 5 frenzied horses began to calm miraculously. They ceased their struggles and began to trot gently, carrying their riders across the pasture and allowing them to experience the exhilarating sensation of speed. Lan's eyes followed the galloping figures, her gaze revealing unmasked envy and desire. Yang Yang took in the scene, and a thought flashed through his mind. He rode over to Shirgu and whispered a few words in his ear. Shirgu's expression transformed from confusion to realization, culminating in heartfelt approval as he nodded vigorously. Yang Yang's plan was straightforward, having initially promised to assist Shirshan and the others in finding wives. He now aimed to cultivate a strong friendship with this young leader of the Tsangya tribe, hoping to enlist her aid in matchmaking later on. The plan was foolproof. Yang Yang immediately sprang into action, returning to the horse herd to select the gentlest chestnut mare and walking directly to Lan. Sister Lan, would you like to give it a try yourself? Can I? Lan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, brimming with eagerness, yet she hesitated, aware that only 5 positions were available. Of course, Yang Yang assured her with a relaxed sincerity. This mare was specifically gifted to you by Chief Shirgu. He refrained from revealing his true intentions directly, instead providing a perfect rationale for the gift that made it impossible for her to decline. Please thank Chief Shirgu for me. A radiant smile blossomed on Lan's face. She was not one to be coy, and she chose to embrace the surprise and goodwill wholeheartedly. The sunlight illuminated Lan's beaming face as well as the gentle mare, seemingly heralding a new beginning. She passed her small tiger cub to Yang Yang and approached the chestnut mare. Having absorbed much of the knowledge shared by Shirgu regarding horse control, she was well prepared. With a swift leap, she mounted the horse. But the sudden weight caused the mare to rear up uncomfortably, nearly throwing her off balance until Yang Yang grasped its head to steady it. Once settled, the chestnut mare bolted forward, bounding and galloping across the ground. Riding upon the mare, Lan felt exhilarated, gripping tightly while exerting her legs to maintain her seat, simultaneously striving to soothe and control the animal. Yang, can I touch that little beast? The chubby younger brother gazed longingly at the tiger cub in Yang Yang's arms, yearning to pet it. Lan, however, had forbidden him from playing with it, leaving him at a loss. Were you not of a different disposition before? Yang Yang teased, unable to resist the urge to provoke him upon seeing his sheepish expression. Caught off guard by Yang Yang's words, the boy struggled for a response. However, Yang Yang did not tease him for long, and the boy eventually got his wish to pet the cub, glancing back to check if Lan had noticed. Revealing that he had been quite thoroughly bullied at home, her influence still loomed large over him. Time passed, yet the frenzied horses remained uncalmed, careening about like headless flies. These men were utterly incapable of controlling their direction, allowing their steeds to run amok. The few who were anxious, including Shirgu, were drenched in sweat and had given up on managing them. Although Lan's horse was not as restless, it too was unmanageable. Yang Yang could no longer bear to watch. If they continued, they might end up wandering aimlessly into the depths of the mountains. He patted the quiet horse, Lightning, standing beside him, and it seemed to understand, lifting its head and letting out a long neigh. The wild horses in the distance, as if having found their bearings, instantly turned around and galloped towards Lightning, bringing a sense of calm to the anxious riders on their backs. The 5 men of Tsanglang dismounted, their legs somewhat unsteady, and upon seeing the marks on the horses' bellies, they realized they had pushed too hard. Lan, seated atop her horse, appeared pale and needed a moment before daring to dismount. Let's leave it at this for today. We must not injure the horses, Yang Yang said, noting their eagerness to continue. It was clear that these young horses could not endure the vigorous treatment from the warriors. Hearing the risk of injury, They finally abandoned their intentions to press on, though the exhilarating ride had indeed been intoxicating. Once dismounted, Lan gently stroked and soothed the panting horse, revealing her fondness for it, as the matters concerning Shirshan had reached a halfway point. The Songlong warriors also gathered around their horses, joyfully admiring their mounts, with one of them playfully lifting a tail to check its gender, only to be kicked away by a rear hoof. The lively atmosphere of the tribe began to settle down after a bustling morning. In the afternoon, the warriors dispatched by the Songlong leader to capture golden beetles returned, carrying a single specimen. Yang Yang mentally imprinted commands onto this beetle, particularly focusing on flight instructions and holding tightly, which needed to be firmly entrenched in its mind. However, given the beetle's lack of intelligence, it would take about 2 days for it to remember everything. They also needed to find a companion for the beetle intended to remain in the Kanjia tribe. Though it was uncertain who would take on that risk, one could only hope for its safety. Chapter 63. Jean Batian for 2 consecutive days. Yang Yang conducted flight training with 3 golden beetles, bestowing upon each a name. Of the 2 he brought back, one was named Jinda, and the other, slightly shorter horned, was called Jean Air for convenience. The one brought back by Kanjia was given a rather audacious name, Jean Batian, as it was not he who would be calling it here, thus sparing him any embarrassment. Jean Batian was also quite large, with a smaller abdomen, indicating it was a male, while Jinda and Jean Air, one male and one female, were likely a pair. Jean Batian had already learned to take off and hold on, though the time was insufficient for it to retain much else. Nonetheless, it was adequate. No one would truly risk having it fly chaotically in the sky, as that would be courting disaster. The Songlong shaman was no fool. They merely sought to find a spiritual symbol for the tribe, representing divine favor, and perhaps to test whether, as Yang Yang claimed, it could carry someone aloft. The Songlong leader spent the past 2 days preparing the materials for trade, the volume being quite substantial, necessitating further organization. By the afternoon, everything was finally ready. Shirgu was elated upon hearing the news, as the supplies they could bring back this time far exceeded the last, sufficient for an extended period. After the exchange, both parties were quite satisfied. The remaining task was to hand over the golden beetles. Once this was accomplished, the mission would be complete, and everyone could prepare to return to Yenshan. In the central clearing of the Kanjia tribe, Yang Yang introduced Jean Batian to the shaman and Songlong leader. The bold name immediately silenced them, leaving them speechless for a moment. Ignoring their peculiar gazes, he addressed the shaman directly. It has mastered the basic commands. Would anyone like to give it a try? The onlookers fell silent, and Songlong raised his hand towards the sky, pretending not to hear. I'll give it a try, Lan said, stepping forward when no one else volunteered. No, I should do it instead, Songlong exclaimed, alarmed at the thought of his daughter ascending into the air. As a leader, he felt he could not let anyone else take her place, so he had to step in. Father, it's fine. Didn't Yang safely return before? Besides, as the leader's daughter and a warrior of the tribe, this is my duty, Lan replied, moving directly beside Yang Yang, signaling that they could begin. Songlong, unable to find a counter-argument, anxiously looked at his daughter, his heart racing as he saw Yang Yang crawl into the tent with her. He silently vowed to take action if anything went awry. Aren't you afraid? Yang Yang asked, intrigued by her bravery. I am scared, but you succeeded before. I believe in you. Seeing her confidence made Yang Yang hesitate, particularly with Songlong's stern gaze nearby, which was somewhat intimidating. After a moment's thought, he fetched a rope, wrapping it around Lan's waist and tying it securely. As he drew closer, Lan turned her head slightly, feeling a bit awkward, ensuring the rope would not loosen. He called for Shirgu to hold the other end, feeling reassured that this would be foolproof. Hold tight, he instructed as he secured Jean Batian to Lan's back, issuing a command that it had been trained to remember. Spread your wings, take off. At Yang Yang's command, Jean Batian unfurled its sheath wings, the folded membranous wings extending and vibrating, producing a buzzing sound. Once it reached an adequate frequency, Jean Batian soared into the sky with Lan, while the rope in Shirgu's grip tightened, seemingly ready to snap if released. Songlong rushed over, anxiously clutching the rope, fearful that Lan might fly away. Stop. Upon reaching a height of 7 or 8 meters, Yang Yang commanded Jean Batian to halt. After the initial sensation of weightlessness, Lan adapted and curiously surveyed her surroundings. Noticing how small Yang Yang appeared below her, this experience was entirely new to her, filling her with wonder and eliciting a smile. Indeed, it was not dangerous. The onlookers from the Kanjia tribe murmured among themselves. That's enough, bring her down. Though she had not flown away, Songlong remained concerned that his daughter might fall and get hurt. Descend. Yang Yang called out to Jean Batian, who responded to the command, gradually reducing the frequency of its wing vibrations until it landed. Once on the ground, it released its grip on Lan, and the rope was untied. The remaining tasks were left to Shirgu to negotiate, as Yang Yang's mission had been accomplished. The Kanjia shaman and several elders were delighted, planning to take care of Jean Batian, and did not intend to have it carry tribe members into the sky. Simply put, they had no need for it. Nor would any of their people be willing to take that risk. Without Yang Yang's control, they did not understand how to command it. Humans often fear and shy away from the unknown. Ultimately, with the trade completed, Shirgu decided that they would begin their return journey the next day, as they had been away for quite some time. In the afternoon, with nothing to do, Yang Yang strolled around the tribe with Heya and the pterosaur perched on his shoulders. Jinda and Jean Air were left at the tent. While they liked the color gold, carrying a golden lump around was rather uncomfortable. Nearby Yang Yang's tent, some Kanjia people were displaying various trinkets, eager to trade animal hides, bones, and meat whenever they had the chance. An elderly man, missing a leg, had an irregular oval object before him, still bearing traces of brown earth, showing signs of having been burned and polished, with parts glinting with a metallic sheen. Yang Yang approached and inquired, discovering that the 2 or 3 spherical objects, each the size of a human head, were collected by the old man during his hunting days. They were unbreakable, impervious to damage, and could not be polished. Despite their hardness, they could not be fashioned into weapons. Instead, he hoped to exchange them for something else, but had held on to them for quite some time without success. Yang Yang examined them closely, lifting one to gauge its weight, estimating it to be around 100 pounds. According to his analysis, it was likely composed of meteorite iron or a similar metal, and he was unconcerned about radiation. After all, the old man was still alive and well, missing a leg. Given the primitive tribal conditions, they could hardly melt down even ordinary iron ore, let alone such high-density metals as meteorite iron. Yang Yang himself was not versed in the intricate methods of smelting iron and forging steel, but he considered exploring this avenue. If only he could memorize an encyclopedia. At present, his only idea was to burn some wood to create charcoal, ignite it, and see if he could melt down the metal nugget. He eventually bartered 2 pieces of beast hide from Shirgu and brought the hefty nugget back. He had quite a load to carry, which meant that Peng Peng would have to exert himself a bit more. On the final night in Kanjia, Shirgu mentioned that the Kanjia warrior Ling had developed a romantic connection with Sherman. It was unclear when they had become intertwined. In these few days, Ashu had also been getting along well with the girl and would be returning with them the next day. This puzzled Yang Yang, as he had not witnessed their interactions. Yet the tribe had gained 2 more female warriors, which was a positive development. The raucous campfire gradually quieted, and night deepened. Just as Yang Yang thought the evening would conclude uneventfully, a figure glided through the sparse crowd, silently approaching him. It was Lan. She cradled a furry little creature in her arms. It was time to return it to its rightful owner. After 2 days of nurturing, the little tiger cub had opened its eyes, resembling a few translucent glass beads as it clumsily crawled across the animal hide. Yang Yang reached out to receive it, and as his fingertips brushed against Lan's hand, he felt a slight, cool tremor. He looked up, clearly perceiving the fleeting softness and reluctance in her eyes, emotions she herself had not yet recognized. His heart stirred, and a decision crystallized within him. He lifted the cub, imbuing it with a gentle yet resolute consciousness, as if sealing an ancient pact of companionship and guardianship within its mind. This one is for you. Yang Yang placed the now calm cub back into Lan's cool palms, a gesture of gratitude for her assistance in capturing those 2 pterosaurs. But remember, it will grow into a fierce beast. It requires constant training and vigilance. Lest it injure someone, such consequences are unimaginable. He then handed her 2 bags filled with mare's milk. This will be its sustenance. After it finishes, you can feed it fresh beast blood. As it grows, it will be capable of tearing into raw meat. Their growth rate will exceed your expectations. Upon hearing that Yang Yang intended to gift her the cub, surprise ignited in Lan's eyes, quickly followed by a flicker of hesitation and shyness. She fell silent, unfastening the bone knife that she always carried and offering it to Yang Yang. Thank you for giving it to me. Her voice was soft. This knife is crafted from the bones of the first ferocious beast I hunted, and I give it to you. Yang Yang accepted it. The handle, polished from beast bone, was smooth and warm, still carrying the warmth from her waist. The blade shimmered with a chilling luster under the firelight, exceptionally sharp. Lan seemed to breathe a sigh of relief as she watched him secure the knife. She gazed at Yang Yang, her cold yet piercing eyes sparkling as if filled with starlight. Come back before the next flood tide, she stated deliberately, as if making a solemn promise. I will take you hunting. With her words lingering in the air, she did not linger, turning to meld into the night, leaving only a gentle breeze in her wake. Yang Yang lowered his head, caressing the warm bone knife in his hand. It was more than just a weapon, it embodied a weighty promise, binding him to the valiant Kanjia warrior. Chapter 64. The Gorgon dragon. The air in the Hongmu forest was humid and thick, saturated with the heavy scent of decaying vegetation and damp earth. Towering ferns and colossal treetops fractured sunlight into myriad fragments. The incessant hum of insects formed an eternal backdrop, occasionally quieted by the passage of unknown creatures, revealing a lurking stillness of death in the shaded underbrush. A massive figure stood in the shadows, nearly merging with the gnarled trunks. Its body was adorned with bronze stripes, and the brown scales, resembling rock, provided perfect camouflage. Only when it slightly turned its head did the mottled light outline its muscular contours. Its amber eyes were half closed, cold and focused, while the bony horns above its brow flickered in the dimness, and the keratinous protrusions on its face exuded an aura of grotesque terror. Its breath was slow and rhythmic, the heavy body harboring a tempestuous energy, awaiting the moment to unleash its fury. Its target was a small herd of prehistoric giant rhinos grazing on leaves and ferns within the expansive Hongmu forest, where the trees were widely spaced, and the undergrowth consisted of shrubs and grass, creating an ideal habitat for these towering creatures that stood over 5 meters tall. However, this herd of giant rhinos had let down their guard, oblivious to the lurking danger. The young calves, particularly intrigued by a vividly colored giant dragonfly, clumsily pursued it, straying from the protective presence of the adults. The concealed behemoth's muscles tightened. It emitted no sound, moving like a flowing shadow. Its enormous paws, armed with dagger-like claws, fell silently upon the thick moss. It utilized every towering tree and bush as cover, low to the ground, akin to a lethal submarine gliding through a verdant ocean. The wind stilled. Only the faint sounds of the prey chewing remained in the air. The giant beast's hind legs suddenly surged with power, shattering the silence of the forest. Its massive body shot forth from the shadows like a cannonball. The jungle trembled at its roar. It was less a bellow and more akin to the friction and thunder from deep within the earth's crust, imbued with unparalleled pressure. The giant rhinos were thrown into a panic, emitting terrified cries as they scattered in all directions. The young calf froze, its amber eyes reflecting the rapidly approaching silhouette of death, fear rendering it immobile. The distance vanished in the blink of an eye. The Gorgon dragon adjusted its direction with astonishing agility at the last moment, its colossal body propelled by an unstoppable force, crashing into the side of the young rhino. A dull thud echoed. The little creature was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Before it could struggle, the massive figure pounced. One great claw, akin to an iron vise, pinned it to the earth. Lowering its enormous head, it opened its cavernous maw, revealing dozens of spear-like teeth with serrated edges gleaming ominously. Instead of targeting the vulnerable neck, it precisely bit into the base of the prey's hind leg. The sharp crack of splintering bone pierced through the chaos of the forest. The young rhino let out a short, mournful cry before succumbing completely. The perilous giant lifted its head, scanning the surroundings with vigilance to ensure no further threats loomed. Then, it lowered its head once more, using its lethal jaws to deliver the final blow. The cacophony of the jungle gradually subsided, leaving only the chilling sounds of this apex predator feasting. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves, illuminating its blood-streaked snout, and the bony horns appeared even more menacing in the crimson glow. This nearly 10-meter-long, 7-meter-high beast now reigned supreme over the forest, driving the once dominant raptors into the wilderness. Like a solitary king hunting and patrolling this domain each day. A considerable amount of time has elapsed since departing from the Kanjia tribe. Now, once again traversing the familiar wasteland of the horse herds, the spherical shrubs remain largely unchanged, quietly blanketing the entire area, swaying only slightly when caressed by the wind. Ling and another female warrior have mastered the art of horseback riding, thanks to the earnest instruction of Sherman and his companions. Although they still lack full control, the herd follows the lead of the steed king, Shandian, requiring no guidance from the riders, who need only remain vigilant against surrounding dangers. Peng Peng continues to bear a heavy load, feeling no burden despite it being heavier than when they first set out. Compared to their initial encounter, it has grown taller, now approximately 4.5 meters in height, and considerably more robust. Haya rests atop Peng Peng's head, constantly sniffing the air and listening intently to the sounds around them. Proving to be a competent scout, Jinda and Jin Air are confined within a makeshift nest of cages on Peng Peng's back. as their slow crawling and inability to fly continuously necessitate this arrangement. The two pterosaurs flit in and out of sight, without Yang Yang's restraint. They would have likely vanished long ago. Yang Yang, mounted on Shandian and following closely behind Shurgo, is lost in whimsical thoughts, reflecting on the substantial haul of supplies and horses they are bringing back. Recalling the days spent at Kanjia fills him with joy, unlike the oppressive atmosphere of Yinshan. There is a lively spirit here. He ponders whether he can improve the environment of the tribe upon their return, as it has a profound impact. Thoughts drift to the warriors of the Kanjia tribe, who are genuinely commendable individuals, fostering a harmonious relationship between the two tribes. During their departure, Lan accompanied the Tsunglong leader for a stretch, riding silently beside Yang Yang, though he sensed a newfound ferocity in the leader's gaze. They parted ways upon reaching the forest where the two groups converged, vowing to reunite before the next great flood. The return journey is familiar, compared to their outward trek. Their procession is now more formidable with the horse herd, which brings mixed feelings to Shurgo, elation at their vast bounty, yet concern over the safety of such a large contingent. With only 10 individuals including Yang Yang, the absence of Haya and the two pterosaurs patrolling the skies and ground would leave them vulnerable. Should they encounter a formidable beast, the safety of the horse herd would likely become a secondary concern. By the following morning, the sizable group neared the vicinity of the Moon Lake, where dangers abound. Shurgo had no choice but to lead the party further away from the lake's edge. When they encountered smaller predators, they dispatched them without hesitation, leaving the corpses behind, while distant roars of enormous beasts urged Shurgo to hasten through the area. After a day of unyielding travel, they emerged from the jungle unscathed, and as night fell, the outlines of the redwood forest became visible in the distance. They chose a sheltered spot to rest, and Yang Yang's thoughts drifted to the pack of velociraptors in the redwood forest, pondering the fate of the little yellow one. During their departure, no threats loomed nearby, so he hoped for no casualties. He arranged for Haya and the two small pterosaurs to remain alert, with the latter perched high atop the treetops, surveying the surroundings. The night passed swiftly amidst the cacophony of chirping insects, and the renewed expedition pressed onward toward the redwood forest. Once more stepping into the redwood forest, the sunlight above was entirely obscured, casting the environment into shadows, with only a sliver of sunlight piercing through the trees to illuminate the forest floor. An eerie silence enveloped the entire forest as Haya halted, its pupils narrowing, detecting an extraordinarily perilous scent. There were no signs or sounds of its kin here. Sensing Haya's trepidation, Yang Yang swiftly commanded the group to halt and fall silent. The horse herd seemed to sense the aura of death, remaining silent, their hooves nervously tapping against the ground. Shurgo and the others adopted serious expressions, having heard Yang Yang's warning and gradually absorbing the forest's ominous atmosphere. The two small pterosaurs obeyed Yang Yang's orders, soaring high in the treetops to scout for danger ahead, deftly navigating among the canopy, remaining unnoticed and unharmed. Everyone waited in tense silence. As Yang Yang counted his heartbeats, reaching around 800, the pterosaurs returned, their expressions filled with terror, accompanied by vivid images in their minds. They had encountered a colossal dinosaur, its body measuring over 10 meters in length, adorned with bronze-hued stripes, its keratinous scales resembling rock, bony protrusions extending along its spine, and its massive jaws revealing an array of sharp teeth. With limbs far thicker than Haya's and enormous sickle-like claws, its head bore jagged horn-like protrusions, and two small horns above its eye sockets rendered it even more fearsome. Yang Yang recognized it immediately. It was a theropod dinosaur frequently featured in educational videos, the Gorgonopsid, colloquially known as the terrifying dragon. Chapter 65. Ambush. No wonder Haya did not detect the presence of its kin. The little yellow ones may have already been devoured. Informing Shurgo of the giant dinosaur's activity in the woods ahead, the group's expressions soured. Confirming the presence of such a beast, Shurgo felt a surge of apprehension. Yet he could not suppress the urge to seek further confirmation. According to Yang Yang, this ferocious carnivore, nearly twice the height of Pung Pung, possessed terrifying combat prowess. In past hunts, they had always avoided such creatures, only resorting to direct confrontation when escape was impossible. Even if they managed to slay these giants, the hunting party would be severely weakened, potentially losing several brave warriors. With their meager number, their chances of success were slim. Hence, they decided to retreat and reconsider their strategy. Remaining any longer would risk detection. And even if they could escape, countless horses would likely perish. Leader, is there another route we could take to circumvent it? The warriors of the tribe inquired, hoping to avoid combat altogether. Taking a detour could extend their journey by several days. To the left, A river several times wider than the Heishui River split the land in two, rendering passage impossible. They could only traverse far to the right along the mountain's base. Shurgo lamented, "If we had a larger force, we could have considered fighting. What if we return to the Kanjia tribe and have the leader bring reinforcements to assist in the hunt?" Ling suggested, observing Shurgo's dilemma. "No, it's too far. The round trip would take too much time, and we cannot afford further delays. If necessary, we will have to take the long way around," Shurgo replied hesitantly. The terrain along the right is even more complex, delving deeper into the dense forest, and it remains uncertain whether it contains the territory of colossal beasts. The redwood forest, being on the periphery, is relatively safe. They decided to leave the two pterosaurs at the forest's edge to remain vigilant. If they spot the gorgonopsid, they are to return immediately. The group exited the redwood forest, engulfed in worry, with Shurgo particularly indecisive. Yang contemplated their situation, counting himself. There were 10 warriors from the tribe and 1 boar, which constituted their entire fighting force. Haya, being small, could be disregarded, and Jinda, Jin-air, and the small pterosaurs were not factors to consider. If they had sufficient numbers, they could employ strong bows for firepower suppression, even if they could not kill it. They could potentially injure it enough to force a retreat. Ultimately, they were at a disadvantage due to insufficient firepower. It seemed feasible to employ traps. Yet considering the gorgonopsid's size, nearly 8 meters tall, digging a suitable trap was impractical. However, leveraging the terrain, they might not need to excavate on site. They could utilize low-lying areas and create a concealment. Luring it with bait, they could set snares on the ground, significantly increasing the likelihood of ensnaring it. In proximity to the trap's rear, additional pits must be excavated to curtail its mobility. Should the trap fail to restrain or inflict severe injury, it would facilitate an escape. Yang conveyed his thoughts to Shurgu, elucidating the entire plan from bait to trap and detailing each individual's responsibilities. Shurgu, reluctant to take a circuitous route, understood that the time wasted would be incalculable. Upon hearing Yang's strategy, he deemed it worth a try, knowing that if it failed, they could still retreat safely. He assigned several warriors to concoct a mixture of grass juice to mask their scents while he ventured into the forest in search of an optimal location for the trap. With a decision made, they commenced their preparations. Yang and the other tribesmen gathered ropes, which the hunting team always carried in abundance. In their absence, tree bark and fibrous vines could serve as substitutes, particularly the robust vines that rivaled the thickness of ropes. Approximately an hour later, Shurgu returned. Having identified a suitable site, a broad, elongated ravine nearly 10 meters wide, likely carved by the torrential rains of the wet season, ideal for trap placement. The bottom lay significantly deeper than the ground level, though the slopes on either side were relatively gentle. Given the circumstances, there was no alternative. This location was the most fitting. Leaving the herd and supplies behind, the group coated themselves in grass juice, even sprinkling some on the formidable Pang. Heya, the bait, was swift and adept at darting through the forest, making it difficult to capture. Arriving near the ravine's edge, they stretched the ropes across the top, preparing to cover them with lighter branches and leaves. Numerous long spears, brought from the Tsangya tribe, were embedded in the ravine's bottom, spaced 2 palm widths apart. Their sharpened tips glinting ominously. On one side of the ravine, shallow pits, approximately 1 meter wide, were dug at intervals, also concealed by decaying leaves. Shurgu assigned 4 skilled archers from the tribe to ascend the nearby giant trees, where they would remain concealed among the foliage, poised to shoot and observe from above, affording them a clear view of the pit's depths. The remaining members hid in the grass nearby, camouflaging their forms. As the longtime leader of the hunting team, Shurgu orchestrated these arrangements with remarkable proficiency. Yang, harboring concerns for Heya, reiterated several times the importance of locating the creature's whereabouts. Having already caught the scent, Heya darted into the underbrush. In the depths of the Hongmu forest, sunlight filtered through the massive canopy, creating shimmering golden coins that dappled the damp, leaf-strewn forest floor. The air was thick with the earthy scent of soil and the sweet odor of decaying vegetation, yet, in this ancient, tranquil realm, a palpable sense of impending violence loomed. Shurgu and his companions lay like desiccated leaves merged with shadows, silently camouflaged behind colossal ferns and gnarled roots. Calm and composed, they emitted no sound, for they were the tribe's most seasoned hunters. Pang, coated in grass juice, lay concealed among the nearby shrubs, resting against a boulder, its massive form now invisible. Shurgu's muscles, gnarled like the roots of an ancient tree, peered through the gaps in the leaves, fixated on the meticulously concealed ravine. The wait felt interminable, Every insect chirp and rustling leaf made the hunter's heart skip a beat. Suddenly, a deep, resonant thudding, akin to tectonic shifts, echoed from the depths of the forest. Each thud seemed to resonate within the hearts of all present. The birds fell silent, an instinctual dread gripping the entire woodland. A colossal figure pushed through the trunks of two thick redwoods, emerging at the edge of their vision. Towering over 7 meters, each step it took reverberated through the ground, its long tail sweeping aside the underbrush, and its massive head nearly brushing the lower branches. Its skin was a stony gray-brown, streaked with bronze, bearing scars from past battles. Each breath it took was like an ancient bellows, exhaling a foul, putrid mist. Its amber vertical pupils coldly fixated on its prey, while a continuous, low growl emanated from its throat. Heya sprinted with all its might, weaving through the bushes and emitting an incessant, irritating sound. The moment the massive creature halted, it would pivot and continue to provoke, inciting the wrath of the monstrous beast. The creature, known as the Medusa dragon, lowered its head, dodging a thick branch that lay across its path, furiously pursuing the small creature that disturbed its rest. Finally, Heya reached the trap's vicinity and, upon the creature's approach, dove into the underbrush, slipping through the gaps between the spears at the trap's bottom before emerging from the opposite slope. To the Medusa dragon, the provocative little creature seemed to vanish into the thicket, only to reappear as if attempting to flee once more. Without hesitation, it charged toward Heya, its feet crushing the decaying roots beneath. The hidden Shirgu and his companions tensed, every muscle coiled, ready to unleash their full strength, yet they remained utterly silent. As anticipated, with its walnut-sized brain, the creature failed to recognize the crude traps laid before it. Upon reaching the trap, it stepped awkwardly, losing its balance and tumbling sideways into the carefully arranged ravine, akin to a small mountain collapsing. The agonizing impact elicited a thunderous roar from the creature, shaking the nearby leaves with its reverberations. 6 or 7 spears embedded deeply into its flesh. Even the strongest keratinous defenses could not withstand the force of its massive bulk against the sharp tips of the black stone. Simultaneously, as it fell, the warriors perched above unleashed their arrows with all their might, the bowstrings screeching under the tension, and the black stone-tipped arrows soared downward, striking the beast with precision. The arrows, honed from black stone, whistled through the air, targeting the creature's vulnerable points, its eyes, the soft flesh of its neck, and its joints. However, its thick skin and scales rendered most arrows ineffective, though a few found their mark in the muscle of its right leg. The renewed pain incited a frenzied struggle, its solitary amber eye ablaze with rage as it attempted to rise within the ravine. However, as it thrashed, the spears further punctured its hide, though these inflicted only minor wounds due to the lack of sufficient force. As the creature stood, its head loomed above the trap's edge, precisely as Shirgu had intended. The warriors had long prepared their arrows, which flashed through the air, inflicting various degrees of injury upon its skull. Driven to madness by pain and fury, the beast lowered its head, bracing against the arrows with its hardened scales and bony skull, attempting to ascend. The arrows could not impede its determination to ascend, as it sought to obliterate the minuscule creatures inflicting harm upon it. As the creature climbed, it reached the edge of the trap, roaring down at the warriors below, heedless of the blood gushing from its wounds, charging towards Shirgu and the others. With a collective pull, the ropes, concealed beneath the layer of decaying leaves, were tightened by the warriors hiding on either side. The ropes, drawn taut by the creature's immense weight, formed a jagged line, creaking ominously under the strain. Its charge came to an abrupt halt. The massive body lost its balance and crashed to the ground, stirring a cloud of dust and fallen leaves. Yang and his companions disregarded everything else, relentlessly firing arrows at it. When the Heishi arrows ran out, they swiftly switched to other types, continuously inflicting damage, even managing to shoot an arrow through its roaring mouth, exiting from the side of its jaw. The venom collected earlier in Fengho Gorge had been smeared onto the arrowheads by Yang, and the incessant agony drove the colossal beast into a frenzied struggle. Desperate to rise again, with nothing able to hinder its attempts, Peng, charging with all its might, provided Yang with an opportunity, prompting him to swiftly command the hidden Peng. As the beast, rolling back to its feet, momentarily lost its sense of direction and steadied itself. It had not yet turned around when it was struck by Peng, which had lowered its head and thrust its tusks into its flank. With a thud, Peng was knocked back several steps, nearly losing its footing. The tremendous force of the impact caused the serpentine-haired monster to stumble forward several paces before it again lost its balance and fell into a deep pit lined with traps. A distinct crack echoed, reminiscent of bones breaking. A pained wail emanated from the pit's depths. The warriors in the trees observed that it could no longer rise. The spears embedded in its body had penetrated under pressure, but the remaining ones had been swept away in its previous struggles, failing to inflict further harm. Nonetheless, this was sufficient. With a triumphant roar, Shergo was the first to emerge from concealment, wielding a sharp spear, followed closely by Yang Yang and the tribesman. They stood at the edge of the pit, gazing at the dying beast. It remained perilous. Each thrash of its tail could shatter the ground, and every roar carried a lethal threat. Blood stained the pit's bottom, pooling into a crimson puddle. Ultimately, as Shergo hurled his spear, piercing the beast's eye socket and embedding it deep into its skull, the forest overlord emitted a final mournful cry, its immense form collapsing entirely. The light in its great eyes slowly extinguishing. The forest returned to silence, leaving only the heavy breaths of 10 primitive men. They were covered in mud and sap. Weary as they stood beside the beast's carcass, their diminutive figures sharply contrasting with the colossal creature. This was not merely a victory of strength. It was a triumph of wisdom, courage, and teamwork. In this towering forest, they had utilized the most primitive tools to conquer yet another formidable opponent for themselves and their tribe. Chapter 66. Xiao Huangmao. The blood spilled throughout the ravine, and the giant beast's body lay still. Its muscle contractions ceased, making the vast form appear somewhat cramped in the pit. Shergo could hardly believe that everyone had emerged unscathed from this encounter with the gigantic creature. Although the method seemed simple, the most crucial factors were Shergo's composure during the battle and the seamless coordination of the warriors. In Yang Yang's eyes, the team led by Shergo resembled a unified entity, seizing every opportunity to launch decisive attacks. This synergy had been cultivated through countless hunts, and it was the first lesson Yang Yang and his companions had to learn upon joining the hunting team. In this primeval, savage world, the brutal laws of the jungle rendered individual strength minuscule. This was not a world of high martial arts or magic, but one where only robust flesh and repeated physical confrontations existed. Perhaps it was the power of teamwork that bestowed upon them the courage to face terrifying beasts. Not lingering for long, Shergo and the others swiftly began to process the carcass. The tough hide, beast meat, and sinews were all meticulously disassembled, and their water bladders filled with beast blood, which possessed potent strengthening properties. Yang Yang, along with Shiming and 2 other tribesmen, returned to the herd of horses with Peng Peng, repacking their supplies. By the time they returned, Shergo and the others had completed their task. Once everything was packed, it was already late, and they needed to continue their journey, hoping to leave the redwood forest before nightfall. As they navigated through the forest, sightings of other animals were scarce. The vibrant life they had encountered earlier had vanished, likely driven away or slaughtered by the monstrous dragon. When darkness fully enveloped the land, they emerged from the forest into the vast expanse of the plains, pausing beside a stream to rest for the night. The expanse was wide and borderless. Shergo informed Yang Yang that their current position was merely on the edge of the plains, where many threats to survival lurked deeper within. Besides various dangers, other tribes and wild men also inhabited the plains. The wild men were primitive wanderers who had lost the protection of their tribes. The strong among them could compete for food with ferocious beasts, while the weak lived in constant fear of being devoured. Their original tribes may have been slaughtered by savage beasts, or they may have become victims in battles over hunting grounds, or perhaps they were simply cast out. When encountering them in the wild, one should avoid excessive interaction, for one can never ascertain the reasons behind their fall into the wilderness. A wolfish individual could potentially bring great harm to their tribe, a consensus shared by all tribes. The wild men banded together in the wilderness, willing to do anything to survive. Plundering was the least of their misdeeds, as their diet often included their own kin, which is why all tribes held them in such disdain. Even if some lone wanderers retained their humanity and kindness, the stigma surrounding them made it rare for any tribe to accept them. Ultimately, their fate was either to fall into depravity in the wilderness or to perish. Of course, in cases where tribes had experienced calamities and fragmented, the fortunate survivors who managed to keep their traditions alive were generally more easily accepted by other tribes. Perhaps this underscores the significance of legacy for these tribes. Take the Yin tribe, for instance. Despite their small numbers, they have upheld their heritage for generations, possessing their own accumulated knowledge and history. Although these aspects may lack verifiable value, they are nonetheless respected by all tribes. This has fostered a deep sense of care and importance among these primitives towards their own tribe, with everyone placing the tribe's interests above all else. For to lose one's tribe is, in a sense, to lose everything. Even the aspiration of being human becomes a luxury. The night's campfire warded off the chill. After feeding 2 tiger cubs, Yang Yang tossed several pieces of beast meat to Haya and the others, while the horses grazed contentedly on the lush grass nearby. Most of the flesh and blood from the serpentine-haired monster had been taken, allowing everyone to enjoy a hearty meal. Nearby, Shiming and Ashu were engaged in affectionate antics with their women, leaving Yang Yang feeling somewhat annoyed by their absence. After feasting on the fresh beast meat, Yang Yang felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through his body. Feeling slightly swollen, he distanced himself to perform some exercises. During this period, his strength had increased dramatically. Although he had not measured it against Shiming, he felt certain he had surpassed him. His balance had also improved, and with his robust physique, he could perform dozens of backflips in place without feeling fatigued. Moving forward, he could focus on practicing during training sessions to enhance his reflexes and combat skills, ensuring that every muscle in his body was honed to become even stronger. With refined combat techniques, he might even defeat opponents who possessed greater strength. Yang Yang recalled how he used to frequent the gym, having obtained a membership card, though he rarely visited. Nevertheless, he consistently paid the annual fee. Even on those rare occasions when he did go, he would quickly tire from lifting weights and prefer to watch others train, finding combat sports and wrestling matches quite entertaining. Despite their evident exaggeration, Yang Yang, in a state of ennui, performed a headstand on the ground, even retracting one hand to support himself solely with one arm. His legs perfectly aligned and raised skyward, his body remaining utterly still. The bone dagger strapped to his waist slipped from its hold and fell to the ground. Yet it did not disrupt his equilibrium. He maintained this posture without exerting any visible effort for half an hour, feeling no fatigue whatsoever. Surrounding onlookers regarded him with curious gazes, perplexed by his actions. Some of his kin expressed a desire to emulate him, yet lacked the requisite balance, failing even at a standard handstand, which only incited laughter among the crowd. Shirgu suddenly noticed the bone dagger that had fallen to the ground, unable to recall Yang Yang possessing such a finely crafted bone weapon. Upon learning it was a gift from Ling, he regarded Yang Yang with a hint of peculiarity. "Look at the bone dagger in Shi Meng's hand. That was given to him by Ling," Shirgu remarked with a chuckle. "Ling is quite generous, isn't she? Such a fine blade, and she simply gives it away." He acquired this one by trading a juvenile giant-toothed tiger, which was no small feat. Shirgu cast a silent glance at Yang Yang before turning away, choosing to ignore him. At that moment, Heyo approached, softly calling out to Yang Yang. "Are you referring to the scent of the little yellow-haired ones? Can you summon them?" Yang Yang, intrigued, observed as Heyo moved to the side and began emitting a series of sharp, high-frequency calls directed toward the dark wilderness, continuing for several breaths. A rustling sound emerged from the dense grass nearby, and Heyo informed him that a pack of velociraptors was approaching. After greeting Shirgu and the others, who were acquainted with the raptors, they relaxed their guard. However, Ling and another girl, unfamiliar with the situation, assumed it was a herd of beasts and armed themselves, only to be calmed down by Shi Meng and Ashu. The underbrush parted, and a velociraptor with slender yellowish mane leaped into view, appearing quite pleased upon spotting Heya, chattering excitedly. The rest of the beast pack, hearing the summoning, also bounded forth. Yang Yang soothed a slightly agitated group of horses, counting them and realizing there were only 13 left, each bearing scars indicative of recent battles. The lead yellow-haired one bore even more injuries, with a patch of skin missing from its tail, a rather grim sight. With Shirgu's consent, Yang Yang tossed some meat toward the raptors, who, caught off guard, voraciously devoured it. He encouraged the yellow-haired ones to move closer, attempting to touch one. Initially resistant, it shifted away, but after numerous patient attempts, he finally managed to rest his hand against its side. The yellow-haired creature was quite large, standing nearly at Yang Yang's height, its long tail swaying behind it. When he tried to channel his fire energy, it resisted, displaying a strong instinct for self-preservation, seemingly never relaxing its guard. Yang Yang maintained the flow of energy, attempting to convey thoughts through mere contact. It appeared to sense an inexplicable notion transmitted from his mind, pausing its feeding to tilt its head and gaze at him. Seemingly puzzled as to why it understood his intentions, and within its thoughts, it wondered, could he be of my kind? Though he is rather unsightly. Amused by the feedback from the yellow-haired one, Yang Yang felt a surge of excitement. The possibility of mental communication through touch was exhilarating, albeit not entirely clear or precise. Nevertheless, it was far superior to the futility of addressing a cow. However, this ability seemed limited to beasts he was familiar with, or to be utilized during daylight. Otherwise, it could lead to unforeseen troubles. Chapter 67. Xi and Shu, while continuing to stroke the yellow-haired one, Yang endeavored to communicate mentally, wishing for it to lead its kin back to Heya. As for why it wasn't following him, in the yellow-haired one's mind, there was Heya, its kin, and even the presence of Peng Peng. Yang was entirely absent from its thoughts. Fortunately, after a brief hesitation, the yellow-haired one agreed to accompany Heya. The dark night passed amidst the raucous sounds of the velociraptor pack. Ahead lay the Wind Howl Gorge, and Yang wondered if the wind god pterosaur still resided there. The daytime sky was dim, shrouded in clouds, the wind swirling restlessly. The troop was accompanied by a group of velociraptors that seemed to run about erratically, appearing quite joyful and curious. While Ling and the two newcomers struggled to adjust, the rest were accustomed to the chaos. Heya had grown to the height of the yellow-haired one's shoulder, his skin dark and glossy, adorned with dark red fur that extended from his head to his back, giving him a spirited appearance, yet his demeanor was far more composed than that of the yellow-haired creatures. During their journey, Shirgu discovered several Xian trees within a small grove. Yang had inquired about the types of wood suitable for crafting superior bows, and the wood from these Xian trees was known for its remarkable tensile strength, with a denser heartwood that could withstand immense pressure. As long as care was taken during cutting, the wood could be fashioned into a single piece, granting the bow excellent tensile and compressive resistance. Although heavier, it mattered little under the strength of these primitive people. Bows made from this wood would undoubtedly surpass those constructed from ordinary hardwood. Regrettably, the number of Xian trees was scant, and they were rarely seen. Upon hearing they needed to seek material for crafting powerful bows, Shirgu had been quite invested, and it was only here that he discovered a mere 3 trees. Fortunately, he still possessed the black stone axe, enabling him to fell these high-density trees. The 3 towering trees, each reaching 15 meters, took the group considerable time to bring down, with Peng Peng's assistance making the task somewhat manageable, as the trunks were exceedingly laborious to cut. After removing the thinner branches and tips, they were left with approximately 10-meter-long trunks, each weighing around 1.5 tons. It took 3 or 4 tribesmen to lift each trunk for mobility, leaving Yang and Shirgu in a predicament. Ultimately, they resorted to the horse herd, binding the 3 trunks securely together and placing them on a sled crafted from the branches of the fallen Xian trees. Using several ropes, they harnessed 5 horses to drag the load. The primitive work efficiency was incredibly low, and by the time they completed their efforts, the sun had already dipped low in the sky. Although it was conceivable they might reach the Wind Howl Gorge before nightfall, that area was unsuitable for camping, as the wind god pterosaur was no neutral entity, frequently preying on colossal beasts for sustenance. Shirgu decided to make camp in the small grove for the night, planning to set off early the next morning to swiftly traverse the gorge and pass through the territory of the aerial sovereign. Once camp was established, the group found themselves at leisure. Shirgu and a few tribesmen scoured the area again, confirming the absence of any additional Xian trees. Meanwhile, Ming and Shu began their usual antics, pestering the women with their unwelcome attention. Yang, left to his own devices, engaged in physical exercise on the ground, completing hundreds of Thomas spins until he was drenched in sweat before tending to the little ones. The 2 fluffy tiger cubs had grown capable of standing, though their skeletal development was slow, rendering them unable to run. As dawn broke, the well-rested group set out once more, aiming to pass through the Wind Howl Gorge in one go. The silhouette of the gorge loomed distantly, the sky remaining overcast, as if harboring some unspoken portent, the air growing stiflingly humid. Several robust horses, their necks bound with ropes, dragged the Xian wood trunks, leaving deep tracks in the earth. The small grove behind them had fallen silent, the only remnants being 3 stark stumps where trees had once stood. Suddenly, from the nearby thicket, the sound of rustling vegetation erupted, and within moments, figures clad in animal skins and wielding long spears emerged from the underbrush, surveying the disarray of the grove. These were hunters from another tribe, their presence here shrouded in mystery. As the towering figure of Shirgu glanced in the direction where his group had left traces, he waved his hand and marked a sign on the tree trunk. Subsequently, the group silently disappeared into the grass, vanishing amidst the wilderness. At this moment, another party, nearing the canyon, remained vigilant, their eyes scanning the sky, apprehensive of the aerial dominator that might ambush them. They did not catch a glimpse of it even upon entering the canyon. Dismounting his horse, Shirgu, accompanied by his kin, began to clear the stones on the ground, paving the way for the tree trunks dragged by the horses behind them. Fortunately, their stamina was robust, they had not exhausted themselves while riding, and the stones did not significantly impede their speed. Even the largest boulders were collectively moved aside by the group. Yang Yang, while walking, shot down centipedes and venomous insects to collect their toxins. His previous half-water skin of venom was depleted, and he only recognized centipedes, unfamiliar with other poisonous creatures. He refrained from touching them. Although the venom from centipedes seemed to possess medicinal properties with antibacterial and anti-inflammatory effects, he lacked the technique to extract it, and swallowing it directly would be tantamount to hastening his own demise, perhaps due to the weather. The ground-dwelling poisonous creatures had emerged in greater numbers than when he first arrived, particularly the centipedes, which were often found coiled together, appearing rather unsettling. Before long, he had filled a water skin with the collected venom. Two small pterosaurs perched on his shoulders no longer dared to take flight, seemingly sensing the dangers lurking above. The entire team advanced cautiously within this atmosphere of alertness. By the time they reached the midsection of the canyon, the feared aerial dominator had yet to reveal itself. Only the howling wind echoed throughout the canyon. Meanwhile, the Fengshen Elong, oblivious to their presence, lay concealed within its colossal nest atop the canyon's precipice, its massive form draped over a clutch of enormous dragon eggs. No sound emerged, save for its piercing gaze, which fixated on the distance. Blood stains lingered on its formidable beak, and a patch of its chest fur was missing, revealing fresh crimson flesh. The nest was situated on the rear side of the canyon's vertical cliffs. Although steep, it was not completely perpendicular, extending outward in a gentle arc until it met the ground. The sheer cliffs were utterly inhospitable for humans or beasts to scale, adorned with trees and herbaceous shrubs of various sizes. Yet, within the dense shadows, a deep, rumbling breath echoed, hinting at the presence of some colossal threat. Judging by the marks on the Fengshen Elong, it appeared to have engaged in a prolonged struggle. Chapter 68. Titan Python. The immense nest atop the cliff. The Fengshen Elong, which was incubating its young, had now risen, elevating its neck and pointing its spear-like, elongated beak towards the ground, its fierce gaze piercing the sheer cliff below. This aerial deity spread its forelimbs against the earth, its wings arched upward like towering lances, while its smaller hind limbs supported its tail. Its thick, elongated neck twisted slightly, and the golden crest atop its head reached over 10 meters to the ground. Each time its claws, sharp as daggers, struck the ground in agitation, they produced a deep resonant sound. The long, light blue beak emitted continuous warning calls, not the roars of beasts, but a mournful wail reminiscent of the wind howling through the canyon. A fine drizzle began to fall, dampening everything, and its patience waned. It knew it could delay no longer. Its leathery wings unfurled in the wind, their edges sharp as knives, and its terrifying wingspan spread across the cliff. Fluttering in the breeze, the wings began to flap, producing a sound that shattered the air. Among the dense underbrush of colossal stones on the cliff, two massive creatures finally emerged, their forms coiling and slithering among the trees and vines drenched by the rain, dislodging stones that tumbled down the cliff. The Fengshen Elong, with its keen, hawk-like eyes, fixated on these two enormous threats. Feeling the immense pressure of the aerial dominator that had faced them multiple times and still could not prevent the approach of these two rogues. These were two Titan pythons, their lengths indiscernible, resembling living mountains coiled on either side of the cliff. Their scales, a blend of black and dark red, bore a rocky texture, each plate as large as a shield, glistening with a cold metallic sheen amidst the misty drizzle. One of the Titan pythons had its lower body tightly coiled around a massive boulder on the mountainside, its muscles knotted like the thick roots of an ancient tree, firmly anchoring its immense form. Its upper body rose high, the python's head larger than the most formidable of wild bulls, its golden slit pupils burning with primal, unmasked hunger. Its forked tongue flicked out, producing a hissing sound akin to steam escaping from a boiling kettle. Its companion was more cunning, mostly concealed within the shadows of the cliff and the fissures of the rocks, revealing only a segment of its moss-covered, dust-laden back and its menacing, spiked head. They had set their sights on the Fengshen Elong's eggs, their favored delicacy, yet they remained wary of the dominator's formidable beak and claws. Thus, the two colossal beasts faced each other, indifferent to the diminutive, toothless pterosaurs that appeared as mere ants in the distance, posing no threat whatsoever. These two small pterosaurs had been dispatched by Yang Yang to scout from the canyon. Upon peeking over the cliff's edge, they were so startled that they momentarily forgot to flap their wings and plummeted down, only reacting just before hitting the ground and fluttering back up. Yang Yang was astounded by the scene revealed by the small pterosaurs. These supergiant beasts were locked in combat, and it seemed that the eggs the pterosaur was incubating faced an unprecedented threat. He reported the situation he had observed from the small pterosaurs back to Shergo. Upon hearing of the battle at the cliff's midsection, Shergo resolved to hasten their passage, fearing further complications. The titanic beasts above were not entities they could provoke at this moment. Yang Yang, equally apprehensive for his life, was unwilling to gamble with his safety, even if there was a considerable chance of being a mere bystander in this unfolding drama. Besides, the aerial dominator did not appear weak. It was likely that the Titan pythons could not threaten it unless there were two of them. For now, the worst that could happen was the loss of an egg, after which it could take to the skies and seek vengeance later, though Yang Yang underestimated its fierce determination to protect its young. At the cliff summit, the ground had grown slick. The aerial dominator, unable to wait any longer, launched its attack. Any further delay would only complicate matters, as the impending downpour would hinder its combat. It soared into the air, not in a circling motion, but diving downwards, as if executing a meticulously calculated maneuver. Utilizing the turbulent air currents among the cliffs, resembling a colossal spear descending from the heavens, it emitted a piercing shriek that seemed capable of shattering eardrums. With its wings folded, its massive body transformed into a streak of black lightning, hurtling towards the Titan python that had reared its head. Its target was the relatively vulnerable neck of the Titan python. Just as the Fengshen Elong's massive beak was about to strike its mark, the lurking Titan python sprang into action. A tempestuous wind swept through, uprooting stones and causing its muscles to ripple, enabling it to unleash a lightning-fast ambush. Thus, upon this sheer cliff, a primordial showdown of survival between giant beasts commenced. The ground erupted with thunderous force, as a tail as massive as a mountain swept in from the side, its rush tearing through the air. This blow was so powerful it could cleave massive trees in half on the cliff, while the giant mouth attacked simultaneously from another angle, ensuring that once caught, escape would be impossible. The Fengshen Elong reacted with remarkable speed, twisting its body mid-air, its wings flaring wide, narrowly evading this lethal strike. Yet, the fierce wind stirred by the colossal tail still grazed the tips of its wings, causing several massive feathers to snap instantaneously, leaving it momentarily unsteady in the air. However, the sharp claws at the tail end left their marks upon the surface, and scales the size of human heads scattered onto the ground. Though the first strike had failed, the coordination of the two enormous pythons was seamless. The python designated as bait suddenly lunged forward, its head crashing against the wind god pterosaur, which was still adjusting its posture. Simultaneously, its long neck shot out with lightning speed, and its cavernous maw, large enough to swallow a giant rhinoceros, gaped wide open. The wind god pterosaur roared in fury, abandoning its attack to grasp the protruding rocks of the cliff with its talons, using the leverage to ascend once more. Yet, the onslaught of the titanic pythons continued unabated. The tail of the first python swept across again, while the second coiled its massive body like a living spring, springing forth to ensnare the wind god pterosaur and drag it down to the ground. The thunderous sound of their tremendous movements echoed repeatedly through the wind-howl gorge, blurring the boundaries between sky and earth. Employing its unparalleled agility, the wind god pterosaur danced amidst the deadly waltz formed by the two pythons. Its enormous beak lunged forth like a lance, leaving white marks upon the python's tough scales, but failing to inflict any lethal wounds. Each attack from the pythons, be it a crash, a bite, or an attempt to ensnare, carried the devastating force of annihilation, and a moment's carelessness could lead to a shattered demise. At last, after a perilous evasion, the wind god pterosaur seized a fleeting opportunity. As one python exhausted itself following an assault, it dove from the heights, its beak piercing the python's eye socket with surgical precision before swiftly withdrawing, tearing free a bloodied eyeball on the jagged edges of its beak. The anguished roar, a sound of profound agony, reverberated through the skies, even drowning out the howling winds. The Titan python, driven mad by the excruciating pain, writhed uncontrollably, its massive head thrashing violently, causing the cliff to tremble and countless stones to cascade down. After landing a successful strike, the wind god pterosaur ascended once more. But the other python's vengeance was already upon it. A tail, swifter than any previous attack, swooped from below, crashing solidly against the back of the wind god pterosaur. The impact resonated with a dull thud, sending the pterosaur tumbling forward as if struck by a battering ram, losing its balance and crashing before its nest. The Titan python, now with only one eye, let out a furious roar, swiftly navigating through the debris. The wind god pterosaur struggled to spread its wings again, but the pain from its injuries slowed its reactions, ultimately leading to its right leg being seized by the python's jaws. Although it had taken to the skies, The pterosaur flapped its wings desperately to ascend, but the python's tightly shut jaws acted like a vice, holding it fast, unable to rise due to the python's immense weight. The wind god pterosaur was dragged across the cliff's edge, enduring several brutal tail strikes from the other titan python, blood beginning to trickle from its mouth. As the python clung fiercely, it attempted to coil upward, but with its body movement, it lost traction against the ground, sliding several meters over the rocky surface. Not only did it tumble off the cliff, but it also allowed the wind god pterosaur to evade another deadly bite from the second titan python. The combined weight of several tons sent both the pterosaur and the python plummeting into the abyss of the Wind Howl Gorge. After falling nearly 100 meters, the python's grip could no longer withstand the strain, and with a final struggle, the wind god pterosaur broke free, rapidly ascending into the sky, leaving only the titan python to continue its descent. The wind god pterosaur, now airborne once more, exhibited its true terror. Resembling a monstrous creature as it soared upwards with its massive flesh wings from the dark depths of the cliff. Reappearing without pause, it dove downwards towards the titan python, which was greedily crawling towards its giant eggs beside the nest. After enduring another strike, it forced the python to retreat. But the lone python could not withstand the aerial beast's assault. Within mere breaths, its head and body were riddled with gaping wounds, devoid of flesh. As the relentless beak and claws continued their piercing onslaught, leaving the massive python exhausted and retreating towards the steep mountainside, with fury coursing through its veins. The wind god pterosaur would not relinquish such an opportunity. Soaring through the air, it ensured the python could not escape. The winds held on, but the once mighty python had turned into an echo within the gorge. All that remained atop the cliff was the silent giant, limping and crouched over its massive nest, its elevated form resembling an ancient monument, guarding the victory won through strength and blood. Yet, the blood pooling from its mouth onto the eggs and its labored breaths hinted at the depletion of its life force. Below the cliff, amidst the booming echoes, the group, led by Yang Yang, stood frozen in shock, startled by the massive form that had plummeted from above. The titan python's colossal silhouette crashed down, creating a thunderous roar as several tons of weight and kinetic energy struck the rocky ground, causing a gruesome explosion of flesh and scales that pierced the cliffside, severing the overgrown grass. At that moment, Shirgu was grateful they had not approached, for they would have been reduced to mere pulp. Chapter 69, Disappointment? Gazing at the shattered flesh and the scattered massive scales on the ground, the group fell into silence. Once the sounds from the sky dissipated entirely, Shirgu finally regained his composure and hesitated to step forward, as did the others, including Yang Yang. However, Yang Yang was quick to reassure the two small pterosaurs, encouraging them to ascend and investigate further, promising that no danger awaited them above. Reluctantly, they began to ascend slowly, while Yang Yang, although capable of having Jin to carry him up, hesitated out of fear. The noise from Jinda was too loud, and he feared it might disturb the beast above and lead to his demise. He then instructed Heiya and the raptor flock, along with Peng Peng, to clear the ground of the fragmented meat. He even picked up some pieces to feed to Jinda and Jin Air. Shirgu, along with the others, focused on collecting the scales, as the scales from the titan python were exceptionally hard, making them excellent for crafting armor. After several breaths, the two small pterosaurs, having stealthily flitted around, perched atop the cliff. The wind god pterosaur lay motionless, seemingly unconscious, its blood staining the nest crimson. The other titan python was nowhere to be seen, likely driven away. They dared not approach, but called out cautiously, yet there was still no response. Was this not an opportune moment for scavenging? With the wind god pterosaur dead and 3 eggs remaining, Shirgu initially hesitated but was tempted upon hearing that the creature had perished. However, he doubted whether his tribe could sustain such beasts. Yang Yang, amidst the roaring wings of Jinda, gradually ascended to the cliff's edge. Mentally prepared, he felt less fear and carefully landed on the ground. The cliff's surface was strewn with chaotic signs of battle, vivid red blood, and scattered feathers and scales, all flowing gently in the drizzling rain. Everywhere his gaze fell, it appeared hazy. The distant mountains and the nearby cliff base were engulfed by the mist, leaving only blurred, impressionistic outlines, reminiscent of an unfinished ink wash painting. On the opposite cliff face, the rain-soaked dark rocks appeared even more profound, while clusters of resilient greenery clung to glistening droplets, vibrant and lush, yet imbued with a chill. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and the fresh aroma of vegetation, mingling with the unique stench of the colossal beasts. And each breath brought forth the vastness of nature's desolation. There was neither thunder nor lightning, only the endless, silent rain. as if it sought to cleanse the ground that had just endured the ravages of battle. Standing here, feeling the chill of the fine droplets on my face and hearing the wind's lament echoing in the canyon, an overwhelming sense of solitude and grandeur surged within me. Perhaps this is the mentality of a powerful being, like the Fengshen Yilong, that revels in standing at the pinnacle, ascending the enormous nest. The proximity to this colossal creature was even more awe-inspiring. In its presence, Yang Yang felt as diminutive as a child, gazing upward. Its fur shimmered with a glossy black sheen, and its beak, resembling a lance, was lined with numerous tiny teeth. Ignoring the blood that surrounded him, Yang Yang excitedly crawled beneath the Yilong's belly, where its eggs rested. Pressed against the beast's warm abdomen, he could sense its occasional heartbeat, faint and infrequent, a sign that it would soon cease entirely. Rubbing his hands together, he silently vowed to produce a golden legend before reaching for the nearest egg, only to frown in disappointment. There was no life within. Next, still nothing. Again, yet again, there was no sign of life. Yang Yang felt utterly disheartened. After all, it was a clutch of eggs, and if one was devoid of progeny, it was likely the others were as well. What a pity. This great creature was on the brink of death. Unlike the previous one, it still breathed, albeit with a feeble heartbeat. Should he attempt to revive it? The energy of the fire seed could indeed be restored, albeit slowly. It was indeed a loss that the 3 eggs could not hatch a giant beast. Such aerial sovereigns were rare, likely scarce in this world, and this function had protected its offspring even unto death. Without further hesitation, he placed his hand upon its fuzzy belly, channeling the energy of the fire seed, feeling its spirit, once devoid of movement, begin to absorb the energy. The process accelerated, and soon the fire seed transformed from blue to green, and quickly to white, before reverting to a grayish hue after several breaths. Yang Yang hastily withdrew his hand, fearing the fire seed would extinguish. In his mind, he still felt no spiritual wave, nor did a connection form. He surmised that either the beast had truly succumbed, or that his energy was insufficient. However, there was nothing more to be done. The energy was depleted. The giant egg had not nurtured life, and he could not save this magnificent creature. Overwhelmed with disappointment, he felt he might never encounter such an opportunity again. Lingering atop the cliff for a moment longer, he wished to imprint the image of the Fengshen in his memory. Uncertain if he would ever again witness such a majestic being, he signaled for the 2 small Yilong to retreat and allowed Jinda to escort him down. Yang Yang left the 3 eggs untouched, knowing they lacked the need for that morsel. After his departure, the Fengshen Yilong's head seemed to stir slightly. Its tightly shut eyelids revealed moving pupils. A purple flame of the soul ignited in its mind, quietly burning, as a faint yellow mist radiated towards its body, absorbed by its muscles. Eventually, a barely audible breath emerged from its nostrils, growing stronger, indicating that the fire seed's energy had indeed made some impact. When Shirgu saw him return empty-handed, he understood that there had been no success, and said nothing. By this time, everyone had finished packing up, and it was time to resume their journey. Although the rain was light, it showed no signs of abating. For a brief moment, the drizzle ceased, allowing the group to quicken their pace. Eventually, after a long traverse, they emerged from the Fengho Gorge, reaching the place where they had first encountered the Jia tiger just as night was falling, and rested for the evening. Shirgu inspected the supplies in the rattan baskets. Well protected by waterproof animal hides, with no moisture seeping through, he made minor repairs to the slightly damaged rattan basket with ropes. Knowing it would be of no use once they returned to the tribe, he instructed Heiya to keep watch over the surrounding area with the velociraptor pack, while the others began to rest. After feeding the young tiger cubs, Yang Yang crawled into the small tent he had brought along, not allowing Jinda and Jin Air to enter, as the cramped space could not accommodate them. He checked the fire seed, a grayish-white flame flickering precariously, and could only wait patiently for it to recover. In his slumber, Yang Yang dreamt of soaring through the skies atop the immense Fengshen Yilong, gliding effortlessly against the hurricane winds, a sensation so exhilarating that he mumbled in his sleep, "Egg." In the dream, clutching an egg, he laughed triumphantly until suddenly, a gust of wind erupted, and he inadvertently shattered the giant egg in his grasp, the viscous liquid spilling everywhere. "No," he shouted in protest. Jolting awake to find the dawn breaking, Sherming was nudging him with his foot, eager to rouse him to continue their journey. With a resentful glare at Sherming, Yang Yang sprang to his feet from the tent, which had been partially opened. They should be able to return to the tribe today, and everyone was filled with excitement. As the saying goes, a golden nest or a silver nest cannot compare to one's own burrow. Yang Yang found himself yearning for his cave, wondering if it had become infested with insects during his absence. The The sky remained overcast, but the rain had ceased. However, the wind was picking up. By afternoon, the group, along with their beasts, finally glimpsed the Rocky Mountains, their pace quickening once more. Chapter 70. Settlement in the tribe nestled within the mountains. The shaman was counting the markings on a stone slab, noting that more than 20 days had passed since Shirgu and the others had departed. Though not a short span, it felt relatively brief compared to past endeavors. This particular mission bore significant weight, and he was uncertain if they would return satisfactorily. Moreover, there was Yang, and he worried about what dangers might have befallen him on the journey. Shaman, Father, Yang, they have returned. Just as the shaman continued to estimate the time, he heard the jubilant calls of Sher Shan from outside. The shaman's eyes brightened, and he hastened outside to gaze down the mountain. The 5 warriors who had remained in the tribe were descending with Sher Shan, Sher Da, and Sher Tu. And he could already see the enormous form of Peng Peng at the foot of the mountain, laden with cargo. Father, Yang, you have finally come back. The shaman has been mentioning you every day, Sher Shan exclaimed joyfully. The absence of Yang had diminished much of the fun. Typically, he would only accompany the warriors remaining at the foot of the mountain. Haha, we have returned, indeed. Don't just stand there. Come quickly and help us bring the things back to the tribe. Shirgu laughed while carrying supplies. They had brought back a substantial amount of resources, and due to Peng Peng's size, it was impractical to bring everything up the mountain at once. Thus, they left the cargo at the foot for everyone to transport together. The horses were brought by Yang, intended for grazing in the lush meadows near the foot of the mountain, while the velociraptor pack was settled in a nearby thicket, where their living conditions would be more suitable. Heya remained temporarily in that area, tasked with overseeing them to prevent any misbehavior that might endanger others. Planning to return in the evening, the 3 purple heart tree trunks were the last to be carried up, being quite large and cumbersome for transport. By nightfall, all the items were successfully returned to the tribe, leaving Peng Peng to return to its shelter alone. Upon seeing Ling and another female warrior, the shaman's face creased into a joyful smile, praising Shermeng and Ashu for their keen eyes, causing the 2 women's faces to flush. A bonfire was lit. With the addition of the 2 new members, everyone gathered around the fire, feasting on roasted, fragrant beast meat seasoned with the newly brought salt powder, relishing the meal. The tribe expressed their warm welcome to the 2 female warriors. Soon, they broke into a tribal war dance, their ancient chants resonating in the air. And everyone wore radiant smiles filled with joy. The shaman led Sher Gu to his cave, likely to discuss the details of their recent journey. Sher Shan and the others gathered around Yang, inquiring if he had brought back any treasures for them. Yang felt a bit embarrassed. He had not intended to bring gifts for them, but after a moment's thought, he replied, "Of course. You may choose from the horses we brought back." "What are horses?" Sher Shan felt a twinge of confusion. He had yet to witness the spectacle. It was the herd of beasts at the foot of the mountain, which were no mere prey. The warriors rode atop them, far swifter than on foot, and they could even assist in carrying back the spoils of the hunt. Yang spoke while savoring his meat. "Really?" The eyes of the 3 brightened. They were aware of Yang's ability to tame wild beasts, and there was no doubt in their minds. However, he cautioned them with a mischievous grin, "If you lack the skill to subdue them yourselves, do not blame me. Rest assured, we have not slackened our training these past few days, and have been learning hunting techniques from the few aunties who stayed behind in the tribe," Sher Tu asserted, thumping his chest. Upon hearing that they too could tame steeds and gallop upon them, the trio buzzed with excitement, peppering Yang with questions. Frustrated, he had a sudden inspiration and pointed to Sherman, who was conversing with a woman nearby, claiming he was the best rider and that they could seek his counsel for any uncertainties. This successfully diverted their attention. Relieved, he gently stroked the head of Haya, who had returned. The velociraptor herd had also settled in their new abode. He planned to revisit them in a couple of days to familiarize himself further. He had already placed Jinda and Jin Air in his stone cave, and the 2 pterosaurs were left behind. He intended to bring them some meat upon his return. Yang gazed at the men and women gathered around the campfire. Despite the lively atmosphere, he felt an inner tranquility, free from the urgency and anxiety experienced outside. Perhaps this was the essence of the tribe, providing him with a sense of safety and belonging. The clouds above obscured the moon, rendering the distant jungle invisible. He pondered whether the little yellow-haired ones, placed there, had acclimatized. Wu and Shirgo had emerged and took a seat beside Yang, their demeanor indicating a good mood. "Yang, we are fortunate to have you and your companions in this trading caravan. Otherwise, we would have struggled to transport so many resources back to the tribe," Wu stated earnestly. "Moreover, I have heard from Gu that the horses and those little dragon beasts you brought back are truly impressive." Your ability to tame them and bring them to the tribe speaks volumes of the divine talent bestowed upon you, which has brought immense benefits to our community. In this regard, we can do little to assist you. It is something you must explore on your own. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to let us know. Our warriors will surely assist you in retrieving it. His voice resonated powerfully. Throughout the journey, Yang Yang's talent for taming animals had left Shurgo in awe, and he recognized the significant aid these beasts could provide to the tribe. They had resolved to fully support Yang Yang's endeavors. Much like the precious purple heart trees he sought, which were excellent materials for crafting bows. Grandfather Wu, you flatter me. I have also learned much about hunting alongside Chief Shurgo. Without his guidance, we could not have achieved such success. As a warrior of the tribe, I too wish for our strength to grow, so we need not worry about sustenance and survival, Yang Yang replied earnestly. Over the course of their daily interactions, he had come to embrace his identity as a member of the tribe, regarding these formidable and united primitives as family. This was the foundation of his existence in this world. Haha, you are both commendable and astute. I have traversed many tribes, yet I have never encountered the creations you have made, particularly the bows and arrows. These instruments enable our warriors to hunt and survive in the jungle with greater ease and safety, something unseen in other tribes, Wu remarked, patting Yang Yang's shoulder with admiration. A hint of nostalgia in his expression. He had witnessed various weapons, stone knives, bone spears, wooden mallets, but had never encountered the efficacy of bows and arrows, nor a tribe capable of taming beasts for battle. By the way, Yang, is it true that the golden beetle you brought back can carry you into the sky? He found Shurgo's assertion of flying quite believable, though he had never seen it himself. The Xuanyao Wu had directly regarded the golden beetle as a sacred relic of the tribe upon witnessing it. It can indeed, but it is perilous and requires extensive time for training, Yang Yang replied candidly, feeling no need to conceal this matter from his kin. It was better to set expectations early for future endeavors, and Wu echoed his sentiment, urging Yang Yang to avoid unnecessary risks. The group then engaged in casual conversation, sharing tales of their journey and battles, while also discussing the events occurring in Kanjia, particularly the confrontation with the Gorgon, which had transformed Shurgo's understanding of hunting methods. Perhaps in the future, the combat style of the hunting party in the jungle would evolve. During this time, they also exchanged thoughts on the arrangement of the beast herds. Yang Yang envisioned designating the dense jungle at the mountain's base as a grazing area, primarily for the horses and the pon-pon to thrive and reproduce. The outer forest would serve as the tribe's hunting grounds, allowing the velociraptor herd to roam freely, enabling them to fend for themselves and providing a safeguard against predators encroaching upon the grazing area. Moreover, their smaller size compared to pon-pon would allow them to navigate the rocky terrain freely. In times of danger, they could also assist in battle. However, the velociraptors were still quite wild, and under Haya's communication, they posed no threat to tribe members, though outsiders were not guaranteed the same safety. Additionally, Haya preferred not to linger in that vicinity, and the little yellow-haired ones had yet to establish a connection, remaining rather obstinate. Your idea is excellent and suitable for the survival territories of these two beast herds. However, be mindful that large water beasts may emerge from the Heishui River when the tides rise, some of which might even venture ashore to hunt, Wu noted, nodding after consideration. At that time, our warriors should remain vigilant. If any water beasts approach the shore, we shall strike them down. Shurgo was unconcerned, believing that the sluggish movements of the water beasts made them easy to handle. Yang Yang, however, contemplated constructing a stone wall at the mountain's base using the abundant stones from above. This would provide a safe area for tribe members to move about without constant vigilance. It would also protect the horses and other tamed beasts during times of danger. Yet, he realized that such an undertaking would require immense manpower. And with the tribe's limited population, it would have to wait. In truth, Yang Yang pondered whether to tame some robust, large beasts to assist with labor. But he ultimately concluded that it would be a challenging endeavor. The number of ordinary beasts was insufficient, and even if numerous, their energy reserves would be inadequate, while colossal beasts were exceedingly rare. Moreover, addressing the food needs of these creatures would pose significant challenges, especially given the tribe's small numbers, which could not sustain the substantial daily consumption of a beast herd. Alas, solving the issue of sustenance was paramount, not just for the people but also for the beasts. If only they could cultivate crops, but in this world, where could one find high-yield seeds for planting? He was only familiar with some common crops. And even though he often consumed some high-yield crops, he had no idea what they looked like in the ground. After all, many still believed that pineapples grew on trees. Could such a thing even be possible? Chapter 71. The tidal wave the tribe nestled on the mountainside gradually quieted. The campfire outside had extinguished, leaving only the dimly glowing embers. All the tribe members had returned to their respective caves. Yang Yang, accompanied by Haya, also made his way back. Previously, he had not felt the space was small when alone, but now, with Jinda and Jin Air, the two winged dragons, along with the significantly grown Haya and the two crawling juvenile giant tigers, the interior felt quite cramped. The little tiger cubs had also grown considerably, measuring nearly 3 hands in length. Yang Yang had given them charming names, the Axe and Air Axe. The eggs of the golden tortoise beetle were extracted from the crocodile's backpack, and a piece of animal hide was placed in the corner. Jinda and Jin Air lay there, peacefully slumbering. The temperature within the cave seemed to be quite uniform, and one could only hope that these eggs would hatch successfully. However, given the disparity between the quantity of golden tortoise beetles observed in the subterranean cavern and the number of eggs, it appeared that the survival rate was rather low. Aside from the eggs, there was little of significance left in the backpack. A pouch filled with venom was stuffed into a crevice and sealed with animal hide, primarily to prevent the inhabitants of the cave from consuming it in his absence, which would spell disaster. In the end, only the meteorite ball remained, a solid mass that he had no idea how to process, as he was not adept at smelting iron. He contemplated igniting some charcoal and combining it with the meteorite to see if it would yield any results, though he suspected the likelihood was minimal, as the temperature produced by charcoal would only suffice to melt some impure metal ores. A simpler method involved heating it in flames and then hammering it repeatedly into shape, though this would require meticulous time management. If he dedicated a portion of each day to this task, spanning several weeks or even 100 days, he believed he could achieve a satisfactory form. The key lay in persistence, akin to the adage of grinding an iron pestle into a needle. Next came the purple heart wood. In this world, not only did the beasts boast immense size and vitality, but even the flora grew with remarkable vigor, with trees exhibiting exceptional density. Based on his observations along the journey, the density of the heartwood of the purple heart tree differed significantly from that of the outer trunk, being much more compact and suitable for crafting the bough's belly. Consequently, he could not split it from the center but would have to divide it into several segments, each formed as a single unit. 3 trunks of purple heartwood could yield only a dozen or so bows, which was a labor-intensive endeavor. As Yang Yang pondered, he tidied up, finally achieving a semblance of order. Clutching his large axe and secondary axe, he resolved to take a much-needed rest, having gone without proper respite for many days. Life in the primitive tribe was inherently simple. It took him 10 days to carve 18 rough bough shapes from the already dried purple heartwood trunks, utilizing only a stone knife and stone axe. As there were no suitable tools, he had meticulously measured and calculated to conserve even the slightest amount of wood to achieve 18 bows. Otherwise, if divided into segments, he would have been hard-pressed to produce even 10. He left half a trunk for crafting a giant bough, though he had yet to devise a plan for it, as such materials were scarce. The rough bough forms utilized the heartwood for the belly, while the outer layers for the bough limbs were crafted from alternating woods. What remained was the refining process, which required greater precision. A single miscalculation could render an entire rough bough unusable. The day after Gu returned to the tribe, he led a hunting party out, which included the newly joined Ling and others, totaling 14 individuals. Mounted on horseback, they returned with numerous longhorned deer, significantly replenishing the tribe's food supplies. For days, thick smoke enveloped the tribe, and the aroma of roasted meat lingered everywhere. The horses belonging to the 3 from Shan were nearly tamed and could be freely handled. Each morning at dawn, they fed and exercised the horses at the mountain's base. The sky was overcast, with fierce winds sweeping through, causing the tall treetops to sway precariously. Thunder rumbled continuously overhead, and with the downpour, the entire Rocky Mountain and jungle became shrouded in mist. Everyone remained inside the cave, as such weather rendered outdoor activities impossible. Aside from engaging in conversation, they could only fashion small figures, an endeavor that warranted encouragement. At the mountain's base, the herd of horses nestled in the expanded and fortified shelter, which Gu and his team had improved significantly, providing them with refuge from the elements and enhancing their living conditions. The torrential rain persisted for 3 consecutive days, showing no signs of abating. The waters of the He Shui River surged violently, rising to engulf the banks by several meters and continuing to swell. Yang Yang sat on the cave floor, meticulously honing the bow's body with a black stone dagger. The 2 tiger cubs played nearby, having doubled in size, full of energy and mischief, never resting for a moment. Once the bow's body took shape, he hung it up to air dry, measuring 2 meters in length, with a belly as thick as an arm. It could be comfortably gripped with one hand. The limbs were relatively thin, making it significantly heavier than the previous bow, weighing over 3 times as much. Yang Yang intended to refine 2 bow bodies to gain proficiency and consolidate his experiences before entrusting the remaining tasks to the tribe's members. For he could not fathom how long it would take to accomplish it all alone. Hearing commotion outside, he surmised that Shirgu, the leader, was preparing to descend the mountain to check on the horses, which were dear to him. After a moment's thought, Yang Yang donned a rain cloak woven from straw and joined them in their descent. The horse herd was remarkably quiet, with the fluffy creature nestled in its burrow, contentedly humming. Nearby, 2 young foals lay comfortably, having become quite familiar with their surroundings. The horse king, Lightning, approached Yang Yang affectionately. While a pile of hay collected by Yang Yang and the tribe members awaited them, sufficient to last for a while, albeit the odor was quite unpleasant, dominated by excrement. Shirgu and his team were outside reinforcing the shelter's roof against the rain. Once they completed their task, the group made their way toward the He-Shui River. The water had risen significantly, submerging the low trees and eroding the banks, sweeping away loose soil and vegetation. A massive catfish, over a meter long, leapt from the turbulent waters. Shirgu frowned, realizing that large fish had begun to inhabit the area, and soon ferocious aquatic beasts would follow suit. He speared a large turtle that had crawled ashore, its shell the size of a basin. In the distance, the river churned in the downpour, revealing fleeting shadows beneath the surface, suggesting something colossal was preying on the larger fish. After observing for a moment and estimating the river's encroachment, Shirgu led the group back to the tribe. The floodwaters had begun to rise, and the torrential rain would likely continue for several days. Let us remain vigilant for any movements below the mountain. There may be herds approaching, Shirgu stated before heading to consult with the elder shaman. Yang Yang gazed from the mountainside at the distant He-Shui River, which, after overwhelming the surrounding land and thickets, wound through the jungle like a yellow dragon, carrying silt and dead leaves, threatening the trees along its banks. The following day, the heavy rain relentlessly poured down. The forest had begun to accumulate water, prompting Yang Yang to instruct He-Ya to bring the raptors back, allowing them to roam freely on the rocky mountain. Fortunately, the area at the mountain's base was elevated enough that the rain had yet to reach it, although the river's relentless flow continued to inundate the banks and encroach into the thicket. Soon, the distant forest was entirely consumed. The once familiar pathways, the moss-covered rocks, the layers of wild beasts, all vanished beneath the murky expanse. Only the towering treetops remained, swaying like a group of drowning souls amidst the tempest. Beneath the water's surface lay a chaotic world, where fish and beasts darted through what had once been foliage. Countless lives struggled as they were enveloped by silt and aquatic plants, succumbing to silence. In the heavens, only the sounds of rain, flowing water, and the conquered forest remained. Chapter 72. The Emperor Crocodile in the distance. The wind howled through the canyon, as the low valley floor succumbed to the floodwaters, surging toward the opposite exit, merging with the pooling water of the wilderness, stirring the surrounding soil and vegetation. Countless beasts were mercilessly drowned, emitting terrified cries. Atop the cliff, a colossal figure stood immovable amidst the storm, silently observing the surroundings transformed into a marshland. In the evening, within the confines of the cave, Yang Yang diligently honed a second bow with a black stone dagger. This dagger, having served him faithfully for an extended period, had diminished in size due to repeated sharpening, resembling more a fruit knife than a weapon. Suddenly, as he meticulously carved the wood, a warning thought surged in his mind, causing him to nearly falter in his task. The ember of awareness within him had matured into a vibrant purple, enabling him to sense spiritual fluctuations from a distance. It seemed that something lurked in the darkness near the shed at the foot of the mountain, but the threat, sensed by his intuition, retreated. At dawn, Yang Yang descended the mountain in the rain, accompanied by Shirgu. It was likely a giant crocodile that had emerged from the river to forage, as the tracks suggested only one. However, these creatures typically traveled in groups, raising concerns about the presence of their kin nearby. Shirgu observed massive claw marks on the ground hundreds of meters from the mountain's base, alongside scattered prints. While crocodiles can move swiftly on land, they are significantly less agile compared to terrestrial predators and tend to be somewhat clumsy. Nevertheless, should they attack in numbers, they would pose a formidable challenge. For these colossal reptiles, weighing around 10 tons, charged like tanks with their tough hides, the flimsy fence of the shed would likely provide little resistance against them. To safeguard the horse herd from potential assault, Shirgu rallied the tribe, including Shirshan, to brave the rain and transport fallen rocks from the mountainside, forming a rudimentary stone wall. Time was limited, and the wall was haphazardly constructed, lacking in sturdiness, leaving its effectiveness uncertain. During this endeavor, they ventured to the Heishui River, which had swelled significantly, merging with the downstream forest. Had it not been for the elevated terrain surrounding the rock mountain, it too would have succumbed to the deluge, becoming an isolated hill amid the marshes. Smaller forest creatures had fled to the vicinity of the rock mountain, seeking refuge from the floodwaters. While some water crabs scuttled along the water's edge, no large beasts were in sight, likely having retreated southward to escape the inundation. By the time Yang Yang returned to the tribe, the rain had begun to ease, though the wind persisted, and the clouds above churned ominously, racing toward the north like an army on the march. At the mountain's base, the shed was quiet, with Peng Peng and the horses resting. Occasionally, sounds of splashing water echoed from a distance, obscured by the darkness. Shirgu and the warriors prepared to keep watch, igniting a bonfire in hopes of deterring any intruders, with Yang Yang joining in, eager to command Peng Peng in the forthcoming battle. Lightning intermittently illuminated the pitch-black earth, yet thunder remained elusive. In stark contrast to the golden glow of the fire, shadowy figures loomed in the darkness, 4 or 5 enormous shapes resting by the water's edge, their movements slow but imbued with a palpable strength. In the flashes of lightning, Yang Yang discerned that they were likely ancient king crocodiles. Although distant and hindered by the night, their massive forms were unmistakable, with their gaping jaws revealing the formidable power they possessed. It appeared that the faint light from the fire kept them from venturing onto land, but their restless demeanor suggested it would not be long before they were drawn by the scent of the horses. Another flash of lightning split the sky. The silence shattered with a chilling crack that was not the sound of a breaking branch, but rather the weighty sound of a heavy, solid object trampling through mud and bone. This was followed by a second, and then a third sound. In the dim light cast by the fire, pairs of ghostly green eyes glimmered ominously, unblinking and coldly fixated on their distant prey. "They're coming," Shirgu warned in a low voice, devoid of fear but filled with steely resolve. No sooner had he spoken than a king crocodile, akin to a moving hill, surged forth from the shadows. The cacophony of splintering rotting wood and splashing mud reverberated, shaking the ground beneath them, with others following closely behind. Yang Yang released the arrow he had long aimed, its flight swift and true, leaving only the reverberation of the bowstring in its wake. The leading giant crocodile, with an eye like a lantern in the night, was struck and staggered back in agony. Shirgu and the other warriors unleashed their arrows in a flurry, targeting the creature's vulnerable eyes, the only true weak point. But many were deflected by their tough hides. Even strikes to the eyes were thwarted by their thick eyelids. 100 meters away, the colossal beasts loomed, their armored heads illuminated by the flickering firelight, revealing their cavernous jaws as they emitted a sound akin to thunderous roars. "Keep shooting," Shirgu bellowed. Arrows flew, propelled by the swift hands of the warriors, yet most merely clanged against the crocodile's rock-like scales, bouncing off ineffectively. Only a few arrows found their mark in the softer flesh of their eye sockets, necks, and gaping maws. Every arrow Yang Yang loosed struck true, piercing the eye sockets, inflicting considerable pain despite the protection of their robust eyelids. The collective firepower began to take effect, causing the king crocodiles to thrash their massive bodies in confusion, even colliding with one another, yet they continued to close the distance. Spears. Shirgu raised his spear, its tip aimed outward, his body radiating an intense energy. The other warriors responded immediately, raising their spears in unison, the black tips glinting ominously in the firelight, awaiting their leader's command. In close quarters, the long spear was undoubtedly a greater threat, the preferred weapon of the warriors. With a powerful thrust, the spears were hurled towards the advancing crocodiles, the warriors predicting their trajectory rather than aiming directly. The sound of spears piercing the crocodile's skin echoed in the night. A king crocodile, struck by a spear, violently turned its head, clamping its massive jaws around the weapon. The chilling sound of splintering wood filled the air as the spear began to splinter under its tremendous bite. The warrior gripping the spear, his eyes ablaze with fury, summoned every ounce of strength to raise another spear, the veins in his arms bulging like coiling dragons. Meanwhile, a cunning king crocodile, sensing the chaos, retreated, intimidated by the anguished roars of its kin. After another volley of spears, the crocodile seemed to sense the threat posed by the projectiles, especially the retreating one, prompting them to scatter and flee. Shirgu seized the moment, drawing a spear and targeting the foremost crocodile, issuing a command for all spears to be launched at it. A chorus of piercing sounds resounded as numerous spears struck true, showcasing the primitive yet effective throwing skills of the warriors. Scalding blood erupted, staining the rocks crimson. The king crocodile emitted a mournful wail, thrashing wildly in a desperate attempt to dislodge the spears embedded in its flesh. Shirgu, with a firm grip on his spear, charged forward alongside the warriors. Though Yang Yang did not share their fervor, he too joined the fray. Ultimately, through relentless thrusting and piercing with their spears, they brought down the giant, already gravely wounded and abandoned by its brethren, ensuring it would no longer draw breath. The fierce clash of attack and defense seemed to stretch on for an eternity. The lifeless body of the emperor crocodile lay several meters away from the beast pen, its blood mingling with the rainwater and flowing into the distant marshes. The remaining colossal crocodiles had retreated to the riverbank, blood streaming from their bodies into the water as they scrambled towards the river. The surface of the river, shrouded in darkness, revealed a massive black fin that emerged from the depths, seemingly roused by the presence of the giant crocodiles. A pair of golden yellow slit pupils, illuminated by a flash of lightning in the sky, glinted coldly as they fixated upon the crocodiles. Stimulated by the scent of blood, its massive form, reminiscent of a small mountain beneath the water, began to move, slowly approaching the bank where the crocodiles were entering the water. Chapter 73. The heavy claw crocodile dragon. Yang Yang listened intently to the sounds emanating from the water in the distance. Crocodiles, being cold-blooded creatures, exhibited similar behavior even in prehistoric times. The rainy season's night temperature affected their movements. Moreover, the giant crocodiles were inherently cautious and conservative, retreating when faced with adversity. Unlike the bloodthirsty beasts of the land, which became more ferocious when wounded. The sound of a massive body crashing into the water reverberated, followed by the splashing of mud, signaling to the onlookers that the crocodiles had withdrawn, causing a collective sigh of relief. They banded together to drag the colossal crocodile's lifeless body to the shelter, forcefully extracting the several 3-meter-long spears embedded within it. The spears, endowed with tremendous kinetic energy, had penetrated deeply into its body, and as they were dislodged, they emerged stained with blood and fragments of internal organs. For the tribe, every part of this giant crocodile was valuable. Its teeth and bones could be fashioned into weapons. Its flesh served as food reserves, and its hide could be made into armor. At that moment, the ever-ready Pong Pong, who had already positioned itself outside for close combat, approached to nuzzle the giant crocodile's body, occasionally nudging it with its tusks, as if asserting its participation in the battle. Yang Yang had refrained from letting Pong Pong join earlier due to its relatively poor defense and the fact that the situation had not yet escalated to close quarters. Observing Pong Pang's increasingly imposing size, Yang Yang contemplated crafting a suit of armor for it, combining the impenetrable armor with its raw, primal strength, which would make it an even more formidable force in a charge. The rain had ceased, with only the flickering campfire in the shelter gently illuminating the surroundings. As the sounds of the giant crocodile splashing in the water gradually faded, a long, low hiss reminiscent of an ancient dragon echoed through the air. This was no ordinary sound. It carried a resonating wave that spread outward, a subdued roar causing the grass blades to tremble, tightening Yang Yang's heart with an unsettling grip. At the river's surface, a pair of amber eyes coldly locked onto the crocodiles that had entered the water. The primal hunger intensified the murderous intent in its gaze, as its long, fin-like tail gently swayed beneath the surface, propelling its massive body forward. As it closed in for the kill, it exploded into action. Its gargantuan form erupted with an agility that belied its size, a gray flash silently darting towards its prey. The majestic emperor crocodile, caught unawares, barely had time to emit a complete roar or warning before the fearsome claws, resembling giant scythes, pinned it down. The sound of tearing flesh and a low growl shattered the tranquility of the marsh. The indomitable claws tightened, the colossal scythe gradually penetrating the crocodile's thick neck armor, swiftly tearing through flesh. The searing pain drove the young giant beast into a frenzy, twisting and rolling, emitting a piercing shriek as it churned the murky waters into chaos. At the foot of the distant mountains, the tribe members, startled by the sudden noise, became vigilant once more, unable to discern the situation in the dark. Even the lightning in the sky had vanished, leaving only the distant sounds of splashing water and the crocodile's anguished cries. Yang Yang's face turned pale. He swiftly retrieved an arrow, gathered a large handful of dried grass from the haystack, bundled it together, and set it ablaze over the campfire before launching it into the distance with all his might. A line of wavering fire streaked across the sky, illuminating the distant marshes and revealing the massive, twisted silhouette of a heavy claw crocodile dragon. Like a solitary hunter, it stood in the water on its stout legs, with the crocodile beneath it thrashing violently. Its short fins, supported by sharp, bony spikes, quivered slightly as the crocodile struggled, while its tail maintained perfect balance behind it. It lowered its head, baring its rows of sharp teeth, and lunged at a fleeing crocodile nearby, while the one beneath its claws gradually ceased moving. Ignoring the flickering flames that had fallen from the sky, the ravenous creature focused solely on its prey. The sudden attack sent the remaining giant crocodiles into a panic, causing the water to boil as they desperately attempted to escape. The crocodile trapped beneath the descending maw let out a deafening roar. It raised its head sharply, opening its jaws wide like a moving death trap, and lunged at the side of the heavy claw crocodile dragon. With lightning-fast reflexes, the heavy claw crocodile dragon deftly swung its massive claws to swat away the approaching head, and as the giant crocodile was momentarily dazed, it plunged its claws into its soft jaw. The dragon's massive jaws compressed repeatedly, attempting to pierce the crocodile's armor. The sound of shattering bones rang clear. An agonizing pain coursed through the crocodile's body. It thrashed wildly, desperate to escape the dragon's grip, but with its skull penetrated by the sharp claws, death was inevitable. This was a brutal slaughter of primal strength, culminating in the demise of two giant crocodiles. The victorious heavy claw crocodile dragon let out a gentle hiss, its claws tearing into the carcass it had seized, devouring the flesh. Large chunks of crocodile meat, still bearing entrails, disappearing down its throat. After several breaths, only the crocodile's blood-stained hide remained, floating on the water's surface. Having had its fill, the heavy claw crocodile dragon lowered its head once more, seizing the giant crocodile it had trampled beneath its feet, and slowly made its way toward the river's center, eventually submerging its body until it gradually vanished. Paying no mind to the faint light in the distance. It has gone? Yes, it has. Shirgu responded to the inquiries of his kin, everyone drenched in cold sweat. Had it not been for their reluctance to leave the herd at the mountain's foot, they would never have been present here when the tide approached. This group of aquatic beasts was perilous beyond measure. This heavy claw crocodile dragon was not the most formidable Shirgu had encountered. Yet, no one wished to confront such an adversary unprepared. Fortunately, it seemed uninterested in these small beings in the distance. Would it depart? Yang Yang felt a thirst, a sign of his anxiety. Not necessarily. If the tide recedes, it may retreat with the water, but it could also linger until it has consumed all nearby prey. Shirgu furrowed his brow as he spoke. By now, dawn was breaking, though dark clouds still cloaked the sky. Taking advantage of the light, the tribe efficiently dismantled the giant crocodile's carcass, which would provide ample sustenance for several days. The internal organs were not discarded. Instead, they were saved to supplement the rations for Xiao Huang Mao and the others, while the rest was taken away. After reinforcing the shelter, they returned to the tribe. The ground left clean, with only blood diluted by flowing water remaining on the earth. Upon returning to the tribe, Yang Yang sought out Shirgu, hoping to use the crocodile's hide to fashion armor for Peng Peng, allowing it to assist in battles while being less susceptible to injury from the giant beast attacks. After a moment's thought, Shirgu agreed, suggesting that once the hide was dried, they would enlist the help of everyone to tailor it to Peng Peng's size. He wished to witness the formidable power of the Fangya Jiujiao, clad in its armor, without concern for defense. Chapter 74. Heavily armored Peng Peng. The sky remained shrouded in clouds. Yet the oppressive gloom of previous days had dissipated. The incessant downpours gradually subsided, occasionally pausing for brief intervals. At the banks of Heishuehe, Shirgu and his kin had refrained from venturing there, as the formidable Zhongzhua Long had frequently manifested upon the river's surface in recent days, seemingly having established temporary residency, though rarely seen in significant motion, as if awaiting something. However, it had yet to hunt on land, perhaps disdaining the terrestrial realm or finding ample sustenance within the waters. Despite this, it left Shirgu and the shamans perpetually furrowed of brow, prohibiting their kin from approaching, merely hoping that the floodwaters would recede, prompting the retreat of the great beast. Each day, they labored to construct a protective wall using logs and stones along the foot of the mountain. For should the massive dragon ascend the shore, the herd of horses would likely suffer first. There were no alternative refuges available, aside from this area at the mountain's base. The previous jungles and lands lay submerged. Various aquatic predators lurked beneath the surface, rendering migration to other locales impossible. They could only hope that these fortifications would offer some semblance of defense against the impending monstrous assault. Peng Peng's armor remained unfinished, as the hide of the great crocodile dried slowly in the continued rain. According to the shaman's records, the rainy weather was expected to persist for several more days. prolonging the time until the waters receded. Each day, Yang Yang dispatched 2 pterosaurs to patrol the vicinity of the rock mountain. Their aerial presence proved invaluable as scouts. These diminutive creatures, having feasted daily on meat, had grown rapidly, doubling in size, now reaching his waist when standing upright, though they always bore a rather timid demeanor. The velociraptor pack reveled daily upon the mountain, while the smaller beasts that had sought refuge from the rising waters alleviated Yang Yang's concerns regarding sustenance for the Huangmao. The entire expanse of the rock mountain was considerable, with the local fauna experiencing a substantial increase in population during this period, though they were predominantly less dangerous creatures. Those posing a threat had been eradicated by Shirgu and his kin, clearing away the distractions caused by the oversized axe and second axe. He wondered about the fate of the little axe at Land's place, a name designated for the little tiger cub he had sent out. Observing the 2 bows that had been meticulously crafted, he regarded them as one would a work of art. The deep crimson bow limbs, darker at the belly, felt substantial and exquisite in his grip, exuding a warmth reminiscent of jade. Summoning Shirgu and several tribesmen, he thoroughly explained the processing steps and key points, instructing them to commence the smoothing of the bow blanks with blackstone knives. Yang Yang watched closely, anxious they might damage them. Fortunately, each was adept with a knife, exhibiting precise control over their strength, and they were thoroughly engaged, aware that bows crafted from such rare would surpass their previous ones in potency. Thus they exerted their utmost effort. He also acquired the beast tendons from the Gorgon dragon, which, once dried, were exceptionally resilient, measuring 8 to 9 meters in length. After soaking them to soften, he gently struck them to remove the fatty oils, leaving only the fine, supple fibers. Once dried, they would be combined with some vine fibers used for rope making, creating the finest bowstring. The entire tribe busily endured 3 days, successfully processing all bow blanks, which hung in a drying stone cave, slowly air-drying, as wooden materials were unsuitable for direct sunlight. The crocodile's carapace had been sliced into enormous plates. Ima led the effort to connect the hard carapace with the beast tendons, forming a fitting suit of armor that would protect the softer regions of Peng Peng, particularly along the sides of its abdomen. Draped over Peng Peng, secured tightly beneath with beast skin and tendons, the armor extended from shoulder to tail, with the inner layer of beast skin providing both comfort and cushioning. Beneath the hard carapace hung a row of flexible Titan python scales, cascading down to shield its thighs and abdomen, lightweight yet not hindering movement. The head and neck were encased in a rigid armor formed from the carapace plates, leaving only the mouth, fangs, and eyes exposed, securely fastening around the neck, fully protecting both neck and chest, while the tail end rested upon the shoulder armor, unfastened for ease of movement. Thus, the armored boar, cloaked in dark, glistening scales, stood before them, captivating Shirgu and the others with its imposing presence. Though it appeared cumbersome, the weight was negligible for Peng Peng, which did not rely on speed or agility in combat. A direct approach sufficed. Thrilled with its new equipment, Peng Peng joyfully bounded about. Fully aware of its newfound defensive capabilities, it had intended to test its strength against a tree trunk, but Yang Yang promptly intervened, as the armor was quite precious, capable of fetching a significant bounty in trade with other tribes. Therefore, it was best to store it away when not in combat. Yang Yang also had Ima fashion a neck collar from the crocodile's belly skin for Haya, which proved both effective and visually appealing. Now, a somewhat formidable creature, Haya exuded an aura of a jungle hunter. Standing there, no one would mistake it for a peaceful species. The 2 golden tortoise beetles occupied the cave during this time, either seeking Yang Yang's company or napping, exhibiting little concern for their eggs, explaining their prolific nature despite a relatively small population. In the subsequent days, the winds and rains gradually ceased, and the waters finally halted their encroachment, accustomed to the thunderous sounds of rain. The only sound now was the solitary plop of raindrops cascading from leaf tips onto the muddy ground. The sky, once a leaden gray, began to show signs of subtle change, revealing glimpses of color through the cracks. It was not blue but rather a luminous, fish-belly gray-white. Soon after, a delicate, faint beam of light, like a tentative golden thread, carefully pierced through the edges of the clouds. It seemed a signal, as sunlight continually broke through the cloud cover, much like warriors' spears piercing through sturdy armor. In an instant, the entire forest, grass, and earth began to breathe. The rising vapor from the murky water that had submerged the tree trunks coalesced into a layer of milky, flowing gauze. This mist carried the earthy sweetness and the fresh scent of foliage, swirling among the treetops. Within the shafts of light streaming through the clouds, Countless particles of dust and vapor became distinctly illuminated, resembling a sacred staircase leading to the heavens. The clouds appeared as if torn apart by a giant hand, revealing vast expanses of azure sky, a hue rendered incomparably pure and deep by the cleansing rains. At last, the sun broke free from its last restraints, pouring forth its radiant light. The air was no longer cold and damp. The warmth brought by the sunlight enveloped the skin, imparting a long-awaited, almost stinging sense of comfort. Taking a deep breath, one was filled with the crisp sweetness of post-rain air. Yet beneath the treetops of the forest lay the desolation wrought by the violent flood. Devoid of grassy meadows and the previously vibrant life, only the stench of sludge and debris remained. The waters of Heishui continued to flow, but the encroachment had ceased. The decomposed and shattered carcasses of beasts floated upon the surface, exuding a foul odor. Chapter 75. Whimsical thoughts. The clear sky lifted the spirits. Yet, Shirgu and the shamans began to worry. The rain had receded, yet troubles lingered. The floodwaters that had submerged everything had not yet withdrawn, and the threats lurking beneath the surface remained, with the Zhongzhua along still posing a danger to the herd of horses. Yang Yang was deep in contemplation, pondering how to resolve the looming threat. His fire seed had once again regained its violet hue over the past few days. If he could tame this amphibious behemoth capable of traversing water, it would undoubtedly reign over the river. This endeavor necessitated consideration of two pivotal aspects: defeat and contact. The latter required strategizing on how to ensure that the creature would not resist him, allowing the energy of the soul fire seed to be absorbed and integrated, thus establishing a connection with its essence. Through numerous experiments, Yang Yang discerned that the fire seed's ability resembled a potent virus, replacing or assimilating certain facets of the giant beast's cognitive processes, instilling thoughts of obedience, affection, or reverence, concepts akin to genetic predispositions. Yet, this viral influence posed no harm to the creatures themselves. Rather, it enhanced their potential and fostered growth. This notion reminded him of certain insects in nature that enter other organisms in various ways to manipulate their behavior. But such methods often culminated in the demise of the host. In stark contrast, the fire seed's influence was fundamentally different. The beasts he currently possessed, after absorbing the fire seed's energy, not only exhibited physical enhancements, but also displayed superior intelligence compared to their wild counterparts. The energy of the fire seed lacked aggression. If there was hostility or conscious resistance, their spirits seemed to invoke self-defense, rejecting any external absorption. If it were as simple as overpowering them, he would not be encumbered with so many troubles. He would have soared long ago. Therefore, he needed to devise a strategy to first dismantle their dual resistance, both physical and mental. Yang Yang surmised that these formidable beasts, honed through countless battles in the wild, could not be subdued through gentle means. Such proud creatures would never bow willingly. Thus, he would have to resort to a methodology of coercive torment, targeting both their bodies and minds in tandem. Historically, ancient humans tamed wild beasts through violence, compelling them to submit before embarking on the arduous and extensive process of breeding and domestication. The fire seed's energy, however, could potentially streamline or accelerate this process while bestowing a myriad of other formidable capabilities. Yet, this brought him back to the question of how to defeat such a formidable adversary as the heavy-clawed crocodile dragon. Setting traps was not a viable option. With a height exceeding 10 meters, it would likely require an excavator to create an adequate pit. The most threatening aspects of the heavy-clawed crocodile dragon were its sharp claws and teeth, leading Yang Yang to consider the use of a beast-catching net. If he could fashion a colossal net woven from resilient ropes that the creature could not tear asunder, he could limit its capacity to attack. Stripped of its weapons, it would still possess immense strength, so weakening it would be paramount. He realized that copious amounts of tranquilizers delivered by a dart gun would be ideal. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. It need not be tranquilizers alone. Venom could suffice. He still possessed a water pouch filled with the venom of a giant centipede. Although the quantity might not be sufficient to subdue it entirely, the excruciating pain or paralysis could certainly diminish its combat effectiveness. With pom-pom clad in armor to assist in a charging maneuver to restrict its movements, defeating the beast was not out of reach. However, crafting such a massive net was no trivial task. A net several dozen meters in length and width would require an abundance of rope, far beyond what he could manage alone, necessitating the assistance of his tribe. He resolved to consult the chieftain and discuss potential strategies. Upon locating Shirgu, he found him engaged in a discussion with the shaman regarding the heavy-clawed crocodile dragon. When they heard of Yang Yang's intention to capture the beast, both men regarded the notion as somewhat fanciful. While they deemed it feasible to slay or drive it away using the terrain and the warrior's agility, capturing it seemed nearly impossible. Nevertheless, they did not outright dismiss the idea, instead inquiring if Yang Yang had any methods in mind. Upon learning of Yang Yang's plan to construct a beast-catching net, they began to contemplate the feasibility. Rope was not an issue. The mountains were abundant with plants suitable for crafting ropes. The tribe also had a significant supply of animal hides and tendons, which could be twisted into thick ropes to create the net. If the crocodile dragon could be lured into a well-prepared trap, it might indeed find itself ensnared. As for the venom, none of them had experience with it, leaving its efficacy uncertain. However, they proposed a strategy for the ambush site, suggesting the placement of traps at the foot of the mountain. They could position large boulders at higher elevations, ready to be pushed down to crush the creature once its movements were hindered. The kinetic energy from the boulders rolling down from above could potentially inflict severe injury. After much deliberation, the trio meticulously refined their plan, deciding to proceed with caution. Should they encounter failure, they could always retreat to the mountain, avoiding a direct confrontation. This rocky outcrop served as the tribe's bastion against the giants of the wild. If they could not prevail, they could still find refuge. There was no shame in seeking safety, which was one of the reasons Shirgu and the shaman were willing to attempt this strategy. With days of idle time, Shirgu set out to gather tribe members, preparing to collect tree bark, vines, and any plant material suitable for rope making. The remaining challenge lay in how to lure the creature into the trap. The black-toothed beast had experience in such endeavors, but the crocodile dragon might not be enticed by mere scraps of meat. Over several days, the tribe diligently worked on crafting ropes, fully aware of their purpose, meticulously processing tree bark, vines, and even slender willow branches. Each day, Yang Yang dispatched his pterosaur to survey the heavy-clawed crocodile dragon's activities, which were characterized by either resting on the water's surface or hunting fish beneath the waves. The abundance of delectable fish never ceased, yet he had not witnessed it exhibit the ferocity it had displayed during the earlier hunt of the colossal alligator. Each time, the small pterosaur would drop a piece of meat into the water beside the dragon, which, upon detecting the scent, would eagerly consume it, occasionally glancing skyward, seemingly puzzled by the meager offerings. Observing the receding waters, Yang Yang noted that the exposed terrain was drying under the sun, cracking as new green vegetation thrived, covering the blackened earth in a matter of days. The water levels in the forest had gradually diminished, revealing remnants of aquatic life in the newly exposed black silt, which might someday transform into fossils or petroleum. Speaking of petroleum, Yang Yang found himself intrigued. It took millions of years to form, prompting him to wonder if crude oil had existed millions of years ago. Birds in the forest pecked at fish, shrimp, and fossils along the water's edge, only to be seized by predatory fish and pythons, dragged beneath the surface, leaving behind a splash. After several days had passed, the water level of the Heishui River had receded nearly 100 meters, losing its previous tumultuous flow, revealing a muddy expanse. The river's depth had diminished significantly, and from above, the shadow of the heavy-clawed crocodile dragon could be discerned beneath the water's surface. The larger fish had also dwindled in number, many retreating to deeper waters. Yang Yang surmised that if he delayed any longer, the creature might vacate the area in search of sustenance. Within the tribe, 3 beast-catching nets had been woven, coupled with a substantial supply of robust rope, thick as an arm. These ropes were not intended to bind the giant, but simply to ensnare its limbs and restrict its capacity to strike. Binding the beast's elongated jaws would render it incapable of opening its mouth, as the tension and biting force were disparate concepts. Yang Yang instructed 2 pterosaur to grasp the beast meat. The first piece was tossed down to attract attention, while the second was thrown onto the riverbank. The heavy-clawed crocodile dragon, accustomed to meat falling from the sky, swam over without hesitation and devoured the meat as its limbs sank into the mud. The dilemma now was whether to entice it with food or provoke it into a frenzy. After careful observation, Yang Yang noted the dragon's remarkable laziness. It rarely moved unless fish swam nearby, at which point it would swiftly turn its head to snap them up. Its diet primarily consisted of fish, indicating a strong preference for them. Yet at this moment, acquiring a substantial amount of fish flesh was unfeasible. The smaller pieces of beast meat, like those previously tossed by the pterosaur, were insufficient to lure it away from the water, lacking in allure. The only large prey available was a herd of horses and some fluffy creatures, but there were no signs of large beasts around the Rocky Mountains, indicating they had long since vacated the area. Yang Yang resolved to ride his horse, the King of Lightning, to draw the dragon's pursuit, hoping this would entice it away from the water's surface. If that failed, he would confront it directly. following Shirgu's lead. They found a clearing bordered by tall trees to secure a rope. However, the nearby mountain loomed dozens of meters away, making it challenging to roll down the prepared boulders to hit the target. Nevertheless, this location was the most suitable, as any farther might dissuade the dragon from pursuing on land. This would suffice, should they fail. It would confirm that the dragon had no intention of attacking the horse herd at the mountain's base, thus negating the need for a desperate stand. Eventually, the dragon would depart. Yang Yang decided to proceed with the plan. All right, I'll return to arrange for the others. We'll take action today. Shirgu was decisive. Having prepared, they commenced without delay. Yang Yang readied himself as well, pouring the venom from his water pouch into a large piece of beast meat, which he then bound with dry grass to prevent leakage. In the afternoon, Shirgu and his team laid out the beast-catching net on the ground, covering it with various grasses for camouflage. In truth, these crudely concealed traps would be easily avoided by anyone with a modicum of sense, yet animals lacked such awareness. Some fierce beasts, however, were quite cunning. If they escaped the first attempt, they would likely elude the same trap again. With Shirgu and the warriors ready, Yang Yang hid in the adjacent thicket on horseback, allowing the small pterosaur to drop the poisoned meat. The first piece was the one laced with venom, as he feared the effect would be slow. The second piece was tossed onto the riverbank, and the heavy-clawed crocodile dragon, with its massive size, climbed ashore and swallowed it whole. After a brief pause, realizing the meat was gone, it attempted to return to the water. Yang Yang, mounted on his horse, urged Lightning to gallop forward, emitting a whinny that momentarily startled the heavy-clawed crocodile dragon. Its limbs planted firmly, the dragon lowered its massive head, its pupils dilating as it stared blankly at the man and horse before it, having never encountered a rider before. Yang Yang felt a twinge of embarrassment under its gaze, internally urging it to pursue. The heavy-clawed dragon did not disappoint. Without a roar, it began to jog forward, albeit with a lethargic demeanor that gave no impression of a predator in pursuit. Yang Yang, assuming it had initiated a chase, turned his horse towards the trap. The heavy-clawed dragon followed closely, yet its speed and hunched posture starkly contrasted with the ferocious and domineering creature they had witnessed the previous night. Was there such a disparity between its behavior in water and on land? Yang Yang mused. Nonetheless, he pressed on until they passed the trap. The heavy-clawed dragon trailed behind, its massive claws thudding against the ground, causing vibrations that traveled through the horse and into Yang Yang. Just as it was about to step into the beast-catching net, it suddenly halted, raising its head as if scenting the air, before seemingly detecting something and turning back to scuttle away. Hey, come back! Yang Yang shouted in urgency, sensing something was amiss. In his desperation, he spurred his horse onward, but did not dare pursue too closely, drawing his bow to shoot an arrow. The arrow struck its back, but did not penetrate, halted by the dragon's formidable hide. Feeling the sting, the heavy-clawed dragon bolted, retreating to the river, where it turned to gaze at the distant man and horse. This 10-meter-tall behemoth lowered its head, staring intently, devoid of any other action, making Yang Yang feel as if he were a spectacle for its amusement. There was something peculiar about this heavy-clawed crocodile dragon. Yang Yang, at a loss for what to do next, noticed Shirgu and the others emerging from their hiding places. To Yang Yang, it appeared that this endeavor had failed, and the fully armored Peng Peng stood there, visibly disappointed. With a low call, the heavy-clawed dragon raised its head, lacking any of its predatory ferocity, evoking in Yang Yang a sensation of ridicule. It was not merely a beast. Yang Yang seethed, recalling how Blacktooth had a similar demeanor when it felt victorious. They had been outsmarted. The dragon was merely toying with them, leaving Yang Yang astounded. It seemed this heavy-clawed dragon possessed remarkable intelligence. Despite its ferocious physique, its personality appeared somewhat malicious, evident in its incessant opening and closing of its mouth. If it could not be captured, so be it. However, it had ingested a significant quantity of the venomous liquid. Yang Yang had abandoned the idea of capturing the heavy-clawed dragon, but eagerly anticipated witnessing its discomfort. After observing for a moment, the heavy-clawed crocodile dragon called out once more before submerging into the depths of the river. In truth, this heavy-clawed crocodile dragon had existed for many years, roaming this river alone, from its source to the sea. It had observed numerous tribes and encountered many humans, even being worshipped as a deity in some villages. Although it did not comprehend the intentions of these tiny creatures, it had no desire to regard them as prey, as it simply did not find them appealing. Time had taught it the essence of simple reasoning and cautious thinking, just as with the humans upstream. Whenever it emerged to hunt and slay their attacking beasts, they would offer all manner of food in return. The more powerful it appeared, the more food it received. leading to a comfortable existence. When Yang Yang appeared on the riverbank, it assumed he had come to deliver food, but finding nothing, it was tempted to investigate further. However, it caught the scent of hidden humans and beasts, reminiscent of its past ambushes in the water. Yang, are you all right? Shirgu approached, concern evident in his voice. Unsure of Yang Yang's purpose in standing there. I'm fine, Yang Yang replied, somewhat dejected. Chief, do you think these giant beasts possess wisdom? They should. Living long naturally grants them more experiences and knowledge, much like shamans, Shirgu responded, somewhat perplexed. Let us head back. This creature cannot be captured. Shirgu was not disheartened. Such outcomes were commonplace in hunting, where they sometimes returned empty-handed. This world is so challenging, Yang Yang lamented. Having prepared for so many days and consumed so much meat, only to realize his assumptions were misguided. Who could have foreseen the dragon's intelligence? He had clearly observed those golden orbs rolling within its eye sockets, reminiscent of a pet dog he once owned, bearing a cheeky expression. Yet, the snake-haired monster from the Hongmu forest did not possess such cunning. Was it a matter of age? Did living longer foster greater wisdom, as Shirgu suggested? It is, however, quite challenging to make an accurate assessment, as individual differences may play a significant role. After all, the disparity in intelligence among dogs can be quite pronounced. One must remain vigilant when confronting these prehistoric creatures, for one might encounter a cunning being that could lead to unforeseen misadventures. Given their intelligence, it might be wise to consider alternative means of interaction. Yang Yang rubbed his forehead, contemplating a re-evaluation upon his return. Chapter 77. Mud bricks and leeches. Shirgu led the warriors in gathering the beast-catching nets, which had required considerable effort to craft and might still prove useful in the future. Although their endeavor had not yielded success, they remained unfazed, as returning empty-handed was a common occurrence. Upon returning to the tribe, Yang Yang recounted the events that transpired below the mountain. The expressions of the elders relaxed slightly. Observing the heavy-clawed crocodile dragon on land, it was highly probable that it would retreat to deeper waters as the tide receded. The tension that had lingered for several days finally dissipated. Although Yang Yang had returned to the tribe, he had instructed 2 pterosaurs to monitor the water from above, and thus far, no changes had been detected. With a good amount of time remaining before dusk, the ground in front of the tribe had already been parched by the relentless sun. The trio of Sher Shan, amidst the warriors' laughter, engaged in a wrestling match. They were of similar age to Yang Yang, albeit somewhat weaker, and would soon be able to accompany Shirgu on hunts. As night fell, the marshy land remained after the tide had receded. The chorus of frogs croaked in unison, mingled with the sounds of insects, creating a cacophonous yet tranquil ambience. A low moan emanated from the river, accompanied by vibrations inaudible to human ears, resonating into the distance. Suddenly, all sounds ceased, as if startled into silence. The surface of the He Shui River began to churn, a massive form thrashing in the waters, seemingly enduring immense torment. The creature's throat bulged and relaxed rhythmically, as if attempting to expel something, while a deep gurgling echoed beneath the surface, causing fish to flee the area. This was the effect of venom, which, while not lethal, especially for such a creature, caused an unbearable burning pain within its abdomen that refused to subside, forcing it to writhe and moan in agony. Its tongue had lost sensation, and from its gaping maw, yellowish froth began to rise. For it, this night would prove sleepless. Meanwhile, in the tribe, Yang Yang busied himself feeding the axe and air axe, who were now capable of consuming meat directly. Having absorbed the energy of the fire seed, their growth had accelerated significantly. A blue orb of energy, representative of their spirit, floated quietly, visible only to those who perceived it with intent. Yang Yang had repeatedly imprinted flight commands onto 2 beetles. Though he was confident they had retained the information, he had yet to attempt to test flight, as caution was prudent for one as fearful of death as he. With little left to accomplish, the new bough had yet to fully dry and required additional time, and he had no immediate plans to commence research on the meteorite. Only the log intended for crafting a giant bough remained unprocessed, but he had yet to devise a plan for it. Thus, he decided to wait until the tide had completely receded. The 2 young pterosaurs had been well fed and were thriving. Perched on the rocky walls of the cave, they felt themselves growing taller each day. This small, toothless species of pterosaur boasted remarkable speed and decent endurance, and Yang Yang contemplated training them as aerial scouts or messengers in the future. However, as these creatures grew larger, the confines of his stone cave became increasingly cramped, and the air quality deteriorated, mingling with the scents of various beasts, which was somewhat intolerable for Yang Yang, who valued a certain quality of life. The cave was naturally formed, and he would not dare attempt to excavate it himself. A misstep could lead to collapse, endangering both himself and his small companions. Thus, relocation was necessary. However, all the caves in the vicinity were similar, and having inhabited this area for such an extended period, the tribe had a comprehensive understanding of the entire rock formation. While there were indeed vacant caves, they were of comparable size. The southern face of the rock mountain was where the tribe resided, with the settlement situated in the middle, where the terrain was relatively gentle. The caves of the tribe were not interconnected, with varying distances between them, forming a cluster of caverns. Below this cluster, several massive stone pillars prevented the collapse of debris from the mountainside, meticulously leveled by generations of the tribe, resulting in a spacious area resembling a small plaza for communal activities and gatherings. The pathways between the caves and leading to the plaza were worn down by the tribe's daily comings and goings, gradually forming narrow trails. Yang Yang's cave was located at the far right, with the plaza not far below, offering views of the massive stones, trees, and shrubs leading down to the mountain's base. To Yang Yang, these cave clusters resembled a graveyard from a distance, which he found somewhat unsettling. However, primitive people did not concern themselves with such notions. The ground at the cave entrance sloped gently, and he contemplated leveling it off. A well-prepared surface could be used to construct a house against the mountainside. Yes, a house. Yang Yang deliberated carefully. Wooden houses were out of the question due to the lack of tools to create mortise and tenon joints, and he was unfamiliar with the technique. However, he could mix earth with fibrous materials to create mud bricks for construction. There was an abundance of clay at the foot of the mountain. He had observed its fine texture and slight stickiness before, and using molds to manufacture mud bricks posed no issue. Especially now that the tide had just receded, muddy pits were plentiful, ensuring an ample supply of materials. With these thoughts igniting his enthusiasm, Yang Yang, ever the diligent and disciplined individual, was inspired to act, an industrious spirit that would be hard to find in modern times. At dawn, Yang Yang gathered wood and fashioned it into planks, securing them with fine cord to create a wooden mold approximately 3 palms long, 2 palms wide, and 1 palm high. He descended the mountain, seeking a suitable mud pit of about 10 square meters, which had dried significantly after days of exposure to the sun. The fine black soil resembled modeling clay, easily moldable. Calling upon Peng Peng, he instructed it to dive into the mud and vigorously mix it. He also fetched a substantial quantity of dry grass from the shed at the mountain's base, encouraging Peng Peng to chew and mix it into the soil. With its size and massive beak, the efficiency of this process far surpassed that of any mixer or cutter. Delighted to indulge in the mud after a lengthy absence, Peng Peng happily snorted, reveling in its quirky enjoyment. Yang Yang monitored the moisture content of the soil, making several trips back to the foot of the mountain to add dry earth using animal skins. When he deemed the mixture suitable, he filled the mold with the combined fibrous soil, placing a similarly sized template on top. Peng Peng gently stepped on it, compressing the wooden boards tightly together. Lifting the top board, he poured the mud block onto the ground. It held firm without any signs of collapse, though it remained somewhat damp and required additional drying. The surface was a bit rough, lacking smoothness. Yet given the circumstances, there was no need for excessive perfection. Adequacy would suffice. Pleased with the results, Yang Yang promptly resumed his work, layering the mud, covering with a board, and having Peng Peng step on it to set the bricks. The process was simple and efficient, and soon, the perimeter of the mud pit was filled with neatly arranged square bricks. During this time, Shirgu and his patrol team observed Yang Yang's industriousness. Though they were unsure of his intentions, upon learning that he was constructing a dwelling, they expressed astonishment and gathered around to witness the transformation of mud into a house. Yang Yang, while continuing his work, took the opportunity to explain the process. The tribesmen's eyes brightened with curiosity, and they expressed a desire to see the final result once the house was completed. By midday, after Shirgu and his team had departed, the ground was now covered with mud bricks, patiently awaiting drying, and Yang Yang paused to calculate the quantity, realizing it exceeded his initial estimations. One can only wait to see whether it will crack after drying. Fortunately, the abundance of trees here provides ample cover, preventing the ground from being directly scorched by the sun's rays. For now, it remains as is. I sent Peng Peng to a nearby puddle to cleanse itself of the mud, while Yang Yang carefully inspected it. Moments before, he had discovered a prehistoric leech, as large as an arm, grotesque and yellowish, which had already siphoned a considerable amount of blood from Peng Peng's leg, causing it to swell. It is said that leeches can be used medicinally, promoting blood circulation and alleviating menstrual irregularities, as well as possessing anti-inflammatory and analgesic properties. However, it harbors toxicity and must be scalded, dried, and ground before use. Cautiously, he plucked it off, securing it with a rope for later preparation, intending to test it on Pung Pung first, curious about the leech's venomous potency. Chapter 78. Poisoning in the murky depths of the Heishui River, the heavy-claw crocodile dragon floated, savoring the fleeting coolness brought by the water. Agitated, it shook its head, causing its dorsal fin to undulate above the surface. In its relatively prolonged existence, it had never encountered such a sensation. A wave of pain surged within its abdomen, preventing any semblance of calm. This sharp discomfort swiftly morphed into a searing agony, akin to countless molten worms burrowing through its flesh. The torment spread from its stomach to its limbs, coursing through its muscles like an invisible net woven from flames, ensnaring its very organs. A whale, utterly alien to a top predator, tore through the tranquility of the forest, filled with profound horror and bewilderment. It was at a loss as to the cause of its suffering. The pain crashed over its nerves like a tsunami, and its body began to convulse uncontrollably. Its powerful hind legs flailed chaotically in the water, stirring up large clouds of black silt. Its head jerked back, emerging from the water as it gasped for air. As if on the brink of drowning, the muscles in its neck tightened painfully, yet offered no relief from the agony. It attempted to open its mouth, but its jaw had stiffened, producing a series of wheezing gasps akin to a deflating bellows. Each rush of the flowing river brought a stinging torment to its skin. Dizziness engulfed it, and its massive body lost balance, beginning to tip over. It grasped the riverbed with its iconic claws in a futile attempt to stabilize itself. But its limbs were numb. Those once lethal talons, capable of effortlessly slicing through fish, now merely supported its weight, relying on the buoyancy of the water to maintain equilibrium. Something within its throat threatened to surge forth, but was suppressed until, exhausted from the relentless pain, its colossal jaw opened wide, its throat convulsing. With a retch, putrid black water and decayed flesh spewed forth, the stench rapidly enveloping the area. It heaved repeatedly, undigested food mingling with blood in the mixture. The head above the water twitched uncontrollably, and the continuous vomiting left it on the verge of collapse. Only when it expelled a stream of acidic bile tinged with blood did the internal agony subside slightly, allowing it a momentary respite. The river gradually calmed, leaving behind ripples and the heavy-claw crocodile dragon's body swaying with the current. The midday sun intensified its heat, parching the exposed earth, causing cracks to form as moisture evaporated. Upon returning to the tribe, Yang busied himself with the slanted entrance of a stone cave, chiseling and excavating until he encountered a massive rock formation. He filled the angles with rubble and earth, achieving a more vertical entrance. But he knew he must hastily construct a mud house. Otherwise, it would resemble a tomb, and he would need to reside within it. As the sun approached the horizon, he gradually leveled and elevated the slope of the entrance, transforming it into a viewing platform amidst the mountains. Had it not been for his robust physique, he would not have accomplished it in a single afternoon. Fortunately, the majority of the mountain's foundation comprised large stones, providing stability to prevent erosion from rain. He planned to insert a row of logs along the edge of the platform, constructing a wooden barrier. Just as he pondered the platform's size, the pterosaurs assigned to scout the Heishui River returned, bringing news of the giant beast. Due to the distance, they could not directly sense the situation, relying on their back-and-forth communication. Upon learning of the heavy-claw crocodile dragon's dire condition, Yang was momentarily taken aback, but a sinister smile crept across his lips. Ah, so it has met its match. The resentment from its earlier mockery dissipated somewhat, replaced by concern for the formidable creature. Was the venom truly that potent? The venom of centipedes is known to induce excruciating pain, and they cannot inject excessive venom in a single strike. Moreover, Yang had administered an entire water pouch. Were it not for the heavy-claw crocodile dragon's immense size and robust constitution, a mere wild bull would have perished. Although the vomiting alleviated many symptoms, it left the creature visibly weakened. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the two small pterosaurs returned to investigate. The heavy-claw crocodile dragon remained motionless in the water, its head occasionally surfacing and exhibiting signs of dry heaving, seemingly indifferent even to the large fish swimming nearby, suggesting its strength had waned. 2 days passed swiftly, the water receding rapidly. Yang, along with Shirgui and others, circled the surrounding forest, now left with only muddy marshes. Some grasses began to sprout in the muck under the sweltering heat, and animals had begun to prey upon the fish, shrimp, and aquatic creatures trapped in the mire. Yang managed to catch some water turtles and horseshoe crabs, their flesh delicious yet lacking in rich seasonings. He could only roast them or boil them in a stone pot. Adding a pinch of salt, this was the primary method of consumption among these primitive tribes. The heavy-claw crocodile dragon fared poorly. The river's water level had plummeted dramatically, exposing its back and head above the surface, still unmoving. Were it not for the occasional rise and fall of its breath, one might assume it had perished. The scorching sun baked its back until it cracked, the once dark shell now tinged with gray, indifferent to the nearby fish. It appeared utterly drained. There was no vomiting, and its muscles had ceased their spasms, indicating the absence of any further toxic effects. Yang Yang observed the two pterosaurs, now significantly larger, standing at waist height with a wingspan of 3 meters, foraging for food in the mud with their toothless beaks, swallowing bites whole. Their once fluffy down had been replaced by sleek, dark brown fur, albeit somewhat emaciated. After playing with the two pterosaurs for a while, he let them perch on his arms, pecking at the fish meat he offered, reminiscent of training a falcon. Though these creatures were certainly more ferocious than the average bird of prey, once they were satiated, he tossed a split water turtle near the heavy-claw crocodile dragon, the scent of blood wafting through the air as it hit the water. Sensing something, the massive head moved slightly. However, it did not open its eyes or jaws, allowing the food to drift away with the current. Having gone many days without sustenance, it appeared significantly emaciated, with dark secretions accumulating at the corners of its eyes, dried by the sun. Even so, Yang Yang dared not approach, leaving it to remain in its state. He felt certain that this great beast would not succumb so easily. In the following days, the entrance had been fortified and expanded further, now measuring over 10 meters long and nearly 6 meters wide. Initially, he had considered digging down further, but the rocky mountain was riddled with massive stones, hindering excavation, so he merely leveled the ground, ensuring it would not easily sink. At present, this is all that can be accomplished. The mud bricks have dried in the sun over the past few days. Some of the mixed bricks, not well formed, have cracked. Yet the majority remain usable. They have been transported to the foot of the mountain in a wicker basket by Pung Pung. It took half a day to bring them back. But fortunately, with the assistance of Shigugu and the trio from Shirshan, the task did not consume much time, and they were all relocated to the mountainside. Resting upon a platform, utilizing local resources, some yellow earth was excavated from the mountain and mixed with water to create a more adhesive substance. Without selecting an auspicious day, work commenced early, employing these subpar materials and rudimentary techniques. By nightfall, a 3-sided earthen wall, connected to the mountainside and rising to waist height, was constructed. The mud bricks were stacked in an interlaced manner. Thankfully, the ground had been smoothed in advance using bowls filled with water, and a plumb line was utilized for alignment, ensuring the wall remained upright, albeit somewhat rough in appearance. Given the craftsmanship, no excessive expectations were held. A doorway was left on the left side of the wall, where a wooden door could later be fitted. The villagers observed with curiosity, unable to comprehend the purpose of the endeavor and unable to assist. They had only heard that a dwelling resembling a stone cave was to be built, similar to that of the Kanjia tribe, though theirs was simply constructed from massive stones, resulting in an uneven structure that was prone to drafts and instability. Nevertheless, a building fashioned from large stones should provide significantly better defense than one made of mud bricks.